The madness of last night rendered me sleepless throughout the night. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting its glow upon her face. Yet when Yin found it unbearably blinding. I had never imagined waking up in Pei Ji's embrace, my body marked with indelible traces of the past I would rather forget. Unable to resist, I rolled over and crawled forward, yet a large, bony hand abruptly seized my ankle, yanking me back into an embrace. My cheeks gripped as I turned to kiss him, breath stolen in an instant. What? Upon hearing the news of my ex-boyfriend's return, you were so eager to escape from me? The man's voice was cold and piercing. The atmosphere in the bedroom was intoxicating, discarded jewelry scattered across the floor, and even the diamond ring faintly reflected our intertwined forms. It was not until much later that the atmosphere began to settle, the man's powerful arms imprisoning me in his grasp, finally releasing the chains from my ankle. His warm breath rested upon my shoulder. Helpless, I could not resist. Any attempt at defiance was futile, as his arms encircled my waist tightly, akin to the shackles of Pei Ji that I would never be able to escape. Pei Yi, how long do you intend to keep me confined? The when family had gone bankrupt, and I lost everything in a single night. After my parents' demise, I had no opportunity for vengeance, yet I was imprisoned by this madman, controlled and possessed like an object, and now it had been 4 years. Stripped of freedom, even my hands, once capable of playing beautiful melodies on the piano, could no longer create music due to Pei Ji's influence. Little darling, regardless of life or death, you are mine for eternity. Do you not understand? Stay by my side, and I can offer you endless wealth, power, and affection. But your disobedience means that even in death, I shall preserve you as a specimen, forever trapped beside me. His mad ramblings filled me with despair. Being held captive by a madman had become unbearable. A sense of self-mockery washed over me as I reflected on how I had ever entangled myself with this lunatic. I remember that day at the hotel, during a class reunion, when I kindly returned a watch to that distinguished and imposing man. Later, after consuming Wen Tian's drink, a series of unfortunate events led to a tussle in bed with him. Upon waking, Pei Ji claimed to have fallen in love at first sight and proposed marriage in exchange for support. At that time, I had a boyfriend. Although I now realized he and Wen Tian were the masterminds behind it all, it was too late. My parents perished in a car accident orchestrated by the two of them. Clearly, after my uncle's death, my parents had taken them in out of compassion, only to invite a wolf into the fold. I had lost everything, and it was exhausting. Weak and drained, my head felt heavy, as if my brain had lost its weight, and darkness gradually enveloped my vision until I slowly closed my eyes. I wished it were merely a dream. If given a chance to start anew, I would steer clear of this madman, ideally severing any ties with him for life. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed. I groaned, raising my hand to massage my temples, my body sore and my throat hoarse. I understood that Pei Ji was furious with me due to my ex-boyfriend's matters. What ex-boyfriend? Had I known it was all for my family's fortune, I would not have softened towards that man. My so-called desire to escape was merely a manifestation of the hatred I felt after seeing the news online. An urge for revenge. I gradually opened my eyes, the blurriness fading into clarity, only to realize that the surrounding environment was amiss. It was not the decor of the Pei family villa, but rather resembled a hotel. I was taken aback, abruptly sitting up in bed, my body aching painfully, and it took me a moment to gather myself. Turning to my side, I noticed a man lying next to me. He lay on his side, his bare back adorned with scratch marks, broad shoulders robust, and a slim waist. A serpentine tattoo graced his back, a mark unique to Pei Ji. The familiar scene, the well-known garments, and the time displayed on the clock on the wall instantly revealed to me that this was the day I had an intimate encounter with Pei Ji, the very day we first met. Had I been reborn? And had I returned to this pivotal moment? The revelation was astonishing, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of exhilaration. Aware that Pei Ji remained asleep, I suppressed my physical discomfort and hastily rose from the bed. My mind was clear as I reached for my clothes, only to discover they had been torn to shreds, leaving me with nothing to wear. I could not linger. I had to escape. Anxiety surged within me as I searched for something to wear. Unable to don a dress, I resorted to wearing Pei Ji's clothing. determined to leave the hotel before he awoke. That drink had been a deliberate scheme by Tian, aimed at tarnishing my innocence. Yet it had inadvertently led me to entangle with Pei Ji. At this juncture, avoiding intimacy with him was impossible, but my parents were still at home. Aside from this predicament, there was still time to rectify everything else. In a hurried manner, I gathered the scattered garments and adorned myself, fully aware that a throng of paparazzi awaited me at the hotel entrance. A flicker of resentment ignited within me. I was resolute in my intention to expel that mother and daughter duo, to return the suffering of my past 100-fold. Stealthily, I slipped out through the service entrance of the hotel and promptly hailed a cab back to my residence. The villa had yet to be sold, and upon entering, I was greeted by the familiar sight of Aunt Zhao bustling about in the kitchen. At that moment, I yearned desperately to see my parents. Observing the disarray of my attire, which albeit concealed the marks of passion, still rendered me a picture of chaos, akin to someone who had fled after a dispute. Without lingering, I swiftly ascended the stairs to my bedroom, while Aunt Zhao was momentarily distracted. I took a brief shower and changed into fresh clothes, applying foundation to mask any remnants of the night's escapades. Before the mirror, my innocent and beautiful visage offered me a flicker of solace. With rosy lips, pearly teeth, and skin as fair as snow, I emerged from the bath radiating a soft, delicate charm. I donned a fitted white dress, resembling a pristine little white flower, with my long hair cascading over my shoulders. My eyelashes were delicately elongated, and my eyes sparkled with the vivacity of a fawn. In that moment, I could hardly believe that I had truly been reborn. Gazing at the youthful visage reflected in the mirror, tears began to flow unbidden. I sat quietly before the mirror, gathering my thoughts, until an hour later, a sudden commotion arose from downstairs. It was my mother, returning home at her usual hour after a daily run with a neighbor. I felt a pang of discomfort in my eyes and could not resist dashing out of the room. Descending the stairs, I was greeted by the sight of a familiar, gentle visage, and I rushed towards the elegant middle-aged woman below, my voice soft and choked. "Mama, I miss you so much." Lady Wen was enveloped in the embrace of the approaching girl, her smile tender and warm, her hair elegantly swept up, exuding an air of nobility in her every gesture. She affectionately caressed the girl's head. "Why are you being so clingy, dear? Did you not enjoy your time with your friends yesterday?" Wen Yin gently shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice quivering. "I had fun. In this world, aside from her parents, no one ever called her dear. Your mother made you some cookies this morning. Come, let us see how they taste." Lady Wen took the girl's hand and led her into the kitchen, where the oven was filled with her favorite buttery cookies, emanating a delightful crisp aroma. Wen Yin lowered her head and popped a cookie into her mouth, the rich flavor instantly enveloping her senses. Yet a solitary tear slipped down her cheek, fortunately unnoticed as she swiftly wiped it away. Thoughts of that fateful day in her past life when her parents had perished in a car accident haunted her. She had not even had the chance to bid them farewell, and now she yearned desperately to see her father. With red-rimmed eyes, the girl whimpered sweetly, "Mama, can we go to the company and find Dad? I want to see him." "All right, we shall do as you wish, dear." The journey from home to the company took less than an hour. Upon arrival, Wen Yin dashed towards the VIP elevator, heading straight to her father's office. She burst in without knocking, her eyes misty and her heart racing with excitement. She spotted a man in a suit, his back turned to her, and immediately ran forward, her eyes glistening as she embraced him, calling out, "Daddy." However, her voice went unanswered. As she clung to him, she sensed something was amiss. His physique was robust, his frame broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, seemingly taller than her father. In her haste, she had not taken a proper look, and now fear gripped her, causing her to release her hold immediately. "Who is this?" The man's suit was impeccably tailored, his stature commanding and dignified. Upon hearing her choked sobs, he slowly turned to face her. The contours of his face were sharp, his gaze as deep as a black abyss, fixating on her with an unsettling intensity. Recognition dawned upon her, and a wave of dread washed over her, draining the color from her face. "Why are you here?" I stammered, my voice trembling with terror. Peiji's eyes were dark as an unfathomable chasm, his attire exuding the allure and composure of a mature man. His features were strikingly aggressive, and he scrutinized me for a prolonged moment before extending his hand. That large hand, with well-defined knuckles, slowly approached my neck, the warmth and roughness of his fingertips brushing against the foundation on my collarbone, leaving a red mark. His voice was low and magnetic. "Come, I shall take responsibility for you." Chapter 2. Yet another love at first sight and an unyielding proposal. The terror that once consumed her regarding men had ingrained itself within her very being, akin to a venom that seeped deeply, refusing to dissipate. Gazing upon his sharply defined features, she was haunted by memories of her days in captivity. Peiji felt the delicate texture of her skin, and the recollection of last night's entanglement with the young woman flooded his mind. She was a vision of beauty, embodying a slender elegance, her face adorned with a subtle makeup that accentuated her striking presence. Her enchanting eyes shimmered like rippling waters, and around her graceful neck, she wore a simple silver flower necklace. The long, pristine white dress she wore flowed gracefully, its hem revealing elongated, delicate calves, while the fitted waist accentuated her slender figure. Wen Yin felt as though his touch had seared her, compelling her to retreat instinctively, battling the urge to flee, her heart pounding with fear. I don't know you." She feigned ignorance, desperately hoping to evade his grasp. The impulse to escape was overpowering, yet the man could see through her trepidation. In a low, husky voice, he closed the distance between them, his gaze turning icy. "Wen Yin, I'm enamored with you at first sight. Marry me." His words echoed eerily, reminiscent of a previous life. She recalled waking in a hotel room, where Peiji had uttered the same phrase. At that time, repulsed by the situation and feeling her innocence had been compromised, she had resolutely rejected him and even contemplated notifying the authorities. She had clearly informed him of her boyfriend. Yet Peiji had dismissed her concerns, insisting he would pursue her and take responsibility. In a relentless struggle for dominance, she had attempted to escape time and again, only to be captured each time until she was ultimately confined and controlled. Panic flooded Wen Yin's heart, for she understood that a refusal would not deter him. Rather, he would become increasingly unhinged, leading to her forced imprisonment. I haven't graduated from college yet. I do not wish to marry. I'm younger than you." As she spoke, the young woman cautiously edged toward the door. However, no sooner had she made a move than a firm grip seized her arm, a scorching hand pressing against her skin. Looking up, she was met with his dark, penetrating gaze. "Why didn't you wait for me to awaken before leaving this morning?" he inquired solemnly. "These concerns are trivial. We can marry in secret. Must it truly be marriage?" Peiji, being older and a figure of authority within the business realm, could command respect in their social hierarchy. She would even have to address him as Uncle Pei. Wen Yin sensed a more formidable presence from Peiji in this life than in the last. The oppressive aura emanating from him was reminiscent of her past entrapment. His dark eyes, like a serpent, ensnared her, quickening her breath and causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The 4 years of fear were not easily forgotten, and tears quietly streamed down her cheeks. Once again, she found herself ensnared by love at first sight, once more the target of an obsessive fixation. Observing her tears, Peiji narrowed his eyes. Her sorrow seemed to invigorate him, reminiscent of a startled fawn. The innocence in her tear-filled gaze was both pitiful and delicate. Crying was futile. She was left with but two choices, to marry him or for him to marry her. What difference did it make? They were one and the same. Rebirth was a blessing. Yet why could it not have occurred just a day earlier? Her mind raced, desperately seeking a strategy to escape without inciting his wrath, when the sounds of a couple entering the office broke the tense silence outside. As the tall man seized the arm of the girl before him, Wen Fu was the first to speak. "Nian Yin, it's Daddy." Wen Yin's eyes sparkled, those beautiful, tearful orbs instantly brightening as she forcefully wrenched her arm free and scampered to the side of the middle-aged man, voicing her discontent. "Where have you been, Daddy?" "Your father was just making a phone call. Nian Yin. This is Mr. Peiji. I believe you have already conversed." What does this mean? The Pei family has long occupied a position of prominence, and, by all accounts, would not deem their family worthy of attention, let alone consider any collaboration. Initially dismissive, it suddenly struck her, why would Pei Ji seek her father? Could he have informed her parents about last night's events? Hence the discussions regarding marriage? Yes, we have conversed. The man stepped closer, his gaze fixed intently on the girl who resembled a startled fawn. The wedding is set for next Monday. Today was already Sunday. Next Monday was tomorrow. No, Dadi, I refusa. Wenyan. Pei Ji suddenly interrupted her with a smile, his eyes inscrutable. Are you certain you wish to decline my proposal? Wenyan felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern. In her previous life, she had been coerced in a marriage by this man, ultimately unable to escape, forcibly taken to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate, and had her every freedom controlled. There was no option for choice. The Pei family was simply insurmountable, just as it had been in her past life. When Pei Ji lost his composure, he resembled a wild beast, his exterior composed and authoritative, devoid of warmth, with a reputation for ruthlessness that was entirely accurate. He was a fierce, obsessive individual, a beast long restrained, eager to capture the beautiful maiden and unleash his true nature, claiming her as his own. Even if she wished to refuse, there seemed no avenue for escape. Was she destined to tread the same path in this life? As noon approached, her mother suggested, let us dine together, Yin Yin. Don't you have piano lessons this evening? Wen's mother had already made reservations at a restaurant. Despite the 6-year age gap, Pei Ji had firmly established himself in the business world. He had visited a few days prior, expressing a desire to meet Yin Yin with intentions of marrying their daughter. Pei Ji was commendable in every respect, having become a financial magnate in the business sphere. Although she could not fathom why he would take an interest in her, he was certainly preferable to the impoverished boy from school. Wen Yin was taken aback that, in this life, her parents actually consented to her marrying him. In her previous existence, Pei Ji's behavior had been erratic, and her parents had vehemently opposed allowing her to be given to a madman. Why was there such a drastic change this time? Could it be that her escape this morning, slipping away before anyone awoke and evading the paparazzi, had inadvertently altered her fate? Wen Yin feared Pei Ji's wrath and remained silent throughout the journey, even as she pondered how to placate him to avoid marriage. It appeared he had not informed her parents of their encounter the previous night. As they descended, a vehicle awaited them. Pei Ji mentioned that his car was in for repairs and that he would have to share a ride with them, instructing his assistant to bring his car later. The spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce accommodated 3. Wen Yin sat upright in the middle, her mother on the right, and Pei Ji on the left. Initially, she considered asking someone to take the front seat, but Pei Ji insisted he was accustomed to the back. Wealthy families often have dedicated chauffeurs, who seldom occupy the front seat. The confines of the vehicle are limited, and the man beside her seems to intentionally or unintentionally make contact. His sturdy thigh, clad in tailored fabric, presses against her exposed leg at the hem of her skirt. A cold, alabaster hand rests upon her thigh, adorned with an exquisite timepiece at the wrist, the long fingers casually resting as they inadvertently brush against her leg during the journey. Pei Ji is a madman, having once coerced her into his car to escort her to school. He is also a man of peculiar vices. In the past, he would sit in the back seat, feigning nonchalance as his hand lay upon her thigh, only to seize her leg when the vehicle halted at the school gates. The chauffeur would disembark first, and as she struggled to open the door, he would turn his face towards her, sealing their encounter with a kiss. Within that black car, parked along the school thoroughfare, a beautiful girl with dark hair found herself ensnared in the embrace of a man, subjected to his kisses and advances. Through the window, she could see students and pedestrians outside, many of whom were her admirers. My dear, should I catch you conversing with another boy again, you shall never set foot in school again. Chapter 3. Pei Ji expresses his affection for the well-behaved. The meal unfolded in an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Wen Yin had never envisioned a day when her parents would share a dining table with Pei Ji. The Pei family was indeed a distinguished lineage, a true paragon of elite society, with Pei Ji ascending to the head of the family at a remarkably young age, commanding respect in the business world as a formidable financial magnate. She could hear Pei Ji seemingly engaging in a conversation about work with her father, who appeared to be enjoying himself thoroughly. At his core, Pei Ji was akin to a ravenous wolf, capable of devouring without leaving a trace. He presented himself with an air of refinement, yet underneath lay a twisted and obsessive nature, as she had witnessed in her previous life. In social circles, Pei Ji was often regarded as emotionally detached, even said to lack interest in women. However, since he had laid eyes on her, he had not hesitated to make advances under the guise of courtship. Forced into cohabitation with Pei Ji, she found herself compelled to end her previous relationship, to share a bed with him each night, and to engage in kisses and embraces against her will. The restaurant's signature dish, braised beef, was her favorite, and despite the circumstances, her sole desire was to satisfy her hunger. When Yin, the man beside her, called, turning her head, she noticed a napkin being offered, gently wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth, an action executed with such tenderness as if it were second nature. The napkin brushed against her lips, revealing his long, delicate fingers. The unexpected warmth left the young girl momentarily stunned, before she regained her composure and accepted the napkin. "I can manage on my own," she replied. Her countenance, though not as vibrant as a fresh rose, displayed an obedient demeanor as she sat quietly at the table, immersed in her meal, exuding a faint, sweet fragrance. Pei Ji averted his gaze after a few moments. "Let us set it for tomorrow. We can go to register for marriage." "I have no objections to a secret union," he declared. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was from a school friend, informing her that today's classes had been rescheduled. With this news, she seized the opportunity to leave. After wiping her mouth clean, she texted her parents, "My classes have ended early. I need to return to school. Have you finished eating, Nian Yin? I'll have the driver take you." Her father offered, already preparing to call for the car. No, it's fine. I'll just take a taxi," she insisted, eager to leave the uncomfortable situation. As she hastily vacated her seat, a wave of relief washed over her once she exited the private room. This was a stark contrast to the trajectory of her previous life, the only similarity being the forced courtship that had ensued. Stepping out of the room, she exhaled deeply, only to hear the door open behind her. Turning around, her gaze met Pei Ji's as he emerged. When Yin felt a surge of confusion, she was about to flee when he grasped her arm firmly, pulling her close with ease, his grip undeniably strong, as if his fingertips brushed against her skin. "I'll take you," he stated. "But was your car broken? Didn't you say it was in for repairs?" she queried, voicing her surprise. Pei Ji's expression remained unperturbed, offering only 3 words in response. "I'll take you." She did not wish to be accompanied. Being in a confined space with him evoked unpleasant memories that she could never erase. As she opened her mouth to refuse, Pei Ji seemed to have already perceived her intention. "Wen Yan," he called her name, his voice dropping several degrees in temperature. "I am not a good person. I prefer those who are obedient." This veiled remark implied that she should behave or face the consequences. Ultimately, Wen Yan dared not decline and followed him as they departed together. The atmosphere was oppressive, and neither spoke a word until she reached the school and disembarked. Her mind racing with doubts about whether Pei Ji was already plotting her confinement. Upon arriving at the school gate, her close friend Su Han spotted her and rushed over, phone in hand, excitedly thrusting the news before her eyes. "Nian Yin, your cousin is in trouble. This morning, she was caught by paparazzi leaving another man's room. And most importantly, that man is Ji Chenyu. Isn't your boyfriend?" When Yin took the phone, her heart sinking as she saw the news spreading like wildfire, with paparazzi swarming the room. There was also a video featuring the couple in a compromising situation, their disheveled state laid bare. Ji Chenyu, once a savior in her life, now appeared as a schemer in a tale of deceit. Wen Tian, her cousin and her aunt's daughter, had been living with them since her uncle's passing. Outwardly congenial, while secretly plotting their downfall, coveting their family's wealth. It was revolting. The video was lengthy, capturing the girl screaming in bed, her modesty shielded by a blanket, while the bewildered man beside her eventually shouted for them to leave. The room was in disarray, with a small umbrella scattered amidst various other items. Noticing Wen Yin's silence, Su Han, aware of her friend's fondness for Ji Chenyu, sighed and linked her arm with Wen Yin's in a gesture of comfort. "There are countless men in the world. If it doesn't work out, we can find another. My brother will be back from abroad soon. I can introduce you." Wen Yin recognized her friend's good intentions and offered a nonchalant smile. In her previous life, she had already discerned the true nature of the scoundrel, and there was no way she would repeat the same mistakes in this life. I no longer have feelings for him. We're not connected in any way. In her former life, she had loved Ji Chenyu passionately, only to discover that everything was a conspiracy between Wen Tian and Ji Chenyu. Even the drugging incident was part of their scheme, to tarnish her reputation, ensuring that the paparazzi would capture her in disgrace, leading Ji Chenyu to feign deep affection, promising he would not abandon her and would marry her. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had slept with Pei Ji, and now the same fate had befallen her. Ji Chenyu, oblivious to her encounters, would still profess his unwavering love, while secretly harboring disdain, believing she was entangled with an older man as per their plan. The video timing coincided with her departure that morning, and within hours, it had gone viral, even reaching her school. Wen Yin missed her friend dearly. Her past infatuation with a scoundrel had caused her to overlook their friendship, leading to an ever-widening rift until Su Han went abroad. Xiao Han, let us stroll through the streets this evening. Is that for real? Su Han felt as though the sun had risen in the west today. Usually when I call you, you never come. Have you taken some strange medicine today? The girl even extended her hand to her forehead, checking her temperature, ensuring it was normal. Wen Yin was amused by her antics and seriously replied, Xiao Han, I assure you, I haven't taken anything unusual. Otherwise, I would accompany you wherever you wish to go tonight. Su Han thought it necessary to ponder this sudden change in her friend's demeanor, as she had always been so infatuated with love. Could it be that she was influenced by something she saw in the news? Initially, she entertained such thoughts, but soon enough, she accepted it as truth. As the two of them reached the foot of the teaching building, they spotted Ji Chenyu waiting for her below. Ji Chenyu possessed a strikingly handsome and gentle visage, being the school heartthrob. While he appeared to be a courteous gentleman, in reality, he was a foul-mouthed miscreant who disrespected women behind closed doors. Upon seeing Wen Yin, he rushed over to grasp the young girl's hand, but she deftly evaded his touch. Yin, believe me, that was all a ruse. I was set up. Those embroiled in the situation are often blind to the truth, while onlookers see clearly. Su Han had long recognized his true nature. Infuriated, she stepped forward and shouted, You scoundrel! Can you just leave us alone? You're such a nuisance. Be quiet. I'm speaking with Yin. Ji Chenyu was taken aback by the intrusion of the paparazzi. He needed to placate this young lady, or he would gain nothing. As more and more students gathered around, most had seen the videos circulating online. However, Wen Yin was notoriously infatuated with Ji Chenyu, showering him with affection, and the crowd began to murmur, anticipating a spectacle. Yin, believe me, my heart has always belonged to you. I was merely manipulated. The boy's face bore a mark, a scratch marring his handsome features. Wen Yin frowned at the sight, stepping closer to gently touch the area, her eyes softening as she asked, Does it hurt? The expressions of the surrounding students reflected their assumptions, and even Su Han widened her eyes in disbelief. The girl's beauty and gentleness were undeniable, and Ji Chenyu recognized that she still held some feelings for him, promptly shaking his head. It doesn't hurt, Yin. Not at all. Yet, Wen Yin's frown deepened, as if she were genuinely displeased, and she spoke, Then what shall we do? In that instant, Wen Yin raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Ji Chenyu's cheek. The sharp crack of the slap silenced the surrounding chatter, leaving Ji Chenyu, who had been struck, with an expression of disbelief. This slap was cathartic for her. Wen Yin could even feel the sting in her palm, which only intensified her sense of retribution, a faint smile gracing her lips. Does it hurt now? Chapter 4. Do you know how to write obedient? A stinging slap left him momentarily dazed, while those around them were equally taken aback, unable to fathom that Wen Yin would actually resort to violence. Ji Chenyu, in disbelief, turned away to cover the swollen area on his face, which had already begun to show significant redness. With eyes wide in anguish, he stared at Wen Yin, his voice trembling. Yin, why did you hit me? Are you angry? I was framed. You must believe me. Believe him? It was her excessive trust in the past that had driven her loved ones away, leading her to bankruptcy, desperation, and ultimately being imprisoned by a madman. In the past, when she was cornered in an alley, It was Ji Chenyu who happened to pass by and saved her, even staying in the hospital for 3 or 4 days as a result. As time passed, feelings blossomed between them. Ji Chenyu confessed his love, and she reciprocated. The most intimate gesture they had shared was merely holding hands. Although Ji Chenyu had contemplated sleeping with her or kissing her, those thoughts were brushed aside. To her knowledge, the conspiracy from her previous life revolved around the incident with the drug administered yesterday. Ji Chenyu had intended to come alone and then offer it to that old man. But when Tian had intervened and taken him away, watching the young girl's eyes darken and her expression grow increasingly indifferent, as if she were angry but wore a mask of stoicism, he noted that the affection in her gaze had vanished. Ji Chenyu felt a fleeting pang of heartache as he met her icy stare. Nian Yan, I was truly set up. Please forgive me, all right? If you haven't vented your anger yet, hit me again if it makes you feel better. I cannot live without you. Nian Yan, I genuinely love you. Su-Han could no longer bear to watch. Although she found satisfaction in the slap, she feared that if Ji Chenyu continued to plead so pitifully, Wen Yan might relent. The scandal surrounding the campus heartthrob had already surfaced, and he was now publicly apologizing to his girlfriend, prompting several students to pull out their phones to capture the moment. Wen Yan, being the daughter of the one family, naturally attracted attention. I truly love you. Nian Yan, please don't abandon me. How much is love worth? Wen Yan replied coldly. Let us break up. It's truly disgusting. She simply did not want to witness this any longer, nor did she wish to be the center of attention, a mere jester for the crowd. Ji Chenyu knew precisely how to manipulate her emotions, choosing this moment to apologize in front of so many classmates. With the crowd gathered, his apology felt sincere, and given her deep affection for him, it was as if he believed this would earn her forgiveness. Let us go, Xiaohan. Wen Yan grasped her friend's hand and walked away. As Su-Han was led away, she felt as though she were in a dream. She could hardly believe that Wen Yan had truly shed her vet regarding love. Nian Yan, this is the real you. Before you met Ji Chenyu, you were just like this. Indeed, she had been a princess, cherished by her parents. Yet, she had been deceived and toyed with by Wen Tian and Ji Chenyu. But this time would be different. The two of them headed to their piano lesson, and by the time they finished, it was already afternoon. Su-Han pondered for a long while about where to go for fun and finally came up with an idea. She would take Wen Yan to a bar. The largest bar in the city center boasted the highest quality male models. And Su-Han led the young girl into the dance floor, weaving through the crowd. The bar on the first floor reverberated with the thunderous beats of a DJ, where men and women swayed their bodies on the dance floor, an intoxicating blend of neon hues and dark tones. Above, on the second floor, there were booths that provided a perfect view of the scene below, while the third floor housed private rooms. Wen Yan had visited this place twice before, both times accompanied by Su-Han. The two girls approached the bar to order drinks, where a new bartender, a tall and handsome male college student with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, attended to them. Su-Han, perched on a high stool, playfully whistled at the boy, causing his face to flush instantly upon meeting her gaze. Su-Han sported a chic bob haircut, embodying a cool demeanor. She enjoyed teasing both boys and girls alike. On the dance floor, bodies intertwined in a fervent dance, some even strangers to one another. Wen Yan took a sip of her lemonade at the bar. Grimacing at its sudden tartness, her delicate features accentuated by her pure white dress that had already captured the attention of many. Hey, beautiful! A stranger with striking blonde hair approached them, adorned with numerous earrings, his appearance rather appealing as he leaned against the bar to greet them. Well, hello there, little blonde. Su-Han couldn't help but exclaim. Wen Yan chuckled at her friend's playful remark, her laughter illuminating her graceful, cool, and exquisite visage like a radiant night blooming Sirius under dim lighting. The sound of her laughter reached the man's ears, igniting a flutter within him. How about a drink? The blonde offered Wen Yan a glass, to which she willingly clinked her lemonade against it. His youthful face was reminiscent of a pop idol, albeit with a slightly unconventional flair. The lemonade was overly sour, and as she raised the glass to her lips for a symbolic sip, a large hand suddenly covered the cup's opening from behind her. The faint scent of cool, dark wood wafted through her senses, sharply contrasting with the aroma of alcohol and smoke that filled the air. The man stood behind her, tall and imposing, with a dangerous demeanor obscured in the shadows. His emotions unreadable, yet his voice betrayed his displeasure. "I told you I prefer obedient ones." Even in the haze of familiarity, she recognized the voice. Turning around from her perch on the stool, she found herself face to face with Pei Ji. He stood just behind her, flanked by two unfamiliar men, one of whom immediately approached Su Han and pinched her ear. "Did I not say you shouldn't come to places like this? It's unsafe for a girl to be alone here." "Ouch! It hurts, second brother." They were led by the three men to a private room upstairs, where the trio settled onto the plush booth couch while Su Han and Wen Yin stood before them like schoolchildren, unsure whether to sit or speak. In the dim light, Wen Yin discreetly glanced at Pei Ji's expression, only to find their eyes locking each time. His gaze remained fixed on her face, his body relaxed as he leaned forward. An ice-filled glass gently swaying in his hand, the ice clinking softly. "Wen Yin," suddenly called by name, she straightened instinctively at the deep timbre of his voice. "Why, yes. Do you know how to write obedient?" Pei inquired. In a previous life, Pei Ji often expressed his preference for the obedient, yet she was anything but compliant, and he still held affection for her. Perhaps opposites attract. She had indeed contemplated the notion of being unable to escape Pei Ji, instead choosing to leverage him. After all, who in any circle does not aspire to ascend by aligning themselves with the prominent figures of the capital? She too harbored such ambitions, believing that with a stepping stone, she could climb steadily upwards. Pei Ji represented the most potent and advantageous stepping stone. As he had declared in his past life, "Little obedient one, whether in life or death, you shall forever belong to me. Do you not comprehend? By my side, I can bestow upon you endless wealth, physical pleasures, love, and power. Yet, should you disobey, even in death, I shall turn you into a specimen, eternally confined beside me." Wen Yin obediently nodded in response to the man's words. "I will write," the young girl declared, suddenly stepping forward, circling the table, and approaching Pei Ji, seated in the central position. She delicately took her place beside him, extending her hand cautiously to grasp his, her fair fingers inscribing the word obedient in his palm. With her head bowed earnestly, her long lashes casting shadows, her lips a rosy hue, she appeared exceedingly endearing. Only after completing her inscription did she lift her gaze to seek Pei Ji's reaction, softly inquiring, "Is what I wrote correct?" Chapter 5. "Come here, little one, and kiss me." The young girl seated beside him wore a delicate white dress, her obedient and compliant gaze fixed upon him. As he grasped her hand, he could almost feel the warmth radiating from her slender fingertips. Was she obedient? The answer was an unequivocal yes. Pei Ji firmly held the girl's hand, his broad palm effortlessly enveloping her fair and tender hand, securing it tightly within his grasp. Suddenly, his raspy voice called out to her, "Little one." In his past life, Pei Ji often addressed her this way, indulging her, doting on her, while also imposing his will and watching over her. She realized that escape was futile, since she could not evade him. Her only option was to utilize the situation to her advantage, to first placate him. The utterance of "little one" left those present momentarily stunned. Su Cheng feared he had misheard. Upon witnessing Pei Ji reach out to shield the girl's cup, he sensed something was amiss. Did they truly know each other? Had their relationship developed to such an extent? It was as rare as a century-old iron tree blooming. Pei Ji, savoring the delicate sensation in his palm, abruptly stood and pulled Wen Yin towards the exit, leading her out of the private room. Wen Yin was perplexed by his sudden action. She turned back, intending to inform Su Han, only to find him unable to lift his head due to the fierce demeanor of his older brother. Her hand was held tightly, rendering her unable to struggle free. She was dragged along until they entered the elevator ascending to the top floor, his grip like an iron vice. "Let go," she protested, believing that merely feigning obedience would suffice. She had not anticipated being forcibly taken upstairs. Was he intending to confine her now? In the past, she had endured days of captivity, where every corner of the villa was monitored by cameras, and even the ring he gifted her contained a tracking device. The door clicked open, and when Yin was thrust inside, as soon as she entered, she was pinned against the door, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloping her. His hand, now released, seized her wrist instead, the pulse at her wrist pressing against his searing palm. Wen Yin trembled in fear, realizing she had not attempted to flee. She had written the word obedient. The unpredictable and obsessive psyche of her captor was difficult to decipher, and unbeknownst to her, she had already ignited a powder keg. The room remained dim, yet she felt his dark, piercing gaze fixed upon her, its depth causing her heart to race and her ears to buzz. "Pei, Mr. Pei, am I writing this incorrectly?" She stammered. "There is nothing wrong," Pei Ji replied, his voice slightly hoarse. "It's just that we are to register our marriage tomorrow, and I do not wish for my wife to frequent such places. Tomorrow they would register their marriage." No one had solicited her opinion. Pei Ji was earnest, even more so than the date of their forced marriage in his previous life. Wen Yin had no desire to entangle herself further with this madman. Pressing her back against the door, she raised her beautiful face and earnestly declared, "I have a boyfriend." End it. Wen Yin was resolute. She did not wish to marry. Until the wedding, she could still escape at will, but once married, she would be irrevocably bound to this man. Marriage was a cage. Pei Ji had compelled her to wed in his past life, openly presenting her with an engagement ring while threatening her to never remove it, which, unbeknownst to her, housed a tracking device. The Pei family holds a position of great power, and Pei Ji is indeed a paternal figure, not only in terms of wealth and behavior, but also in the meticulous care he provides in their intimate moments. Yet, the intensity of his obsession is unbearable for her. He forbids her from even casting a glance at anyone else, just as he vehemently restricts others from looking at her. "I have no desire to marry. I have not completed my university education. I do not wish to shoulder responsibilities, and there exists a significant age gap between us." The unspoken words suddenly lodged in her throat, for the man concealed in darkness had reached out and grasped her neck, not with force, but enough to instill fear within her. Pei Ji's gaze bore into the youthful beauty of her face, his voice as chilling as shattered ice. "Are you done creating a ruckus?" The cool aroma of ebony and sandalwood wafted through the air as he leaned closer, their breaths nearly entwining. A shiver ran down Wen Yin's spine, her heart racing, terrified of truly being choked. She could confront Ji Chenyu, but Pei Ji was a different matter entirely. "What is it that you desire? Anything I possess can be yours. Marrying me would only bring you advantages." The thoughts of her desires swirled in her mind, yet she adamantly rejected marriage and the notion of escape. In her previous life, she had often provoked him in such settings, leading to dire consequences on their bed. Wen Yin pressed her rosy lips together, her voice a blend of allure and greed. "I yearn for so much. I've never been wronged. I detest being choked. I dislike anger. I crave the most opulent estate and luxury vehicles, exquisite clothing, jewelry, and indulgent luxuries. I desire wealth and inexhaustible fortune." Her voice quivered with a soft, spoiled quality as she felt the rise and fall of her throat beneath his fingers. "I have a short temper. I wish to dominate others, to wield power and status, even to the extent that you fear provoking me." Ultimately, her reluctance stemmed from Pei Ji's immense influence, overshadowing the entirety of the capital, rendering her attempts at escape futile. The fingers clenching her neck remained motionless, and Wen Yin could not discern the man's expression, murmuring softly to herself, "I do not wish for children. They would mar my beauty, age me, distort my body. I fear marriage. I'm even more averse to it." As she finished her quiet lament, she suddenly heard the man emit a light laugh, seemingly amused by her frustrations. "You possess quite the ambition." With that, the grip on her neck abruptly released. Pei Ji then placed his hand over her eyes and turned on the room's lights. The sudden brightness was blinding, causing her eyes to sting, and she felt his palm brush against her lashes. After a moment, he gradually withdrew his hand. "It is acceptable if you do not wish to marry. Let us instead engage in a romantic relationship. Your fear of marriage indicates a lack of love. We can discuss marriage after your graduation." The concession of marrying after graduation instead of tomorrow was already quite significant. Wen Yin inwardly exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't a wedding tomorrow, anything else would suffice. A romantic relationship was far preferable to marriage, and once she amassed enough wealth, she would escape abroad. A man entered the room and settled onto the sofa, clad in a black suit, complemented by a long coat of the same hue. Casually shedding his coat, he sat back, aware of the powerful strength of his well-defined chest beneath the fabric. Peiji's mother, a captivating blend of cultures, possessed strikingly handsome features marked by Western traits. Her deep-set eyes and prominent nose exuded an air of elegance. Observing the figure standing motionless at the door, he pondered the choices of romance or marriage. He reached for the wine glass before him, uncorked a fresh bottle, and poured the rich liquid within. As he brought it to his lips, he mused on the prospect of marriage, suggesting that they could return home together tomorrow. Alternatively, he invited her to pursue a romance immediately. These were the two paths laid before her: marriage or the pursuit of love. When Yen was certain she would not opt for marriage, she slowly approached the man, biting her lip in contemplation. Perhaps love was the more suitable choice. Peiji's gaze remained fixed on her exquisite visage, her fair skin flushed with a rosy hue, as she stood demurely before him, her luscious lips resembling ripe roses, enticing him to pluck them. After sipping his drink, warmth spread through his chest. "Come here and kiss me, little darling," he beckoned, his eyes glinting like those of a predatory wolf. To refuse would yield no mercy. The more she resisted, the more his desire to conquer would intensify. When Yen, having resolved not to marry, decided to embrace the moment, considering a kiss as inconsequential as a dog's bite. Steeling herself, she approached him, fully aware that refusal would only lead to a forceful kiss. With each step closer, she watched as he placed his glass down, preparing to shift to the edge of the sofa, when suddenly, he seized her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Before she could react, his lips descended upon hers. The forceful kiss, overwhelming and assertive, left her breathless, her cheeks flushing crimson as she resisted, gasping for air. Chapter 6. The listening locator, the brain, was nearly deprived of oxygen until Peiji finally released her after their fervent embrace. The person in his arms had tears welling in her eyes, her lips swollen and her expression dazed. She had never anticipated being kissed in such a manner. Had she not been cradled in his embrace, she might have fainted. The warm glow of the room's lighting enveloped them, as when Yin sat closely on his lap, feeling the stark contrast in their physiques. Observing her bewilderment, Peiji affectionately pressed his lips against her cheek. "My little darling," the term, uttered from his lips, sent shivers down her spine. When Yin lifted her gaze to meet his deep, dark eyes, her heart racing as if she had returned to a past life. Fortunately, fate had bestowed upon her a second chance. There was still time for everything. Her parents were alive, her friends remained by her side, she had not been imprisoned, and she could still play the piano. Their eyes locked, and within those profound, obsidian depths, she felt as if he could see into her very soul, like a bewitching creature drawing her into its depths. "You are only allowed to kiss me. Do not let me discover any ties with that little boyfriend of yours. It will be best if you severed all connections." When Yin's heart skipped a beat under his piercing gaze, understanding dawning upon her. In the solitude of the room, she feared that Peiji might once again succumb to madness and act impulsively. Struggling to extricate herself from his grasp, she barely stirred, only to find herself held even tighter. "Mr. Pei, I cannot stay out all night. My parents will worry." After spending an entire night with Peiji at the hotel, it was her first experience of not returning home, and the ensuing scandal with the paparazzi marked the tragic beginning of her plight. "Change your address," the man insisted, tightening his embrace as if addicted, inhaling the sweet scent that lingered on her. He nibbled at her exquisite collarbone. "Change your address." In her previous life, she had often referred to him by his full name, frequently calling him a madman. Determined to placate him, Wen Yin quickly pondered over possible terms of endearment. "Uncle?" According to the hierarchy within their social circle, that was indeed fitting. "Too old," Peiji replied. "What about brother?" He had little affection for such titles, biting down hard on her collarbone to convey his desire. "Call me husband." It felt perverse to refer to him as husband when they were not married. Moreover, the word itself seemed imbued with shame. Yet, when juxtaposed against the weight of power and wealth, such embarrassment became trivial. Ultimately, it was influence and riches that held significance. If he could be appeased, he would grant her anything she desired. She had once indulged him, soothing him to the point of bliss, only to plot her escape. Though she was caught each time, the thought of being cared for, having everything she wished for, was a dream many would envy. However, Pei Ji was a madman, possessing an extreme need for control and possessiveness. He had embedded a locator in the ring he gifted her, and the villa was equipped with surveillance. To prevent her from exposing her piano playing to the public eye, he fed her prohibited substances, rendering her limbs weak and unable to play. He transformed her into a beautiful doll, destined to lie in bed day and night, waiting for Pei Ji to return and shower her with affection. Husband, when Yin implored him, "Take me home." After a brief kiss, Pei Ji finally acquiesced to her request. During the journey, a profound silence enveloped the two occupants of the car, the only sound being the scenery whizzing by outside, reminiscent of a cinematic experience. As they awaited the traffic light, Pei Ji adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, his left resting atop it while he extended his right hand, offering his phone to Wen Yin. "You know the password. Please add your contact information." Wen Yin accepted the phone, mentally cursing the man. Habitually, she inputted her birth date, and the device unlocked in an instant, her fingers gliding over the screen until she suddenly froze. The password was familiar. It was her birthday, just as it had been in her past life. A chilling dread surged within her, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. The disconcerting familiarity of the words and the password led her to suspect that Pei Ji too had experienced a rebirth. Yet, if he had indeed returned, he would not allow her to escape. He would imprison her, forbidding anyone from seeing her. "The birthday is something your parents informed me of. It is entirely reasonable to use your wife's birthday as a password," Pei Ji remarked, catching a glimpse of her fleeting confusion and fear in his peripheral vision, prompting him to clarify. As the light turned green, the car resumed its journey until they reached the residential area, halting at the intersection beside a standalone villa. At that moment, she became convinced that Pei Ji was privy to all her secrets, her birthday, home address, and countless other undisclosed details. Wen Yin unfastened her seatbelt, but before she could step out, he grasped her hand. The man leaned closer, draping a carefully prepared gift, a necklace, around her neck, discarding her previous one aside. The necklace featured a heart-shaped pendant adorned with pink diamonds, exquisitely crafted and elegantly shimmering. Wen Yin had not anticipated such a sudden gift. "This rare Australian pink diamond from the auction is perfectly suited for you," he said. Appreciating the necklace's beauty, she thanked him and quickly exited the vehicle, feeling that lingering any longer would render the atmosphere increasingly awkward. As she approached her home, she noticed a girl waiting at the entrance. The girl, with a pleasant appearance, seemed anxious, dressed in a flowing blue gown, her long hair elegantly braided to the side, a picture of gentleness. That girl was Wen Tian, the daughter of her uncle. Once enchanted by her sisterly demeanor, Wen Yin had felt pity for her loss of a father, recalling their childhood camaraderie. Yet, she was taken aback by how treacherous and cunning Wen Tian had become in adulthood. Contemplating Wen Tian's past actions ignited a fury within Wen Yin, her body trembling with rage, yearning to confront her and exact revenge for the grievances of her former life. However, she deemed such retribution too lenient for her adversary. Wen Tian paced at the entrance, glancing anxiously to the right, only to spot Wen Yin disembarking from the car. She had not anticipated being captured by paparazzi, nor had the elderly man she had arranged to meet laid eyes on Wen Yin. With her absence from the hotel, where could she have gone? "Yin Yin." Wen Tian rushed forward, grasping the girl's hand, tears cascading down her cheeks, a poignant manifestation of her distress. "Are you angry with me? I never anticipated such an incident at the class reunion. I do not harbor any feelings for Ji Chenyu. Our relationship is entirely innocent. I would never vie for him with you." Her tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, a pitiful display of sorrow as she offered her apologies. It felt as though a sister, genuinely remorseful, was seeking forgiveness from her younger sibling. Yet, in this altered reality, Wen Yin found it insincere. Wen Tian was a master of pretense, more adept than a mere plastic bag, suppressing her own nauseating emotions. Wen Yin feigned a red-eyed softness and gently soothed the girl before her. "Sister, I understand it is not your fault. You must have been wronged. This affirmation seemed to alleviate some of the girl's distress, for those raised in the sheltered confines of a boudoir are often the easiest to deceive, particularly by those familiar to them. Yin Yin, where did you go after drinking last night? I searched for you everywhere. I was so worried. She had meticulously orchestrated a trap over the past few days, even going so far as to provide an older man with Wen Yin's photograph, instructing him to wait by the ladies' restroom. However, unexpectedly, the intended target had vanished, while the arranged paparazzi intruded upon her in Ji Chenyu's room. I met a friend after drinking. I felt unwell and was taken home by Su Han, the sister you know. Wen Yin was acutely aware of her thoughts. As anticipated, a flicker of malice and disappointment crossed the girl's face, a testament to her plan unraveling. When Tian recalled the message Ji Chun had just sent her and the video she had seen on the school forum, tightening her grip on the girl's hand. Yin Yin, this situation was an accident. Ji Chun only loves you. Are you truly considering breaking up with him? I do not wish for you to become estranged because of me. The words dripped with insincerity, leaving Wen Yin speechless. Yet, the true spectacle was only beginning. She intended to meticulously orchestrate Wen Tian's downfall, delighting in the chaos that would ensue between Wen Tian and Ji Chunyu. I understand. I do not blame Chunyu, nor do I wish to part ways with him. Wen Yin fixed her gaze on the girl, continuing her web of deceit, her demeanor unwavering. I truly love him. Love so fervently that she would wish for Ji Chunyu's demise. In a black car parked by the roadside, Pei Ji bit down on a cigarette, retrieving one from the pack. His fingers deftly flicked the lighter, igniting a blue flame that kindled the cigarette. A deep inhalation filled his lungs with smoke, which he exhaled in a swirling cloud. His hand, adorned with the cigarette, rested casually outside the window, the cold, pale fingers starkly defined, elegant yet restrained. The necklace concealed a listening device, and through the earpiece came the sweet, familiar voice of the girl, including the haunting declaration, I truly love him. Chapter 7. Pretending to be weak, the villa was ablaze with light, adorned in a familiar European style. Upon entering the grand hall, Wen Yin immediately spotted her parents and Chu Li, whose expressions were heavy with concern. Chu Li was seated beside her mother, engaged in a conversation, tears streaming down her face. It appeared that the news had spread online, and within a day, the video had circulated widely, causing quite a stir. Wen Yin felt too apprehensive to venture outside, and attending school seemed like a distant thought. The family was deliberating whether to proceed with the marriage arrangements, as they believed one must take responsibility after such an incident. A girl's reputation held paramount importance. Wen Yin is back. Wen's mother called out, gesturing for her to come closer and patting the space beside her. Wen Yin approached with a smile, settling next to the woman and playfully wrapping her arm around her. Mommy, why are you still awake at this hour? The young girl was enchanting, her face resting on her mother's shoulder, who in her youth had been an unparalleled beauty in the capital. Wen Yin had inherited her mother's striking looks, perhaps even surpassing her. Wen Tian sat silently at the other end of the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, though she was secretly gripping the hem of her skirt in a fierce manner, all while maintaining a fait audacious smile. Why did Wen Yin possess such beauty and a perfect family, while she had nothing? From her position on the sofa, Wen Yin caught a glimpse of the girl nearby, who was clutching her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. A smirk flickered across Wen Yin's face as she observed the envy and resentment etched upon her features. After a prolonged wait, Chu Li rose to serve tea to the young lady. Wen Yin, you saw the news this morning, right? Your mother knows that Ji Chenyu is your boyfriend, and this whole situation is merely a misunderstanding. Please do not let this jeopardize the sisterly bond between you two. They were well aware of how fond Wen Yin was of Ji Chenyu, and they feared the potential fallout would disrupt their plans. If a quarrel ensued, they would lose their leverage over this young lady, who was the true center of their family dynamic. Your sister would never covet your boyfriend. The incident has occurred, and I implore you not to let anger take root. I shall have your sister apologize to you. The woman continued speaking, but after a lengthy silence, she received no response. Chu Li hesitated and looked over, observing the indifference in the girl's gaze, which was now cold and laced with a hint of enmity directed at her. It was as if she were a beautiful and venomous serpent, seemingly harmless, yet exuding a facade of insincerity. In that moment, it seemed to Chu Li that Wen Yin had changed. The intensity of Wen Yin's gaze sent a shiver down Chu Li's spine, her unfamiliar expression causing her heart to skip a beat. Wen Yin appeared to smile. If you wish for me to remain unperturbed, then both of you must kneel and bow to me 3 times. Once you have done so, my anger shall dissipate. This proclamation left those present in a state of shock. Even Wen S' mother was taken aback, not expecting her daughter to be genuinely upset over that impoverished boy. Wen S' mother glanced at her daughter, whose head rested on her shoulder. Yin Yin, one must not speak in such a manner. She is your aunt. Your aunt has no designs on your family's wealth. They had originally promised to provide them with a house and facilitate their move, yet they had insisted on staying, claiming that saving for a home was too expensive. Thus, these 2 individuals remained in the household, becoming pests. Though her parents may remain oblivious to the true nature of these 2 individuals, Wen Yin perceives it all too clearly. She feigns a deliberate anger, fully aware that her parents will indulge her. Rising, she casts a cold glance at the mother and daughter seated upon the sofa. Leave my home. You surely have a residence of your own, yet you still choose to reside here. Father, I harbor no affection for them. This home is mine without them, and with them, it is devoid of me. As a sheltered young lady, she is undoubtedly the apple of her parents' eye. Wen's father, seated across the room in silence, observes the genuine ire etched on his daughter's face. Protective of his daughter, he finds himself questioning how Wen Tian could possibly be entangled with that impoverished fellow. After all, the relationship between his daughter and her boyfriend is apparent. A businessman with a keen and astute mind, he often finds himself a step behind when it comes to his daughter, solely focused on her happiness. Both Chu Li and Wen Tian are taken aback by Wen Yin's declaration. Even their knowledge of the existence of a separate home renders them momentarily uneasy. As Wen Yin appears poised to ascend the staircase, Wen Tian's tears flow freely, having already wept moments ago. Now, her face is a picture of sorrow, reminiscent of a rain-soaked flower as she rushes to catch up with the departing Wen Yin, repeatedly offering her apologies and evoking sympathy. I am sorry, Nian Nian. It is all my fault. You know I have no father. I have always regarded you as family. I am a victim of circumstances. Please do not be angry. Did you not just claim you weren't angry? Wen Yin retorts, I know you hold affection for him, and I truly did not foresee this occurring. If you're upset, then strike me. Just ensure that your ire is alleviated. A resounding slap interrupts Wen Tian's unfinished plea, silencing her words. Wen Yin exerted immense force, even more than she had when striking Ji Chenyu earlier in the day. Her palm tingles with pain, turning a vivid shade of red. The latter, caught off guard, stumbles backward, collapsing to the ground with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her right cheek inflamed and swollen. Wen Tian, momentarily stunned by the blow, remains dazed and grapples with the excruciating pain of her cheek. She cannot fathom that Wen Yin would actually raise her hand against her. Xiao Tian, Chu Li shrieks, rushing from the sofa, her heart aching as she kneels beside the girl, questioning Wen Yin with fervor. Yin Yin, she is your sister. While she may have erred, consider this. She brings you the finest delicacies and delights each day, always prioritizing your needs. How could you strike her? The 2 maids lingering at the kitchen doorway can scarcely believe their eyes as they witness the young lady resorting to violence, especially given that Wen Tian has indeed treated her well. Wen Yin, standing tall, gazes down upon the 2 on the floor, recognizing their adeptness at feigning vulnerability to garner sympathy and compassion from others. Her family had once fallen victim to such a ruse. Who cannot pretend to be fragile? Suddenly, her eyes brim with tears as she casts a sorrowful glance toward her parents. Her voice choked with emotion, her eyes reddened like those of a distressed rabbit. I harbor a deep disdain for them. Each day, they deliver delectable treats and engaging amusements to my room. Yet I have caught her pilfering my jewelry on more than one occasion, including some cherished birthday gifts bestowed upon me by my parents. The food she brings is entirely to my disliking. Knowing full well of my allergy to pineapple, why would she include fragments of it in the platter? I recall my childhood incident when I nearly succumbed to an allergic reaction after consuming pineapple. The household senior maid is well aware of my aversion. In my youth, I had never tasted pineapple until that fateful day when a platter arrived filled with exotic fruits from abroad, including pineapple. After just one bite, I broke out in hives, suffering a severe allergic reaction that left me on the brink of unconsciousness. Consequently, a strict decree was issued in the household forbidding the presence of anything related to pineapple. Even the slightest hint of its flavor was strictly prohibited. Upon hearing of the theft, my parents' expressions darkened instantly. They're not fools and, naturally, prioritize their daughter's well-being over that of outsiders. The act of stealing jewelry is a criminal offense, while feeding me pineapple could prove fatal. You lie. I did not steal the jewelry. I simply did not know you were allergic to pineapple at that moment. When Tion attempted to argue, yet she was met with a glimmer of disdain in the girl's eyes as she coldly retorted, "Shall I search your room? Are you truly unaware of my pineapple allergy?" When Mu, standing nearby, could no longer tolerate the situation. Regardless of who the new maid was, she had made it clear from the outset that pineapple had no place in their home. When Tion and her mother had initially rejected offers for other accommodations, she had informed them of her daughter's picky eating habits and severe allergy. Unable to bear it any longer, when Mu stepped forward, shielding her daughter protectively, her stance unmistakably clear. "Yin, you should return to your room and rest. Here, your father and I will handle this." When Fu, standing aside, wore a complex expression. With his son deceased, he felt a responsibility to protect the two women, yet he also had a wife and daughter to safeguard. As the pillar of the family, he summoned the security personnel, issuing stern orders. "Remove them from our premises. They are never to set foot in the one household again." The guards nodded immediately, advancing to drag the mother and daughter out, despite their pleas for mercy and admissions of guilt, watching the wicked duo being expelled from the house. When Yin stood behind them with crimson eyes, a sly smile playing on her lips. This was merely the first step in their torment. She would ensure that they returned every last penny they had pilfered in the household, allowing them to experience the pain she had endured in her previous life. Chapter 8. Did she break up with that man? In her previous life, she was unjustly vilified when paparazzi captured her in an unflattering light. Her parents expended considerable resources to suppress the trending topic, yet they could not prevent whispers from lurking in the shadows. During that time, her anguish remained unknown to the world. Pei Ji professed his love for her, yet he rendered her incapable of playing the piano and transformed her into a mere doll confined within the villa. Upon learning of her parents' wrongful demise, vengeance consumed her thoughts. She even contemplated a mutual destruction with them. It was Pei Ji who promised her retribution, assuring her that those responsible would pay dearly. As the cries of Chu Li and Wen Tian faded into the distance, Wen's mother suddenly turned and embraced the young girl, softly soothing her turbulent emotions. "Yin, you should have confided in your mother sooner about the bullying. In moments of pain and confusion, no one stands behind us, yet our parents will always do so." Father, when approached, gently patting the woman's shoulder, gazing at Wen Yin, "I should never have permitted them to remain in our home. That boy is unworthy of you." Yin, witnessing her parents alive before her, still treating her as their cherished treasure, an overwhelming tide of sorrow and sweetness surged within Wen Yin, accompanied by a profound sense of relief and joy at the chance to start anew. "I do not harbor any affection for Ji Chenyu. I do not like him now, nor will I in the future." To this day, she reflects on the time Pei Ji confined her, recognizing that it thwarted their schemes. Otherwise, she too might have perished in that tragic accident. However, Pei Ji was a madman with an insatiable desire for control, a psychological extremity that no one could endure. Once she avenged and amassed wealth, she would take her parents away, far from the country, far from madness. Outside, when Tian was taken aback to find herself truly cast out, glaring furiously at the departing security guard, her nails nearly digging into her flesh from rage, Chu Li clumsily rose from the ground. Her expression one of frustration as she regarded Wen Tian. "How did your secret affair with Ji Chenyu end up in the hands of the paparazzi? You are more of a hindrance than a help." Wen Tian, too, was perplexed. The plan had been meticulously crafted, and the paparazzi were supposed to be stationed outside. How could they have breached her sanctuary? Could it be that someone was clandestinely safeguarding Wen Yin? The morning sun shone brilliantly, its warm rays pouring into the library, casting a golden glow upon the notebook on the desk. The library was so silent that even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Students were engrossed in their studies, the occasional rustling of pages breaking the stillness. Suhan finally completed her thesis and slumped over the desk, utterly drained. Heavens, I have finally finished. Raising her eyes, she noticed the person across from her was adjusting a music score in preparation for an upcoming piano competition. As she returned from the bar yesterday, she had been struck by curiosity, pondering how Nien had come to know Pei Ji. At 26, he had never had a woman by his side for so many years, disliking social interactions. Yet, just yesterday, he had reached out to grasp Wen Yin's hand, allowing her to inscribe words upon his palm. Nien, your relationship with Pei Ji seems rather extraordinary. Wen Yin paused at her keyboard upon hearing her words, her mind wandering in contemplation. For that man, their relationship was one of romance. Yet for her, it was merely a means to placate a man driven to madness. Just as she pondered this, her phone erupted with a new message from Pei Ji, whose contact name was marked as Control Freak. They had exchanged WeChat information while in the car, with him promising to reach out when he had the time. I'll pick you up for lunch. Wen Yin glanced at her response, editing and refining her words before finally settling on, Wen Yin, just transfer the money. I can handle my own meal. Reflecting on the nature of men, she felt her reply was somewhat curt, so she followed it with a cute emoji. Wen Yin, pink kitten stepping on milk JPG. No sooner had she sent the message than her phone displayed a notification of a bank transfer. Pei Ji had sent her 200,000. She was well aware of his wealth, yet she mused that a single meal could hardly cost such an extravagant sum. I'll pick you up for lunch. Accompany me. Initially, she had intended to decline, but the second message left her with no room for refusal, and with reluctance, she replied, understood. Beside her, Suhan wore a knowing smile, seemingly aware of their relationship. After sending her message, she looked up, meeting Wen Yin's gaze. Yin, you two are dating, right? Pei Ji is the object of desire for countless women. What they did not understand was Pei Ji's formidable nature. His commanding presence and unyielding control were overwhelming, often requiring endless appeasement in certain matters. Wen Yin sighed, please, spare me your teasing. He is 6 years my senior. With a fatherly charm, Pei Ji's authoritative visage radiated dominance. He commanded attention wherever he stood. Suhan was already envisioning the image of the two together, the allure of an older, protective partner paired with a sweet, soft girl. Who could resist such a pairing? Noticing Suhan's imagination running wild, Wen Yin discreetly closed her laptop and stowed it in her bag. Remaining any longer might prompt her friend to utter some unsavory jokes. As she watched Suhan with her eyes closed, daydreaming, she tightened her grip on her bag and stealthily slipped away. Once outside the library, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her phone buzzing with a barrage of messages from Suhan. She chuckled softly as she replied. Today had been unusually calm. She hadn't seen Wen Tian or Ji Chenyu at all, leaving her curious about what mischief they might be plotting. Clutching her bag, she exited the campus, where she immediately spotted a black car parked at the entrance, its license plate marked with 4 ones. Such a plate, symbolizing power and wealth, belonged to but one individual. Just then, the window slid down, revealing a familiar hand resting on the edge, followed by his well-known face. Wen Yin reminded herself that she had already agreed to this relationship. As long as she could soothe and placate him and avoid marriage, she would comply with whatever he desired. She planned to bide her time until she could exact her revenge and accumulate enough wealth to leave the country, all the while making use of Pei Ji. Even if fear of him lingered, she alone possessed the memories of her past life. Thus, she couldn't afford to be afraid or lose her composure. Slowly approaching the black car, she pulled at the rear door, only to find it stubbornly locked. Sit in the passenger seat. His deep voice resonated from the driver's seat. Upon catching sight of her, Pei Ji was immediately reminded of the confession he had overheard the previous day. His grip on the steering wheel tightened as he watched the young woman navigate around the front of the car to the passenger seat. Wen Yin entered the vehicle and discreetly glanced at Pei Ji. Having spent a considerable time together in their previous life, she sensed that he was not angry, Yet the atmosphere within the car felt distinctly oppressive. "Are you upset?" Wen Yin inquired, feigning ignorance. No sooner had she spoken than she noticed a man leaning toward her, enveloping her in his embrace, their breaths entwined, their lips almost touching, which startled her into shutting her eyes. Initially fearing he was about to force a kiss, she soon realized he merely intended to fasten her seatbelt. With a sigh of relief, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find Pei Ji descending upon her lips, their warmth and intensity leaving no room for evasion. It felt as though a hand suddenly grasped her cheek, urging her to look up. Unable to push him away, she was met with another forceful and suffocating kiss reminiscent of that day, and when she finally had the chance to breathe, she heard Pei Ji's somber inquiry. "Have you broken up with that man? Do you still have feelings for him?" Chapter 9. My dear, I dislike lying in the tranquil yet confined space. When Yin felt her heart racing, the impulsive kisses were rather excessive, and their romantic progression felt remarkably swift, especially considering they had already shared night together. Her lips were swollen and painful from his ardent affections, and as she gazed upon his strikingly divine visage, she nodded and confessed, "It's over." Pei Ji inquired, "Do you still harbor feelings for him?" "No, I do not," she replied, though her thoughts revolved around how to placate this volatile individual to prevent an outburst. Nevertheless, the words of separation and disinterest were sincere. She genuinely felt no affection for Ji Chenyu, only revulsion. Pei Ji scrutinized the girl's features, observing her earnest expression, devoid of deceit, which significantly lifted his spirits. He detested the notion of those he cared for entangled with other men. "My dear, I possess a strong desire for control. Hence I expect that while we are in a relationship, you refrain from any associations with other males. The consequences shall be yours to bear." Wen Yin understood the implicit warning within his words, having learned her lesson in a previous life. She promptly nodded, reaching out to embrace his arm, planting a soft kiss upon his face as a gesture of submission and affection. "I love you the most, my husband." The kiss brushed against his skin like a feather. As she leaned in, the first scent that enveloped him was that of her sweetness, penetrating his heart before the kiss, and her voice followed. The kiss, initiated by her, made his heart feel as though it had plunged into a jar of honey, his body instinctively tensing. Once she withdrew, her thoughts turned to the previous day when she had researched how to appease a man, even seeking methods to repel him. Men, she mused, are drawn to challenges that awaken their desire for conquest. In her former life, her stubbornness had led her to flee repeatedly, each time captured, never yielding. Perhaps this had ignited within Pei Ji a fervent sense of challenge and desire to conquer. The more obedient one is, the more one risks becoming tiresome. As they drove to a renowned restaurant, she discreetly cast a glance at Pei Ji, pondering if it was intentional. Ji Chenyu, a student from a less fortunate background, worked part-time at this establishment. She had once given him an unlimited black card out of sympathy, not wishing for him to toil in such a place. Yet he always insisted on relying on his own efforts. This only deepened her compassion, leading her to cover his rent, accommodation, and meals. Reflecting on her past, Wen Yin felt an urge to slap herself twice. Pei Ji observed her momentary distraction and cleared his throat softly. Startled, Wen Yin sprang back to reality, noticing the dark, menacing gaze fixed upon her by Pei Ji, prompting her to jog a few steps forward and link her arm with his, smiling sweetly. "You've treated me lavishly. Dear husband, this is my first visit to this restaurant. Shall we choose another one I frequent instead?" Though she remained uncertain if it was mere coincidence, she was adamant about avoiding an encounter with Ji Chenyu, fearing his potential persistence might incite Pei Ji's wrath. Thus, she resolved to dine here. Pei Ji furrowed his brow as he guided her into the restaurant. Upon their arrival, the front desk staff greeted them with a polite bow. "Good day, Mr. Pei. Your reserved table is this way." The receptionist led them to a conspicuous table at the heart of the restaurant, where a grand piano stood at the forefront, and a pianist played, enriching the atmosphere with melodious tunes. Within the interior, a small fountain graces the space, surrounded by opulent and luxurious decorations. As the two took their seats, a server promptly approached to take their order. The staff here donned matching uniforms and masks, with the only indication of their identity being the name tags affixed to the left breast of their attire. When Ji Chenyu arrived to take their order and caught sight of the girl in the dress, his hand holding the tablet paused momentarily. He then looked at Wen Yin with eager anticipation and delight, his voice trembling with excitement. "Yin Yin, I knew you would come to find me." Since Wen Yin left the previous day, his calls and messages seemed to have been blocked, and even his bank card was deactivated. He could not see Wen Yin, and while he had previously taken her presence for granted, being blocked after provoking her anger left an ache in his heart, as if he were slowly losing something precious. Thus, he came to work, convinced that she would eventually show up, given how deeply she cared for him. To his surprise, she arrived the very next day. The videos circulating online had tarnished his reputation significantly, and when he first returned to work, the manager was reluctant to employ him, apologizing profusely before finally granting him a chance. However, since the restaurant staff wore masks, no one could recognize anyone else, minimizing the impact of his presence. Wen Yin did not expect the person taking her order to be Ji Chenyu. Upon meeting his expectant and joyful gaze, she tilted her head in confusion. "I don't know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else." She could feel Pei Ji's piercing gaze upon her, which made her uneasy and caused a chill to run down her spine. She hoped fervently that Ji Chenyu would take his leave. As he mistakenly believed that his masked appearance rendered him unrecognizable, he was about to remove his mask. However, Wen Yin swiftly stood up from the table, raising her voice slightly. "Where's the manager? I cannot place my order. Could you send someone else?" Noticing the commotion, the manager approached, his expression stiffening upon seeing Pei Ji seated at the table. He immediately bowed respectfully. Turning to the young lady across from him, he said, "My sincerest apologies, miss. I shall fetch another server for you at once." Having served as a manager for many years, he was acquainted with numerous prominent figures and stakeholders of the restaurant. Fearing to provoke Pei Ji's ire, he quickly ushered Ji Chenyu aside and gestured for another server to take the order. With the server gone, Wen Yin felt a tremendous weight lift from her chest. She turned to Pei Ji to explain, "He must have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know him." Pei Ji exuded an authority that commanded respect, combined with the composure and allure of a mature man, entirely distinct from the boys at school. His dark, profound eyes, clad in a tailored suit with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, held an intense gaze that seemed to see right through her. Truly, he was a figure of commanding presence. Feeling a pang of guilt, Wen Yin dared not meet his gaze, casually ordering a few dishes. Once the server departed, she lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her fingers beneath the table. When anxious or guilty, she had a habit of picking at her hands. "My dear, I do not appreciate deceit." He wished for Wen Yin to openly acknowledge their relationship, rather than feigning ignorance and exhibiting anxiety in his presence. If one truly does not care, they should conduct themselves like an ordinary stranger, with utmost grace. "Am I truly so unremarkable?" Pei Ji inquired. "Or do you still hold feelings for him, wishing to rekindle the past?" "Absolutely not," Wen Yin swiftly retorted, her finely sculpted brows knitting together at the mention of rekindling old flames, her lush lips pressed into a firm line. "I merely fear you might misunderstand and believe that I have affections for him, which is why I feigned unfamiliarity. I harbor a deep aversion towards him." Chapter 10. Can you escape? Pei Ji was not one to tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. Besides possessing an insatiable desire for control, he was particularly cunning. This time, his motive for dining was likely to ascertain whether she still harbored feelings for Ji Chenyu. He not only knew her birthday, home address, and bank account number, but he had probably also scrutinized every detail about her friends. She now harbored grave suspicions that Pei Ji was indeed testing her resolve. "My dear, you say you fear commitment, so I grant you time, yet I hope that during our courtship, you will also regard and respect this relationship." Wen Yin paused, her breath caught as she gazed intently at Pei Ji, who sat across from her, his piercing gaze fixated upon her, akin to a serpent poised to strike. He articulated each word with deliberate precision. "I do not favor retreat, nor do I appreciate opposition at every turn, and I detest deceit. If you disobey, I am not averse to employing unconventional methods." In an instant, When Yin comprehended his insinuation, gripping the fabric of her clothing beneath the table, she was suddenly reminded of dark memories from a past life, where she was ensnared and controlled, an addiction etched into her very bones, impossible to forget, replaying incessantly in her mind. His words, though tender in tone, bore the weight of a veiled threat, further solidifying her resolve to save money and flee. Peiji, what manner of woman do you desire that you cannot possess? Why must it be me? Desire requires no justification, he replied, narrowing his eyes. Can you truly escape? Wen Yin tightened her grip, the weight of his statement almost leading her to mistakenly believe he too had been reborn. Her sweet nothings were merely a means to placate Peiji, to prevent him from descending into madness while she plotted her escape. In the distance, Ji Chinyu, having been pulled away, stood in a corner, unable to absorb the manager's reprimands. All his attention was fixated on the center of the room, where Wen Yin sat, even noticing her discreetly biting her fingers beneath the table. Having spent considerable time together, he recognized this as a sign of anxiety and fear. The man across from her exuded an air of immense power, accompanied by a palpable aura of authority. Even his tailored suit bespoke exclusivity. Is Nian Yin angry or jealous? Did she deliberately invite that man to provoke me? Listen here, you brat. Are you even paying attention? If this happens again, you'd best clear out. The manager's final admonition echoed as he departed, leaving Ji Chinyu to handle backstage duties amidst the bustling crowd. The restaurant's dishes arrived swiftly, artfully arranged, and generously portioned. The meat was freshly slaughtered and prepared, the vegetables were crisp, and the fruit platter was beautifully carved. Wen Yin ordered casually, careful not to reveal that she had dined here numerous times, opting instead for a selection of signature dishes. The buttered bread was baked to a perfect crisp, sprinkled with black pepper and chopped parsley, deviating from the traditional sweetness to offer a hint of saltiness, a most peculiar flavor. Peiji cut the steak first, rearranging the plate to place it before her, neatly portioned for her convenience. Thank you. Wen Yin discreetly lifted her gaze, observing his long, slender fingers, pale as porcelain, deftly wielding the knife and fork, his right wrist adorned with a watch, exuding an air of sophistication and grace. She took a bite of the beef, her mind elsewhere, chewing absent-mindedly before spearing a piece of fruit carved into the shape of a flower and placing it in her mouth. Just as she took a bite, her cheeks were suddenly pinched, and upon looking up, she saw Peiji had risen and was gripping her face with one hand. She felt a bit dazed, and when she realized what was in her mouth, her complexion turned pale, with her cheeks slightly lifted from a pinch. He pried her jaws apart and extracted the pieces of fruit she had bitten into. The pain from the grip was quite intense. Tears welled up in Wen Yin's eyes as he finally eased his hold after removing the fruit chunks from her mouth. He then picked up a cup and brought it to her lips. Gargle and spit it out. The cup pressed against her lips, and instinctively she opened her mouth, allowing him to feed her the liquid. After drinking, she slowly expelled the remnants of the fruit, and the taste of pineapple gradually faded away. Peiji glanced at the fruit platter and moved it farther away. With the sweetness of pineapple no longer lingering in her mouth, Wen Yin sipped her juice, relieved that she had managed to spit everything out without swallowing. It was somewhat alarming that he had even discovered her allergy. How could she have unknowingly stuffed pineapple into her mouth? What was she thinking? Of course, she was contemplating how to keep him from losing his temper. Wen Yin dared not voice this thought, as her cheeks still throbbed from the pinch. Rubbing her sore face, she felt a bit wronged. Are you scolding me? Her voice was soft, accompanied by glistening eyes, and as Peiji looked at her in this vulnerable state, his gaze darkened slightly. That night, she had also gazed at him with such soft, pleading eyes, perhaps due to the effects of the herbal medicine, making her cling to him like a spirit. He suddenly yearned to relive that evening. I wasn't scolding you. It was my fault for raising my voice. Peiji softened his tone to soothe her. Knowing she had mentioned before that she disliked being yelled at, it seemed no girl favored a boyfriend's loud voice. Wen Yin had merely spoken casually, not expecting him to genuinely lower his voice to comfort her, leaving her somewhat flustered. An allergy to pineapple was a serious matter, even if it had entered her mouth. There was still a chance of residue lingering, as she couldn't be sure whether the juice had trickled down her throat when she took that first bite. While they were dining, someone approached Pei Ji, handing him a box of medication. It was the allergy medication he had texted his assistant to procure. Regardless, taking the medicine would be the safer option. The white tablets rested quietly in his palm as he extended his hand towards her. Wen Yin recognized his thoughtfulness and reached out to take the pills, swallowing them with a sip of plain water. After finishing her meal, she announced her intention to visit the restroom to wash her hands and tidy her clothes. Compared to spending time with a madman, she preferred to focus on practicing the piano, striving to secure first place at the piano competition a month later. Initially, she had considered the quickest ways to earn money, of which there were three: investing in entrepreneurship, acting, and charming a madman. Entrepreneurship required substantial capital, and there were risks involved that could lead to losses. Acting, on the other hand, promised high remuneration. The more famous an actor became, the higher their pay. She had once been scouted by a talent agent and still kept the business card. Charming the madman meant winning over Pei Ji, who was generous and could be a source of income for her. After washing her hands and exiting the restroom, Wen Yin was immediately greeted by the sight of Ji Chenyu waiting at the door. Leaning against the corridor, he appeared to disregard her presence. Yet she was acutely aware that he was deliberately blocking her way, inevitably leading to an unavoidable quarrel. Rather than confronting the situation herself, she preferred to let Pei Ji handle it. She took out her phone and composed a message. "Darling, my ex-boyfriend is blocking me." She recognized that she had made this mistake numerous times before, always intending to resolve matters on her own, only for the entanglement to become more complicated when Pei Ji discovered it, leading to an inextricable bond. After sending the message, she left the restroom and was met with the sight of Pei Ji approaching from down the corridor, while Ji Chenyu, who had been watching for her exit, remained vigilant. "Yin Yin!" Ji Chenyu exclaimed with excitement. As he stepped forward, reaching out to embrace the young woman, she instinctively took a step back, evading him and moving towards the unfamiliar man behind her. He turned in astonishment, witnessing Wen Yin maneuvering around him to take refuge behind the stranger. Gripping the man's hand as she peered out like a cautious kitten, keeping a wary eye on him. Chapter 11. The Thrill of Bullying in the Past. Wen Yin delighted in trailing closely behind him, unwavering in her support of his every endeavor, her gentle voice ceaselessly chattering as she clutched his arm. However, following the incident at the hotel, everything transformed. Ji Chenyu admitted that he had approached her with ulterior motives. Yet why did his heart ache so profoundly upon witnessing her retreat behind another man in aversion? With his eyes reddened, the young man took a few steps closer. "Yin Yin, must you truly be so heartless?" He could not fathom it. He refused to believe that the girl who once adored him would suddenly abandon him. Surely, she was merely sulking over the hotel affair, harboring jealousy and anger. When Yin, concealed behind the man, observed the tumult of emotions flickering in his gaze, understanding that he likely harbored a misplaced confidence, thinking she was simply throwing a tantrum. Gripping Pei Ji's hand tightly, she whispered, "I am frightened." Her soft expression of fear ignited the man's instinct to protect her. She was acutely aware that it would be far more prudent to allow Pei Ji to handle the situation with decisiveness rather than attempting to navigate the turmoil herself. When Pei Ji arrived, he had already summoned bodyguards, who swiftly advanced to seize Ji Chenyu, forcibly pinning him against the wall. "What are you doing? Let me go. This is illegal. Release me." Ji Chenyu, oblivious to the man's identity, sensed from the manager's demeanor that this individual held considerable influence. In his memory, there had never been another man in Wen Yin's life apart from him. "Are you repulsed by my association with others? I was truly ensnared by deceit. You must believe me. My love for you is genuine. Yin Yin, I know you still love me. I understand your anger. But could you refrain from provoking me with other men?" She held no desire to incite his jealousy by seeking out another man. It was Pei Ji who had pursued her. Just as she contemplated rebuking him, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor caught her attention, signaling someone's hurried approach. Turning around, she saw a girl rushing toward them. It was Wen Tian. Wen Tian had heard that Wen Yin was spotted in the restaurant where Ji Chenyu worked. She surmised that Wen Yin must still harbor feelings for him, prompting her visit. Even if they had been thrown out of their home, she remained the innocent young lady she had always been. As when Tian approached, she noticed several individuals in the hallway, particularly seeing Wen Yin standing behind a man. Upon recognizing the man's visage, she found herself momentarily frozen. This was none other than the esteemed heir of the Pei family, a figure of significant power and influence online. Her gaze dropped to the hands clasped between the man and Wen Yin, igniting an instantaneous surge of jealousy and rage within her. Why did every man seem to orbit around Wen Yin? Why did everyone have ties to her? When Tian stepped closer to Ji Chenyu, attempting to push through the bodyguards, only to be yanked aside by one of them, who showed no mercy for her as a female. When Tian and Ji Chenyu had known each other for quite some time, having initially devised a plan to draw near, secretly becoming involved long before. She could not bear to witness Ji Chenyu being restrained by a throng of bodyguards. Yin Yin, Chenyu is still your boyfriend. Remember how you declared your undying love for him? How could you allow others to pin him against the wall? Wen Yin was perplexed by their banter. Coldly, she interjected, I have long since broken up with him. As she spoke, the young girl linked her arm with Pei Ji's, tilting her head to gaze softly into the man's face. Gently introducing, Pei Ji is my boyfriend. Upon hearing her words, Pei Ji felt a sense of relief. This was the affirmation he longed for, that she could openly acknowledge their relationship in front of anyone, rather than acting coy and insincere. Everyone is already aware of your affair at the hotel. We have long parted ways, so cease calling him your boyfriend. When did I ever say I loved him? Perhaps you misheard. I said I detest him. Isn't hate merely the antithesis of love? At that moment, it was just the two of them. Who could discern whether she spoke of love or hate? Pei Ji recalled the clear voice transmitted from the listening device, distinctly hearing her say, I truly love him to death. Xiao Guai. Wen Yin was startled by him calling her name. What is it? Pei Ji turned his head, his gaze fixed on the girl beside him. His expression calm as he uttered in a low voice, Go up and hit him. Wen Yin was taken aback. Hit him? Who? Haven't we broken up? If you despise him and he is harassing you, then strike him. Should anything occur, I will take responsibility. Her family was not one of wealth passed down through generations. It was her father's recent success in business that had brought them prosperity. They were affluent, yet lacked significant power and had not yet established a firm foothold. In contrast, Pei Ji possessed both status and influence. This was clearly an instance of her being emboldened by his power. A person of authority could walk down the street, take offense at anyone, and beat them without fear of repercussions. This was the true nature of a capitalist. Pei Ji observed her failure to act, mistakenly believing she hesitated out of reluctance, harboring a flicker of compassion for her former boyfriend. Yet he was mistaken. He watched as Wen Yin released his arm and approached Ji Chenyu, whose bodyguards held him tightly. The young girl stood before him and delivered a sharp slap across his face, the sound resonating through the air. Wen Tian was astonished by her audacity. She had struck him based on another's words. Wen Yin, she exclaimed wide-eyed. Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, she received a resounding slap in return. Wen Yin landed 2 heavy slaps, feeling for the first time the exhilarating thrill of bullying someone. It was far more satisfying than the slaps she had delivered previously. How to describe it? The pleasure of exerting power over another was intoxicating. Thus, she recognized her need for wealth and influence. If she possessed riches, she would not be a virtuous person. Just as men could become corrupt with wealth, so too could women. Wen Yin, on what grounds do you strike me? Do you believe I want to report you to the authorities? Wen Yin heard the girl shrieking on the ground. After enduring a night of slaps, her face had just begun to swell down, only to receive another heavy blow today, causing blood to seep from the corner of her lips. Gradually, she crouched down, forcefully grasping Wen Tian's hair, her eyes tinged with a cold, crimson hue, intentionally tugging at her scalp to inflict pain. Wen Tian, can you not endure this little suffering? This pain was trivial compared to the torment she felt when her parents were wrongfully implicated in a car accident, dying instantly as steel rods pierced their bodies. A fraction of the anguish she experienced upon discovering the truth that tore through her very soul. Her hand grew red and numb from the blows. The girl recalled events from her previous life, her eyes unwittingly welling with tears. Taking a deep breath, she stood up from the ground and returned to Pei Ji's side. She wrapped her arms around the man's robust waist, her delicate palm flushed crimson. Her eyes, glistening and reddened, gazed up at him as if seeking comfort from the pain, tightening her embrace with a playful pout. "My hand hurts so much. Please let them hit back for me." Pei Ji took her hand, pressing it against his lips with a gentle kiss, then gestured to the bodyguards. In the next moment, their cries echoed as the bodyguards took over the task of delivering slaps. The corridor leading to the restroom was temporarily blocked, preventing anyone from passing through. The sound of slapping resonated in waves. Wen Yin watched from the side as the two endured their punishment. At that moment, she realized her initial thoughts were indeed correct. Winning Pei Ji's favor and using him as a stepping stone to ascend higher in the world. The higher her status, the wealthier she became, and the more influential people she encountered. The girl turned to the person beside her, somewhat flatteringly linking her arm with the man's, tilting her face upwards towards Pei Ji as she sought his assistance. "I want to become an actress. Will you support me? Not merely as an actress on stage, but as a performer in the theater of life." Chapter 12. A passionate kiss in the car. P.I.J. coldly rejected her. He grasped the young girl's hand and led her out of the restaurant, leaving the others to continue their brawl. Once outside, he guided her back to the car and opened the trunk. It was crammed full of gift boxes, each adorned with the logos of prestigious clothing, shoes, and jewelry brands. The trunk was entirely filled with these luxurious items. WNNIN stood in stunned silence, realizing that these lavish gifts were all seemingly meant for her. The logos were all from high-end brands, including some shoes and bags that were beyond her reach. Although she was a wealthy young lady, her allowance was limited. Some designer bags could easily consume an entire month's worth of her spending money. "I can provide you with anything you desire. Being an actress is out of the question. I do not wish for others to see you. Money and power are at my disposal, and you cannot escape. If you attempt to flee, I will chain you by your ankle." WNNIN had forgotten just how strong his possessiveness was. In her past life, he had even gone so far as to prevent her from playing the piano in front of others, administering drugs to ensure she could never play again. Turning her head, she noticed P.I.J. had been watching her intently for quite some time. His narrow, deep-set eyes glowed with an intense, almost pathological heat, akin to a ruler gazing upon his possession. Unable to meet his gaze, WNNIN softly inquired, "Do you suffer from psychological disorder?" This question had lingered in her mind during her previous life as well. How could one possess such overwhelming desire and control over their belongings, even going to the extreme of feeding her medication to confine her within the walls of their home? A normal person would not act in such a manner, professing love, yet binding her under the guise of affection. "My dear, I know what you're thinking," P.I.J. said, holding her hand firmly while looking at her earnestly, providing an unexpectedly sensible response. "You will always be your own person, and only then will you belong to me." "What?" WNNIN was taken aback by his words. She would always be herself first, and only secondarily his. A person with psychological issues would not articulate such principled sentiments. Yet why did he engage in such morally questionable acts of confinement? This incarnation of P.I.J. seemed markedly different from the last. "Please take me home," WNNIN implored, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find his grip unyielding. Shouldn't a boyfriend say or do something in response to all these gifts? She gazed at the trunk filled with presents, and truth be told, they were all things she adored. She certainly would not shy away from accepting them. The young girl stood on her toes, following the line of his arm, and planted a kiss on his chin. The disparity in their heights was apparent. Even on tiptoe, she could only reach his jaw. "How did you grow so tall?" she mused. His physique was impressive, built from countless days and nights, and that powerful form would envelop her in a close embrace, drawing her intimately into his warmth. After kissing his chin, she pulled back, her voice soft and gentle. "Thank you, darling." Not having kissed his lips, she leaned in for another attempt. "You are truly difficult to please," she remarked. The girl, adorned in a limited edition apricot color dress that accentuated her waist, stood on tiptoe before the dignified and commanding man, her long hair cascading down her back, a perfect match for his handsome stature. She realized she had to look up to reach him. When Yin found herself unable to reach him, while he seemed deliberately unwilling to lower his head, she felt the warmth of the person in her embrace pressing closer, seeking a kiss. Could he bend down? The beautiful and delicate girl in his arms tilted her face upwards, her dress accentuating a graceful waistline, her long hair cascading down, exuding a distinct fragrance of roses. Her fair skin glowed, and as she clung to his shoulder, her toes barely touched the ground, struggling to bridge the gap. Adorning her neck was the pink diamond necklace he gifted her, amplifying her charm, resembling a tender rose. Pei Ji felt a stirring within, his throat involuntarily swallowing. This bold initiative to seek a kiss was a first for him, akin to an enticing temptation, drawing him into an irresistible abyss. He reached out to encircle the girl's waist, and at the moment of contact, a jolt coursed through him, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Wen Yin believed he was finally going to lean down for a kiss. After all, she thought, it would be worth it for all the gifts she had received. Converting those presents into cash would yield a significant sum. However, instead of kissing her, Pei Ji pulled her into the back seat of the car, shutting the door with a definitive thud. The confined space of the vehicle was filled with their bodies, with a man looming above her like a fierce, ravenous wolf. Throughout his life, many had sought his company, drawn by his power, seeking their own desires. Some resorted to underhanded methods, even employing drugs or engaging in vile acts. Yet from the first moment he laid eyes on Wen Yin, he yearned for her, just as he did now. The girl was pressed against the black leather seat, her skin pale, her dark hair splayed around her, with a few strands brushing against her face, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterflies. Pei Ji, what are you doing? Wen Yin had never anticipated he would suddenly pull her into the car and hold her down. She had experienced similar situations before, but those were forced encounters, her body pinned by a powerful frame, unable to escape, with a strong hand gripping her waist. Now, she could see the desire in Pei Ji's eyes, a wild intensity glaring back at her without any pretense. Panic surged within her. She swiftly turned, tried to scramble past him towards the opposite door. One hand pressed against the glass, the other grasping the handle in an attempt to escape. Just as she managed to crack the door open, a hand reached out, slamming it shut once more. A large, defined hand slowly enveloped her slender wrist adorned with bracelets, pressing it firmly against the window. Without needing to glance back, she could feel the heat of his breath behind her. Fear and anxiety swelled in her heart. Surely, he didn't intend to engage in such acts within the confines of the car. Although they had shared a moment at the hotel, she was not willing now. Wen Yin struggled to free her hand, her heart racing as she turned back, attempting to soothe him. Just as she did, his lips descended upon hers. Her petite form was pinned in that confined space, his large hand intertwining with hers on the back of her hand. She found herself immobilized, her heartbeat echoing in her ears. The weight of his presence was overwhelming, his powerful physique rendering her helpless, while one hand held her chin, forcing her into an unwilling kiss. Wen Yin tightly shut her eyes, struggling to catch her breath. As she slightly opened her eyes, her peripheral vision caught sight of the battered Jichen and Wen Tian drawing near their car. No, they will be seen. Bi Ji Wen someone. Overwhelmed by an oppressive force, she was brought to tears, hoping that her sorrow would prompt them to leave quickly. Pei Ji squinted, parting his lips, his voice hoarse, as he observed the two arguing outside through the car window. So what if they were seen kissing her man? The words dripped with malice, as if it were intentional, and as the figures approached, fear gripped her, dreading the possibility of being noticed. Numerous vehicles were parked nearby, with theirs being the first on the edge, allowing a clear view of those emerging from the restaurant through the window. It was not that she was afraid. It was Wen Tian's nature to steal glances at luxury cars, even pressing her face against the window to see if any contact information was left behind. Under the pretense of needing to move her car, she would call the owner, scrutinizing their attire and behavior to gauge whether they were wealthy. Wen Yin even noticed Wen Tian's gaze sweeping towards their vehicle. Both of their faces were swollen, resembling pig heads, and amidst their quarrel, Wen Tian spotted a top-tier luxury car, particularly intrigued by its rare license plate in the capital. She contemplated weather check for a number left for moving the car. As when Tian drew closer, covering her face, when Yin froze, her pale face trembling violently, already envisioning the scene of being pinned down by Pei Ji against the car window. Enough! They are coming. Bastard. Chapter 13. Reluctance to bear a bulging abdomen. Every individual possesses a sense of shame, and she is no exception. As the figures approached, ever closer, when Yinxin felt her heart leap to her throat, realizing that Pei Ji was not just reckless, but also disturbingly twisted, indulging in a perverse sense of amusement. She retracted her earlier statement that diverged from her past life. When Tian's face stung painfully, she could scarcely believe that the young master of the Pei family could harbor feelings for Wen Yin, a jealousy that nearly drove her mad, wishing fervently for that wretched girl's demise. Let us part ways. As when Tian prepared to approach the vehicle, she was momentarily stunned by those words of separation. Turning back in disbelief to gaze at Ji Chenyu, he too bore the marks of confrontation, for those words had been directed at Wen Tian. Once impoverished, he had not lost his edge, and his first love was Wen Tian. He cherished that kind-hearted, lively, and gentle girl until their relationship matured, leading to a pivotal question from her the day after they became official. Was he willing to undertake a task for her? That task involved scheming to draw closer to her sister, Wen Yin, who had been mistreated by their family and bullied by her sister since childhood. They reached a tacit agreement to approach Wen Yin, to win her affection, and ultimately to lead her astray, hastening their marriage in order to seize the family fortune. However, the plan unraveled, and Wen Yin seemed to drift further away. In disbelief, Wen Tian stormed back, delivering a sharp slap to Ji Chenyu, standing at the entrance like a shrew, shouting at him, "You have fallen for her. Haven to you. You love her, don't you?" Ji Chenyu observed the girl before him, her hysterical outburst causing his brow to furrow deeply. His initial agreement had stemmed from love, yet he now realized that when Tian was diverging further from the gentle, considerate image he had cherished in his memories. When Tian's silence only fueled her anger. "You have been bewitched by that little vixen. She is an expert at seducing men. You cannot be swayed by her. How could you possibly love her? Our current predicament is all her doing." Ji Chenyu regarded the girl, transformed into a tempest of jealousy and hatred, her shouts reverberating through the street. He furrowed his brow and posed a question that had plagued him. Tian, did you genuinely love me while we were together? Or was it merely a means to exact revenge on Wen Yin from the very beginning?" Outside, the two were embroiled in a heated argument. Wen Yin widened her eyes, puzzled by the sudden quarrel, recognizing it as a classic spectacle of dogs biting dogs, clearly visible through the car window. In truth, the glass was made of a special material, allowing visibility from the inside out while rendering the interior unseen from the outside. Captivated by the scene, she caught Pei Ji's discontented gaze as he leaned closer, gently biting her ear. "Ouch, that hurts." His tender breath brushed against her ear, soft as a feather yet searing, impossible to ignore. His arm circled her waist, pulling her back from the window as she yelped in pain, forcing her to sit upon his lap, strands of hair cascading across her face. Pei Ji's hand rested on her thigh, observing her beautiful yet frightened visage, raising his hand to wipe away the tears that lingered at the corners of her eyes. During the act of violence, why did you not shed a tear? It is a different matter altogether. In the throes of aggression, one only feels exhilaration. Wen Yin sensed that the position was inappropriate and attempted to rise, but that hand pressed her down firmly. In her dazed state, the hand lingered at the zipper on the back of her skirt. She reached back to hold it, her eyes glistening with moisture, tinged with a hint of pleading. With a pitiful shake of her head, she uttered a soft no. Her eyes, brimming with tears, painted a sorrowful contrast to the earlier brutality. Pei Ji pinched the zipper, tugging it upwards to tighten it, having noticed it was left undone when he initially enveloped her in his embrace. Although it was a struggle to endure, as long as Wen Yin did not overstep his boundaries, he would not force her. Such matters require the mutual consent of both parties to be pleasurable. He had no intention of reaching the final act. Tears were not permitted. Wen Yin's lips were swollen and reddened from kisses. and upon hearing that he would not push for the ultimate step, she exhaled in relief, soothing the fervent man with embraces and kisses. Yet she was resolute about not wanting to proceed further. This was not merely due to a lack of desire, but also because she was aware that Pei Ji was prone to losing control in such matters, with no time for respite. I can kiss you, but I do not wish to engage in such activities. I do not want to bear a child. Pei Ji was suddenly amused by her plaintive remark about not wanting to be with child, pulling her closer and affectionately inhaling the scent of her neck. I must comfort you. Do you not desire to elevate your status through motherhood? Oh, I do not want that. Who would want to have a child with you, a madman? Whoever desires to bear children may do so. Then I shall not desire that. Pei Ji lifted his head to kiss her, still a child at heart. After being embraced and kissed for over half an hour in the car, he finally took her home. He had previously called ahead for the maids to descend and retrieve the gifts. As they exited the vehicle, there were already individuals waiting by the roadside. Wen Yin spotted her mother, who had also been waiting for her. Upon alighting from the car, she approached her, saying, "Mommy, why are you waiting outside in the sun instead of at home? I want to see you as soon as possible." At that moment, Pei Ji also exited the car, and upon seeing the smile on Wen's mother's face, he was invited to their home for tea. He politely declined, citing company matters. The maids diligently took each gift from the trunk, and once it was emptied, Pei Ji drove back home. Wen's mother was quite pleased with her son-in-law, appreciating his wealth and his knack for charming young women. "Darling, Pei Ji treats you well. He understands the art of gift-giving to win your affection." Wen Yin quietly scoffed in her heart, "Mommy, do not be easily swayed. Men are the best at masquerading. They often present one facade while concealing another. During courtship, they act one way, and after securing their prize, they reveal a different side. A man treating you well in a relationship is merely a basic expectation, not a merit." They returned home together, and upon entering, Wen Yin discovered that, aside from the gifts the maids had brought, the table in the living room was also piled high with presents. Stunned, she looked at her mother, seeing the bewilderment on her daughter's face. Wen's mother covered her mouth and chuckled. "These are from Pei Ji since he started school. He sent them over. These are the larger items, including antique calligraphy and paintings for your father, as well as jewelry and precious gems." What a grand gesture it was, not only showering her with gifts, but also bestowing presents upon her parents. Wen Yin swallowed hard. She was certain that reselling these gifts would yield substantial profit. Why bother with the trivial pursuit of acting? Converting these items into cash would allow her to indulge in a lifetime of leisurely travels abroad, living off the interest. With this thought in mind, Wen Yin promptly set to work, moving to the sofa to unwrap the presents, preparing to list them online for sale. However, upon unveiling each item, she found herself enamored with all of them. This posed quite a dilemma. Once purchased, these items became secondhand, unless she opted to rotate through a different bag each day. But there was a set of clothing still in her room, delivered earlier by Pei Ji. Had he even entered her room? Wen Yin swiftly ascended the stairs, pushing open the door to her chamber. On the bed, adorned in a pink, minimalist princess style, lay a stunning gown, a figure-hugging, brilliant blue mermaid dress embellished with rhinestones. Beside, it was a complimentary set of jewelry. The dress was exquisite, captivating her as she approached and gently caressed the fabric, her eyes betraying her admiration. Unbeknownst to her, in a hidden corner of the room, one of the decorative dolls possessed an eye that glowed red, capable of monitoring every corner of the space. Meanwhile, Pei Ji had already returned to the company. Seated in his office as he scrutinized the surveillance footage on his computer, he picked up his phone and sent her a message. In a couple of days, there will be a family banquet. Accompany me." Wen Yin received the message in her room, and upon reading his words, her spirits plummeted. What purpose would she serve at a family gathering? After a moment's contemplation, she typed a response. "Wen Yin, I had a pineapple allergy today and am bedridden. I may not be able to attend." Chapter 14. The young wife, the man sitting before the surveillance monitor, observed everything with clarity, particularly her statement about lying immobile on the bed. In the bustling city center, where every inch is precious, the luxurious commercial district stands in stark contrast across the river, with the tallest buildings belonging to the Pei family, whose business interests are extensive. His family has long desired for him to bring a wife home. Yet his young wife, merely 20 years of age, currently resists the prospect of marriage with him. W. Is your illness serious? Send me a photo so I can see. Wen Yin felt an unsettling sense of distrust from his reply, as if he doubted her condition. With a heavy heart, she gathered her clothes from the bed and hung them in the wardrobe, placing her jewelry on the desk before lifting the covers and lying down. She raised her phone and took a picture, framing it horizontally in 3:4 ratio, revealing only her neck and the blanket, enough to demonstrate that she was indeed lying in bed. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting delicate rays upon her, illuminating her fair neck. And the photo she sent confirmed her position. Had he not been watching the surveillance, he might have believed her. W. It does look quite serious. I will take you to the hospital tonight. Why must this old man be so insistent? Wen Yin was determined not to allow him to escort her to the hospital that evening. Wen Yin, no, it's really not that serious. W. If you can't move, it must be serious. I'll contact a doctor for you. Wen Yin, no, I've suddenly found that I can move now. W. Then you must accompany me to the family banquet in a few days. She felt utterly exasperated. Wen Yin had no desire to respond any further. Instead, she opted to lie still on the bed, feigning death. As she reclined quietly, basking in the warmth of the sun, the world around her was tranquil, and time seemed to stand still. She turned her gaze toward the window, taking in a sight she had never witnessed in her past life. The villa that had imprisoned her housed only two souls, herself and Pei Ji. It was a gilded cage, its doors firmly shut, windows sealed, and all sharp objects confiscated, creating a chilling atmosphere akin to a haunted house. During her confinement, she had often clashed with Pei Ji, not merely in bed, but in fierce altercations that had left his forehead bloodied, a testament to their tumultuous interactions. Yet, rather than anger, he had simply inquired if she felt satisfied. Being trapped in such a sunless, freedomless, and joyless environment felt akin to being a marionette bound within a castle. Pei Ji was the kind of man any woman would aspire to marry, possessing power, wealth, and the ability to acquire anything she desired. But what was it that caused her to feel no love for him? It was his possessiveness, his controlling nature, his relentless desire for dominance, coupled with his extreme and reckless behavior, never once considering her feelings. She grasped the pink diamond pendant necklace around her neck, bringing it before her eyes. She had researched the necklace online. It had been sold at auction for an anonymous buyer at a staggering $300 million, characterized by unparalleled design, craftsmanship, and quality. She pondered whether it could indeed fetch such a price. Even now, she remained bewildered by the sudden twist of fate that had allowed her to be reborn. Could it be that she was so infuriated after that day that she succumbed to despair? Lying in bed, she turned over and drifted into a hazy slumber. The afternoon piano lesson required practice, guided by a professional instructor in a one-on-one setting. This institution, apart from its elite, comprised solely those who paid their way in and those who gained admission through examinations. Here, wealth and influence reigned supreme, regardless of academic excellence. Financial expenditure was requisite for any endeavor within these walls. The attendees were either exceptionally affluent or scions of prominent families, with the offspring of wealthy patrons congregating in this place, alongside its international branches. Wen Yin and Suhan were both students of the music department. One practiced the piano, while the other devoted herself to the violin. Their acquaintance blossomed due to a shared mentor and their father's business dealings, gradually forging a friendship. Their classrooms were adjacent. Wen Yin sat before the piano, revisiting the pieces she had practiced in the past few days, while a female instructor stood beside her, eyes closed, listening intently. Upon the conclusion of the piece, the teacher nodded approvingly. You've improved remarkably. Previously, you struggled to grasp the essence of the music. Yet this time you were exceedingly precise. It appears you have been diligently practicing at home. Thank you, teacher. In truth, since her confinement, her performances had been exclusively for one person. Within that villa, the sole source of leisure was the piano, a gift from Pei Ji. Sounds emanated from the corridor, as if a group was engaged in animated conversation. Both Wen Yin and her instructor, puzzled, rose to open the door and peer outside. A throng of girls surrounded a singular boy, excitedly chatting and requesting his WeChat. "Senior, I heard you went abroad for a tour. What brings you back to school so suddenly?" Yes, senior. Are you here to practice piano? I've heard there will be a piano competition in a few days, and I am confident you will secure first place." The youth was strikingly handsome, with silver hair and ear piercings, exuding a casual charm that was both charismatic and flamboyant. Standing tall among the girls, Wen Yin had never encountered him before and noticed Su Han being drawn outside as well. She approached her and asked Xiao Han, "Do you know him?" "Ah, he is quite the sensation at our school, comparable to Ji Chenyu, a prodigy in composition and singing. I've heard he is preparing to debut. I have listened to him sing. His voice is indeed enchanting. Typically, he practices piano at home. I wonder what prompted his sudden return. He is known as the king of charm at school. What was his name again?" Chiyu. A jolt of recognition surged through Wen Yin. She recalled this name. She had seen it online, associated with a tragic event. She remembered the last time she had seen it in the news. Chiyu had perished in a car accident while returning home from performance. A sudden demise that left fans perplexed. Following a report, police intervention revealed it was a malicious act. The perpetrator was Chiyu's stepmother, who sought to eliminate him so her own son could inherit the family fortune, becoming the sole heir. Chiyu had returned to school today to practice piano. Recently, he had come across discussions on the school forum regarding Ji Chenyu and Wen Yin, as well as a video featuring his legitimate girlfriend slapping someone in anger. He was astonished by the myriad of intriguing events that had transpired during his absence from school. The video of the altercation brought him a sense of exhilaration, and he felt compelled to make the acquaintance of the girl involved. Surrounded by a group of girls, he left his autograph and, from the corner of his eye, noticed a few individuals standing at the entrance nearby, among whom he instantly recognized Wen Yin. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and, with an air of familiarity, boldly greeted the young girl. "Wen Yin, I'll come to find you." This declaration drew the attention of everyone present towards Wen Yin. "Excuse me, please," the young man called out as he maneuvered through the crowd to stand beside her, disrupting the gathering of demure and beautiful girls in front of him. Chiyu was aware that she was a piano major, reputed to be the finest in her field. As fate would have it, he was in search of a pianist for his upcoming tour and wished to extend an invitation to her. After all, with his striking looks, it was hard to imagine anyone could resist his charm. "Classmate, I would like to invite you to join my band." Wen Yin offered a polite smile. "I'm afraid I have no intention of joining a band." Upon hearing this, a girl from the crowd immediately exclaimed, "No way. The senior has invited you. And you're declining? Do you have any idea how many people would love to tour with him? Why play hard to get?" Su Han, unable to contain her temper in response to the girl's sarcastic tone, watched as the surrounding girls fell silent, casting disdainful glances at the one who had shouted. "Excuse me, are you trying to attract attention?" She retorted, "The senior is wonderful, and Wen Yin is already the top student in our piano program, which is no small feat. How has your statement twisted the truth? Your disdain for women is truly astonishing." Wen Yin excelled academically and professionally beyond anyone present. And was it really so difficult to acknowledge the brilliance of others? Listening to the girls speak up for her, Wen Yin realized once again that only girls truly understood each other, and it was only from a female perspective that such thoughts could arise. However, the comment about her being somewhat oblivious and overly focused on romance left her feeling slightly embarrassed. That sister's critique was rather incisive. Chapter 15. Nothing has changed. Chiyu had never faced rejection throughout his life. Logically, this girl should not have refused him, especially since the tour would not be an unwelcome opportunity for her. However, it would be unreasonable to coerce someone who was unwilling. The young man rummaged through his pocket and produced a business card, offering it to her. "This is my business card. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." The white card adorned with gold lettering bore his name and contact information. Wen Yin took the card, feeling that it would be rather impolite to refuse it again. Out of basic courtesy, one should accept the card, and whether to initiate contact afterward was entirely up to her. After accepting the card, she returned to her piano practice. Later that afternoon, while dining with Su Han at a restaurant and scrolling through her phone, she stumbled upon a post selling jewelry. Upon clicking on the profile, she was astounded to find that the jewelry being sold belonged to her. The jewels, stolen by Wen Tian, were now being advertised online. With no surveillance cameras at home, reporting the theft would yield nothing but empty words, as evidence was paramount. Even if those items rightfully belonged to her, without proof, the truth would remain futile. This world, it seemed, only acknowledged the surface of reality, focusing solely on what was visible. When Yin decided to message the seller using his secondary account, inquiring about the authenticity of the jewelry, the response was swift. Xiao Tao, of course, they are genuine. These are authentic pearls. Do you have receipts or verification certificates? Xiao Tao, I lost them, but you can verify if you purchased them. When Yin realized that since she had only stolen the jewelry, there would be no purchase receipts. The act of stealing jewelry already constituted a criminal offense. Contemplating the situation, she thought, if this girl had a penchant for thievery, then let her indulge in it. She replied, expressing her interest in buying the jewelry and proposing to meet the next morning at a CAF for verification. However, she needed someone to represent her, as neither she nor Su Han could attend. They required someone unknown to Wen Tian. Su Han, do you have any other friends? While munching on her vegetable salad, Su Han pondered and realized she couldn't recall 3 true friends. She knew many people, but genuine friends were scarce. Upon inquiring about the matter, Wen Yin recounted the details regarding the jewelry. When Su Han heard that there were no cameras and no evidence, she concluded that reporting the incident would indeed be challenging. If they were to seek assistance from someone else, she suggested involving her brother's girlfriend. After finishing their meal and exiting the restaurant, they reached the roadside and noticed a car parked nearby. The rear window gradually descended, revealing a man who glanced over. Su Han spotted Pei Ji first and nudged Wen Yin with her elbow, chuckling, "Your boyfriend is here." Pei Ji possessed an exceptional demeanor and striking features. Even the mere presence of his vehicle drew the attention of passers-by, with many stopping to take photos. Such high-caliber cars were typically associated with influential figures, making his presence near the school particularly noteworthy. Wen Yin naturally noticed Pei Ji as well. Wasn't his company busy? Why was he so free? Despite her thoughts, she approached him with a smile, standing beside the car and softly inquiring, "What brings you here?" "I was just about to head home. Tomorrow evening, I shall attend a family banquet, and I invite you to accompany me in selecting a pair of shoes. Let's embark." While waiting outside the restaurant, it was evident that he was well prepared. Wen Yin glanced back at Su Han, who immediately waved her hand, declining with a statement of prior engagement. She had heard from her second brother that Pei Ji was far more perilous than he appeared, possessing a ruthlessness that could be truly appalling, often concealed beneath a veneer of calm. Furthermore, she had no desire to act as a third wheel, seeing that Su Han would not join her. Wen Yin reluctantly entered the vehicle, puzzled by Pei Ji's increasing presence over the past few days, sensing an inexplicable shift. Today, she had styled her hair in a high ponytail, exuding the vibrant essence of youth. Dressed in a white shirt and a short skirt, she sat beside him, a single strap bag slung over her shoulder. As she entered the car, a faint scent of roses wafted through the air. Wen Yin initially intended to inquire whether he was busy with work, but as she opened her mouth, a deep, husky voice resonated in her ear. "Has your allergy improved?" The mere mention of her allergy made her feel somewhat guilty. It had been a pretext for rejecting him, yet she harbored fear that he might actually send someone to verify her condition. After all, Pei Ji was not one to tolerate deceit. Instantly, Wen Yin brightened her smile, though it did not reach her eyes, and she took the initiative to link her arm with his, her voice soft and almost playful. "So, are you not busy with work?" With her delicate form nestled against him, Pei Ji turned to her, playfully pinching her cheek, which was as soft as dough. The girl, younger than he, radiated the freshness of youth. "I can always make time for you, even amidst my busy schedule. Who needs his company? Transferring money would suffice." She wished to maintain her distance from Pei Ji, who persistently clung to her, forcing her to feign affection and keep him content. Upon hearing his remark, Wen Yin maintained her smile, though her brow furrowed slightly as she adopted a concerned expression regarding his health. "I have a busy course schedule, so it's fine if you can't accompany me. Please take care of your health while you work. Just send a message to transfer the money." Pei Ji was no fool. He discerned the underlying meaning in her words. Yet, he found her charming, recognizing her duality, suspecting she was merely after his wealth. Fortunately, he possessed an abundance of it. He had already resolved to take his time, nurturing their relationship until when Yin genuinely fell for him and they could marry, rendering her academic pursuits irrelevant. Pei Ji produced a black card from his pocket and presented it to her, instructing her to use it freely. The sleek black card, adorned with golden lettering, boasted a substantial limit, far more impactful than any gift he could offer. It could likely purchase shares in her family's company. Initially, she had planned to manipulate him for funds, intending to depart once she had secured enough, but things unfolded even more smoothly than she had anticipated. When Yin showed no signs of refusal, directly accepting the black card and gently brushing her cheek against his ingratitude. "Thank you, darling." The driver in the front seat shook his head subtly, aware that Mr. Pei had recently been pursuing a young woman, showering her with gifts, dining together, and now bestowing upon her a black card. The one entrenched in the situation remained oblivious, while the observer saw clearly. She discerned little love in the girl's eyes. Instead, she saw only calculation and an obsession with wealth, akin to many others. Could Mr. Pei truly be oblivious to this? The car halted before a prestigious offline boutique, renowned for its illustrious designer garments, each piece meticulously tailored. With the family gala imminent tomorrow, there was no time for customization. They had no choice but to purchase off the rack. The interior exuded opulence, showcasing garments on mannequins in the windows, each adorned with a unique name and the designer's signature on the label. It was rumored to be crafted by the acclaimed designer, E. On the second floor, where the shoes were displayed, Wen Yin followed closely behind Pei Ji. She had researched this brand online, realizing it catered to the affluent elite, families steeped in wealth and power for generations. Her father had achieved success during her mother's pregnancy, rapidly ascending to prominence within the family. Having had little exposure to such extravagant items, as it required saving pocket money for several months to afford even the slightest luxury, the opportunity to shop here felt like a privilege bestowed by Pei Ji's status. "Mr. Pei, the shoes you ordered are over here," the attendant said, leading them to a wall brimming with high heels, each designed to complement formal attire. "Miss, which pair would you like to try first?" The attendant courteously gestured, presenting a pair with pink diamond embellishments and slender heels, each diamond intricately crafted, with soft fabric lining to prevent discomfort. Wen Yin had already settled into a plush chair, gazing at the array of heels, her eyes alighting on a striking blue pair perched atop the highest shelf. "I would like to try that one, if possible." "Of course, miss," the attendant replied, reaching for the coveted blue crystal shoes. Just as she was about to crouch down, a male voice interrupted. "I'll take care of it." Pei Ji stepped forward, taking the heels and gracefully kneeling before her. With his strong, broad hands, he gently grasped her delicate foot, akin to fine porcelain. He caressed her instep, suddenly remarking, "Your feet are so small. They haven't changed at all." Chapter 16. The debt Pei Ji owes her when Yin was certain she had not misheard. Why would he say that nothing had changed? Had he, unbeknownst to her, encountered her earlier? The man before her, clad in a dignified suit, bowed his head willingly, kneeling before her to gently assist her in donning the high-heeled shoes. Each delicate movement executed with utmost care, as if her feet were treasures of great worth. Seated on the chair, she had a vantage point from which to observe Pei Ji's broad shoulders and narrow waist, all of which exuded the charm of a mature man. He possessed a fine physique, affluence, and an undeniable allure. Suhan had not been entirely mistaken. Pei Ji immediately conveyed an air of superiority, resembling a natural-born seducer, lofty, precious, and dignified, with a latent madness concealed beneath the surface. The high-heeled shoes adorned her feet, the blue crystal pair reminiscent of those found in fairy tales, exquisite and seemingly adorned with tiny diamonds. The attendant recognized Pei Ji, having seen him frequently accompanying their boss in and out of the store, and it appeared to be the first time he had brought a lady with him. The girl was equally stunning, youthful and vibrant, her beauty marked by a cool elegance. With long eyelashes, they made a fitting pair. This pair, then, Wen Yin thought, as she found the shoes to be a perfect fit, instantly captivated by their beauty. Pei Ji noticed her delight and, tilting his head to gaze at her, inquired if there were any others she fancied. The store boasted a plethora of shoes and garments, each priced significantly, some simplistic, others luxurious, all featuring unique designs that dazzled her senses. Yet, she preferred to focus on the one pair that had caught her eye. None. When Yin replied, Peiji carefully removed the shoes from her feet, returning her to her original pair, then stood and gestured to the attendant, indicating the wall behind them. Wrap them all up. The wall displayed nearly 20 pairs of high-heeled shoes, and when Yin overheard his remark about the substantial expense this would incur, she opened her mouth to protest, but abruptly halted. It was not her money being spent. Selling the shoes would yield a considerable profit. And these were not items she had requested, but rather gifts bestowed upon her by Peiji. Recalling her past life, confined within that villa, where companionship came solely from a piano, until, due to Peiji, she could no longer touch it, she felt a deep-seated weariness from the perpetual imprisonment. In this life, she would accept whatever Peiji offered. No one would turn their back on wealth, for it was a debt he owed her. As the attendant packed the shoes into the trunk, the sky began to dim, and it was certain that by the time they arrived home, darkness would have descended. Peiji silently escorted her home, the journey marked by tranquility. When Yin leaned against the window, absorbing the captivating nightscape outside, the towering buildings and vibrant neon markets evoked a sense of wonder. Indeed, nothing compared to the feeling of freedom. As the car reached the roadside, she spotted someone waiting for her at the intersection. Her father is busy with work, and she is the only child in the family. Since her childhood, her mother has always waited at the intersection for her whenever she returned home late from school. Little darling, I will pick you up tomorrow evening. All right. Wen Yin watched as the person departed and walked home with her mother. Wen's mother linked arms with the young girl as they strolled home, during which she posed a question, Sweetheart, do you like Peiji? If not, then it's best not to associate with him. Your father and I will always support you. It is paramount that you find joy in your life. Wen Yin understood her mother's concerns. She possessed memories from her past life, and she could never develop feelings for Peiji, who was possessive and domineering. She preferred a gradual approach to relationships, rather than the fervent control exhibited by Peiji. Knowing him all too well, she felt it necessary to feign affection to placate his madness. To refuse him would lead to a repeat of her past, where she would be confined and unable to escape that villa. Given the choice, it was wiser to acquiesce to him. Mother, you need not worry about me. I have my own sense of judgment. Did father not mention pursuing business abroad? In time, we shall live overseas. Her father had been negotiating foreign trade, securing several international deals, and even contemplated immigrating, but he feared she might struggle to adapt. Upon hearing her daughter's desire to live abroad, Wen's mother was poised to inquire about this sudden aspiration, but before she could voice her question, the young girl interjected. Mommy, let us keep our plans to move abroad between us, just you, me, and Dad. No one else needs to know. Although puzzled, she complied with her beloved daughter's wishes, for both parents were utterly devoted to her. The following morning, Wen Yin retrieved receipts and photographs from her previous jewelry purchases and arrived at the designated coffee shop, where she was to meet in a nearby park. Su Han and a tall, beautiful woman were already waiting by a flower bed. As Wen Yin approached, she greeted the stunning woman first. Hello, sister. Jiang Yuan, aware of their plan, smiled upon seeing Wen Yin. Hello, you must be Han Han's classmate. She often speaks of you. Jiang Yuan was a well-known model, dressed in a black windbreaker, complete with a hat and mask, her hair cascading to reveal her striking eyes. According to their plan, Jiang Yuan would be the one purchasing jewelry, while they would capture the moment from the shadows. The success of this venture hinged on Wen Tian's greed. Jiang Yuan entered the CAF with her bag, received a message, and took a seat where she ordered a coffee. Removing her mask and pulling her hat down, she ensured she would not attract attention, sipping her coffee as she awaited the seller's arrival. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, a girl wearing sunglasses and a mask, clad in a hoodie and carrying a backpack, entered the CF. It was indeed Wen Tian. Given her previously bruised cheek from an altercation, she had to conceal her identity with shades and a mask. Spotting Jiang Yuan, she immediately approached, failing to recognize the model before her, and placed her backpack on the table. Jiang Yuan glanced up at her. You are late. There was traffic on the way. Which necklace, bracelet, and earrings do you want? I have them all. When Tian opened her backpack, revealing jewelry that, having been stolen, lacked even a proper box for storage. Carelessly tossed inside, it was likely to suffer scratches from jostling against one another. The gemstones gleamed beautifully, including bracelets and necklaces. Jiang Yuan let out a derisive snort, observing Wen Tian's furtive demeanor. Before she could even examine the contents, Wen Tian had already hastily tucked the backpack away, revealing her guilty conscience. With a face bruised and battered, Wen Tian felt utterly ashamed to face anyone, consumed by the urgency to sell the stolen treasures, as they were unfit to wear in public. She yearned for the proceeds to purchase a new handbag and clothing for herself. How about it? They look authentic, don't they? Will you buy them? She urged. Dear girl, those must be fakes, came the response. Impossible, Wen Tian exclaimed, rising in agitation. What nonsense are you spouting? Her outburst drew the attention of patrons in the CF, compelling her to lower her hat and sink back in her seat, flustered. Jiang Yuan chose not to engage further. She carried a large crossbody bag, moved her coffee aside, and placed the bag on the table. She retrieved a black pouch from within and produced a box. Upon opening it, a stunning jade and agate diamond necklace was revealed, featuring a teardrop-shaped jade centerpiece adorned with pure silver and intricately carved diamonds, both exquisite and resplendent. When Tian was taken aback by the necklace's beauty, her mind racing as she recalled having seen it online. This necklace was the latest design, perfect for evening gowns, and, most importantly, exceedingly expensive. Even a resale would fetch double the original price. Jiang Yuan displayed it briefly before returning it to her bag. Little sister, you ought to discern what true jewelry looks like. Yours may not be genuine. Take your belongings and leave promptly. You. When Tian's unfinished retort was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of Jiang Yuan's phone, which lay on the table. Jiang Yuan answered it, turning to head into the nearby restroom, leaving Wen Tian alone. Wen Tian's gaze followed the departing woman, her eyes betraying a mixture of disdain and envy for the wealthy and beautiful women. Noticing the bag Jiang Yuan had left behind, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly reaching for the bag and slipping the black pouch into her own. With no one in sight, she hastily made her exit. When Tian rushed out of the CF, her heart racing, as Wen Yin and Su Han exchanged glances, quickly darting forward from the floral arrangements to intercept her. Suddenly halted in her tracks, Wen Tian clutched her backpack tightly, meeting the astonished gazes of Wen Yin and Su Han. Just as she attempted to step away, Su Han shouted, "Help! Someone's stealing!" Chapter 17. Who cannot pretend to be pitiful? Someone has stolen something. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Su Han's loud voice attracted the attention of all the passers-by, and soon a growing crowd gathered, drawn in by the talk of theft. As the throng increased, Wen Tian tightened her grip on her backpack and attempted to leave. But Wen Yin swiftly stepped aside to block her path, a barely discernible smile gracing her lips. While others failed to notice, Wen Tian did. It didn't take long for her to realize that Wen Yin was mocking her. In a fit of rage, Wen Tian abruptly dropped her backpack and seized the girl's shoulders, unleashing a torrent of invective. "It's you. This is a conspiracy. You vile creature are framing me. You wretched person." Wen Tian clutched the girl's shoulders with such force that her nails nearly dug into the flesh. The crowd, now growing in size, began to jeer, and upon witnessing the altercation, someone promptly called the police. Wen Yin anticipated her volatile reaction, knowing that Wen Tian would erupt in anger and could no longer conceal her true feelings, directing all her fury and resentment toward her. In this moment, Wen Tian mirrored her past self. After the family's downfall and learning the truth behind her parents' demise, she, too, had once gripped Wen Yin's shoulders in a mad frenzy, demanding to know why she had acted so cruelly. The roots of it all lay in envy and hatred. Unable to bear her well-being, she sought to ruin her. With reddened eyes and tears glistening on her lashes, Wen Yin gazed fearfully at the person before her tears cascading down like a startled fawn. Struggling to suppress her sobs, she asked, "Sister, what are you saying? I don't understand. What pretense do you maintain?" Wen Tian was taken aback by Wen Yin's audacity to weep. It was undoubtedly this very act that had captured Ji Chenyu's interest. This vixen, Realizing that the crowd had begun to perceive the situation as a conspiracy, Wen Tian hastily attempted to leave, forcefully pushing Wen Yin aside. However, in an unexpected turn, Wen Yin suddenly fell heavily to the ground, her right wrist scraping against the concrete floor. Yin Yin! Su Han rushed over in alarm to help Wen Yin up, noticing that her wrist had been grazed and was now marked red, as if the skin had been abraded. It was a painful sight. She had not anticipated that Wen Tian would dare to resort to violence. Even the onlookers began to voice their indignation. "No, how could you push someone?" one exclaimed. "This young girl is learning the wrong lessons, resorting to theft. Stealing could land her in prison, and hitting someone is even worse." The insults she hurled were utterly disgraceful. Clearly, her upbringing is lacking. As Wen Tian faced the mounting accusations, one after another, she felt her temper rise. Some individuals even pulled out their phones, questioning, "Do you really believe her?" This wretched girl clearly fell on purpose, overwhelmed with anger. She decided not to engage further with this detestable person and swiftly reached for her backpack, intending to leave. At that moment, a security guard approached, sensing her intent to depart, and quickly restrained her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had just donned her mask and rushed out of the CF, witnessing the commotion outside. "My jewelry has been stolen, worth millions." When the police arrived, Wen Tian was immobilized and captured, her backpack emptied of its jewels, which were laid atop a black bag. Su Han immediately stepped forward, pointing at Wen Tian. "Officer, she stole from me and even assaulted my friend." Wen Yin stood to the side, her eyes red and swollen, her wrist throbbing painfully, resembling a little rabbit with tears cascading down the corners of her eyes, evoking deep sympathy. "You're lying. I didn't steal anything." Wen Tian insisted, her glasses and mask torn off in the struggle, adamantly claiming her innocence. When the police requested surveillance footage from the CAF staff, the video clearly revealed a girl taking a black bag from someone else's belongings, which contained the jewels. Su Yuan interjected, "Officer, all the jewels in her bag are mine. I have receipts and purchase records for each item." "What?" Wen Tian was incredulous that this stranger would make such a claim. She had only taken one set of jewels and was now being held captive, her voice hoarse from shouting. In a moment of reflex, she lashed out, "You vile woman! I only took your necklace. The rest isn't yours at all. Sister, surely your jewels must have receipts and purchase records as well. I trust you wouldn't lie. Please show them to everyone." Wen Yin defended Wen Tian, her words appearing supportive, yet each one pierced deeper. Playing the victim is a game anyone can master. After all, Wen Tian had once played that role herself. The police promptly demanded the receipts and purchase records, but Wen Tian's gaze faltered as she concocted numerous excuses for their absence, ultimately revealing that none of the many jewels had any record of purchase. The police swiftly took her into custody for investigation, and once Su Yuan's receipts and records were presented, it was confirmed that the jewels did not belong to Wen Tian. The act of stealing jewels constituted theft, particularly of such significant value, leading to her immediate detention for criminal charges. After several individuals exited the police station, Wen Tian remained inside, giving her statement. Once outside, Wen Yin expressed her gratitude to Su Han and Su Yuan. "Thank you for your assistance today. It was truly a hassle." Su Yuan waved her hand dismissively, having already heard from Su Han about the troubles with the Wen family. The lack of evidence regarding the stolen jewels was merely a tactic to extract the stolen items from her. Su Han, unable to tolerate her best friend being bullied, assured her that should such incidents occur again, she would be there to defend her. As they parted ways at a crossroads, Wen Yin called for the family driver to take her home. The abrasion on her wrist had been bandaged, but she remained uncertain about whether Wen Tian would face criminal charges. The thought of someone enduring hardship in prison seemed only a fraction of what she deserved. Her parents had once suffered the agony of a fatal car accident, particularly an explosion that claimed both their lives. Thus, it felt only just that Wen Tian should also endure pain and torment. Prison was no trivial matter. For those in power, a mere word could render another's existence within its walls unbearable. The influential figure Wen Yin sought was Pei Ji. Upon returning home, her parents stumbled upon a video of a CAF online. Father Wen hurried back from the office, and upon seeing his daughter, Both parents rushed towards her. "Are you all right, my dear? Let me see," her mother urged. To their dismay, they had not anticipated the malicious intent of that girl. Not only had she stolen jewelry, but she had also resorted to violence, uttering such harsh words. Father One was truly taken aback by how one could masquerade as gentle and kind while revealing their true, sinister nature only after banishing others. He regretted allowing that mother and daughter to reside in their home. When Yin, wishing to alleviate their worries, offered a smile and shook her head. "It's merely a minor abrasion," she reassured them. Once she had calmed her parents, she ascended the stairs to prepare herself for the evening family banquet. Sitting at her vanity, she unveiled the gauze to examine the scrape on her wrist. With a cold gaze, she unconsciously reached out to touch it. The moment her fingertip pressed against the wound, a surge of pain coursed through her body, reminding her starkly that this was no mere dream. Only pain could so vividly affirm her reality. Chapter 18. The most potent stepping stone. Only through pain can one attain clarity. When Yin, with her gentle demeanor, harbors a venomous heart. But if one were to speak of true malevolence, it must surely pertain to her cunning mother, Chu Li, whose schemes run even deeper. The two women share a similar disposition. While Wen Yin excels at masquerading her emotions, she is also easily provoked. In contrast, Chu Li, with her age and meticulous mind, is far more formidable. Adorned in an exquisite blue mermaid gown, the fabric of which is soft and silky, exuding an understated luxury, the dress clings to her graceful figure, flaring gently at the hem, reminiscent of a flower in bloom. The gown is embellished with delicate rhinestones, radiating opulence without sacrificing a cool elegance. While her jewelry and high heels complement the blue hue perfectly, she has a penchant for blue, favoring it over other colors for its liberating resemblance to the sky. The gown fits her impeccably, as if custom-tailored. Yet it is unsettling to realize that Pei Ji has managed to ascertain even the minutiae of her wardrobe choices. To have one individual so thoroughly acquainted with all aspects of her life, even delving into her childhood, is indeed a disconcerting thought. Pei Ji embodies this daunting presence. A message from Pei Ji beckons her to descend. After completing her preparations, Wen Yin makes her way down the stairs, clutching a white bag that harmonizes with her ensemble, perfect for holding her phone. Upon reaching the second floor, she catches sight of the man standing below. Pei Ji, impeccably attired in a sharp suit, stands tall, engaged in conversation with his parents. The sound of her high heels tapping on the floor draws his attention, and he turns to behold the delicate and radiant figure descending the staircase, adorned in attire and accessories he has purchased for her. Pei Ji's gaze is profound as she approaches him. Realizing she must placate this unpredictable man, Wen Yin steps up beside him, entwining her arm with his, proclaiming, "Shall we be on our way?" The one couple and the maid, observing the striking couple, express their satisfaction. Initially concerned about the age difference, they now recognize Pei Ji as the elder, exuding the authority of a superior, his youthful appearance rendering any disparity irrelevant. "You look lovely today," Pei Ji compliments her. Wen Yin, caught off guard, blinks and lowers her gaze, akin to a bashful flower bowing its head, embodying the innocent timidity of youth. Anyone witnessing this would perceive her shyness. Yet, Wen Yin contemplates a different narrative. If she were an unattractive creature, Pei Ji would hardly have been captivated by her at first sight. Is not love at first sight merely a matter of physical allure? Her current objective is to become the obedient and cherished canary that he desires, adeptly fulfilling the role of a compliant companion. A canary, in exchange for financial support, engages in flirtation, tender gestures, and even offers emotional solace or physical intimacy to attain her desires. Together, they embark in the car towards the family banquet. As they travel, Wen Yin gazes out the window, the white bandage wrapped around her right wrist starkly visible, a detail Pei Ji had already noted when she descended the stairs. Through surveillance and location tracking, including online videos, he was well aware of the entire sequence of events. Gently grasping the injured wrist of the girl, he was careful not to cause her pain. "Does it hurt?" Wen Yin heard his inquiry and nodded slightly. "You have suffered an injustice. Do not worry about this matter. I will handle everything for you." This was precisely the reassurance Wen Yin had been yearning for. Her eyes instantly glistened with tears, revealing her sense of grievance. Leaning closer, her head rested on the man's shoulder as she choked back sobs. After all, she is my sister. It's not the first time she has been hurt. I have grown accustomed to it. Pei Ji, listening to her words, keenly noted the significance of the term accustomed. If this was not the first time she had been injured, did it mean she had been subjected to bullying in secret? His gaze darkened slightly as he reached out to gently stroke the girl's head in a gesture of comfort. No one will bully you again. I will be your pillar of support. Wen Yin nodded in agreement, her expression still tinged with sorrow. Perhaps even Pei Ji was unaware that to her. He represented not just a pillar of strength, but also a solid stepping stone. As she nestled against the man's attire, her eyes reddened. Glancing at the driver in front of them, she sensed that he was observing her each time they were in the vehicle. Even now, she had exchanged glances with him through the rear-view mirror several times. When the driver stole another glance, he caught sight of the beautiful girl with a playful glint in her eyes, her grievances seemingly vanished, replaced by a faint smile. There was a hint of the duplicitous enchantress about her. A shiver ran down the driver's spine as he dared not look again. Was Mr. Pei truly beguiled? This girl certainly did not appear to be innocent. It was obvious she was manipulating him. He felt compelled to warn Mr. Pei to be cautious. Upon arriving at the venue for the family banquet, they found themselves before an ancient villa, resplendent in its European architectural elegance and opulence. As the vehicle entered, they were greeted by a plethora of luxurious cars parked in the lot. Pei Ji was the first to alight, assisting Wen Yin out of the car, taking her hand and linking his arm with hers as they made their way into the gathering. The family banquet was a gathering of the Pei family. The Pei family belonged to a prestigious lineage with numerous children, but Pei Ji was the sole heir, the only son, while the others were relatives from his parents' generation. The family banquet was traditionally a time for the family to come together for a meal, and today it was particularly special as it was his grandfather's birthday, transforming it into a celebratory feast with a larger guest list. For Wen Yin, it was her first experience in such an extravagant setting, entirely different from the villas in the city. As she walked alongside the man, a maid guided them to the hall, where they discovered a multitude of guests. Upon their entrance, all eyes turned towards them. While Pei Ji was not a surprising sight, gasps erupted upon the revelation of the woman by his side. At the annual family banquet, Pei Ji would return home, yet he had never brought anyone with him. His family had long hoped he would find a partner, even speculating if he might be disinterested in women or perhaps inclined towards men. Pei Ji led her to the seating area in the hall, where elderly relatives engaged in cheerful conversation with their peers, and he spotted his grandfather seated prominently in the middle. Grandfather. Upon noticing Pei Ji's return, the elderly man was about to inquire if he had endured a tiring journey, but his keen eyes were immediately drawn to Wen Yin. It was her first time in such an opulent gathering, surrounded by individuals of high stature. Without Pei Ji to guide her, she might never have encountered such people in her lifetime. Sensing the gaze upon her, she mimicked Pei Ji and called out, "Grandfather." Her voice was soft and gentle, her appearance ethereal and striking. With eyes as lively as a fawn's, she stood beside Pei Ji like a docile, affectionate kitten. The affectionate address of grandfather sent Pei Bai's heart soaring. Upon realizing that his grandson had brought a girlfriend home, he promptly shifted to the side, gesturing for her to take a seat. Wen Yin felt no trepidation. She boldly approached and engaged the elderly man in conversation. "Grandfather, you look so youthful. I thought you were an uncle at first." "Ha ha ha. This little girl is quite the flatterer." Pei Bai chuckled with delight, taking her hand and asking, "Are you and Pei Ji in a relationship? How long has it been?" It was unusual for a woman to be present beside his grandson, leading him to worry that she might be an actress feigning interest. After all, the pressure for marriage was intense, instilling a sense of dread that the Pei family lineage might be extinguished in this generation. Before Wen Yin could respond, Pei Ji interjected, "We plan to marry after graduation. Of course, whenever she wishes." As he spoke, the driver behind them held a gift box intended for the grandfather's birthday, casting a glance at Wen Yin. "Grandfather, this is a birthday gift prepared by Xiao Guai for you." Birthday? Pei Ji had not informed her of anyone's birthday. It seemed that regardless of whether he disclosed it, Pei Ji had already arranged the gift. Truly, he exemplified the wisdom of age, managing everything so that she need not worry. To be honest, she was fond of steady men who centered their lives around her, treating her with the tenderness of a child. Except, of course, for the madman. Wen Yin decided to act as though she had prepared the gift herself, affectionately presenting the box to Pei Bai and sweetly saying, "Happy birthday, grandfather." Upon opening the box, he discovered an exquisite tea set, adorned with a signature that bore the mark of a renowned master. Pei Bai was taken aback by the thoughtfulness of the girl. He had a passion for brewing tea, and he was well aware of the master's name, a figure he had long admired, though regrettably. The master had retired from design and painting. Recognizing the artistic style on the tea set as unmistakably that of the admired master, Pei Bai was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. Hesitating to touch the delicate pieces. Observing his delight, Pei Ji remarked, "Grandfather, you can admire it for now. I'll take her to meet my mother." Wen Yin, noticing the man beckoning her, promptly rose and obediently approached him, moving away from the center of the living room. She understood well that this was the traditional process of meeting the parents. However, she had no intention of marrying anyone. Such thoughts did not appeal to her, and she felt a questioning unease. "Pei Ji, is it too early for you to introduce me to your family?" "It is not too early," he replied. "This visit is not solely for meeting my parents. Everyone present is of high society, and it would be advantageous for you to familiarize yourself with them, especially since you once expressed a desire for status and power." Chapter 19. Waiting for that day, she recalled the moment vividly. Indeed, she had uttered those words on that fateful day at the bar when she was confronted with the choice of marriage or romance. "I have a tempestuous temperament. I desire to trample others beneath my feet. I crave power and status, even to the extent that even you would fear to provoke me." At that time, Pei Ji had merely chuckled, remarking on her considerable ambition. Humanity is inherently selfish. Ambition is a natural inclination. Wen Yin laughed at his words, gazing earnestly at Pei Ji. Reaching out to adjust his tie, leaning in closely, her eyelashes fluttering, her smile sweet and playful. "Pei Ji, would you mind if I jest with you?" In response to her sudden proximity, Pei Ji lowered his head towards her, gently tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. In a low voice, he stated, "You may joke freely in my presence. If I were to wield power, the first thing I would do is to make you kneel and apologize." Wen Yin was sincere. In her past life, being imprisoned by Pei Ji had stripped her of freedom and human rights, forcing her into a state akin to madness, ultimately rendering her unable to play the piano due to medication. Pei Ji had done so much without consideration for her feelings, never uttering a word of remorse. If that day were ever to come, she would indeed make Pei Ji bow before her, weeping in apology. "Little darling." Pei Ji gazed intently at her brow and eyes, devoid of anger, instead emanating a hint of affection. Each of them harbored their own thoughts as they ascended the stairs to meet Pei Ji's parents. Indeed, word had already spread downstairs about Pei Ji bringing home a girlfriend. Unsurprisingly, the Pei family was quite pleased with her. By all accounts, as a prestigious family, the Peis valued social standing, and she, being young and not from a matching background, could only be considered a wealthy individual. Pei Ji's mother, an elegant woman of striking beauty, took an instant liking to Wen Yin, engaging her in conversation, selecting gifts for her upstairs, leaving her son momentarily forgotten. Pei Ji observed the two conversing as he followed his father downstairs. "Yin Yin, how old are you this year?" "I am 20, Auntie," Wen Yin replied, sweetly and obediently, while seated gracefully on the sofa, her posture upright, hands resting on her knees, exuding poise and refinement. Pei Madam, observing the demure girl seated elegantly, felt increasingly favorable towards her. They were not fixated on social status, only wishing for their son as happiness. "You are 6 years apart. Pei Ji is cold on the outside, yet warm within. An older partner will be considerate. If that boy dares to bully you, just come to me." "Thank you, Auntie." Wen Yin's light-colored eyes sparkled with youthful innocence and shyness. Guests downstairs had nearly finished presenting their gifts, and the banquet was about to commence. The maids had begun setting the table, preparing for the meal. The villa, adorned in European style, featured round tables reminiscent of royal elegance, with several tables arranged in the dining hall to welcome guests. During the meal, Pei-bai occupied the central position at the main table, flanked by his parents and several unfamiliar guests, whose identities were revealed only after introductions. Throughout the meal, Madame Pei relentlessly served her dishes, and before Wen Yin could finish her food, more was already being placed on her plate. She genuinely appreciated the warm, familial atmosphere of the Pei household. It was perplexing how such a nurturing environment could produce someone with such intense possessiveness and control. Holding her chopsticks, Wen Yin noticed the stark white bandage on her right wrist, which had already drawn Madame Pei's inquiry upstairs. She had dismissed it with a vague excuse about an accidental injury. At that moment, Pei-bai also noticed, Yin, what happened to your hand? It's nothing, Grandpa. Just a little bump, she replied, opting not to disclose the true nature of her injury, especially since Pei Ji had assured her he would take responsibility for Wen Tian's matters. Sipping a cocktail that she found quite pleasant, she indulged in a few more sips. The drink was sweet yet not overly potent, a flavor she had never encountered before. However, as she reached for a third sip, a hand intervened, taking her glass away. Little girl, don't drink too much. To Pei Ji, she was indeed still a child. Resting her chin on her hand, she tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the man beside her as he moved her glass away, only to drink it himself. His lips brushed where hers had been, akin to an indirect kiss. This action did not go unnoticed by the other elders present, who were now genuinely convinced that the girl was Pei Ji's girlfriend. I'm not a child anymore. I can handle this little bit of alcohol, she retorted. Pei Ji's expression remained neutral as he placed the glass back on the table, casually tracing the rim of his glass with his fingertip, responding with a dismissive, "Is that so?" His tone clearly conveyed skepticism, revealing his disbelief in her words. Though she knew her tolerance was poor, having only sipped lemon water during her last visit to a bar, she found this cocktail to be delightful. Let her enjoy it, if she likes it, Madame Pei interjected, refusing to relent. She retrieved a clean glass and poured a little more, offering it to Wen Yin while explaining that the drink was crafted by their in-house mixologist. Thank you. Auntie, you are so kind to me, Wen Yin said joyfully as she accepted the glass, bringing it to her lips for a sip. The sweet, fruity aroma enveloped her palate, and she noted the distinct difference in quality compared to drinks outside. It was truly exquisite. This drink has a strong after-effect, Pei Ji cautioned her. If it's too potent, I shouldn't drink it, she mused, aware that losing control could lead to trivial mischief. But being taken advantage of by that madman would be far more serious. After taking a hefty sip, she hesitated to drink any further, opting to set the glass down on the table. Once the meal concluded, Wen Yin excused herself to the restroom, feeling somewhat flushed, perhaps due to the alcohol. She splashed her face with cool water to regain her composure before stepping out. As she rounded the corner of the hallway, she encountered a stranger leaning against the wall, smoking. The dense odor of smoke stung her nostrils. Just as she was about to pass by, the man called out her name. Wen Yin halted her steps, turning to gaze at the stranger before her. He was rather presentable, clad in a gray suit, with his hair neatly slicked back. Do you know me? He inquired. I came across a video of you that your sister posted just this afternoon. Hyung, exhaled a cloud of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette before discarding it. How much did Pei Ji offer you to be my canary? Together, we could bring him down. What do you say? Wen Yin's lips curved into a faint smile, sensing his envy and resentment toward Pei Ji. The proposition to conspire against another, while being labeled a canary, left her feeling rather displeased. Are you attempting to undermine Pei Ji? She asked him. Her youthful eyes sparkled with clarity, their luster enhanced by the blush of alcohol on her fair cheeks, accentuating her exquisite beauty. She regarded him intently. Hyung, captivated by her gaze, found himself softened by an unexpected warmth in his voice. This isn't about undermining. Without marriage, there exists a fair opportunity for competition. Knowing full well that I am his girlfriend, you dare suggest an alliance against him. Do I seem like a mere rental girlfriend to you? Wen Yin retorted sharply. Hyung scoffed, recalling snippets of conversation overheard from Pei Ji's driver, who had claimed she was merely pursuing Pei Ji for monetary gain. If you require money, I can provide it. The mention of the driver caused Wen Yin to reflect on the one who had been secretly observing her from the car. Choosing silence, she turned away, blending into the crowd. Indeed, not far away, she spotted Pei Ji engaged in conversation with that very driver. Chapter 20. Do not drink when I am away, Mr. Pei. That Miss Wen evidently harbors a disinclination towards you. She is clearly after your wealth. The driver expressed his indignation, an observer's clarity contrasting with the muddled perceptions of those directly involved. He could discern the young lady's intentions, even catching a glimpse of her smile within the confines of the car. He believed that Miss Wen was no different from other women. Her current disinterest in Mr. Pei seemed akin to a calculated effort to exploit him for her own gain. Pei Ji listened intently, remaining silent in response to the driver's words. He stood still, taking a few sips from his glass before placing it on the tray of a passing maid. Maintaining an air of composure, he eventually broke the silence. People are fundamentally the same. Men are ambitious, and so too are women. She covets my wealth, and fortunately, I possess an abundance of it. Love may also blossom. It is merely a matter of time. As long as I have it, she will be tempted. Once she ascends to a higher status and integrates into the upper echelons of society, she will look down upon those beneath her and understand who truly deserves her affection. Occupying a prominent position within the upper class, Pei Ji commanded considerable respect in the financial and business circles. How could he fail to perceive her motives? Her pretense of innocence was but a fade, as was everything else. The absence of love now does not preclude its emergence in the future. These are merely temporal matters. He was determined to make Wen Yin genuinely fall for him. Meanwhile, Wen Yin paid no heed to their conversation, standing at a distance where she could not hear them. She wandered to another area, where she encountered a foreigner, a renowned pianist from England who had made a name for himself in China. His compositions and original works had gained widespread acclaim, making him a sought-after musical prodigy. She never anticipated encountering him here. The foreigner, with his strikingly handsome features distinct from those of the Chinese, sported golden hair and light blue eyes. He spotted her instantly. Having just heard that Pei Ji had brought a girlfriend back, he found their compatibility evident upon meeting her. It was said she also studied piano, and he approached her with a glass in hand to introduce himself. "Hello, beautiful lady," William greeted her warmly. Wen Yin smiled politely, responding graciously, "Hello, nice to meet you." The man, appearing to be of similar age to Pei Ji and equally handsome, possessed a distinct foreign charm. After a moment's contemplation, William decided to speak in Chinese. "Miss Wen, I have heard you also study piano. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice?" William was a genius on the piano, possessing unique insights into music, particularly regarding the instrument itself. Everyone aspired to study under him, with only 2 disciples in total. Wen Yin had often encountered his name and was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of being his pupil, as it was a dream she had long harbored. She understood that his willingness to greet her stemmed from Pei Ji's influence. "May I? Your Chinese is quite proficient, and I admire your compositions," she replied, her heart fluttering with excitement. Observing the poised young woman before him, Lord William candidly revealed, "My father is British, and my mother hails from Taiwan with a trace of Russian ancestry. I suppose that makes me of mixed heritage." Thus, their conversation flourished. Both shared a passion for the piano, and their dialogue flowed effortlessly. William left her his business card, inviting her to visit his studio whenever she was free, where she could meet his other 2 apprentices. Wen Yin graciously accepted the card, responding, "Thank you, teacher." The young lady was exceptionally well-mannered, exuding a charm that rivaled that of other young ladies from prestigious families, leaving a first impression of remarkable decorum. William truly felt that Pei Ji had struck gold. As their conversation concluded, the evening had grown late. Wen Yin, having indulged in some wine, flushed slightly, prompting Pei Ji to offer her a ride home. After bidding farewell to Madame Pei and her grandfather, they departed. Upon entering the vehicle, Wen Yin noticed a change in the driver, which intrigued her. She turned to the man beside her and asked, "Where's the driver? He shouldn't be driving after drinking." She initially thought someone else had taken over, unaware that the driver had merely consumed alcohol at the banquet. In the back seat, silence enveloped them until the car exited the villa area. At which point Pei Ji finally spoke. Little one, when I'm not around, you must refrain from drinking, avoid conversing with unfamiliar men, and never accept anything from strangers. Wen Yin was taken aback by his words, replying softly, Does that include your grandfather and father? Pei Ji furrowed his brow and turned to meet her gaze. His voice low and firm, You know what I mean, don't play the fool. It was evident that she had been caught in a ruse. She reflected that she had only spoken to two unfamiliar men today, one who had blocked her in the restroom, and another who kindly offered to take her as a pupil. This was merely a manifestation of his possessiveness and desire for control, as she recognized that such a reminder was delivered with considerable gentleness. In her previous life, he would have resorted to more forceful methods to ensure she remembered. All right, I'll remember, she thought, though inwardly she scoffed. Not speaking to unfamiliar men seemed reasonable for the banquet, but was it to be applied at school as well? Even if she did converse, how could he possibly know? If one day Xiao Han took her to a bar again, she was uncertain if she would refrain from speaking to others. The last time she was caught at a bar was due to Su Han posting a photo at the entrance, which her brother had seen. Pei Yi, aware that she might not heed his warnings, casually remarked, If I catch you, I cannot guarantee my reaction. His words bore a more threatening undertone. Wen Yin internally cursed him, whispering, I truly will remember. That would be best, he replied, reaching out to tousle her hair, his gaze falling upon the necklace around her neck, reminding her to wear the pink diamond pendant. As they drove home, Wen Yin first took a shower upon arriving. After her bath, she lay back on her bed, feeling bored as she scrolled through her phone. She changed out of her jewelry and clothing, but once again donned the pink diamond heart necklace, lying on her bed while perusing Weibo. The online discourse surrounding Wen Tian has become a cacophony, with videos having been leaked and even trending. Despite her visage being marred, her identity remains unmistakable, as some individuals from her school recognize her. Is that not Wen Tian? I have always perceived her as a rather gentle girl. My goodness, the language being used is quite vile, laden with insults. Poor Wen Yin. Is her right wrist not bruised? She was so easily pushed to the ground. Do you not find that the sister, adorned in a mask and hat, bears a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuan, both in stature and appearance? To have stolen such an abundance of jewels surely warrants imprisonment. Just recently, the hotel incident was uncovered, proving that appearances can be deceiving. Wen Yin has been intently watching the videos circulating about the jewel theft and the hotel scandal, which have recently come to light, utterly obliterating the carefully curated image of the gentle, neighborly girl she had cultivated at school. Wen Tian must endure incarceration, and her existence within those confines should be nothing short of a living nightmare. Next in line are Ji Qinyu and Chu Li. Once everything is settled, she shall promptly flee the country, never to return. Chapter 21. Averse to deceit the following morning due to an injury to her hand, she refrained from attending school to practice the piano, opting instead to remain in the living room, watching television. The events of the previous day had stirred quite a commotion, even attracting paparazzi poised outside the police station. Each piece of jewelry within was irrefutably traced back to Wen Tian's theft. Seated in the living room with Wen's mother, they overheard a commotion outside that seemed to involve Chu Li, who, despite being blocked by the nanny, forcefully intruded. As Chu Li burst in, Wen's mother furrowed her brow and summoned security to expel her once more. Noticing the commotion, Chu Li suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with them in a heart-wrenching tone. Yin Yin, please save your sister. She is still young. She cannot be imprisoned. Jiang, as daughters-in-law of the Wen family, we cannot stand idly by. We are relatives bound by blood, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. Chu Li appeared as though she had not slept a wink, despite having previously advised Wen Tian to refrain from reckless actions. The turmoil from the hotel incident had barely subsided when yet another crisis erupted. The value of the stolen items had surpassed 1 million, and in total, the sum exceeded several million. Such a staggering amount could warrant a 10-year sentence. At this tender age, imprisonment would irreparably mar one's future. Wen Yin rose from the sofa, observing the woman supplicating at her feet without a hint of compassion. Pity for evildoers garners no gratitude. Indeed, Miscreants often remain unrepentant and may retaliate with greater ferocity. Security. When Yin called out firmly, and upon their arrival, instructed them to escort Chu Li away, threatening to call the police if she continued to create a scene. The guards promptly approached to remove her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Li immediately knelt before the young woman, clutching her legs desperately, tears cascading down her cheeks as she spoke in a frantic, broken voice. You grew up together. We loved sharing toys and jewelry as children. Yin Yin, did you not once delight in gifting your sister jewelry? Those jewels were gifts from you. Wen Yin, taken aback, recalled a time when she had foolishly shared her own trinkets with Wen Tian, only for her sister to take advantage of her kindness by stealthily entering her room to pilfer her jewelry. Why was Chu Li making such claims? Wen's mother, unable to bear the sight any longer, ordered the guards to remove her, just as she was about to clarify that such gifts were a thing of the past. Wen Yin interrupted. Mom. Wen Yin cut off her mother's impending words, scrutinizing the woman clinging to her leg, and soon noticed a brooch fastened to her attire. It was evident that she had come prepared, dressed in a plain manner without any adornments, her cries theatrically sorrowful, aiming to evoke sympathy. Yet the brooch, a metallic piece incongruous with her outfit, caught Wen Yin's attention. She swiftly removed the brooch and examined it closely, discovering that it was surprisingly weighty, with something concealed within. It dawned upon her that it could potentially be a recording device. Chu Li, with her own daughter facing imprisonment, would undoubtedly seek legal counsel. Her presence today was likely a ploy to extract information regarding the jewelry she once gifted to Wen Tian. Yin Yin, what do you intend to do with Annie's brooch? Do you fancy it? Chu Li, clearly agitated, immediately reached out to snatch the brooch away, only to have her hand deftly evaded. She could only plead more earnestly. Please save your sister. Wen Yin toyed with the brooch between her fingers, inquiring, how? She was under the impression that Chu Li had reconsidered. Just go to the police station and tell the judge that those jewels were a gift from you to your sister, not stolen. That you simply misremembered. Such a cunning scheme. Wen Yin cast a cold glance downward, feeling a wave of revulsion as Chu Li clung to her leg, unable to endure the security personnel approaching to intervene. Finally freed from the clutches of the pestering leech, Wen Yin casually shoved the brooch in her pocket and gestured for them to expel her. As Chu Li realized she was about to be thrown out, with the brooch now in Wen Yin's possession, her earlier demeanor of pleading transformed into a grotesque mask of fury, resembling a ravenous demon. Wen Yin, you will meet a dreadful end because of this. One day, your fate will be no better than ours. The venomous curses were unbearable. Wen Mu could hardly believe that the once amiable sister-in-law had devolved into such a wretched creature. Turning to Wen Yin, she found her merely toying with the brooch. After a brief moment, she discarded it into the trash and then turned to embrace Wen Mu's arm, her expression earnest. Mummy, from now on, no matter who comes, do not let them in or speak. Simply have security escort them out. Once the visa is processed, you and father should leave for abroad. Leaving the country was not merely an escape from the deranged, but also a precaution against any potential harm that might befall her parents if the situation escalated. Today, her presence at home had spared them, but if she were absent, there was no telling what might be recorded. Wen Mu had always heeded her daughter's counsel and had not opposed the idea of emigrating. Wen Fu concurred as well. The family business had long been involved in foreign trade, and plans for immigration had been in place even before this commotion. After the uproar, Wen Yin lost interest in watching television and thought of Lord William. Today, she found herself free and decided to pay him a visit. The new piece she had been practicing at school was originally composed by him. After contemplating, she returned to her room, retrieved his business card, and dialed the number. The call was promptly answered, as Lord William was wondering why she hadn't reached out. After exchanging contact information, he sent her the address, awaiting her arrival in the practice room. Once the call ended, Lord William resumed directing one of his students in playing the violin, recognizing the student's proficiency, yet sensing an ineffable absence. Chiyu, I heard you composed a new piece yesterday. Yes, teacher. Chiyu played half-heartedly before putting down the violin and pulling out her phone to show him the sheet music. Look, this piece came to me in a surge of inspiration. It's titled Winter's Heartfelt Thoughts. Lord William glanced at the lyrics on her phone. recalling how he had discovered Chiyu during a concert tour. Despite her youth, her singing voice was enchanting, and she possessed remarkable talent in music. She had been studying under him for 2 years now, and her fame continued to ascend. When Yin had already embarked on her journey, instructing the driver to take her to her destination. Upon disembarking, her phone buzzed with a message. She retrieved it from her bag. "W, what are you doing?" What a coincidence that he would message her, inquiring about her activities. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Yin replied, "At home watching television with my mother." Watching television? At that very moment, Pei Ji, seated in a high-rise office while monitoring the surveillance, let out a cold laugh. The screen's location clearly indicated she was in the city. Did she truly believe that the threats made yesterday were merely idle words? Moreover, he had explicitly stated his aversion to deceit. Chapter 22. Anger and Deception. Did she truly believe her disguise was impeccable? Pei Ji coldly fixated on the location, realizing that while she could covet his wealth or any of his possessions, her cunning could be tolerated to a degree. However, her cleverness could not extend to the realm of deceit. He had hoped that time would alter her ways, yet it became evident that she continued to weave lies, embodying the essence of a true trickster. Indeed, he had indulged her too much. Without repercussions, she failed to grasp the gravity of her actions. At that moment, Wen Yin had already entered the building. Following the directions provided, she ascended the stairs to the piano practice room. Upon pushing the door open, she was greeted by the enchanting strains of music that flowed seamlessly, each note perfectly placed, emanating from the first composition of William Ching. Gently nudging the door ajar, she beheld a figure seated at the piano, accompanied by another standing nearby. When Chiyu noticed someone entering, he initially assumed it was a new student arriving, but upon recognizing the familiar young woman, he realized she might indeed be that new apprentice. Wen Yin was equally surprised to encounter Chiyu once more. William Ching, having completed his piece, was astonished to learn that they were acquainted. Their conversation unveiled that they attended the same school, a remarkable coincidence. "Wen Yin, I heard you were the top of your piano class. Would you perform a piece for us?" William Ching invited her. "Certainly," Wen Yin replied, stepping forward. Apart from her parents, the piano was her greatest love, and she reveled in the melodies that flowed from her fingertips. Approaching the piano, she positioned her fingers over the keys, gazing at the sheet music before her, and allowed the music to gradually emerge from her hands. The exquisite sounds resonated throughout the practice room, and William Ching closed his eyes to savor the melody, nodding in satisfaction. The young woman, adorned in a fitted long dress, with her hair elegantly swept to one side, revealed her graceful neck and porcelain collarbones. Her poise was enchanting, and even her expression while playing was one of earnest concentration. Minutes later, as she concluded her performance, the two observers burst into applause. Only then did Wen Yin turn back to them with a smile, inquiring, "Was that acceptable?" "Very good," William Ching exclaimed, stepping closer. "Is it true you are only 20? There was not a single mistake, and even the nuances of tempo and pitch were impeccably executed. It's astonishing, as if you have been practicing for decades. It's hard to believe that such skill could emerge from someone of your age, unless you were a natural prodigy." Chiyu shared this sentiment, finally comprehending why the girls had praised Wen Yin as the best in every discipline, including piano. "Wen Yin, you are truly remarkable. You are a genius." "Oh no, it's merely the result of extensive practice," Wen Yin humbly replied, dismissing the notion of being a genius. The ability to play such pieces stemmed from a past life where she could only sit before a piano in an empty villa, deprived of freedom, and ultimately, due to an escape attempt, stripped of her right to play. William Ching suddenly recalled the upcoming international piano competition months later, where anyone studying piano could register. The first prize not only bestowed honor, but also promised exposure. He inquired if Wen Yin intended to participate. Wen Yin nodded thoughtfully. She had registered for the international piano competition as soon as it was announced, but unfortunately, due to the scandal surrounding her hotel, her reputation suffered irreparably, preventing her from participating. Her desire to play the piano and create enchanting melodies remained unshaken. The piece she had chosen to perform was a newly released composition by William. Renowned for its complexity, ranking among the 3 most challenging pieces. She adored every piece by William. It was a serendipitous twist of fate, thanks to Pei. That brought her here. As a group gathered to discuss piano, Chiyu, a violinist and aspiring singer preparing for his debut, found Wen Yin to be extraordinary. Her excellence evident in every aspect. After practicing for over an hour, with William providing insightful feedback on areas for improvement, Wen Yin felt a sense of progress. When the afternoon arrived, she bid farewell to the two and prepared to head home. Chiyu, contemplating his own departure, decided to accompany her partway. During their practice, Wen Yin had silenced her phone, only to discover an influx of messages now. W, I need to see you. W, you're not home, are you? W, I believe I've mentioned my preference for obedient individuals. W, I detest lies, and so forth. Wen Yin tightened her grip on her phone, her eyes widening with unease as she realized the urgency in his messages, a sense of panic rising within her. It was a chilling sensation, akin to having one's deceit exposed. In her past life, she had resorted to lies, but evading the consequences often led to unsatisfactory outcomes, especially when caught by Pei, resulting in punishment. Wen Yin, allow me to drive you. Chiyu's voice broke through her thoughts. Instinctively, she powered off her phone, dismissing the messages from her mind, and turned to face him. The boy, her age, stood beside her, exuding a gentle charm that was almost disarming. Noticing her silence, he tilted his head and waved a hand before her, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? You look unwell. It's nothing. Could you please take me to my friend's house? She replied, deciding to visit Su-Han and treat her phone as if it were off, avoiding the messages entirely. As they stepped outside, the sky was overcast, hinting at impending rain. Climbing into the car, Chiyu inquired if she truly had no intention of joining the tour. Wen Yin shook her head, her thoughts drifting to the online reports of a recent car accident. She glanced at the youthful boy behind the wheel, a reminder of carefree days shared by many girls. Senior, please refrain from driving for a month after the tour, she advised earnestly. Why not? Chiyu asked, confusion evident in his tone. Just then, dark clouds loomed overhead, the sky growing increasingly ominous, followed by the rumble of distant thunder. Moments later, a torrential downpour began, the streets devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. Raindrops pelted the car, creating a dull thud, while the oppressive, shadowy curtain of rain seemed to threaten to engulf everything in its path. Wen Yin gazed earnestly at him, articulating a profound statement, because you will die. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt on the road, and despite wearing a seatbelt, Wen Yin nearly lurched forward due to inertia, casting a startled glance at the individual beside her. She was taken aback by his intense reaction. Senior, we cannot stop on the road. I know, Chi replied, his complexion pale, as he slammed on the brakes and fixed his gaze ahead. Wen Yin, look in front. What is ahead? The torrential rain pounded against the car, and the wipers swept the droplets from the windshield. Through the haze, she discerned several black vehicles ominously halted, seemingly positioned to obstruct the way. Among them, one license plate became discernible through the curtain of rain, causing an immediate sense of dread to surge within her. From within the car, she observed as a door slowly creaked open, revealing a black umbrella emerging, which was then unfurled, followed by polished shoes making contact with the damp ground. Finally, a figure clad in a suit emerged, the sharp lines of his frame accentuated by the umbrella he held. The rain fell heavily, accompanied by a veil of mist, rendering the scene unclear. Yet, she could still perceive the dark glint of displeasure in the man's eyes as they locked onto hers through the myriad of raindrops. Chapter 23. The villa of past imprisonment. The rain fell in large droplets, striking the surface of the umbrella and the roof of the car. She observed Pei approaching her, step by step. Each footfall felt as though it were treading upon her heart, rendering her breath increasingly unsteady and her pulse racing. Chiyu squinted through the curtain of rain at the man, and suddenly, clarity struck her. She immediately turned to Wen Yin to explain, noting her pallor. Fearing she might be frightened. Do not be afraid. That is my uncle. He must be here for me. Your uncle? Wen Yin gazed in astonishment at the boy beside her, bewildered that she had never known of this familial connection, rendered nearly speechless by the revelation. The man's countenance was austere, growing nearer, and as his features emerged from the mist of rain, he approached the passenger seat and rapped on the window, his narrow, piercing eyes locking onto the anxious girl within the car. Chiyu lowered the window and called out, "Uncle, why are you here?" Pei Ji's gaze fell upon Wen Yin, who was nervously fidgeting with her fingers on the passenger seat. A glimmer of something inscrutable flickered in his eyes. He anticipated her appetites were so vast. Was his presence insufficient? Did she desire another? "I have come to fetch my girlfriend," Pei Ji declared. The moment those words left his lips, Chiyu's eyes darted to Wen Yin, witnessing Pei Ji's hand reaching through the open window. His strong fingers grasped the girl's chin, gently urging her to lift her face. "Sweetheart, it is time for us to return home." A profound sense of dread enveloped her, an oppressive feeling that suggested disembarking would leave her with nothing but bones. Chiyu was taken aback to discover that his schoolmate had become the wife of his uncle. He had attended a family gathering the previous day, but had left early after merely delivering a gift, only to hear later that his uncle had returned with a young and beautiful girlfriend. Little did he expect that it would be Wen Yin, a junior from his own school. "Are you not getting out, sweetheart?" Wen Yin stood frozen, having discerned the displeasure and veiled emotions in the man's eyes. The hand on her chin tightened slightly, a silent urging for her to exit the vehicle. "Get out," she timidly uttered. The car door was pulled open from the outside, sheltered by the umbrella. Gripping her bag tightly, she emerged, only to have Pei Ji secure his arm around her shoulder. The black umbrella tilted closer to her, shielding her from the relentless downpour as she followed him to another vehicle. Even after settling into the car, the suffocating sense of terror lingered. Sitting upright, she pondered how to articulate her thoughts. As the vehicle began to move, Pei Ji broke the silence. His tone as calm as if inquiring about her day's meals and activities, revealing no trace of anger. "Sweetheart, do you recall what I told you yesterday?" Upon hearing his voice, memories of their past relationship flooded her mind, and she understood this was merely the calm before the storm. Panic surged within her as she recalled Pei Ji's admonition. She was not to converse with boys. "And what did you do?" Pei Ji's voice turned cold. "And what of the matter of deceit? Without a hint of falsehood, my phone simply powered off. After replying to your message, it inexplicably shut down, and I was unaware of your arrival." As she spoke, Wen Yin promptly retrieved her phone from her bag and presented it to the man, demonstrating that it was indeed turned off. Seated beside her, Pei Ji exuded an air of dignified authority, clad in an impeccably tailored suit. Her keen eyes noticed that one shoulder of Pei Ji's attire had become dampened by the rain, leaving a darkened patch. He tilted the umbrella towards her, shielding her from the downpour, providing her with a generous portion of cover. Pei Ji cast a cold, disdainful glance at the black screen of the phone. He was no fool, and the excuse was far too feeble to merit his attention. Taking the device in hand, he switched it on. As the phone powered up, a wave of panic surged within Wen Yin, watching him effortlessly unlock her password and access the WeChat interface. Upon noticing the multitude of unread notifications, Pei Ji let out a scoff. "Did you not claim your phone was off and that you hadn't seen any messages? How do you account for this discrepancy?" After reading the messages, the red that indicating unread notifications would vanish, yet it was evident that the notifications had not disappeared. She had read them, but chose not to respond before shutting down the phone. Wen Yin realized she could no longer conceal the truth. Her heart raced wildly as the man beside her spoke again. "Is it because I have indulged you too much that you feel entitled to deceive me? I abhor deceit, and I am no saint. I do not wish to bind you with chains to enforce your obedience." His tone was undeniably serious, and he would indeed act on his words. Choosing to capitulate and placate him was a strategy to avoid being imprisoned, to escape the shackles that could ensnare her. She was determined not to falter again, unwilling to relive past mistakes. Wen Yin leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Pei Ji, tears cascading as she admitted her fault with a sense of grievance. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I will not behave this way anymore. I simply adore playing the piano. You disallow my interactions with boys, yet my passion for the piano compels me to hide it from you." She nestled her head against his shoulder, deliberately smearing her tears onto his clothing, her voice trembling with a soft, plaintive whine. "Please don't be angry." Despite her affectionate embrace and tearful confession, Pei Ji remained impassive, particularly upon hearing her express her love for the piano. While her passion stemmed from genuine affection, it perhaps also hinted at a desire to perform for a wider audience. Page G gazed down at the girl buried in his clothing, her face wet with tears. He lifted her chin gently with one hand, narrowing his eyes as he questioned her. "What if I forbid you from playing the piano?" Wen Yin's sobbing momentarily ceased as she raised her gaze to meet his, attempting to discern the sincerity behind his words. In that moment of eye contact, she realized that he spoke the truth, reminiscent of her own desires in a past life when she yearned to re-enter the piano competition at school. Not only did she wish to play, but she also longed to participate in the international piano competition that had eluded her in her previous existence. "Mr. Pei, we have arrived." The driver abruptly shattered the silence, causing Wen Yin to momentarily believe they had arrived home. In a state of panic, she exclaimed her desire to exit the vehicle. Yet upon glimpsing the unfamiliar surroundings, she swiftly realized this was not her abode. It was Pei Ji's residence. Why had he brought her here instead of home? Furthermore, this villa was the very place where she had once been imprisoned, a secluded mansion with no neighboring occupants. The car had already entered the villa's underground garage, and Pei Ji had disembarked first. When he called for her to follow suit, he discovered her retreating deeper into the vehicle, unwilling to emerge. Pei Ji commanded, "Get out." "No, please, I want to go home." This villa had once been shared by the two of them. Under the guise of pursuing her, Pei Ji had coerced her into living with him. The last time she attempted to escape, it had incited his wrath, leading to her eternal confinement within these walls. A voice within her was persistently warning her, urging her not to enter. Once inside, the possibility of never escaping again loomed ominously. Chapter 24. Misbehavior must be punished. The familiar villa scene evoked memories of her previous life, particularly the first time she visited this place. Reluctance gripped her. She did not wish to enter. Pei Ji discerned her trepidation, finding it perplexing that she harbored such fear of him, as if something dreadful lurked within the villa. A torrential downpour accompanied by ominous thunder enveloped the surroundings. Observing her state, Pei Ji approached and opened the opposite car door, gently grasping her arm and coaxing her out of the vehicle. "What are you doing?" "I said I want to go home," Wen Yin protested, pushing against him as she was pulled from the car, her resistance feeble. In the next moment, she found herself hoisted onto his shoulder, her futile attempts to strike at his back yielding no effect. A powerful arm encircled her legs while the other hand clutched her skirt, ensuring modesty as he forcefully carried her into the villa. Upon entering, Wen Yin was enveloped by a strangely familiar yet foreign sensation as buried memories surged to life, particularly upon glimpsing the decor around her. Everything remained unchanged, especially the piano in the living room. In a daze, she envisioned a frail figure seated at the piano, a beautiful, pallid face marked by indifference, playing in solitude, a chain clasped around the ankle. Pei Ji did not linger downstairs but instead ascended to the bedroom, pushing open the door and making his way toward the bathroom. The spacious bathroom was immediately sealed off as he set her down into the bathtub, turning on the faucet to let warm water cascade over her. "What are you doing?" "Please stop," Wen Yin exclaimed, her clothes clinging to her form as droplets splashed into her eyes, obscuring her vision. She struggled to rise from the tub, but a firm hand seized her shoulder, pinning her down. "I dislike the scent clinging to you," came his cold voice from above, shielding her face from the water. She caught a hint of floral fragrance emanating from herself. It was reminiscent of the scent in the practice room, akin to the perfume worn by Lord William, unavoidable yet faint. His actions persisted, the water pouring down in torrents, mingling with her protests and struggles within the tub. As her garments became thoroughly soaked, clinging to her curves, her hair dampened and stuck to her face, an overwhelming sense of unease consumed her. What have I done wrong? Just because of a fleeting infatuation? Must you treat me this way? Water streamed down her face, mingling with tears, her words directed not only at him in the present, but also at the figure from her past. She struggled to comprehend if one's judgment of love truly began with mere appearance. There was no such thing as love at first sight. A hasty glance leading to obsession and torment was a crime. Beauty, isolated, inevitably leads to a deadlock. if she were to possess the same rights. She would never have been forcibly imprisoned by Pei Ji. When Yin could no longer endure the situation, she seized the hand pressing on her shoulder and bit down fiercely. Initially, she had hoped to placate the maniac, believing that if she made him happy, he would cease to confine her. However, she never anticipated that he could descend into such madness. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, biting down on his hand until her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. Despite exerting considerable force, he showed no inclination to withdraw his hand. Curiously, she glanced up and found Pei Ji standing by the bathtub, gazing down at her with a gaze shrouded in ambiguity, as if he intended to pull her into a profound abyss. His expression did not convey anger, but rather a perverse satisfaction. The sensation of her biting his hand was akin to a beloved kitten rebelling, leaving its mark on him, while she remained drenched and gazed at him with wide, shimmering eyes. Pei Ji swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Have you bitten enough? Once you have, it will be my turn. Wen Yin did not comprehend his words. She glared at him, wishing she could bite off a piece of his flesh. As soon as she felt she had bitten enough and attempted to rise, she was once again swept into his arms. He placed her upon the nearby vanity, her back pressed against the mirror. Before she could fully grasp the situation, he seized her cheeks and pressed his scorching lips against hers, exuding a fierce dominance that left no room for escape. Get off when Yin pushed against him, but he effortlessly restrained her, his powerful frame looming over her like a shadow. There was no retreating from his forceful presence. Eventually, Pei Ji released her, delivering a punishing bite on her lips, their foreheads touching. The heated breaths of the two mingled, her dress clinging to her body from the dampness. And due to the movement, she caught sight of an undeniable sight. The bandages on her wrist were also soaked. Yet she understood that his tender heart would never yield her obedience. Little darling, I told you long ago that I am not a virtuous man. I do not wish to employ extreme measures, so you must comply. Wen Yin, begrudgingly, raised her gaze to glare at him. It was merely a one-night affair. I did not compel you to take responsibility, but I desire you to be responsible for me, he replied, kissing her cheek and inhaling the scent that wafted from her. Was my time spent with you in vain? In the hotel, had he not been vigilant, she would have been taken away by the burly man stationed at the door. Yet, she awoke with such disloyalty, biting back at him. Perhaps it was her youth that fueled her audacity. As her cheek was kissed, she was suddenly bitten, causing her to cry out, "It hurts." Only pain can impart wisdom, Pei Ji replied, his dark eyes deep and intimidating, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Do not lie before me again. Remember this punishment well. Punishment? What punishment? Wen Yin was perplexed, but in the next moment, as he carried her from the bathroom to the bedside, she instantaneously understood. Upon seeing Pei Ji retrieve something from the drawer, she was struck with shock. She quickly shrank away from the edge of the bed, attempting to flee, but he grasped her ankle, rendering her immobile. A voice that filled her with dread echoed behind her. Do not force me to chain you up. You have taken so much from me, deceiving me. Is one man not enough? Shouldn't you learn from your mistakes? As I watch the situation escalate, the water from my body has soaked the sheets, while the rain outside cascades relentlessly, contrasting sharply with the atmosphere within. Trapped and unable to escape. While the previous encounter at the hotel was clouded by a lack of consciousness, my mind is now entirely clear. Yet I find myself being coaxed and restrained at the waist. Held in the embrace of a terrifying figure, it feels as though a punishment is imminent. Although the touch is gentle, I still perceive the menace of Pei Ji. The disparity between our physiques is stark, like a seemingly innocent and docile little rabbit ensnared by a ravenous wolf, mercilessly biting down on its neck, consuming it whole. The thunder and rain outside grow ever louder, mingling with the sounds of coaxing, the cries of a young girl, and the tearing of fabric. You, scoundrel. Chapter 25. As if threatened, Pei Ji was taken aback by her unexpected outburst, yet he simply embraced her, observing as she desperately clung to her precarious attire, silently tending to the injury on her wrist. Tears cascaded down, landing on his hand as he gently dried her with a towel, all the while turning on the room's heater and gathering her damp hair for warmth. Initially, he had entertained the notion of punishing her, but he was inclined to take a more measured approach. After all, she was still quite young, and his heart ached at the thought of causing her distress. Wrapped in the towel and nestled in his arms, Wen Yin was initially frightened, fearing he intended to repeat the torment of her previous life, only to realize he merely bestowed a few symbolic kisses upon her. Aside from a bite on her collarbone and torn clothing, he refrained from any overt transgressions. No more tears. If you continue, I may not be so lenient, he warned, his strong arms lifting her in a princess carried towards the bathroom to dry her hair, positioning her before the mirror where their gazes met. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her collarbone and neck bore several marks, deliberate tokens of his punishment. At first, she thought Pei Ji had lost his mind again, but thankfully he had not. The familiar surroundings, the decor and furniture, felt as if she had returned to a past life. After their previous altercations, they would also bathe together, with Pei Ji cradling her and drying her hair. Wen Yin raised a hand to wipe her tears, locking eyes with him in the mirror, feeling his fingers weave through her hair as the warm air from the hairdryer enveloped her. Feigning innocence with red-rimmed eyes, she cautiously implored, "Could you possibly take me home? I truly understand my mistakes." The hour was late, and with the rain falling, she had never stayed out overnight unless in exceptional circumstances, notifying her parents. She was reluctant to remain in this place, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Pei Ji, while drying her hair, casually remarked, "You won't be going home tonight. You will stay with me, and I shall escort you to school tomorrow." His words struck her like a thunderclap, and the thought of spending the night in this villa filled her with anxiety. "Why? I want to go home." She was adamant about not wanting to stay in this villa, where even the bedroom bore an uncanny resemblance to the past. She feared lying down would lead to nightmares. As he carried her from the car, she realized that direct confrontation yielded no favorable outcome. Had she initially resisted him, as she did in her former life, she might have found herself confined within the villa, devoid of subsequent gifts or family gatherings. It seemed that men often gravitated towards challenges, desiring what was hardest to attain. The more she pondered, the more her heart raced, and tears fell like scattered pearls, partly in a bid for sympathy to return home, and partly due to the fright of recent events. Crying is futile. I assure you, sleeping beside me will not lead to any improprieties, he reassured, his fingers gently caressing her soft, fragrant hair as he dried it, knowing that dinner time was approaching, all the while reflecting on her tear-streaked, beautiful face in the mirror. He reached out, his arm encircling her slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. Leaning close to the young girl's ear, he inquired, "Are you truly so afraid of me that you think I might devour you?" "Yes." Wen Yin's hand subtly tightened around the towel, wishing fervently for a knife to materialize in her grasp, so that she could stab this deranged, obsessive man holding her. His madness had led him to bring her home, to shower her with attention, and to pin her down on the bed as if he intended to impose himself upon her. Yet he questioned her fear. "Pei Yi, my parents will worry if I don't return home. Will they?" Pei Ji stroked her soft hair. "Then let us invite your parents to stay for the night as well." "What?" Wen Yin was taken aback by his words, never expecting such a suggestion. This time, she was unwilling yet compelled to comply. She could not allow her parents to truly reside in this villa. Pei Ji had even taken her phone, insisting she call her parents to inform them that due to the rain, she would be spending the night at his home. The heavy downpour had already caused her parents considerable concern, and upon hearing their daughter's safety, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Then let your parents pick you up tomorrow." Just as Wen Yin was about to suggest that a taxi would suffice, the person behind her snatched the phone away, Pei Ji's voice low and soothing. "I will take her tomorrow. The weather is quite poor, making the journey unsafe." After the call, Pei Ji found her a garment from a closet in the bedroom's dressing area, a makeshift nightgown. Following him inside, she observed that the closet was filled with women's clothing, dresses, and tops of every hue. She was somewhat astonished. Logically, there should be no other woman in Pei Ji's life. "These are all for you," he stated. "Wear the nightgown tonight, and tomorrow you may choose something from the many outfits tailored specifically to your measurements." The array of clothing was extensive, each piece beautifully crafted, predominantly in shades of white and blue, suggesting a deliberate preference. Had Pei Ji truly gone to such lengths with the intent of cohabiting with her after marriage? Clad in a bathrobe, Wen Yin pursed her lips. For what shocked her most was the drawer at the bottom of the cabinet, containing intimate women's lingerie. Why had you prepared so many garments? I do not intend to stay long-term. A sense of foreboding grew stronger within her. And indeed, the next moment, the man spoke. If you do not behave, it will become a long-term arrangement. And after marriage, you shall live with me, will you not? If you comply, I shall indulge you. If you do not, I may resort to methods you would find disagreeable. His words were stark and threatening. Initially, she had thought this madman had truly changed, that he would not force her in a marriage, but instead shower her with gifts. Yet, the underlying pathology remained unaltered. Angering or defying him would only result in the chain around her ankle. Wen Yin clutched the garment and nodded gently. I will be obedient. Hearing her promise, Pei Ji chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her hair before urging her to change and come downstairs for dinner. Once the individual departed, the room succumbed to an enveloping silence. Wen Yin, suddenly feeling weak in the knees, slid down against the cabinet, her breath coming in rapid gasps. It was only after the person had left that she felt she could finally breathe. The shadows of her past confinement loomed too large. And perhaps it was the torrential rain that caused her thoughts to spiral into fears of being imprisoned once more. Clutching the fabric of her clothing tightly, she could still hear the distant rumble of thunder outside. She found it perplexing that, despite being reborn, she had to relive that fateful night. She needed to seize the moment and make the mother and daughter pay for their transgressions and hasten her departure from this place, to escape the clutches of this madman. Chapter 26. The secret concealed by Pei Ji. As the dinner was prepared, Wen Yin descended from upstairs, clad in a snug-fitting nightgown that appeared to have been meticulously chosen in advance. She leisurely made her way to the kitchen bar, only to discover that the housekeeper was absent, leaving Pei Ji to assume the role of chef, adorned with an apron. The man, with his broad shoulders and narrow waist, stood with his back to her, frying eggs in the pan, resembling a devoted homemaker. Upon noticing her presence, he turned and said, "Try the noodles I made." Pei Ji arranged the freshly cooked noodles on a plate, garnished with delicate shrimp and an assortment of side dishes, all of which looked quite appealing. He also added a perfectly fried egg and set the dish on the table, alongside a vibrant selection of pre-cut fruits, everything except pineapple, and poured a glass of blueberry juice for her. While these culinary creations may not rival those of a fine dining restaurant, they were undeniably her favorites. Wen Yin reminisced about her fondness for pasta and blueberry juice, recalling how her mother would often prepare noodles for her. Pei Ji had evidently taken the time to thoroughly investigate her tastes. The appearance of the noodles was strikingly reminiscent of the countless times Pei Ji had prepared them for her in a former life, though they had never been particularly palatable. Without hesitation, Wen Yin picked up her chopsticks, her hunger undeniable. As she took a bite of the noodles, her heart stirred with an unexpected intensity, and she soon discovered the hidden shrimp and slices of meat within. In the past, she would secretly add little shrimp to her bowl, relishing the moments when she could savor the meat at the bottom last. Such intimate habits were known only to her. With the exception of Pei Ji from her previous life, was it merely an illusion? Wen Yin realized that the taste exceeded her memories, and she looked at Pei Ji with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, sensing that this incarnation of him seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of her every preference. In her past life, although he had pursued her, he faced numerous obstacles. Now, he appeared to be privy to even her most private habits. It was inconceivable that he could have been reborn. If she had indeed returned, she would never allow him to remain uninformed about her life. "How does it taste, my dear?" he inquired. "It's quite delicious," Wen Yin replied, suppressing her emotions as she continued to eat, mentally convincing herself that perhaps this was simply a figment of her imagination. Pei Ji sat across from her, sipping his juice, his piercing gaze fixed intently on her face. Watching as she obediently consumed the noodles, a hint of an inscrutable obsession flickering in his eyes. The way she ate was endearing, reminiscent of a rabbit. How adorable, how obedient. It felt as though he could confine her within the villa for a lifetime. The bowl was substantial, and as she reached the halfway point, She found herself unable to continue. Setting down her chopsticks, she took a sip of the refreshing blueberry juice, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. Peiji, still consuming his noodles at a pace quicker than hers, yet with deliberate grace, noticed her unfinished meal and pushed the fruit towards her. "Have some fruit," he suggested, his voice resonating with a melodious charm, a stark contrast to the ire he had exhibited moments earlier. Reaching out to grasp the fork, she brought a slice of dragon fruit to her lips. Even when Yin could hardly fathom that one day she would share a peaceful meal face-to-face with Peiji, the thought was simply astonishing. This villa undoubtedly cast a long shadow over her, for in her past life, she had been imprisoned here for nearly 4 years. 4 years without stepping outside. It was evident that she needed to placate Peiji before leaving the country, ensuring that incidents like today's would never occur. As long as he remained calm, she could navigate her own safety. She must avoid provoking his anger and strive to appease him. Once the meal concluded, when Yin felt the urge to rest and inquired about where she would sleep and whether he had prepared a bedroom for her, Peiji, upon hearing her question, simply sat in silence, gazing at her with an intense look. His voice was low and firm. "You will sleep in the bedroom with me." Feeling the weight of his gaze, when Yin paused for a brief moment before responding with a sweet smile, her eyelashes fluttering, a hint of shyness coloring her demeanor as she gently declined his advances. "Darling, I am not a peaceful sleeper. That is not a valid reason," Peiji replied, rising to clear the dishes. "If you're tired, go upstairs and rest." Observing him as he cleaned the dishes, when Yin realized she could not reason with him, so she decided to leave the bar and ascend the stairs. At the top of the staircase, she leaned against the railing, her eyes cast downward, surveying the layout below. The arrangement mirrored that of her previous life, unchanged in the slightest, including the piano placed somewhere in the living room, identical to before. As she ascended to the second floor, she did not head straight to the bedroom. Instead, she curiously opened each door to explore. Everything remained the same, including the guest rooms, though the beds had yet to be made. She continued until she reached the last room at the end of the corridor, which she knew was meant for storage. Grasping the doorknob, she found it utterly unyielding. This door had always had a key hanging nearby. While the other rooms were accessible, this one stood apart, its lock distinctly different from the others, an electronic lock. What secrets lay within? Why had the lock been changed? Driven by curiosity, she pushed the concealed panel upward, revealing a digital interface. She attempted to input her birthday as the code. Incorrect password. The electronic prompt indicated her birthday code was wrong. It had been her phone password before. Furrowing her brow, she sensed that secrets were hidden within. She tried entering Peiji's password. Incorrect password. On her third attempt, she became so engrossed that she failed to notice the sound of approaching footsteps until a shadow loomed over her, accompanied by a soft chuckle. "Are you curious?" Peiji asked, having silently appeared behind her, catching her in the act of attempting to unlock the room. When Yin's breath caught her throat, her heart racing as she felt him lean closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, appearing like a ghost without a sound. "It's time to go back to sleep, little one." Peiji gently took her hand from the doorknob, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and leading her away from the door with an authoritative grip that brooked no argument. "I'm so curious about what's in that room." When Yin inquired, "Why does it have a password lock?" Peiji maintained a calm demeanor as he ushered her into the bedroom and locked the door behind them. Within lay a dreadful secret, a revelation of his despicable and unrefined psychological state concealed deep within. The air conditioning hummed softly, and the bed had been freshly made. Everything around remained unchanged, save for the absence of their wedding photograph that once adorned the bedside. Seated in the room, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped her, the familiar atmosphere rendering her restless. She pulled back the covers and slipped into the bed, burrowing herself towards the far side, unwilling to draw closer to him. Observing her reluctance, Peiji refrained from uttering a word, instead sitting at the edge of the bed to reiterate his rules. "My dear, refrain from speaking with boys or getting too close. It makes me jealous. And do not lie. I abhor such behavior. In all future endeavors, ensure you inform me beforehand. Do you understand?" She absorbed his words with clarity, his possessiveness and desire for control as palpable as ever, prompting her to contemplate a term that had recently circulated online, male chauvinism. With this thought in mind, she voiced her concern. But at school, I cannot avoid conversing with others. Your demeanor seems rather chauvinistic. Chapter 27. What is not seeking men's interests? Male chauvinism? Pei Ji found himself somewhat bewildered by her words, and when Nian, perceiving his confusion, took it upon herself to elucidate the concept of male chauvinism. It entails regarding an individual as one's own private possession, restricting their actions and dictating their choices, expecting them to adhere solely to one's whims. In more severe instances, it extends to controlling even the most personal aspects of a partner's life, treating them as an object of ownership with excessive authority. Upon hearing her explanation, Pei Ji seemed to grasp the notion, though his reaction was minimal. He merely scoffed softly, asserting, "You are inherently mine, and it is only natural that I exercise such authority over you." With that, he climbed into bed, having already bathed and changed into his nightwear. As he settled under the covers, he drew the girl, who had been lying at a distance, into his embrace. Sensing her subtle struggle, he frowned, warning, "If you continue to squirm, I cannot promise what I may do to you." When Yin stiffened, acutely aware of the implications of his words, and dared not move. His strong arms encircled her waist, her back pressed against his powerful chest, allowing her to feel the rhythmic thump of his heart, distinctly audible. She refrained from speaking, feigning sleep while listening to the bustling sounds of the lights being turned off, catching snippets of a phrase. "As long as you love me, I will grant you anything you desire. I will indulge you." The notion that love could yield anything, even life itself. When Yin tightly shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep, feeling the warmth of his embrace grow more secure, she feared that if she remained awake, he might suddenly lose his temper and act upon his whims. Anxious, she resisted falling into a deep slumber until the late hours of the night. When her eyelids finally grew heavy, Pei Ji held her, his breathing steady, appearing to be in a deep sleep himself. Throughout the night, he remained remarkably composed, refraining from any improper actions, allowing Wen Yin to eventually drift off as well. As darkness enveloped the world outside, a gentle rain began to fall. In the stillness, the person in his arms breathed evenly, sleeping soundly, while Pei Ji's expression remained concealed in the shadows. Gradually, he opened his eyes, tightening his embrace around her, his breath warm against her soft, sweet form, a sensation that evoked fond memories. "Good night, my little darling." The next morning, when Yin awoke, marveling at the fact that she had managed to sleep soundly in the arms of someone so unpredictable, the bed was now empty, and she slowly sat up, still groggy. She noticed a note left on the bedside, instructing her to wash up and join him for breakfast. After brushing her teeth and washing her face in the bathroom, she entered the dressing room to select her outfit. Ultimately, she chose a high-neck puff-sleeve blouse, perfect for concealing the kiss marks left on her neck from the prior evening S-rain. Tying her hair into a high ponytail, she made her way downstairs, where she was greeted by a table laid out with breakfast. Pei Ji, thinking she was still asleep, almost went upstairs to call her, but upon seeing her awake, he waved her over with a gentle tone reminiscent of a long-married husband beckoning his wife to breakfast. As she approached the table, she took a bite of a mini sweet bun, realizing that even the breakfast consisted of her favorite dishes. Sipping her milk, she suddenly heard Pei Ji inquire, "Shall we return home first or head to school?" Upon returning home, one can first assure safety. Returning to school, however, there are no classes scheduled for the morning. When Yin chewed on the bun in her mouth, her features exquisite and radiant, her lips a deep crimson. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned her gaze towards a man before her and spoke gently, "Husband, let us go to the police station." The intention to visit the station was to catch a glimpse of Wen Tian, to see if she was as tormented as Wen Yin had envisioned, to discover whether she felt fear and regret within the confines of her prison. After finishing their meal, they drove to the police station. The recent rain had left the outside damp, and upon entering the hall, she approached an officer to request a meeting with Wen Tian. The officer glanced at the young woman, then nodded at the man beside her, leading them to a separate detention room. Theft is a serious offense, especially involving such a significant sum. Chuli was already seeking a lawyer to find a way to extricate her daughter from this predicament. When Yin sat alone on a chair in the room, soon witnessing two officers escorting the handcuffed Tian and forcing her into a chair, securing her hands to the table to prevent any violent outbursts. After bringing her in, the officers exited, leaving the two women alone, having been incarcerated for merely 2 days. When Tian's hair was disheveled, her spirits low, and the bruises from previous beatings had yet to heal, seeing Wen Yin ignited a fury within her, almost as if she wished to strangle her. Upon encountering the cold gaze of Wen Yin, Wen Tian laughed maniacally. "What? Have you come to see my misfortune? My mother will surely rescue me. You, wretched creature, will face your comeuppance." Wen Yin regarded the girl before her, who was neither fully human nor ghostly, and if not for her past experiences, she would have found it hard to believe that this feral woman was once her gentle sister. They had played together as children. How had they become so estranged, merely out of envy and hatred? Wen Tian, you will soon reunite with your mother. What? The once glamorous girl, upon hearing this, shouted, "What do you mean? What do you intend to do? You lunatic!" Wen Yin had initially planned to torment the mother-daughter duo slowly, but she wished to avoid bloodshed on her hands. Moreover, she needed to accumulate enough funds to escape this place. Thus, she devised a scheme to ensure both would end up in prison, preferably leveraging Pei Ji's influence, so they could suffer greatly within those walls, perhaps even perish there. This way, she could reap the benefits without tarnishing her own hands. Wen Tian harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wen Yin's seemingly perfect life, her beauty, the affection she received from those around her, and the presence of her loving parents. This resentment boiled over as she stood, attempting to choke the individual before her. But her hands were restrained, each struggle digging deeper into her wrists. It was then that she noticed a faint red mark on Wen Yin's neck, uncertain of its origin. She recalled the young master of the Pei family she had seen in the restaurant, and a scornful laugh escaped her lips. "Wen Yin, have you found yourself a wealthy patron? I knew there was no way you could remain out of sight for so long. It must be your benefactor's intervention. Relying on a man, I presume you've climbed into someone else's bed. Haven to you? Ha ha ha. How utterly disgraceful. You wretched woman, relying solely on men." Before her, the girl laughed like a devil, her face swollen and contorted, stripped of her former beauty. With disdain and mockery, she scornfully labeled her a wretched woman, merely relying on men. Wen Yin maintained an impassive demeanor, her gaze indifferent, observing her as one would a jester, until it seemed that Wen Tian realized her words held no power over Wen Yin, prompting her to falter. The young woman offered a cold smile, and upon witnessing Wen Yin's tranquility, began to speak, her voice clear, gentle, yet firm, her expression earnest and direct. "Some men ascend by stepping on women. Why should women not do the same? Men may harbor aspirations, but must women not possess ambition?" Wen Yin's beautiful eyes remained serene, akin to a tranquil abyss. As she sat composedly on her stool, her tone frigid. "If you have a stepping stone, why not utilize it properly? What do you seek from men? Their affection? Will he still cherish you when your beauty fades?" She held no belief in love at first sight. Pei Ji's admiration for her might simply stem from her appearance and docility, but he inadvertently discovered her rebellious spirit, revealing a challenge he could not resist. Thus, in a past life, he had imprisoned her for years and forcibly claimed her. As time passed and she aged, Pei Ji might very well grow weary of her diminishing beauty. When Tian gazed at the familiar, youthful visage before her, suddenly perceiving a stark transformation. The two were merely separated by a table, their expressions laid bare to one another. Wen Yin's gaze remained fixed on her, as if regarding a pitiful jester, and finally, she rose, adjusting her coat. As she departed, she cast one last glance over her shoulder, uttering silently, "Wen Tian, your retribution has arrived." Chapter 28. Capturing a man's heart upon her arrival. Wen Tian could hardly contain her anxiety and would undoubtedly seek out Chu Li to orchestrate her escape. Impatience would lead her to reckless decisions in her desperate quest to rescue her daughter. Unless, of course, she could forsake the thought of her daughter languishing in prison. As Wen Yin prepared to depart, when Tian struggled violently in her seat, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Wen Yin, do you truly believe Ji Chenyu has any affection for you? He's enamored with me. His approach was calculated. Even the hotel was part of his scheme. Initially intending to drug you and leave you at the mercy of an old man, he did not foresee the plan's failure. Ha ha ha. Ji Chenyu does not care for you. His heart belongs to me. You are correct. Men grow weary. Pei Ji is no exception. And I eagerly await your descent into the same abyss of abandonment. Wen Yin absorbed every word, realizing that when Tian had lost her grip on reality, she was already aware of the truths when Tian so vehemently proclaimed. She did not yearn for love, for she understood precisely what she desired. Upon exiting, she encountered Pei Ji waiting for her in the corridor. She pondered whether he had overheard when Tian's diatribe, but even if he had, what difference would it make? She had never been one to believe in love at first sight. She preferred sincerity and the gradual development of affection. Come, my dear, Pei Ji said as he stepped forward to take her hand, their fingers intertwining in a powerful grip that was unyielding, much like his nature, domineering, assertive, an innate leader. Once they returned to the vehicle, he settled beside her. As soon as she was seated, she felt a weight upon her shoulder. Pei Ji had wrapped his arm around her waist, turning his face to Nestle against her neck, as if savoring her scent. His presence was intoxicating, and her hair brushed against her cheeks, causing a delightful tickle. Pei Ji, she stammered. But a gentle push only resulted in him holding her tighter, his breath heavy with desire. Call me husband. The driver, a new face, had taken over, and Pei Ji had instructed someone to draw the curtain, shielding them from the front row's view, though sound could not be silenced. Confounded by his sudden behavior, she found it difficult to push him away, his proximity sending shivers through her being. Husband. Pei Ji's lips curled into a smile as he playfully nipped at her cheek, his joy palpable. My dear, do you know that to win a man's heart is to spend his money? The more you demand, the deeper he will remember you. He will provide for your every whim. And even if you feel as though you are being used, it brings delight, for no other man could offer such benefits. Girls, after all, are beautiful and charming. They should be treated like princesses, indulged and lavished with gifts. Wen Yin, upon hearing his words, speculated whether he had indeed overheard the earlier conversation, hence his seemingly nonsensical remarks. Yet, she found herself in agreement with him. The more one demands, the more one is remembered. She surrendered to his embrace, her voice softening as she playfully captured his hand, her fingers teasingly grazing his palm. Husband, I recently laid eyes on a lovely dress. Would you consider purchasing it for me? Of course, use the card I provided without hesitation. This phrase suffices. She contemplated that when she traveled abroad, she would absolutely refrain from utilizing the funds on that card, fearing it might reveal her whereabouts. Thus, she resolved to withdraw a portion of that money and exchange it for cash. It was imperative to devise meticulous plans prior to her departure. She intended to liquidate all her jewelry and properties, converting everything into cash for her journey abroad, and to replace her phone card as well. Upon her return home, she informed her parents of her safety, discovering that her father was present while her mother had stepped out. Upon learning of her intention to travel abroad, her father had already established contact with the overseas branch, believing that recent events had likely caused his daughter distress. The complexities of domestic matters weighed heavily, and he wished to whisk his beloved daughter away to alleviate her burdens. Wen Yin was taken aback by the swiftness of her parents' actions. After making contact, they were merely awaiting the visa, and once everything at home was organized, they could embark on their journey. When father recalled Pei Ji, pondering whether he was aware of her plans to travel abroad, and expressed his concern, Yin Yin, does Pei Ji know about your intention to go overseas? I don't know. Daddy, please don't inform anyone of our departure. We must remain discreet to avoid unnecessary troubles. Pei Ji wielded considerable influence, and she dared not gamble on whether she would be apprehended upon reaching foreign shores. Yet, she felt assured that abroad was not Pei Ji's domain, and she could successfully conceal herself. After all, in her past life, she had yearned to escape abroad, but had been caught before she could flee. By the way, Daddy, have you discovered the whereabouts of that villa owned by Chuli? Upon hearing her inquire about the villa, her father's expression darkened. Recalling the ill-intentioned mother and daughter, that villa was purchased with the funds I provided them. I had once promised them a house, which they declined, opting instead for the money. Little did I know they would misappropriate those funds to secretly acquire a villa while stealing jewelry in the process. This matter is no longer a secret. Our family has not only lost jewelry, but also several valuable vases and paintings stored in the attic. They had gone unnoticed until a recent inventory revealed their absence. The assets owned by Chu Li and her mother were all acquired through theft from our family. A premeditated act from the moment they were found. Daddy, once the visa is approved, you and Mommy should go abroad first. Once I handle my affairs, I will join you. When Father looked at the earnest young woman seated on the sofa and affectionately ruffled her hair. Nian Nian has grown up. Whatever you choose to do, your father and mother will support you. Even if it means exhausting our resources, I will assist you. The entrepreneurial journey of her parents had not been easy. They were the only ones from their generation to achieve success. Yet they had yet to establish a firm foothold internationally, falling short in comparison to those in high society. Only she bore the memories of her past life, and thus, she wished to shield her parents from entanglement in her affairs, believing only Pei Ji was suitable for such involvement. After all, he was the one who persisted in his attachment to her, an ever-present shadow. The following morning, as she prepared to practice piano at school for the upcoming international piano competition, she had not yet entered the dance studio when she spotted a masked young man waiting at the entrance. Assuming it was Chi Yu, she approached, only to realize it was Ji Chenyu, masked and seemingly awaiting her. Nian Nian. Ji Chenyu approached with a thermos in hand, but Su Han swiftly intervened, questioning his intentions. What are you trying to do? Nian Nian, who had previously praised the chicken soup I made specifically for you, should taste it. Wearing a mask, likely due to his embarrassment from their previous encounter at the restaurant, he believed he could still salvage the situation. However, it was too late for Ji Chenyu to curry favor now. Upon seeing him, Wen Yin felt a wave of revulsion. His approach was calculated. She was a person of deep emotions, and the moment she acknowledged her feelings for him through their shared experiences, she had already offered her heart. Yet, that sincere gesture had been trampled upon, rendering it worthless. Taking a step forward, she seized the chicken soup and, to their astonishment, discarded it along with the thermos into the trash bin in the corridor. Her voice dripped with cold derision. Now that we've broken up, do not come here to disgust me. Your possessions repulse me, and like you, they belong in the garbage. Ji Chenyu stared at the soup in the trash, stunned. He had never anticipated that the girl who once adored him could be so merciless. She used to follow him, sharing meals, studying, and practicing music together. How had it come to this? The scheme at the hotel was meant to target her, and he was complicit, agreeing to it all, blind to his own heart. Had he recognized the truth sooner, he and Wen Yin would not have arrived at this impasse. Yin Yin, must you truly be so heartless? I genuinely realize my mistakes. I beg you for another chance. I've seen the news online. It turns out she has been bullying you, stealing your jewelry. I never imagined she could be so malicious. I am genuinely worried for you. Please, grant me one more opportunity to protect you. Wen Yin felt nauseated by his feigned sincerity, her gaze icy, her beautiful features devoid of expression, save for a hint of disdain. Are you not malicious? I am fully aware of your schemes surrounding the hotel. Your deliberate approach and all your dealings with Wen Tian are truly revolting. Chapter 29. Deception will lead to ruin. Ji Chenyu was taken aback by her words. He had never anticipated that Wen Yin would uncover the truth. Although he had intentionally approached her, he now genuinely harbored feelings for her. Su Han, too, was perplexed. Nian Yin, what do you mean by the hotel incident? The previous gathering was held to celebrate a classmate's birthday, with Su Han in attendance. During the festivities, Wen Tian had offered her a glass of a sobering drink, which unbeknownst to her had been tampered with. It's nothing, Xiaohan. Let us practice the piano, Wen Yin said, taking the girl's hand and leading her away. She distinctly observed the hurt and anguish reflected in Ji Chenyu's eyes, as though he had been genuinely wounded. It was rather pathetic, despite his own transgressions. He feigned an air of deep, emotional struggle. Ji Chenyu stood rooted to the spot, watching the two depart, feeling as though something precious was slipping further away from him. Beyond his grasp, the hotel incident had been exposed, He had transformed from the campus heartthrob into a subject of gossip among students, with everyone whispering behind his back about his alleged infidelity with Wenyan's sister. No matter how he attempted to clarify that it was merely an accident, no one believed him. The footage was undeniable. If it truly had been an accident, he would not have instinctively shielded the person beside him with the blanket when the paparazzi burst into the room. Such an instinctive reaction could not be deceived. His career was in shambles. Originally a music major, he had been disqualified from competitions due to the scandal. As a financially struggling student, he was bombarded with calls from his father demanding money. In the past, Wenyan had been his financial support, providing him with a card for pocket money. Now that the card had been deactivated, everything was lost, including the affection she once showed him. This was all Wenyan's doing. She had manipulated him under the guise of companionship. Why would she use him in her schemes if she genuinely cared? Suddenly, an idea struck Ji Chenyu, and he hurriedly pulled out his phone to make a call. This was his last desperate attempt at a solution. Meanwhile, in the practice room, Wenyan was focused on the sheet music before her, while Suhan leaned against the piano, arms crossed, still intrigued by Ji Chenyu's recent behavior. I never expected that beneath Ji Chenyu's gentle facade, he could be so morally bankrupt, she mused. Wenyan lifted the sheet music, noting that her hand, which had been injured, was nearly healed. The pain had subsided significantly. Smiling in response to Suhan's observation, she remarked, "Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Some men are capricious beings, just like Ji Chenyu, who initially adored Wenyan and was willing to be a pawn in her plans, only to later profess his affection for her, demonstrating an alarming capacity for betrayal." "Yin, what about Pei Ji? How is your relationship with him?" Suhan inquired, her concern evident. "My older brother says that Pei Ji is quite loyal. Once he commits to someone, he does not tolerate deceit and is quite assertive in matters of the heart." As the rustling leaves outside danced in the wind, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a dappled glow upon the two girls, enveloping them in a warm, golden hue reminiscent of youthful innocence. Her complexion was fair with a rosy glow, exuding beauty and charm, with her hair styled in a high bun and adorned in a short dress with puff sleeves. She embodied the image of a demure and gentle girl. Although Wenyan appeared innocent, she possessed a profound understanding of her desires and true nature. The mere mention of deceit evoked a twinge of guilt within her. "Xuan, do you think he would strike me if I deceive him?" Xuan observed the young girl seated at the piano, playing sweetly, resembling a fairy or a beautiful doll. She struggled to comprehend Pei Ji's character. Yet it was evident to her that if deception were to occur, her dear friend could find herself in dire straits. With this thought in mind, she kindly cautioned Wenyan, "Men of a certain age tend to be quite indulgent. They have navigated the business world for years, employing various tactics. Yin, you should refrain from deceiving him emotionally. If he were to become enraged, no one could withstand it." Wenyan was acutely aware of this. Her fear of confinement prompted her to feign submissiveness. "What if I deceive him for money?" Wenyan inquired. "Pei Ji is not lacking in wealth. If you desire something, simply ask him. There is no need for deceit. He will willingly provide for you." This was undeniably true. She possessed Pei Ji's black card, and during their last outing, he had transferred 200,000 yuan to her for dinner. Her monthly allowance barely matched that amount. Yet Pei Ji had gifted her the equivalent of her entire month's spending in one meal. Just yesterday, he had advised her that to capture a man's heart, one must spend his money and demand more in return, for this would etch a lasting impression upon him. This notion resonated with her. If a man were to lavish her with gifts, she believed she would remember him for a lifetime. Yin, he will indulge your little whims. You can freely act coy around him, for he will always accommodate you. This is the allure of a fatherly boyfriend. Xuan had an affinity for mature, composed men, and she recognized Pei Ji as fitting this description. Wenyan understood the term, contemplating it as she sat beside the piano. Suddenly, her phone chimed with notifications, and upon glancing at it, she thought, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. W. Dinner time tonight, I will pick you up. W. Little darling, does your hand still hurt? Go get some ointment from the security office at noon. W. Did you buy that dress? If not, I will take you tonight. His messages brimmed with a sense of authority, each concluding with a statement. With a teasing tone, Shihuan remarked, "Little darling, does your hand still hurt?" When Yin chuckled at her friend's jest, just as she was about to respond with an acknowledgement. A nearby girl swiftly placed her hand over Wen Yin's, shaking her head. No, that's too stiff, Yin. In reality, she would soften her demeanor and playfully address him as hubby. After all, once spoken, the words would dissipate, but if sent via text, they would remain recorded. She preferred not to convey such sentimental phrases through messages, often finding them too clumsy, sometimes adding a couple of cute emoji to lighten the tone. She once stood by, guiding her on how to express herself more gently. She could hardly bear it. Sending so many messages only to receive a single stiff reply was devoid of emotion. Wen Yin, I understand, my dear husband, I love you. Wen Yin, a little cat peeking JPG. After sending this message, she turned the screen towards Su-Han. Is this satisfactory? Su-Han nodded in approval. That's much better. Meanwhile, Pei Ji, who was preparing for a meeting with his employees, found his gaze lingering on the last part of the message, the declaration of love. Sitting in the central position, he glanced at his phone, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his lips, his eyes softening as he typed a reply. W. Your husband loves you too. With just a few minutes left before the meeting commenced, the department managers had mostly gathered, observing their boss smiling at his phone, appearing love-struck, sent a chill down their spines. He never smiled during meetings. They exchanged glances, silently communicating. The boss, once as unyielding as iron, has blossomed into love. Chapter 30. The abduction. Around 3 in the afternoon, fragmented sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the library's interior. The warmth of the sun today was not oppressive. Instead, it felt soft and comforting against the chill of the air conditioning. Wen Yin sat at her computer, tapping away at the keyboard, while Su-Han, having just finished her meal, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Draped in a coat, she dozed off at the table. On the computer screen, a legal forum displayed a list of top-tier lawyers in the country. Chuli would undoubtedly seek out the very best to extricate Wen Tian from her predicament, regardless of the exorbitant fees. As Wen Yin scrolled through the listings, she came across a lawyer named Li Qing, a man in his 30s, who had never lost a case since his career began. Unlike other attorneys who bore records of defeat, he stood out as a paragon of success, having also made appearances on television, thus earning the status of a coveted legal expert. She was acutely aware that Chuli might be inclined to engage his services, willing to spend a fortune if necessary. Wen Yin squinted at the screen, her eyes weary. She raised a hand to massage her temples, plagued by the nagging sensation that she had forgotten something of great significance, something crucial concerning Chuli, which she had inadvertently learned from Wen Tian. Yet, the details eluded her. As she pondered, a sudden clarity struck her. She realized what she had overlooked, an invaluable truth. Xiaohan, Wen Yin called, rousing her friend from slumber. Don't sleep just yet. Do you remember when Wen Tian came to school that day and told us how her father passed away? Su-Han rubbed her eyes, still groggy. Back then, they were the best of friends. On her first day at school, Wen Tian had endeavored to fit in, sharing a tale of woe about her father's tragic death on a construction site, having supposedly fallen from a great height due to a misstep on the stairs. Yes, the stairs. Wen Yin finally grasped what she had forgotten, the truth surrounding her uncle's death, which was not an accident at all, hastily brushed aside by the family. The contractor had compensated them handsomely to silence the truth, preventing any thorough investigation. Why had her uncle returned to the site after work had concluded? It was then that the stairs had become the scene of his demise. Wen Yin resolved to return home and inquire with her parents for more details. Siahan, I must leave. I have something to attend to. All right, I too shall head home for a bit of rest. This table is far too hard, Su-Han replied. Exiting the library, Wen Yin typically had a driver to escort her. The driver had dropped her off at school, waiting nearby for a call to pick her up. She had called before descending, so he should have arrived by now. Standing by the roadside, she noticed her vehicle was nowhere in sight. Just as she prepared to make another call, a black car slowly approached, coming to a halt before her. As she raised her gaze, the rear door of the car swung open, and two individuals swiftly emerged, shrouding her head with a bag before she could utter a cry for help. In an instant, she was pulled into the vehicle. A few students nearby witnessed the scene and immediately sensed something was amiss, rushing to her aid, but by the time they arrived, the black car had already sped away. A brazen act of abduction? Surely, these were traffickers. Quickly, call the police. Just now, it seemed to be Wen Yin. The vehicle's engine roared to life, and she found herself ensnared in a burlap sack, her vision obscured. A hand pressed against her neck, constricting her breath. Wen Yin felt a sense of suffocation, the unpleasant, acrid scent of plastic filling her senses. Struggling, she cried out, "Who are you? Let me go." "Let you go?" The man chuckled coldly. "We are merely mercenaries, dear beauty. Just endure a little longer. Soon, it will be more comfortable." In her daze, she felt a hand creep on her thigh, its disgusting, clammy touch sending waves of nausea through her. Panicking, she shouted, "Get away!" How revolting. Meanwhile, the police received a report and arrived at the school entrance. At that moment, Su-han, having taken longer than expected in the restroom, emerged to find a throng of officers and students gathered. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in to see several officers interrogating eyewitnesses. She inquired of a nearby classmate, "What is happening?" "A female student from our school was abducted in broad daylight," the girl replied, shuddering at the thought of human traffickers operating so brazenly. Su-han felt a chill run down her spine. "Which major?" "Just now, we heard from the witnesses that it's Wen Yin from the music department." "Wen Yin?" Su-han froze momentarily before pushing through the crowd and sprinting towards the officers. As she approached, she overheard the students saying, "We saw it with our own eyes." Two men dragged her into a burlap sack. Yes, she was on the phone, and the car seemed to have no license plate. The men wore masks and hats, so we couldn't see their faces. They suddenly stopped in front of her, opened the door, and pulled her in. Elsewhere, Pei Ji received a message from the informants he had dispatched, indicating that the individuals assigned to monitor Miss when reported a vehicle had been used for her abduction. The car had sped away, and by the time they pursued, it had vanished, prompting a notification to the police. Pei Ji sat in his office, furrowing his brow as he instructed them to review the nearby surveillance footage, requesting all recordings from the area surrounding the school entrance. The pink diamond necklace she wore contained listening and tracking devices, and upon activating the tracker, it became evident that the red dot was swiftly moving towards the outskirts of the city. Within minutes, the surveillance footage arrived. The video clearly showed a young girl standing by the roadside, preparing to dial her phone. Before she could connect, a vehicle suddenly slowed and opened its door. The first two figures, clad in black and wearing masks and hats, swiftly enveloped her head in a sack. He could see Wen Yin struggling, but the disparity in their sizes allowed them to easily pull her into the car. Pei Ji remained fixated on the surveillance footage, his eyes dark and brooding. A chilling gaze locked onto the screen as if he could bore a hole through the computer. His other hand gripped the mouse tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure as he focused on the silhouette of the young girl in the footage. He usually indulged and pampered her, never daring to abduct her directly or confine her within his home. How could these men be so audacious as to cover her head with a sack and drag her into their vehicle? Pei Ji rose from his chair, picked up the coat beside him, and while dialing a number on his phone, departed from the office, instructing his assistant to bring his car from the garage. Chapter 31. Kidnapped for revenge, Wen Yin had never imagined she would fall victim to kidnapping. However, upon reflection, it was entirely plausible that Chu Li, driven to desperation, would resort to such extreme measures. With a burlap sack over her head and her hands and feet bound tightly by two unfamiliar men, all her attempts to struggle were in vain. Her mouth was sealed with tape. Fear gripped her, yet she knew she had to remain composed and devise a means of escape. Despite being unable to cry for help, she could overhear snippets of conversation among her captors. "Is the camera ready? The employer instructed us to take her to the destination and have our fun." "Of course it's ready. The moment we got in the car, I noticed how delicate the little lady's skin is. It's a pity she crossed paths with the wrong people." In the darkness, where her eyes could not penetrate, a wave of inexplicable dread washed over Wen Yin as she realized their intentions. They aimed to tarnish her innocence, driven by the animosity of Chu Li and her daughter. The vehicle came to a halt at an abandoned warehouse, and she was hoisted over a shoulder and carried inside. Her phone was confiscated, and an unwelcome hand groped her thigh, squeezing with a disturbing familiarity. Disgust surged within her. Once inside a particular compartment of the warehouse, furnished with a bed and a cabinet holding several glass bowls, she was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed, bound at her limbs, with her hands tied in front of her. She was rendered immobile. Her hair was disheveled, and in her dazed state, she glimpsed a woman approaching from outside. It was indeed Chu Li, with a cold smirk. Chu Li entered, brandishing a phone. Upon witnessing Wen Yin's pitiful state, a mocking smile curled her lips as she approached and seized Wen Yin's hair, yanking it painfully. The grip on her scalp forced Wen Yin to grimace, and she caught a fleeting glimpse of the calculating glint in Chu Li's eyes, her demeanor radiating arrogance as she fixated on her prey. Wen Yin, this is your doing. I never intended to resort to this, but you left no room for mercy for us. I will make you wish for death. With her mouth taped shut, Wen Yin could not respond. Yet Chu Li, relishing in her torment, ripped the tape from her face, granting her the ability to breathe and gasp. Wen Yin raised her eyes and scoffed softly. Uncle was pushed down the stairs by you, wasn't he? For the insurance money. Am I right? In her memory, her uncle had always been a kind and gentle soul, a man who nurtured his own fish pond and once aspired to entrepreneurship. Yet, betrayal by friends had left him destitute, leading him into despair and a cycle of alcoholism. He worked tirelessly to support his daughter's education. But who could endure such a wretched existence? Chu Li, upon hearing her words, did not deny them. Instead, she laughed, her grip on Wen Yin's hair tightening, her voice shrill and her visage contorted as if she were a demon risen from the depths of hell. And what of it? Who would want to spend a lifetime with a man without money? Wen Yin, your days of bliss are over. She had deliberately orchestrated the spectacle of Wen Yin's abduction before a crowd, hiring individuals to destroy her innocence and capture on video. The video could serve as a means to threaten Wen's parents, but more importantly, it could facilitate the rescue of her daughter, and once shared online, it would lead to Wen Yin's utter disgrace, for a young woman's reputation is paramount. Those two individuals at home would likely never allow such a video to surface. And soon, they would find themselves begging her. Enjoy the moment, for once the video is secured, your parents will kneel before me, and I can now impose conditions upon them. Chu Li scoffed, leaving the two men to their devices, instructing them to expose her as much as possible during the filming. The kidnappers wore masks that obscured their identities, revealing only their eyes, which were filled with lewd desire. As Wen Yin observed the woman depart, the two men drew closer, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained lust. She was forcefully thrown onto the bed, her school uniform's short skirt riding up. One of the shorter men gazed hungrily at her long, pale legs, nearly drooling, exclaiming, so white. A chill ran down Wen Yin's spine as she noticed their advancing proximity, their hands already grasping the hem of her skirt, deepening her terror as she cried out, "Wait, I'll give you 10 times what she offers." The taller man fiddled with the camera, adjusting its position, while the shorter kidnapper leered at her, saying, "That one do. In our line of work, we have rules. Once we get the money, we'll be gone. Ha ha ha." Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest, and she struggled to maintain her composure, realizing her hands and feet were bound, with no means of defense at hand. Tears welling in her eyes. The young girl lay on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed at the man approaching her. Her tear-streaked face, resembling that of a weeping pear blossom, seemed to arouse his predatory instincts. "Please spare me. I beg you, brother. My parents will pay you." The kidnapper could no longer restrain himself and lunged at her, tugging at her school uniform jacket, laughter echoing. "But Big Brother just wants you," shouted the man, adjusting the camera. "Don't block her face." As he repositioned the camera, the sounds of ripping fabric filled the air. Suddenly, the man let out a muffled grunt as he noticed the girl's collar was torn wide open. With her hands bound before her, she struggled and managed to grasp the knife hidden at his waist, plunging it into the kidnapper's abdomen. In disbelief, he glanced down at the blade embedded in his gut, while the girl beneath him continued to scream and cry, desperately struggling. Yet, the knife plunged deeper with every anguished plea. "No, please, brother. I beg you, spare me." Wen Yin cried, her bound hands clutching the dagger, blood seeping forth as she twisted it deeper with each word. Ignoring the risk of the blade piercing her palm, she used it to slice through the ropes binding her. By the time the man with the camera sensed something amiss, Wen Yin had already pushed her assailant away with all her might, causing him to clutch his wounded abdomen and collapse to the ground. Wen Yin arose, her hands stained with blood. Enduring the pain, she severed the ropes binding her feet and, disregarding her torn garments, dashed towards the door. A few steps into her flight, her hair was seized, and she was violently thrown against the cabinet, causing the dishes above to crash down. The clatter of shattered crockery echoed as she rose once more, clutching a dagger with unwavering determination. Before the tall man could reach her, she lunged forward, gripping the blade tightly. However, the disparity in their physiques rendered her attack ineffective, the knife merely grazing his forearm, inflicting minimal damage. Filthy scoundrel. The first man, wounded yet resolute, struggled to rise. He had concealed the dagger within his waistband, cleverly tucked away beneath his coat, yet never anticipated that this girl would unearth it. As her hair was yanked again, she felt a vice-like grip on her wrist, seemingly intent on shattering her bones. Nevertheless, she clung tenaciously to the dagger, unwilling to relinquish it unless they could endure the pain of grasping its sharp tip. Clearly, neither of them possessed the courage to do so. Utilizing their size advantage, they dragged Wen Yin out and forced her down onto the shards of broken glass. Both assailants bore wounds from her desperate assault. The girl had recklessly charged at them, wielding the dagger with both hands, her audacity bordering on madness. The room lay in disarray, and the girl who had been thrown to the ground lay motionless, her hair obscuring her brow, devoid of any sign of life. Her attire was disheveled, her hands smeared with crimson, and her shins and arms bore the marks left by the shattered glass. This madwoman. The tall man glanced at his injured forearm and nudged the man beside him with his foot. You go check if she's dead. She wielded your knife. The man on the ground remained still, appearing as though he had fainted, reluctant yet fearful of defying his superior. He pressed a hand to his aching abdomen and stepped forward to give her a gentle kick. No response came. Chapter 32. Rise up, brother. Silence enveloped the room, and a gentle kick elicited no response. The girl lay sprawled on the ground, her hair in disarray, eyes shut tight, having fallen amidst shards of glass, while the dagger lay motionless in her palm. With no reaction to the kick, I approached to nudge the weapon away, but as my foot made contact, the figure on the floor suddenly seized it, driving the dagger and my shoe deep into my foot. Wen Yin's eyes were ablaze with madness, a stark contrast to the pleading girl from moments ago. She gripped the dagger fiercely, plunging it into the man's foot, prompting a piercing scream of brother from him. He quickly scrambled to his feet, seizing the knife with ruthless intent, tackling the man who towered over her, driving the blade down relentlessly into his chest. Brother, don't you want me? Rise up. Get up, brother. Wen Yin's sanity eroded, her tidal wave of hatred unleashed upon this stranger. In her previous life, when she learned of her parents' demise and the betrayal that led to their downfall, she had felt powerless, subdued on her knees, unable to fathom that Chu Li could harm her family. In those moments, she had yearned to plunge a knife into her, consumed by a rage that spiraled out of control. With each stab, blood splattered across her face, trickling down like the petals of a blooming thorny flower, rendering her youthful visage hauntingly beautiful. Get up, brother. Wen Yin vented her fury, unconcerned for the man's life or death, believing such a vile creature deserved to perish. A villain who aided in wrongdoing. Had she not been the one kidnapped today, what fate might have befallen another innocent girl? Blood blossomed from the wound in his chest, life escaping him, and Wen Yin laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the room, her school uniform drenched in crimson. She turned to the leader of the kidnappers, brandishing a knife, ready to fight to the death. Observing his hesitation, she realized he would not strike. Indeed, the next moment he fled, slamming the door shut behind him. The door locked from the outside, and when Yin slowly rose from the ground, the sharp blade slicing into her palm as she cut the ropes binding her. Aware of her disheveled state, the room lay in chaos, and the camera by the bed continued to record. Approaching it, She smashed the device to the floor. Fear gripped her. She was but a girl, terrified in the face of such a nightmare. Yet she understood that waiting for rescue was futile. Only she could save herself. In the face of despair, an insatiable will to survive ignited within her. The silence around her was punctuated solely by her own breath. Wen Yin crept toward the door, twisting the handle in vain, discovering it was indeed locked. No amount of effort would yield results. The warehouse was cloaked in darkness, devoid of windows. The air thick with dust, and in the absence of light, she could not see her own hand before her. There were more than two abusers. The one who had left might be seeking reinforcements. The oppressive atmosphere of the blood-stained room weighed heavily upon her. She tightened her grip on the dagger, curling up in the corner, arms wrapped around her knees. The tranquil atmosphere enveloped her heart with an overwhelming sense of fear and terror. Suddenly, she found herself yearning for her parents. The pain from the cuts on her palms, arms, and calves was sharp enough to make her frown, yet at that moment, emotions overshadowed the physical agony, rendering her almost numb. As she cast her gaze downward, she noticed the pink diamond necklace around her neck, stained slightly with blood. Transforming from a delicate pink to a vivid crimson, Pei Ji had imprisoned her, yet he had never locked her away in a windowless room. At the very least, it was not a place where one could not see a hand in front of one's face. Despite years of confinement, he had not resorted to violence against her. She conceded that Pei Ji had changed somewhat in this life. Otherwise, how could she simultaneously miss her parents and suddenly long for him as well? In such a remote location, no one would find her swiftly. The police would not arrive quickly, and neither would Pei Ji. Perhaps due to the loss of blood, her vision blurred, and she could hear the sounds of footsteps outside, heavy and belonging to more than one person. The thought that those were the associates summoned by that man, and that there were multiple men while she possessed only a dagger, filled her with dread. There was no place to hide in the room. The only option was the cabinet where the bowls were kept. However, it was filthy, and crawling inside would envelop her in the musty scent and spiderwebs. Rather than being caught openly in the corner, it was better to plunge the knife into whoever opened the cabinet. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and when Pei Ji and his assistant entered, they were met with a scene of shattered debris and a lifeless body, riddled with stab wounds on the ground. Shattered cameras lay strewn about, and a school uniform jacket was tossed carelessly on the bed, while a man lay in a pool of blood on the floor. Wen Yin's breath caught in her throat, realizing that someone had entered. Soon enough, she felt someone pause in front of the cabinet, prompting her to grip the dagger tighter, ready to strike. Her body trembled with anxiety, sweat beading on her skin, her terrified gaze fixed on the cabinet door. With a creak, the door was pulled open, a blinding beam of light flooding in. Sitting in the corner, she lunged forward with the dagger, failing to discern the identity of the person before her. But the intruder was evidently swifter. The dagger halted mere millimeters from his chest as Pei Ji frowned and gently called out to her, "Little darling." The familiar voice and scent allowed her to finally recognize who stood before her. The man was silhouetted against the harsh light, the illumination casting a golden hue upon him, warm and inviting, while she remained curled up in the cabinet, trembling in fear and shadow. Pei Ji gazed at her, huddled in the cabinet, her form stained with red, her shirt torn and disheveled, her eyes rimmed with redness, reflecting both ferocity and reluctance. Upon seeing him, her expression shifted from shock to a gradual sense of helplessness. Her heart surged with pain and anger, waves of tumult rising within her. He reached out with his other hand, gently taking the dagger from her grip, coaxing her from the cabinet, and instinctively draping his coat over her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace to offer comfort. "You're safe now, it's all right." Chapter 33. Do not sleep. My dear, it has been less than 4 hours since the abduction, and in this secluded area. Even the police would likely take a while to arrive. Yet, Pei Ji came swiftly. Enveloped in his warm, expansive embrace, her tightly wound emotions shattered in an instant. She buried herself in the man's arms, her hands instinctively wrapping around him. Tears welled in her eyes, and suddenly, the pain from her wounds surged. Outside, the police, along with several bodyguards from the Pei family, subdued the kidnappers on the ground until they saw Pei Ji emerge, cradling someone in his arms. The weather in the suburbs had been gloomy for the past few hours, darkness creeping in as the warehouse lights flickered dimly. In the muted light, the towering figure of a man carrying a person became visible. The girl's hands dangled limply, her palms stained with blood from the white fabric of her shirt, while a suit jacket draped over her shoulders. It was impossible to discern whether the blood on her face was her own or someone else's. Eyes tightly shut, she was held closely, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, powerless against the man's chest. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, particularly upon witnessing Pei Ji hastily advance. Clutching the injured individual, he instructed his assistant to locate the nearest hospital or clinic. They must staunch the bleeding at once. The police, having seen the hostage rescued, glanced down at the 3 men restrained on the ground, apprehended just moments ago. Pei Ji noticed this as well and approached the commanding officer, addressing his security personnel. "Take her back. These men will be dealt with by the Pei family." They were all too aware of the Pei family's influence and power. To whisk a few individuals away, even to the point of execution, would require no explanation to them. The prevailing belief was that with wealth and authority, anything could be resolved. Moreover, the police had only managed to locate the suburban site due to following Pei Ji's vehicle. The suburbs were remote, and the nearest clinics and hospitals were situated in the city, nearly a 2-hour drive from their current location. A black sedan sped along the desolate highway in the dead of night, having already alerted the city traffic police to clear the way, striving to avoid congestion en route to the hospital. As Pei Ji held the unconscious figure in his arms, the unmistakable scent of blood overwhelmed the delicate fragrance of roses that once lingered. The person within his embrace lay still, her complexion pale, breath shallow, as if she were unaware of her surroundings, her face resting motionless against his heart. From the moment the surveillance footage confirmed their location, he had rushed to find her, but ultimately arrived too late. Witnessing her in such a state, he could no longer maintain his composure. Panic and fear filled his heart, especially upon seeing her huddled in the cupboard, resembling a frightened, injured little cat. He hesitated to hold her too tightly, fearing it would cause her pain. Gently, he drew her face closer to his chest, whispering softly, "Do not sleep, my dear." His palm was sliced by a blade, the extent of the wound unknown. And amidst the blood, it was unclear whose it was, his or that of the man lying on the ground. Pei Ji lowered his head to kiss her forehead, his voice hoarse. "The outside world remains perilous. Do you have any idea how desperately I wish to confine you?" By the time they reached the city center, darkness had enveloped the streets. The black sedan halted at the hospital entrance, and Pei Ji stepped out, cradling her and striding toward the hospital building. It was past 10 at night when the doctor finally finished tending to her wounds and ushered the young girl into a ward for rest. Fortunately, there were no grievous, life-threatening injuries. Most of the wounds were inflicted by others, with her palms, calves, and arms marred by shards of glass. Her unconsciousness stemmed from overwhelming emotions and significant blood loss. In the upscale ward, the girl lay quietly in a hospital gown, her delicate features pale. A bruise adorned her forehead where she had collided with a cabinet, while her right hand received an intravenous drip. Every injured area had been disinfected and bandaged, but her body remained frail and trapped in a state of unconsciousness. When her parents, Mr. and Mrs. One, arrived at the scene, they were engulfed in guilt, standing by the window with tear-filled eyes as they gazed at their daughter lying in a coma. Just that morning, she had been perfectly well. How could such a calamity have befallen her? Mrs. One sobbed at the sight of the bandages on her daughter's arm and the bruise on her forehead. Mr. One, with reddened eyes, embraced his wife and gently patted her shoulder, murmuring reassurances. "Nian Nian will be all right." Pei Ji had been sitting by the bedside for quite some time. Following the incident, he had swiftly intercepted news of the kidnapping and dispatched individuals to protect the Wen couple. He was acutely aware of her subtle intentions. She didn't merely see him as a stepping stone. A mere display of affection would compel him to resolve all her troubles, whether they pertained to Wen Tian or Chu Li. The world was fraught with hidden dangers, lurking at every turn, ready to ensnare the unwary. His way of safeguarding his beloved was to keep her close, under his watchful eye. However, Wen Yin was averse to the idea of marriage and even feared confinement. Thus, he gifted her a necklace equipped with monitoring and locating capabilities, discreetly deploying surveillance to ensure her safety. Pei Ji urged the couple to return home and rest, assuring them he would remain. Yet neither felt reassured enough to sleep, unable to find solace until she awakened. Chu Li had already been apprehended by the police, intercepted in a vehicle en route to escape. She was now in custody, refusing to acknowledge any involvement in bribery or kidnapping during questioning, with scant evidence available. Essentially, apart from the chance encounter on the road, there was little to uncover regarding the hiring of kidnappers. All of this awaited confirmation until Wen Yin regained consciousness. The investigation would require her statement to proceed. "Uncle, please return home and rest. We still need someone to handle matters regarding Chu Li, particularly concerning the insurance fraud involving your brother's demise," Pei Ji suggested. Mr. Wen was momentarily taken aback by the mention of insurance fraud. His brother had faced a business failure, and while he had offered considerable financial support, his brother declined, opting instead to work at a construction site, ultimately leading to tragedy. "Please return home and rest well. I will call you once she awakens. Seeing you both so worn out will only add to her distress." Two individuals were enveloped in an overwhelming sense of distress, yet the truth of their situation was undeniable. Since childhood, Nian Yin had always been well-behaved, never wishing to trouble her parents with her affairs. The duo resolved to first make a visit to the police station. "We shall return shortly. I truly appreciate your assistance." In the dead of night, they arrived at the police station to file a report, only to return to the hospital just before dawn, where they discovered Pei Ji still seated by the bedside, unwavering in his vigil. The three of them kept watch over the slumbering figure until the first light of day broke, and the patient gradually stirred from her slumber. The girl's long, thick eyelashes fluttered momentarily, as if haunted by a nightmare, her brow furrowing as she emitted faint, pitiful sounds that drew the attention of those keeping vigil. "Sweetheart, it's Mommy." Upon witnessing her awaken, Father Wen felt an immense wave of relief wash over him, his voice trembling with emotion. "It's all right now, Nian Yin. Daddy is here." Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Yin slowly opened her eyes to the harsh brightness surrounding her, only to have something shield her gaze, blocking the intrusive light. Pei Ji had instinctively placed his hand over her eyes, protecting her from the unfamiliar intensity. After a brief moment, when she had adjusted to the brightness, he gradually lowered his hand. The figure on the bed lay quietly, now fully awake. As her eyes adjusted, they fell upon several familiar faces, each etched with concern and care. She parted her lips, her throat raspy as she whispered softly, "Mom." Lying there, surrounded by these cherished visages, Wen Yin realized she had truly been saved. She looked towards her parents, and then turned to see Pei Ji, who had steadfastly held her hand throughout. Though he uttered not a single word, his eyes conveyed a boundless array of emotions, reflecting a weariness that suggested he had not closed his eyes all night while keeping her company. Chapter 34. Not surveillance, but protection. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. They were merely the result of excessive stress and emotional turmoil. The hospital room was suffused with a faint scent of antiseptic and morning dew. Wen Yin despised being in the hospital. She had changed out of her patient gown and donned casual attire, sitting at the edge of the bed. Pei Ji knelt before her, gently assisting her in putting on her socks. The area around her ankle had been grazed by shards of glass, and to prevent any discomfort from the shoe rubbing against her skin while walking, he opted for just the socks. Wen's father had gone to the police station, while her mother had stepped out to fetch breakfast, bringing back porridge for them both. Upon her return, she was taken aback to find that dignified and imposing man kneeling before her daughter, tenderly helping her with her socks. She had once struggled to understand how Pei Ji had suddenly taken an interest in her daughter. At that time, he had merely claimed it was love at first sight. Yet in her recollection, they had not seen each other since childhood, except for the occasion when 8-year-old Nian accompanied them to Pei Ji's 14th birthday celebration. That had marked their first encounter. Pei Ji, with his strikingly defined joints and large hands, carefully cradled the young girl's foot as he adorned it with a sock. He then lifted his gaze to meet hers, rising to drape his coat over her shoulders. "Little darling, we are going home." The mere mention of home stirred something within Wen Yin. Just yesterday, she had contemplated hiding in a cupboard, fearing that if the other accomplices were indeed after her, she might never return home again. Wen's mother, with reddened eyes, felt a pang of reluctance to intrude upon this tender moment, but nonetheless approached, presenting the packaged porridge for both of them to eat. Time was of the essence, and, in her worry, she had not cooked the porridge at home, but had hastily procured it from outside, merely to satiate their hunger. Wen Yin glanced at her hand, recalling how she had fiercely cut the rope with a knife, resulting in a gash that was now bandaged in white cloth. She wondered if she would ever be able to play the piano again. "Your hand will heal," Pei Ji reassured her, perceiving her unspoken thoughts. "You will be able to play the piano again." As he spoke, he took the porridge beside him, blew gently on the spoon, and personally fed her. The spoon rested on his lips, and in a manner reminiscent of their past encounters, he encouraged her to open her mouth and consume the porridge. As she observed the earnest and compliant man before her, she mused that if he were not so possessive and domineering, Pei Ji would align perfectly with her ideal. She opened her mouth to speak, her voice slightly hoarse. "Pei Ji, the kidnapper. I stabbed one." It was not merely a stab. She had directly taken a life. Pei Ji regarded the pale and fragile Wen Yin, reaching out to wipe her mouth. His tone was steady and powerful. "Focus on healing. Do not dwell on anything else. You did not stab anyone, my dear. That was simply a natural response of self-defense, a legitimate act of protection." She found solace in his words, and after a few spoonfuls of porridge, she was reluctant to continue. Pei Ji, without a hint of disdain, finished the remainder of her porridge. As she attempted to rise from the bed, before she could even descend, Pei Ji swept her up in his arms. She offered no resistance, allowing him to embrace her as she quietly leaned against his shoulder, inhaling the subtle scent of his understated men's cologne, which was quite pleasant. Though she was injured, her leg was not crippled. Being held in such a manner while returning to the car made her feel somewhat self-conscious under the gaze of onlookers, prompting her to bury her face deeper into his neck. The driver was at the steering wheel, and Wen's mother occupied the front passenger seat, while someone possibly sat in the back. During the journey, she glanced out the window, feeling fortunate that Chuli's desperation had turned against her rather than her family. Since her rebirth, resentment had festered within her. She loathed Wen Tian and Chuli for their actions against her parents. During this life, she feared that her parents might come to harm during the kidnapping. She was determined to seek vengeance without transgressing the boundaries of the law. Though she harbored a desire to viciously stab them in her rebirth, she knew that such an act would mean she could never see her parents again, and the infamy of being a murderer would haunt them as well. Upon returning home, the housekeeper had already begun to simmer soup and prepare nutritious meals to replenish her health and vigor, during which she encouraged Pei Ji to stay for dinner. When S' mother went to assist in the kitchen, leaving the two of them alone in the living room, Wen Yin dared to voice her lingering question. "How did you find me so quickly?" Even with Pei Ji's considerable influence, it was improbable that he could locate her immediately after her abduction. Holding a plate of fruit, Pei Ji, aware of her injured hand, tried to avoid causing her pain as he used a fork to feed her. The answer to her question was not easily articulated, prompting him to decide on honesty. "I have operatives discreetly monitoring you, which is how I was able to find you so swiftly. You were spying on me." Wen Yin had anticipated this, remembering that in her previous life, he had also employed individuals to follow her. "This is not spying. It is protection," Pei Ji countered. He fed her a few more pieces of fruit before pulling her gently into his embrace, rewrapping her slightly loose bandages and holding her as if she were a child. The living room was tranquil, infused with a warmth and intimacy that lingered in the air. "Rest at home until your injury is healed. I will take care of everything else," he murmured softly. The implications of everything else were vast. Chuli's desperate actions, resorting to hiring thugs for abduction, would undoubtedly lead to severe consequences once uncovered. Wen Yin truly felt his tenderness, especially when she had first glimpsed him in the darkness of the cabinet, where an overwhelming sense of safety enveloped her. Knowing that Pei Ji cared for her, she smiled and comfortably leaned against him. "Did you help capture the culprits and send them to the police? Even the details about the husband-killing insurance fraud?" "Yes," Pei Ji replied. "As long as I wish it, there is nothing I do not know." He gazed down at her beautiful, radiant face, his eyes shadowed with a predatory glint, as if he were poised to pounce on his prey. There is nothing he was unaware of, including Wenyan's rebirth. Chapter 35. As adorable as a little fox, the concept of rebirth is indeed bewildering. However, the fluctuations of a young girl's emotions and various signs unmistakably indicate that Wenyan has been reborn. On that fateful morning at the hotel, while lying on his side, he remained awake, observing her emotional turmoil as she hurriedly searched for her clothes and fled, displaying behaviors that starkly contrasted with her previous life. As a shrewd businessman, he possessed the acumen to deduce, at a mere glance, that Wenyan, much like himself, had also experienced rebirth, specifically after the events of that night at the hotel. Awakening to a transformed existence the following day, he watched her, akin to a clever little fox, feigning innocence before him while secretly harboring an alternative persona, seeking to leverage his influence to ascend in her endeavors. Despite her evident fear of him, she felt compelled to regard him with caution, drawing near and endearing herself to him. How charmingly adorable she was, resembling a little fox. After lunch, the police arrived to inquire about the events of that day, asking her if she had seen Chuli. Yes, she had, Wenyan replied truthfully. The so-called interrogation was merely a formality. The charges of hiring an assassin, kidnapping, and committing patricide for insurance fraud cumulatively constituted a grave offense. Seated on the sofa, she recounted the details of that day to the officers. One of the policemen inquired if she had time, noting that after Chu Li's arrest, she had shown no willingness to cooperate during the interrogation, insisting on seeing Wenyan. To see me? Wenyan was somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, it was understandable. Very well, I shall go. Darling, perhaps it would be best if you did not go, her mother interjected, concerned about her daughter's health, particularly given her injuries, and wishing to shield her from that vile woman. It's all right, mother, Wenyan reassured her, her gaze drifting to the tall man conversing with her assistant outside. After all, she was not going alone. As anticipated, upon hearing her intention to visit the police station, Pei Ji insisted on accompanying her, even going so far as to carry her, regardless of her protests. Upon arriving at the precinct, Wenyan felt reluctant to be carried through the throngs of people. Pei Ji, discerning her discomfort, signaled to the driver in the front seat. The driver promptly exited the vehicle and retrieved a wheelchair from the trunk, prepared by the assistant. A wheelchair? How thoroughly prepared. She had merely sustained a minor glass cut, not a broken leg. Given the choice between being carried into the police station or seated in a wheelchair and pushed inside, she opted for the latter. Dressed in fresh attire, her long skirt concealing her injury while allowing for easy application of ointment, she was wheeled into the lobby and directed by an officer to the interrogation room. There was a concealed partition from which one could observe and hear the discussion between the two individuals. Wenyan's father, having remained at the station, grew anxious upon seeing his daughter enter alone. Wenyan grasped his hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry, father, everything will be fine. From a moment of her apprehension, Chuli had shown no willingness to cooperate with any officer's inquiries, repeatedly asserting her innocence. Even when faced with overwhelming evidence laid before her, she maintained her stance, insisting on seeing Wenyan. As the door swung open, Wenyan was brought in, seated in a wheelchair. Chuli's reaction was the most pronounced, yet her hands were shackled and her feet restrained, leaving her unable to rise. Upon seeing the girl, she erupted with vitriol. You wretched girl! Do you think you can condemn someone at your whims simply because you're a young woman? Do you possess any evidence? The person before her was so agitated that it seemed she might leap forward to strangle her, but was constrained. The room contained only the two of them, while others remained in an adjacent room observing. There was evidence, yet the intricate details of her husband's murder and the motive behind the insurance fraud remained elusive. She adamantly denied any connection to her husband's fall. Wenyan understood that she needed to extract information from her. Seated quietly in her wheelchair, she observed the fury swelling within the other woman. Eventually, Chuli appeared to recollect something, calming herself enough to utter a series of nonsensical remarks. You were kidnapped. During those hours of captivity, did those individuals not lay a hand on you? Even if you were rescued, you must have crossed boundaries that should not have been crossed. What pretense of purity are you maintaining? How did those men violate you, resulting in your current pitiful state? She believed that when Yin's disheveled appearance served as the best testament to her assertions, even if rescued, it was likely she had engaged in actions that were beyond reproach. In the other room, Wen's father frowned, acutely aware of the profound trauma kidnapping could inflict on a young girl. The time spent with 3 men, whether during captivity or not, would inevitably lead to malicious conjectures about a beautiful girl's experience. They would not consider what the girl had endured or how to punish the wrongdoers. Instead, they pondered the possibility that she had succumbed to unspeakable acts during her abduction. Pei, listening to their exchange, felt a shadow cross his gaze. His expression remained impassive as he placed his hand on the table. The veins on the back of his hand visibly tense as he inadvertently brushed against the shackles binding Wen Yin, who maintained an expression of calm. Why so silent? Have I struck a chord? Chu Li laughed mockingly. Who can truly know what transpired during that time? Perhaps something unspeakable already occurred in the back of that abductor's vehicle? Such malicious insinuations cut like a blade, revealing the grotesque nature of humanity. With each vile statement, she recalled the lewd laughter of the 2 men closing in on her, yet gradually, her thoughts transitioned to the exhilarating sensation of plunging a knife into the men who had violated her. Again and again, she felt like a fish on a chopping board, watching the blood splatter onto herself. The intense desire for survival and the urge to resist transformed her into a figure of self-defense, rendering her almost oblivious to the pain. All that resonated within her was a singular truth: to live. Wen Yin displayed no significant emotional fluctuation, as if no words could penetrate her composure. No wonder Wen Tian has become shaped by your influence. Her transformation is largely due to you. Chu Li was taken aback by the audacity of such a claim, her laughter abruptly ceasing. What do you know of my actions? Everything I have done has been in service of raising her. Wen Yin responded with a derisive smirk, as if she had heard the most absurd of jokes. You truly embody the essence of a mother-daughter duo. One pilfers jewels to amass wealth, while the other resorts to murder for insurance money. You incessantly claim that your actions are for her benefit, yet you have only succeeded in her ruin. In my memories, the tender, gentle sister of my childhood has transformed into someone unrecognizable, and I am left pondering the events that have led to this metamorphosis. Perhaps the habits acquired after the family's bankruptcy have awakened a latent greed within. After all, it is a common belief that the darker aspects of human nature reveal themselves in most. Seated with a cold smile, Chu Li remarked, in this world without money, one can achieve nothing. Who does not desire boundless wealth? There is no need for provocation here. I suspect that even if I remain silent, the influential figures behind you would not let me off lightly. Exuding an air of docility and grace, she secretly entwined herself with powerful men, ultimately relying on them for her ascent. Witnessing the derision in her gaze, Wen Yin responded with a calm demeanor. Indeed, I rely on men. I am blessed with a loving father and a compassionate fiancé. If you perceive that every endeavor necessitates a woman's dependence on men, do you hold women in contempt? You yourself are a woman. Historically, it has been said that a woman who depends on a man is merely a small, unremarkable figure, lacking the grandeur of a true heroine. Is it folly to utilize a stepping stone when it is presented? Why is it that some men can possess ambition, resorting to unscrupulous means and cunning to ascend, while women are deemed incapable of the same? Must a woman not harbor her own aspirations and leverage her relationships to rise? Her family has prospered since her father's entrepreneurial success. She is not a sheltered heiress confined to the inner chambers of privilege. The education bestowed upon her by her parents was one of affection rather than the imposition of decorum. Thus, she lacks the refinements of etiquette, and she harbors no desire to be treated as a mere pet for a man. Instead, she intends to harness every resource within her reach to fulfill her ambitions. Chapter 36. The matter of seeking support and playing coy in this world. The only trustworthy individual is oneself. Relying on a man equates to depending on Pei. Yet, her current relationship with him is merely one of utility. Should she anticipate that Pei would come to her rescue if she remains passive? What will be the consequences if he never arrives? Ultimately, one can only rely on oneself to survive dire circumstances. Chu Li observed the undeniable malice in her demeanor and suddenly realized that when Yin had undergone a transformation, becoming more lucid and aware. She had presumed that Ji Chenyu would ensnare her in a web of deceit, but when Yin had not even allowed him a kiss, instead resorting to tarnishing her own reputation in the hotel. Unexpectedly, she had captured images of her daughter with Ji Chenyu. The folly of infatuation is real. Yet so is the clarity of judgment. Wen Yin, from beginning to end, is the most formidable of individuals. Chu Li glared at her with venomous intent, declaring, "Your fate will be no better than mine. Even if a man is shielding you now, it will grow tiresome. I curse you to the depths of hell." Such curses had long ceased to faze her, for they bore no harm. Suddenly, the door swung open. Wen Yin turned to see Pei Ji entering unexpectedly. The man approached her, his large hand casually resting on her shoulder, standing to her right while fixing his gaze upon Chu Li. His voice was magnetically deep. Whether he grew weary of her was not a concern for others to ponder. Wen Yin tugged at his clothing, asking, "What brings you here?" Pei Ji comfortingly patted her hand, his eyes softening as he regarded the fearful woman before him. He gently inquired, "Little darling, do you prefer immediate execution or a slow death worse than death itself?" His words were a shield of support for her, regardless of the legality of the actions taken. As long as Pei Ji stood there, his word held sway. Wen Yin, with a sweet smile, gazed at the handsome and composed man, responding while directing her words to others, playfully clutching his arm. "Surely, a fate worse than death is preferable, my dear husband." The adoration and affection in Pei Ji's eyes were palpable, displaying no signs of weariness. He bore a gentle smile, as if he would fulfill any request she made. Chu Li had perused online lists of affluent entrepreneurs. Among the youngest tycoons in the business realm, Pei Ji, the heir of the Pei family, was prominently featured in every media outlet, often accompanied by photographs. She had once contemplated that this girl might attach herself to other powerful figures, even during her escape. She had only glimpsed him from afar through a car window. If Pei Ji was indeed that influential figure, then their prospects were bleak. It was no wonder she had sought numerous lawyers, yet none were willing to assist her. The insurance fraud would be swiftly uncovered, all orchestrated by Pei Ji. Each incident seemed enshrouded in animosity, yet she had never fathomed the connection between Wen Yin and Pei Ji. "My husband, I harbor a profound dislike for that mother-daughter duo. Is your plan for vengeance to lead them to a fate worse than death?" Pei Ji overheard her calling him husband, a term she likely reserved for moments of soft pleading for assistance. Yet, he found it delightful, raising his hand to gently pat the girl's head. "Of course, if she chose to act coy in my presence, I would be inclined to assist her in any endeavor. There was no need for her to orchestrate a convoluted scheme of revenge or to stage a heist. Simply calling him husband and displaying affection would suffice. Moreover, the evidence was already laid bare before them. Chu Li merely wished to indulge in a momentary thrill by encountering Wen Yin. As Chu Li observed the affectionate exchange between the two, her threat to bring about their demise was no jest. The clanking of the handcuffs on her wrists echoed as she shouted at them, "You cannot treat me this way. This is an abuse of power. Wen Yin, I once held you as a child." Wen Yin could barely contain her laughter, bemused by the sheer audacity of such moral coercion. It was a pity that those devoid of ethics often found joy in life. Life is already fraught with hardship. Why should one subject oneself to further indignation? And how could she dare utter such words? Many had cradled me in my youth. Should I express gratitude to each and every one? Let's return home. My dear husband. Pei Ji gently guided her away from the interrogation room, and, upon exiting, they found her father waiting at the door. The weight of Chu Li's words felt like daggers to his heart, as he feared their impact on his daughter. The issue of women's safety has always been of paramount importance. "Yin Yin, please do not take those words to heart." Wen Yin understood her father's concerns, fearing that such words and events might cast a shadow over her life. She had once been terrified, but now she was unafraid. The true haunting memory was the moment when she learned of her parents' demise, feeling utterly powerless. Following the hotel incident that ruined her reputation, Pei Ji pursued her while simultaneously threatening to sever ties, insisting on erasing disparaging posts online, though many netizens had saved screenshots, unwilling to accept his version of events. At that time, she believed Pei Ji to be a villain, and the truth corroborated that belief. While he professed to pursue her, he simultaneously coerced and forced her into a relationship, subjecting her to relentless pressure. After a tempestuous period of isolation, she stumbled upon the news of her parents' death and her family's financial ruin online. In a frenzied escape from Pei Ji's grasp, she found herself trampled underfoot by Chu Li and her daughter. Upon discovering the grim truth of death, she was forcibly sedated by the malicious mother-daughter duo, who intended to sell her in Southeast Asia. As she was bound and thrown into a cargo truck, the only memory she retained was of Pei Ji arriving to take her away. It was then that she became the gilded canary kept in the villa, a captive for 4 long years. During that time, they even acquired a marriage certificate under duress, forcing her to pose for wedding photos. For 4 years, she knew no freedom, completely unaware of the world outside, and was even barred from accessing the internet. Until one fateful day when she saw on television that Ji Chenyu had returned from abroad, having established his own company. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for them all, feeling rage consume her. That day, she erupted in fury, plotting her escape to ensure that the scoundrel would face consequences, only to find her attempt thwarted. Pushed down by Pei Ji for an indeterminate duration, she could only hear him vow to avenge her, promising to deal with the scoundrel who would return to their homeland, with the price being her perpetual obedience. It was unclear how long she had been restrained before she finally succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself back in the hotel once more. Chapter 37. Lover or canary. After leaving the police station, Pei Ji intended to escort her home, but he received an unexpected call for a meeting. Before departing, he gently kissed the girl's cheek and murmured, "I will accompany you when I find the time." "Who needs your company?" she thought, but did not dare to voice. Wen Yin smiled. "Work is of utmost importance, dear husband." Once he had left, she settled into the back seat of her father's car, her expression serious. It wasn't until the black car had disappeared from view that she spoke. "Daddy, has the visa been processed? You and Mother should head abroad first. Once I finish competing in the international piano competition, I will join you." Wen's father, concerned for his beloved daughter, wished to express his desire for them to leave immediately. The incident involving Chu Li and her mother had left him apprehensive about his daughter's safety within the country. "Nian Nian, if we leave first, who will look after you?" He fretted, especially given her current injury. He feared that once they departed, no one would be there to care for Wen Yin. "Do not worry about me, Daddy." Wen Yin reassured him. "Isn't Pei Ji here?" This recent kidnapping incident had made her realize that while Chu Li sought revenge by targeting her, had she chosen her parents instead, even with a second chance at life, she would regret it eternally. Nothing was more crucial than the safety of her parents. Upon returning home, Wen Yin promptly contacted an old friend, using her name to sell off some of her unused jewelry, clothing, and bags. She hoped to sell everything within 2 days. The family home, filled with cherished memories, would be maintained and cleaned regularly despite being vacant. The gifts Pei Ji had given her seemed destined to remain unworn, so she tried them on daily, keeping only her favorites and selling the rest. When her friend arrived, she surveyed the room, noting that some items had been packed away while others were set aside. Jiang Yun, a beauty blogger with connections to many influencers, could assist with the online sales. Upon seeing the unopened, limited edition jewelry and bags, she was astonished. "Isn't this Nian Yin? You're selling limited editions too? What happened to your home?" "We're not moving, just tidying up and doing a thorough cleanse," Wen Yin replied as she sat on the sofa, gazing at a crystal ball. This crystal ball was a childhood treasure, a gift from her mother, who had indulged her every whim, ensuring she never had to ask for what she desired. A mere glance at something in a shop would prompt her mother to buy it. The plans for immigration were not to be disclosed to others. They intended to move to London. Her father had once ventured into business in the country, but realized that international trade was more suited to him, prompting the long overdue decision to immigrate to London to avoid a series of unfortunate events that followed. Jiang Yun observed that many items were already packed in boxes, including the wall-mounted paintings and vases that had been stored away. She approached, bypassing the boxes to sit on the sofa. A few days prior, she had come across news online about stolen jewelry and noticed the bandages on Wen Yin's hand and forehead. The young girl, possessing a complexion as delicate as fine porcelain, was undeniably beautiful, gentle, and obedient. Her favorite attire consisted of light-colored dresses, and she was the cherished darling of her parents, excelling in her studies from a young age. However, the bandage on her forehead was strikingly evident, her pallor unmistakable, and her hands were wrapped in gauze. Jiang Yun exclaimed in surprise, "This is quite serious. Could this have been caused by Wen Tian?" Wen Yin reached out to pat the girl's shoulder, placing her belongings down and extending her hand to reassure her. "I am fine. I merely had an accident and was cut by broken glass." She moved aside a nearby gift box, organizing her things as she spoke. "Yin Yun, if you see anything you like, feel free to take it. For the rest, I would appreciate it if you could help me sell them online." "No problem. I've got it covered." In the following days, when Yin recuperated at home. During this time, Pei Ji, now less busy, frequently visited the villa to keep her company. To avoid revealing that she was selling items from her home, Wen Yin always made him wait at the door while she stepped outside. Su Han also came by to visit, sharing gossip from school and information regarding the verdict involving the Chu mother-daughter duo that she had heard from her brother. The death sentence had been postponed, and they were now imprisoned in a women's facility, separated day and night, with the chilling sounds of screams echoing from the cells on the very first day. Pei Ji had arranged for measures that truly made life unbearable for them inside. Today, Pei Ji mentioned he would take her out for a meal. Seeing that her home was nearly tidied up, Wen Yin changed her clothes and stepped outside. As she emerged, she spotted the man leaning against the car, dressed in a black suit. Due to the light rain that had fallen, he wore a black coat, which accentuated his commanding and composed presence. His narrow, dark eyes swept over her, exuding a profound depth. Wen Yin gleefully ran toward him and nestled into his embrace. To deter anyone from entering her home and to prevent him from harboring suspicions, she had resorted to charming him over the past few days. "Darling, you look so handsome today." She wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, inhaling the cool, woody scent of his cologne, which mirrored his aloof demeanor. With her bright eyes and radiant smile, Pei Ji gazed down at the girl in his arms, cupping her face gently and leaning down to kiss her softly on the lips. Their breaths intertwined, and she tasted the sweetness of strawberries. Pei Ji drew back slightly, his handsome features softening as he inquired in a deep voice, "Have you been indulging in strawberry gummies again?" "Well, I simply adore strawberries," she replied playfully. The man chuckled, pinching her cheek affectionately, teasing her, "You little ingrate, knowing full well I dislike strawberries, yet you still fear my kisses." "Indeed, I do." Each kiss left her breathless, his intensity often overwhelming her, prompting her to resort to the tactic of popping a strawberry gummy in her mouth before they ventured out. Today, Wen Yin wore a white athletic ensemble, her wounds healing and pain subsiding. She had her hair styled in a bun, her pockets filled with candy, which she nibbled on during her free moments, determined to see if Pei Ji would still kiss her. As the driver navigated the highway, Wen Yin chewed on her gummy, gazing out the window at the scenery, where she spotted advertisements for newly released films along the roadside. It is a suspenseful detective film, a genre she particularly enjoys. She plans to take her friend Xiaohan to watch it someday, as traveling abroad will soon prevent them from spending time together. Today, Pei Ji mentioned that he would take her out for a meal, and in recent days, she has been frequently taken to various popular dining spots. The restaurant they visited was situated on the 15th floor of a skyscraper, and upon ascending, she realized that dining here afforded a breathtaking view of the surroundings. Curiously, this establishment bore no sign, and its location was not indicated on any map, serving instead as a private dining venue. The dishes had already been pre-ordered, and as when Yin entered the private room, she was captivated by the panorama outside the window, imagining how much more enchanting it would appear at night. Footsteps approached from behind. Pei Ji had silently come to stand beside her. He gently rested his hand on her shoulder, leaning in slightly to whisper in her ear. A strand of hair fluttered away as something was delicately placed on her ear. Startled, Wen Yin instinctively touched her ear and discovered it was a dazzling earring. During her recent outings with Pei Ji, she had not bothered with makeup or jewelry, yet this earring, adorned with diamonds, sparkled beautifully, dreamlike and not overly heavy, with a somewhat intricate design. As she admired one earring, Pei Ji tenderly took the other and fastened it on her ear. His movements were gentle, as if he were handling a precious artifact, his gaze warm and earnest. He showered her with gifts, jewelry, shoes, handbags, gowns, and dresses, everything she adored, presented as if she were a cherished doll. There was no need for her to ask. He would offer her these treasures willingly. They suited her perfectly. Wen Yin noticed the glimmering affection and adoration in his eyes. Somehow, she felt that Pei Ji truly cared for her, treating her as a beloved, or perhaps merely a delightful novelty, a gilded canary. Having accepted so many gifts, she wondered if he would reclaim them, should she ever choose to flee. They were far too extravagant. She had already received an abundance from him, and this particular piece was unnecessary. The value of the gifts Pei Ji had bestowed upon her must have reached hundreds of millions, each item a limited edition, and she was uncertain of the expense incurred. What if he changed his mind one day and sought to retrieve them? She could never repay such generosity. However, the man showed no intention of taking them back. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her hair, seemingly attuned to her unspoken worries, and spoke softly, "What I give you is yours to keep. I won't ask for it back. Didn't I teach you last time? To win a man's heart, you must accept his gifts and let him spend his money." Wen Yin, somewhat skeptical, murmured, "Then will you transfer money to me in the future, clearly marking it as a voluntary gift, dear husband?" Chapter 38. Love does not require freedom. It is marked as a voluntary gift, and even if one wishes to retract it later, it cannot be reclaimed. Pei Ji chuckled softly, observing the clever and money-minded girl before him. His gaze darkened slightly, for in his eyes she was irresistibly charming, so enchanting that he could hardly suppress the urge to take her home, to hide her away, locking her up so that only he could behold her. He despised the attention she garnered from other men, their gazes igniting his possessive instincts, leaving him in a state of discomfort as he struggled to contain his impulses. As long as Wen Yin behaved, he would take his time. Love is inherently selfish. Love does not require freedom. Yet, the little fox seemed to be concocting some grand scheme recently. Each dish at the dining table was a reservation made the day before, prepared by a chef right before her eyes. Wen Yin watched the chef skillfully cook steak while music played and dancers performed nearby. It turned out that the lives of the wealthy were so extravagant. Indeed, the night possessed a unique atmosphere, with the cityscape appearing most beautiful after dark. Stealing a glance at Pei Ji beside her, she noted his sharp and handsome features, his every movement exuding elegance and nobility. Clad in a tailored suit, he sliced into his steak and then offered her portion with a low voice. "Stop staring, eat." Caught in her covert observation, Wen Yin relished Pei Ji's attentive service. Although she had enjoyed 4 years in her previous life, she felt it had been more of a hardship than a pleasure. Once she resolved her domestic issues, she planned to spend lavishly on 8 male models to attend to her. The thought excited her more with each passing moment. Tomorrow morning, she would escort her parents to the airport, then stay at Su Han's home before claiming her prize at the international piano competition, with a flight booked for the evening to leave the country. She longed to escape this place of turmoil, to flee from madness and fulfill the aspirations she had been denied in her past life. Fate had granted her a second chance, allowing her to seek vengeance and freedom. After losing her parents and enduring 4 years without liberty, and having lost the ability to play the piano, she now felt that time was still on her side. Upon her arrival in London, she would change her phone number entirely. It was not Pei Ji's territory. The mere thought of escaping him filled her with joy. She refused to rely on a man for her existence. She yearned for freedom and the opportunity to explore the world. With such thoughts, her meal became more enjoyable. In the midst of eating, she checked her phone and realized it was already the second day of Chiyu's tour. She had not paid much attention before. But now, scrolling through Weibo, she recalled her previous counsel to Chiyu. She hoped he would remember and that no tragedies would unfold. Noting how Wen Yin had become distracted by her phone, Pei Ji furrowed his brow and reached over to take it from her, placing it just out of her reach. Meeting her surprised gaze. "Little one, in 2 days, come home with me for dinner. My parents wish to meet you." Considering the itinerary for the next 2 days seemed rather free, she was not upset about her phone being taken, especially since her benefactor had spoken. "Sure, darling. Wen Yin propped her arms on the table, cradling her face as she gazed at him. Should I prepare a gift for when I come? Their eyes locked, and his penetrating gaze, honed through years in the business world, seemed to see right through her, his dark, deep eyes filled with intensity. Of course. Peiji gently wiped the juice from the corners of her lips with his fingertip, stating, "Your presence is sufficient. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Suddenly, Wen Yin burst into laughter, her bright eyes and pearly teeth captivating as she seized the hand that had wiped her mouth. Gazing directly at the man, her eyes sparkled with clarity and mischief, and she affectionately rubbed her cheek against his warm, broad palm, conveying a sense of playful endearment. She mentioned that she would be visiting her teacher to practice the piano the next day, inquiring if any boys could accompany her. The recent warning still lingered in her mind, and she understood the necessity of placating Peiji, lest she find herself embroiled in yet another unavoidable dispute regarding her interactions with other males. Feeling the delicate warmth of her cheek in his palm, Peiji swallowed hard and asked in a husky voice, "Lord William?" "Yes, darling. That is acceptable," she replied. However, Peiji insisted, "I do not wish for there to be another man." She had previously remarked on Peiji's extreme possessiveness, which was now subtly evident. In her past life, it had reached such heights that she often suspected him of having a mental imbalance. After their meal, Wen Yin expressed her desire to return home for some rest. Peiji did not attempt to keep her, instead personally driving her back, halting the car at the roadside of the villa district. As Wen Yin unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to exit, she discovered that the door was locked and would not budge. Puzzled, she turned to glance at the driver's seat, where she found Peiji, his rolled-up shirt sleeves revealing a strong forearm resting against the steering wheel. His brow was chiseled, and the light streaming through the window accentuated the striking contours of his face. Noticing her gaze, Peiji returned her look, his expression conveying an unmistakable intention to keep her inside. His eyes burned with desire. It soon dawned on Wen Yin what he meant. Although their dates typically did not entail any overt actions, they always ended with a kiss, and it was clear that this occasion would be no exception. He was undoubtedly waiting for her lips to meet his. Chapter 39. Only escaping is not an option. When Yin gathered her emotions, propping herself up to draw closer to the person in the driver's seat, and then kissed him softly on the cheek, her voice tender. "Please open the door. I beg you." Peiji merely murmured an acknowledgement, but did not act. However, just as she was about to pull away, he unexpectedly reached out, grasping the nape of her neck, pulling her back towards him, and captured her lips in a fervent kiss, their breaths intertwining in an overwhelming embrace. This sudden and forceful kiss had not lost its intensity, as the charming little canary who soothed him, being nibbled, bitten, and held was perfectly normal. Fortunately, he had not lost control to the point of committing any further transgressions. His large hands moved from her back to her face. Peiji lowered his gaze, his voice a husky whisper, coaxing, "Hold me tight." Before she could respond, he had unbuckled his seatbelt without her noticing, leaning in to take hold of her arms and guide them to his neck, urging her to embrace him. The kiss lingered on for what felt like an eternity, and when Wen Yin finally stepped out of the car, her lips were swollen. Peiji watched her depart, much like he had a few days prior, leaning back in his seat, still able to feel the softness of her lips, leaving him increasingly unsatisfied with mere kisses. He contemplated taking his time, gradually nurturing their feelings, hoping she would fall in love with him. Yet, as the days passed, he realized how excruciatingly intolerable this wait had become. Just then his phone rang, and he reached for it to answer. It was likely news regarding the investigation. "Mr. Pei, Miss Wen's parents have a flight tomorrow at 7 a.m. to London. They have indeed submitted their immigration paperwork, and Miss Wen has booked a ticket for a flight 2 weeks from now, scheduled for 9 p.m. Additionally, we have successfully repurchased all the jewelry that was listed for sale online." Peiji fell into a heavy silence, his expression darkening as he absorbed the report. Another attempt at escape through immigration. The mindset of fleeing remained unchanged. Did they think that because they had failed to escape in their past lives, they could elude him in this one? He had always intended to take things slowly, to cherish and love her, even knowing that her affectionate demeanor was merely a means to extract what she desired from him. He could tolerate Wen Yin's playful games, even if they were laced with falsehoods. However, the desire to leave and escape him was something he could not abide. Wen Yin returned home, still feeling the remnants of the passionate encounter, acutely aware that only submission would allow one to lower their guard. Her parents had finished packing for their trip, and upon arriving home, she found her mother resting in the living room. Seeing her return, her mother went to the kitchen to fetch her a dessert. "Yin Yin, look at the strawberry pudding I made for you." Reaching out, she accepted the transparent porcelain bowl containing pink strawberry pudding adorned with strawberry jam, a delightful and whimsical sight. As she took a bite, the cool, refreshing sweetness brightened her eyes. "Mommy, your culinary skills are simply amazing." Her mother beamed with joy at her delight. "Your father and I are catching an early flight tomorrow. Once you finish your competition, I'll prepare delicious meals for you every day." The competition was scheduled for 2 weeks later, and they planned to leave the country that very night after the international piano contest. "Thank you, Mommy." Wen Yin stepped forward to embrace the woman, expressing, "I have already arranged to stay with Xiaohan for the next 2 weeks, so there is no need for concern about me." 2 weeks is ample time for her to indulge in some leisure, followed by practicing the piano. After all, once I go abroad, we shall not see each other again. As dawn broke the following day, they needed to rush to the airport for their flight, accompanied by the housekeeper. The housekeeper, childless and without family, had been with them since the inception of their family's enterprise, and now she would be relocating abroad as well, with no certainty of when she might return. After bidding farewell at the airport, Wen Yin's father presented her with a bank card. Though she had ample pocket money and funds from selling jewelry, she politely declined. "Mom and Dad, please remember to call me once you arrive safely abroad." She embraced them again, reassuring them, "Do not worry about me. I will come to find you soon." Wen Yin's mother felt a deep reluctance to part with her daughter, yet this decision had been made after careful consideration. Nian Yin wished for them to leave first to avoid any further complications. Following their farewell, they proceeded to the boarding area, and as she watched her parents and the housekeeper gradually recede, her heart was a tumult of emotions. For this was the first time in her life she would be separated from her parents. The matters concerning Chu Li and her daughter had reached a conclusion, and all she hoped for was to quietly participate in the competition and depart from this place. She had hired a private investigator to track Ji Chenyu, aiming to uncover his whereabouts, but it seemed he had vanished into thin air since the incident involving the chicken soup. After sending her parents off, she headed to Lord William's studio for piano practice, only to discover that he was not present as promised. The practice room was eerily silent. Her messages went unanswered, which struck her as odd, yet she dismissed the thought and sat by the piano, retrieving her sheet music for practice. Her fingers danced over the keys, releasing a beautiful melody, a piece she had played numerous times before. She wore a delicate light blue dress, a gift from her mother, complemented by petite heels, and sat elegantly at the piano, her hair styled with a few strands cascading over her neck, sunlight streaming through the glass window and illuminating her figure. Wen Yin closed her eyes, savoring the sensation of the music flowing from her fingertips. Her hands were still capable of playing the song she adored. In the corner of the practice room, the red light of the camera flickered, transmitting the scene to a distant office. Pei Ji's intense gaze fell upon the figure captured in the surveillance footage, the blue bud dress resembling that of a little princess, proud and radiant. Seated upright, like a noble swan, a girl should be cherished, forever glowing. Yet love is inherently selfish. He desired that brilliance solely for himself, wanting only to hear and see her. He would grant Wen Yin one final opportunity for honesty. If the outcome did not align with his desires, it would not be to her liking either. Is it true, Pei Ji? Are you truly so enamored with voyeurism? If you wish to see her, why not simply approach her? Initially, Lord William was perplexed by Pei Ji's intentions, but now he understood that he was there to observe someone else. Hiding in his office while watching her practice, Pei Ji paid him no mind, his gaze fixed intently on the young girl captured in the surveillance footage. His eyes burned with a profound intensity, observing the delicate features of her face, which exuded a certain aloofness. Perhaps it was due to her childhood ballet training that her posture was so graceful, adorned in high heels and a charming little dress. She resembled a proud and radiant little swan. Wen Yin practiced for several hours, but saw no sign of Lord William's return. Feeling that she had sufficiently honed her skills, she deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. She sent a quick message on WeChat and decided to leave. After calling Su Han, who arrived promptly, the two of them made their way back to the villa to gather her belongings. Her possessions were minimal. She typically eschewed heavy makeup and owned little in the way of cosmetics. Most of what filled her wardrobe were charming little dresses. After tidying up, she locked the door, took the keys, and departed. Yin Yin, my sister-in-law has prepared a princess room for you next to mine. If you're afraid to sleep alone at night, it's perfect since my parents are away on vacation and one TB home to stop us from staying up late, Su Han suggested. Today, having obtained her driver's license, Su Han donned a leather jacket and drove out in her brother's sports car, exuding both flair and coolness. As Wen Yin sat in the convertible, the wind caressed her face and uplifted her spirits. Let us go shopping and catch a movie tomorrow, she proposed. We could go now, she added. Su Han grasped the steering wheel, contemplating. They say it might rain tonight and tomorrow. If we go now, we can return just in time before dark. In perfect harmony, they decided to find a restaurant for dinner and then head to the cinema. After spending an entire day playing and shopping, they prepared to return home at dusk, only to discover that it had begun to rain. Initially a light drizzle, it soon escalated into a downpour. As they exited the underground garage, they realized the rain had intensified. Despite hastily closing the convertible top, they were soaked to the skin as they stepped outside, returning home drenched. Su Han felt a twinge of guilt, fearing her brother might scold her again. As they alighted from the car, Wen Yin found her dress clinging to her form, her high heels muddied, and strands of hair stuck to her cheeks. Carrying her suitcase into the lobby, Su Han promptly snatched it from her, insisting, "Just follow me and call for my brother. You've met my sister-in-law before." Wen Yin nodded and followed her inside. However, as she stepped through the lobby door and changed her shoes, she froze in her tracks. Among the individuals seated on the sofa, one pair of penetrating eyes had been fixed on her since her entrance, watching her with the predatory intensity of a cold-blooded creature eyeing its prey. How could Pei Ji be here? Chapter 40. Addressing Pei as Uncle Pei Ji and Su Sheng were seated on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation over tea. Su Sheng, the second young master of the Su family and elder brother to Su Han, had previously crossed paths with her at a bar. His vivacious personality, devoid of pretentiousness, made him appear approachable and amiable, standing in stark contrast to the imposing and composed Pei Ji beside him. Accompanying them was Su Han's elder brother, Su Hanxing, a man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses who also exuded an air of affability, his lips curved into a gentle smile. Upon their arrival, the trio had already cast their gazes in their direction, noticing that they had returned drenched from the rain. It was unusual for the elder brother to be home, as he typically did not return, and additionally, Su Hanxing was not fond of having strangers in the house. Aside from their parents, he wielded significant influence within the family. Su Han stood resolutely, tugging at her suitcase, and introduced her companion. "Second brother, this is Yin Yin, the friend I mentioned to you. You've met her before. Elder brother, her parents are away on business, so she will be staying with me for a few days. She is very well behaved and will not trouble you." The three of them seated themselves, casting an imposing presence. Wen Yin felt an intense gaze piercing through her, and without needing to guess, she knew who it belonged to. The moment their eyes met, a flicker of guilt washed over her, but the thought that she had not ignored messages today dissipated her unease, albeit momentarily. She addressed the other two politely, following Su Han's lead. "Elder brother, second brother, I assure you I will not be a bother." After the formal greetings, a disquieting turmoil brewed within her. With Pei Ji present, should she not extend a greeting? They had shared a kiss in the car yesterday, and now, to not acknowledge him seemed rather impolite. Yet, amidst the throng, she found it difficult to utter the word husband. Therefore, she resorted to addressing him according to their familial hierarchy. Meeting Pei Ji's gaze, she murmured politely, "Hello, Uncle Pei," though they had a mere 6-year age difference. This address seemed to age him in her eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, they ascended the stairs with their luggage, while she felt an unsettling sensation as if someone were scrutinizing her from behind. As the silhouettes of the two girls vanished at the second-floor landing, Su Sheng and Su Hanqing simultaneously turned their attention towards Pei Ji, both well aware of the nature of their relationship, having witnessed them together at family banquets. Pei Ji remained unperturbed under their scrutiny, calmly lifting his teacup to his lips for a sip before directing his gaze towards Su Sheng. "Prepare a room for me." The room had already been set up, adorned as a pink princess-themed sanctuary, a design Su Sheng had discovered online, catering to girls' preferences. "Yin Yin, why don't you take a shower first? Once they've all left, I will come to your room to play," he suggested. "All right," she replied, placing her suitcase on the ground, opening it to retrieve her change of clothes before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After washing, she dried her hair and hung her dress on the balcony to air. Her nightgown, a gift from her mother, was a long, pure white lace princess-style ensemble made from ice silk fabric. After finishing her shower, she took out her phone and snapped a selfie to send to her parents, informing them of her safe arrival at Su Han's house. As she scrolled through her messages, a knock echoed from outside the door, surprisingly quick for Xiao Han to come looking for her. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Pei Ji standing there, holding a glass of milk and gazing intently at her. His penetrating eyes were fixated on her freshly washed face, devoid of makeup, which glowed with a rosy hue, exuding a softness that made her appear almost delicate. Yet, there was a predatory glint in his gaze. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Wen Yin locked eyes with him, acutely aware of the wild and dangerous energy emanating from him. She attempted to steady her nerves and joked, "Husband, what brings you here?" Pei Ji extended the glass of milk towards her, his voice low and commanding. "Aren't you going to call me uncle?" Embarrassment washed over her, and she felt as if she were about to lose her composure entirely. In truth, she would have preferred to call him uncle rather than husband. Shaking her head at the offered milk, she declined, expressing her distaste for it. Although she knew that milk could aid sleep, she had never developed a habit of consuming it before bedtime. "I don't want to drink it," Wen Yin said, pushing the milk away. "I'll end up throwing up." Pei Ji cast a fleeting glance at the pink diamond necklace around her neck, then grasped her hand, pressing the glass into her palm with a tone that bordered on authoritative. "Drink it." He added, "Blueberry-flavored fruit milk promotes sleep and helps with growth." Time stilled for a brief moment. The two of them had a noticeable height difference whenever they stood face to face. One was looking up while the other was looking down. Pei Ji stood nearly 9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist from frequent workouts, while she measured only 1.67 meters, making her feel rather petite in comparison. Having never tried blueberry-flavored fruit milk before, Wen Yin accepted the glass, cradling it in her hands and tilting her head back to take a sip. The taste was a delightful blend of sweet and tangy, masking any hint of the milk's natural flavor. Her eyes lit up with surprise at how delicious it was. As she enjoyed the drink, Pei Ji's gaze sharpened, watching intently as the glass slowly emptied. Chapter 41. Why Can't You Just Behave? The fruit milk was a delightful blend of tangy and sweet, distinct from any she had previously tasted. Handing the empty cup to him, she found it peculiar that he had not yet returned home. Was there still something left unsaid between them? Just as she passed him the cup, she heard Pei Ji's voice. "Little Guai, what brings you to a friend's house to sleep? Aren't your parents home?" A flutter of anxiety gripped Wen Yin's heart. She certainly did not wish for him to discover that her parents had gone abroad. She quickly replied, "My parents are on their honeymoon and will return in a few days." As Pei Ji accepted the cup, his gaze fell upon her delicate features, focusing intently on her youthful, beautiful face. Was it merely her age that made her so prone to fibbing? Was the truth about her parents being on a honeymoon or preparing for immigration, never to return home? Not a single word of honesty escaped her lips. Did he perceive her as some dreadful entity? Pei Ji stared at her, seemingly entranced, his silence heavy and profound, akin to a dark abyss. Her discomfort grew under his unwavering gaze. She felt a surge of guilt that rendered her unable to meet his eyes, bewildered by his sudden quietness. It was rather unsettling. "Darling, aren't you going home?" Unable to withstand the silence any longer, she broke it, only to hear him respond in a low voice. "It's raining. I'll stay here tonight." What a twist of fate. How unfortunate that the rain had compelled this unpredictable man to remain. She had intended to keep her visit a secret for as long as possible and had not planned to disclose that she was borrowing a place to stay. Pei reached out to gently tousle her hair, adjusting the collar of her nightgown to cover her shoulder straps, his tone both gentle and authoritative. Do not open the door to strangers. If someone knocks, inquire who it is before you let them in. Confused by his sudden admonition, she felt his warm palm brush against her cheek, tucking away a few damp strands of hair behind her ear. Good night, little Guai. Sweet dreams. Good night, Wen Yin replied, seeing him off. Once he departed, her heart raced wildly. The pressure emanating from him was overwhelming. His gaze felt predatory, as if he were a hunter stalking his prey, sending shivers down her spine, making her feel as though she could be devoured at any moment. She hurried back to her room, locking the door behind her. If only she had refrained from answering the door. As long as the person outside remained silent, she could have pretended to be occupied with a shower. The air conditioning in the room was sufficiently cool, preventing any discomfort from the heat. The bed was soft, and she had even placed a plush toy beside her. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for Su Han's arrival, she decided to send her a message. Receiving a prompt reply. Xiao Han, I saw my second brother with his convertible. Woe is me, we can't hang out tonight. Let's play tomorrow morning instead. The clock was nearing 8 o'clock, and she typically retired early. After showering, she lay beneath the covers, enjoying the cool air, slowly succumbing to drowsiness. Perhaps it was the early rise that left her eyelids heavy. She texted a few emoji to convey her understanding. After sending the message, she cuddled her toy and yawned, her eyelids growing increasingly heavy, eventually drifting into a hazy slumber. The night was deepening, and the rain outside showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead, while a shadow crept silently along the corridor towards her door, as if a specter had arrived. The key turned in the lock, and the door swung open. Pei, clad in a bathrobe, stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Outside, lightning flashed, illuminating the room momentarily. He approached the bedside and turned on the night lamp, unperturbed by the possibility of waking the occupant. The person in bed was nestled within soft pink bedding, sleeping soundly, her delicate face adorned with a faint rosy hue, and her full, luscious lips resembled those of a serene and beautiful kitten in slumber. Pei sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to smooth her hair, caressing the face that had ensnared his heart and mind. His fingers traced from her brow to her nose, then to her lips, and finally to the collarbone where a pink diamond necklace, embedded with a tracker and listening device, rested. She showed no signs of waking, as if tonight she was destined to remain in slumber. Leaning slightly forward, he embraced her through the covers, inhaling the sweet fragrance that belonged to her youth. His restrained hand trembled slightly, and he sighed softly. Why couldn't she just be obedient? He had always understood that the semblance of obedience and compliance was merely a facade, a trick. Yet he was different. He carefully selected gifts, inquired about her preferences, and observed her every movement, avoiding the forcefulness of his previous life and opting for a more gradual approach. Yet, he found himself still contemplating escape. His infatuation had never been superficial. Having traversed the business world and encountered numerous beautiful women, he had been patiently awaiting the maturation of one particular individual, the girl who once trailed behind him calling him brother. Perhaps fate had intervened when she stumbled upon his belongings at the hotel, recognizing them upon their return, yet regrettably failing to recognize him. Pei held her close, kissing her cheek and gradually moving to her lips, exploring with fervor, yet she remained unresponsive. He pulled back the covers, revealing her disheveled state, her alabaster thighs illuminated by the bedside lamp, enticing him with an irresistible allure. From the moment of his rebirth, he had been enduring this desire, even while bringing her to the villa. He had hoped to win her over with genuine affection, reaching for her delicate ankle, measuring it within his grasp, and whispering softly, "You would look so lovely adorned with a golden chain." The flight he had booked was scheduled for 9 p.m. 2 weeks hence. He would afford Wen Yin an opportunity. If she still yearned to flee, he would no longer need to feign restraint. It seemed that only through forceful measures could he ensure her presence. That night, Wen Yin felt as though ensnared by an octopus plunging into an abyss. She wished to cry out, to call for help, yet her lips would not part. the sensation of suffocation starkly palpable. Time in the dream realm was elusive, and when she finally opened her eyes again, it was morning. The rain had ceased, yet the weather remained overcast. The room was enveloped in silence, and as when Yin lay in bed, she felt an odd sensation coursing through her body, her lips seeming swollen. Could it be an allergic reaction to the milk? Supporting herself, she sat up, noting the closed door, concluding that the unfamiliar environment had induced her nightmares. Rising to freshen up, she stood before the mirror, brushing her teeth and washing her face. As she spat out the water, her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a faint pink mark on the side of her neck. She was momentarily taken aback. Reaching out to touch the imperceptible mark, which, despite its subdued hue, became apparent against her fair skin upon closer inspection. Were there mosquitoes? The household staff had all been dismissed, and living alone often reminded her of the shadows of solitude she had faced in her previous life within the villa. Thus, she had come to stay and spend some time with Suhan. On her first night, not only did she struggle to sleep, plagued by nightmares, but she was also bitten by mosquitoes. She dismissed it, washed her face, and stepped out to find her clothes when there was a knock at the door. At that moment, Suhan called her to wake up. "Yin Yin, are you awake?" When Yin responded and went to open the door. Upon entering, Suhan noticed that this room was even more pink than her own decor. She had already tidied up and specifically come to call Wen Yin. "Xiaohan, why are you up so early today?" Typically, at this hour, she would still be lounging in bed. She had only just glanced at the clock, which read a little past 6:50 a.m. "The thunder kept me awake last night. How did you sleep?" she asked. It rained heavily, and the thunder was particularly loud. "I just got up and checked with my brother and the others. They all said they were awakened by the noise." Chapter 42. Marry me, Wen Yin. Yesterday, the rain fell heavily, accompanied by thunder that startled even the servants in the villa from their slumber. Suhan, awakened by the thunder in the dead of night, found herself unable to return to sleep. Wen Yin, listening to her recount the tempestuous night, had no recollection of it. Instead, she felt a heaviness in her eyelids, a sign of her fatigue. She had only been disturbed by nightmares, which were shrouded in darkness, leaving her with the sensation of being ensnared by an octopus. Gasping for breath as the feeling of suffocation overwhelmed her. Perhaps it was due to her extreme tiredness that she remained undisturbed except for the fright of the thunder. "Oh well," Suhan said, picking up her phone to show Wen Yin, "a new dim sum restaurant has opened in the city center. Let us go check it out." The newly established eatery was a half-hour drive away, and the timing was perfect for breakfast. Wen Yin, intrigued by the prospect, eagerly rummaged through her wardrobe. She had already organized her clothes from her suitcase and hung them in the closet. Considering the rain had passed and the wind might be brisk outside, she opted for a casual sports outfit, simply tying her hair up in a bun for a neat appearance. Once they finished dressing, the two descended the stairs cheerfully. Upon reaching the bottom, they were greeted by Pei Ji and Su Sheng, who appeared equally fatigued and yawning. "Are you both ready? Let us go eat together," Pei Ji inquired upon seeing them. Wen Yin was taken aback that the two men were also joining them. She exchanged a puzzled glance with Suhan. After all, her elder brother had left for the company early, and she never extended an invitation to Su Sheng. Seeing them hesitating, Su Sheng yawned once more. "The roads are too slippery. It's unsafe for girls to drive. I am starving. Didn't you mention the dim sum restaurant yesterday?" Suhan recalled that she had indeed promised to treat him to a meal and take him to a restaurant. The dim sum restaurant, Chinese restaurant, or even a Western restaurant were all options available to her. Reluctantly, they made their way downstairs. As Wen Yin reached the bottom step, she locked eyes with Pei Ji, who still bore his dignified and cool demeanor. He approached her, resting his hand on her shoulder, leaning in slightly with a furrowed brow. "Why didn't you greet your husband?" he asked, his tone serious. She noted Su Sheng had also remained silent, while Suhan and Su Sheng continued their playful banter. Oblivious to the tension, Pei Ji insisted she utter those two words. He would not release her until she did. Seizing the moment amidst their playful antics, she turned her head and leaned closer to his ear, softly whispering, "Husband." The young woman's cheeks flushed as she spoke those words, immediately meeting his gaze with a look of feigned innocence, murmuring, "Could you please let go? Your palm is quite warm." The gentle and broad palm rested upon her shoulder. its warmth palpable even through the fabric, as if intending to sear the skin beneath. Pei Ji's lips curled slightly as he affectionately ruffled her hair, urging her to accompany him for a meal. The post-rain atmosphere was laden with humidity and a brisk wind, particularly in the coolness of the morning. Validating the wisdom of donning long sleeves and trousers, the streets were sparsely populated. Upon arriving at the restaurant and settling in, they began to peruse the menu. Su-han observed the two individuals across from her, with Wen Yin deftly navigating the tablet for orders while Pei Ji leaned slightly towards the young lady, his gaze imbued with tenderness, seemingly more interested in her than in the menu itself. Typically, one might indulge in shipping couples only in the realm of the internet. Yet here they found themselves inadvertently shipping the duo of close friends. Once the orders were placed, the group engaged in light conversation. Su Sheng inquired of Wen Yin, "Are you sleeping comfortably? Treat this place as your home." To which Wen Yin politely replied, "Yes, I am quite comfortable. The room is beautifully decorated. Thank you, second brother." Su Sheng's demeanor was notably affable, sharing a carefree disposition akin to Su Han's, which, despite being of the same age as Pei Ji, seemed to endear himself more to the young ladies. Regarding the matter of attracting female attention, Pei Ji, an older man lacking romantic experience, appeared somewhat oblivious. Yet he possessed an acute awareness of her preferences when it came to gifts and meticulously planned their encounters. As they enjoyed breakfast, Su-han expressed a desire to embark on a jungle adventure, having already consulted and enrolled in a class. "What did you sign up? How come I was not informed?" Su Sheng reacted with immediate exasperation. "What on earth does a girl like you want to go to such a dangerous place for? You are not allowed to go. On what grounds am I forbidden? I am of age, you know." The two engaged in a playful argument, the jungle expedition clearly posing some risks. Though the consultant had merely described it as camping in the wilderness, Wen Yin also advised against venturing into perilous areas, savoring the exquisite crab yellow buns. She took a fork and speared a piece of black pepper beef, relishing it as well. "Enjoy it, then indulge a little more," came Pei Ji's voice from beside her as he placed a platter of beef before her for her convenience. Uncertain of who had ordered the beef, Wen Yin, still chewing, prepared to offer a piece when a thought struck her, prompting her to glance at the person beside her. "Try it. It is truly delicious." "Is it?" Pei Yi responded, his gaze fixed upon her. "Then I shall give it a taste." As Wen Yin chewed, upon hearing his intention, she was surprised when he grasped her hand, lowering his head slightly to consume the morsel she had just speared. Pei Ji's striking features exuded an aura of dominance, and in that moment, as he held her hand firmly, his intense gaze bore into hers. His deep-set eyes seemed to delve into her very being, his throat bobbing as if he were consuming not mere meat, but her essence. The tumult of emotions within his gaze stirred something within Wen Yin. As his handsome face drew near, his large hand enveloped hers completely, tightening its grip. Her heart raced unexpectedly, leaving her to wonder if Pei Ji was teasing her. With a mouthful of meat, he neither released her hand nor softened his grip, instead tightening it even further, complimenting her. "Indeed, it is quite delectable." His eyes, predatory and darkening, suddenly uttered a statement. "My dear, I have come to regret my decision." Wen Yin turned her face away, attempting to avoid the conversation. "Regret what?" she inquired. "Marrying me, Wen Yin." Chapter 43. Awaiting your response, marriage? Wasn't it said that they would wait until her graduation? Wen Yin gazed into his eyes, sensing a seriousness that dispelled any notion of jest. This reminded her of the first day of her rebirth in the office, when he had also proposed marriage. This revelation left Su-han and Su Sheng wide-eyed, caught in a moment of unanticipated affection. They had naturally overheard the mention of marriage, prompting Su Sheng to voice the question that lingered in her mind. "Will you marry after graduation?" Pei Ji released his grip and lifted his gaze toward the window, where a rainbow appeared after the rain, casting a vibrant hue across the sky. During their meal, the sun had begun to emerge. Initially, he had contemplated a slow approach, but now he yearned to offer Wen Yin a chance. A concealed marriage, merely obtaining a certificate with no alterations to their daily lives, and a public wedding to follow her graduation. The more Wen Yin listened, the more alarmed she became. She had no desire for marriage, once bound by such vows. She would be tethered to him for eternity. Moreover, he possessed an overwhelming sense of possessiveness and control. What seemed like tenderness now might transform into something far more oppressive once the marriage certificate was in hand. Just as in her past life, where she had repeatedly rejected such advances until his patience wore thin. Suhan noticed when Yin's pallor and expressed concern. Yin, you look unwell. Are you feeling all right? Several pairs of eyes turned towards her, and as she regained her composure, she shook her head, attributing her discomfort to a minor mishap with her tongue while eating. I'll just step into the restroom for a moment. She hurriedly exited the scene, escaping without providing Pei Ji any response. Observing her fright at the mention of marriage, Pei Ji maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes hinted at a brewing storm. It was unsettling to think that a single remark could send her fleeing. How unwilling she must be to forge a connection with him. He had no preference for docile girls. It was Wen Yin herself that he cherished. Thus, he wished for her to be more compliant, to remain by his side, and not to flee. Pei Ji adjusted his clothing and stood, saying, "You all continue eating. I'll check on her." In the restroom, Wen Yin splashed cold water on her face, finding some relief as the chill washed over her. It confirmed to her that Pei Ji was not jesting, and she quickly began to devise reasons for refusal. However, as she pondered, she found no suitable justification. Yet, she had to decline. Otherwise, she might as well pretend she hadn't heard. Staring into the mirror at her reflection, she felt a sense of determination settle within her. Wiping her face dry with a tissue, she stepped out of the restroom, only to lift her gaze and find Pei Ji waiting for her at the corridor's corner. He had clearly seen her emerge and was now approaching her. As he stood before her, bending down to meet her eyes, a shadow enveloped her, causing her heart to race. She instinctively stepped back, but he grasped her arm, pinning her against the wall. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she opened her mouth to speak. His hand grasped her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his. His thumb pressed gently against her jaw, compelling her to part her lips, and despite her attempts to push him away, his grip remained unyielding. "Husband, you're hurting me. I need to see how serious it is," Pei Ji replied, lowering his gaze to scrutinize her, commanding, "Open your mouth." The pressure on her chin was not excessive, yet it was sufficient to keep her from breaking free. Most alarming was the darkness in his eyes, which was truly intimidating. Wen Yin cautiously parted her lips, allowing her tongue to slip out slightly, only to hear a soft chuckle moments later. "My dear, deceit and evasion will not resolve the issues at hand." Deceit and evasion? Pei Ji had long been aware of her lies and her retreat to the restroom. His hand, which held her chin, tightened ever so gently, his gaze imbued with a tinge of pity. She hoped that by appearing vulnerable, he might relent. "I was wrong. I want to do it again." Yet that was hardly the truth. Wen Yin's thoughts lingered on her recent dishonesty and avoidance, while Pei Ji's words resonated with the accumulated fabrications and evasions of these past days, as well as the manipulation and deceit she had employed against him. He was no fool. How could he not discern her subtle intentions? In the absence of anyone else, Pei Ji posed his question once more. "Marry me, but keep it private. You shall continue your studies." Wen Yin swallowed hard, her ears buzzing in disbelief. How could he renege on his promise? Hadn't he stated that they would wed only after her graduation? She had confided in him her fears of marriage, her reluctance to be bound to this man for a lifetime. The girl's gaze dimmed, her eyes reddening as she softened her tone. "Husband, you know I have a fear of marriage, and I'm still quite young." Therefore, she still had ample time to seek a man who would be a better fit for her. This sentiment remained unspoken, as she understood that voicing it would lead her to a dead end, yet it seemed that even silence would not suffice at this moment. Pei Ji pressed his lips together, his dark eyes fixated on her, his voice low and intense. "Do you not wish to keep me beneath your heel? You claim to desire wealth, power, and status. If you become Mrs. Pei, all of this will be yours. I will not pressure you. Our marriage will last 3 years. And if, after that time, you still harbor no feelings for me and have graduated, I shall let you go." Wen Yin. Was he serious? Cornered against the wall, she gazed into his inky eyes, which seemed to draw her into an abyss, akin to the gaze of a cold-blooded predator, sending shivers down her spine. She had anticipated a forced marriage before, but she had never imagined he would regret bringing up the topic of marriage again. Who could tell if this was merely a ruse to coax her into signing a marriage certificate? Would he truly let her go after 3 years if there were no feelings? After being confined for 4 years, he had shown no inclination to release her. Wen Yin bit her lip in contemplation. Can you give me a few days to think it over? Of course, Pei Ji replied, releasing her. I expect your answer by the evening of the 18th. The 18th? That was the date of her piano competition, the day she had planned to leave the country. A sigh of relief escaped her. As long as she could navigate through these days, who cared about answers? Her heart brightened slightly, and she affirmed, I will definitely give you a response. Her gaze and tone were earnest, as if she had made a firm resolution. Peiji tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear nonchalantly and said, Then make sure to think it through. I will await your answer. After their conversation, they returned to their meal, behaving as though the proposal had never occurred. The breakfast crowd grew larger, and she needed to prepare for her piano practice and classes. Peiji departed early for his company, while Su Cheng was responsible for ensuring her safe arrival at school. As she wandered through the school, Su Han bit in her mint candy, her thoughts seemingly adrift. Wen Yin, what kind of person do you like? Wen Yin pondered for a moment. I appreciate those who genuinely care for me and respect me. Such individuals are perhaps as rare as my uncle. An unfamiliar male voice resonated from behind them, and upon turning, they recognized Chi Yu, who had been trailing them. Chi Yu, donning a mask, was instantly identifiable by his voice, eyes, and the earrings adorning his ears. He noticed Wen Yin excitedly grasping her hand. Junior, do you possess the ability to predict fortunes? Startled by the sudden inquiry, Wen Yin instinctively withdrew her hand, wary of gossip amidst the throngs of students. Why do you say that? She inquired. My tour vehicle met with an accident. On the day he had driven her home, Wen Yin had advised him not to drive for a month post-tour, a suggestion he had initially questioned, but thankfully, he had been cautious enough not to take the risk of driving. Just the previous afternoon, his assistant had borrowed his sports car, only for it to be involved in a mishap. Fortunately, his assistant, having been a coach for over a decade, managed to escape with minor injuries by swiftly opening the car door and leaping out to avoid disaster. The vehicle crashed into the railing of a bridge with catastrophic consequences. Yet he had emerged from the ordeal with only a few scrapes. Had it been Chi Yu behind the wheel, the outcome might have been dire. Chapter 44. Are you happy? He was quite astonished when he learned of the events that transpired yesterday. He had intended to visit Wen Yin at school to inquire once more about any remaining misfortunes in his destiny. However, due to late rehearsals and the rain, he only arrived today when the downpour had ceased, and indeed, he spotted others coming to school. Su Han, upon hearing his account, found it utterly unbelievable and glanced at her close friend, never having considered that someone could predict fortunes. Wen Yin was aware of their misunderstanding. I do not possess the ability to divine fortunes. I merely offered a kind reminder, given the rain. You two should not overthink it. How wonderful it would be if she could truly predict fortunes, especially concerning Pei Ji's erratic spirit. Suddenly recalling his purpose for coming, Chi Yu extracted a card from his pocket. After returning home, he had informed his parents about the incident, who then provided him with a bank card to pass on to Wen Yin. When the card was presented, Wen Yin frowned slightly. Saving a life did not imply a demand for recompense. Furthermore, she no longer lacked for money. You may keep it, senior. I merely offered a casual reminder. Seeing her refusal, Chi Yu scratched his head, uncertain of her preferences. After his uncle had taken her away that day, he had even called home to inquire. Does that mean I should start calling my uncle's girlfriend Aunt now? I need to practice the piano. Let us talk another day. Wen Yin was acutely aware that her time was limited. She needed to rehearse swiftly for the upcoming piano competition, for winning would allow her to leave this place. This was her long-held dream and a regret from her previous life. As she led Su Han away, they suddenly halted, spotting Ji Chenyu passing by. His face had healed considerably, and his hair seemed shorter. However, the cropped hair no longer exuded the youthful gentleness it once had, revealing instead a weary visage with stubble. A woman accompanied him. They had not seen him since that incident. Su Han and Wen Yin almost failed to recognize him at first, astonished by his current despondent appearance. In truth, he deserved this, Wen Yin mused. Previously, she had generously given him her pocket money, but since her rebirth, she had frozen that bank card and even sent someone to the apartment to evict him, discarding all his luxurious clothes and shoes into the trash. Ji Chenyu was equally surprised to encounter Wen Yin. He gazed at the beautiful, gentle girl before him, his expression a blend of sorrow and anguish. He yearned to speak with her, but upon reflection, he felt the moment was not right, and he did not wish for her to witness his current disheveled state. He deeply regretted agreeing to deceive Yin Yin alongside Wen Tian. As they passed each other, no words were exchanged. Is that his mother? Su Han turned a glance at their retreating figures. They do not resemble each other at all. That is not his mother, Wen Yin replied, her gaze fixed on their diminishing silhouettes, an icy demeanor enveloping her, her tone laced with disdain. That is his benefactor. Ah, Su Han exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Once, two individuals shared a romantic bond, a relationship forged over time. Wen Yin was aware that Ji Chenyu had lost his mother at a tender age and was left with a father who squandered their funds on gambling. He toiled in taverns and restaurants, striving to earn a living, and due to his striking appearance, he often attracted the unwanted attention of women who sought to offer him financial support in exchange for companionship. Initially, her heart ached for him. She even proposed to provide him with pocket money, rent him an apartment, and buy him clothes. However, reflecting upon his current predicament, sacrificing his dignity to be with a woman significantly older than him, she found a situation both pitiful and ludicrous. The two returned to the piano room to practice, and after their session, they attended their final English class together, where they could still journey home in each other's company. As the teacher lectured from the podium, Wen Yin rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, while Su Han discreetly scrolled through her phone beside her. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow across the classroom, rendering the aftermath of yesterday's torrential rain a mere memory. The weather had cleared, the storm clouds dissipated, as if tranquility had returned. A vibration interrupted her reverie. She retrieved her phone. I cannot take you home today due to some matters. Please text me after class. I will come to fetch you. Wen Yin. Okay. She sent him the time class would conclude, and once the final lesson was over, she stretched and organized her belongings, asking Su Han to wait for her as she made a quick trip to the restroom. The restroom was just around the corner from the classroom. Upon entering, she washed her hands, having gotten blue ink from her pen all over them during class. She realized the ink seemed stubbornly resistant to removal. Deciding it best to return to wash them properly with soap, she turned off the faucet, shook her hands dry, and pivoted, only to find a girl standing there. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the girl lifted a bucket in her hands and splashed its contents toward her. The sound of water splattering echoed, and despite her attempt to evade it, she was drenched, resembling a drowned rat, with the red bucket landing at her feet. Stunned, Wen Yin stood there, soaked to the bone, her hair clinging to her face in a disheveled manner, especially as the water carried a foul odor. Laughter erupted from the girl in front of her, mocking and triumphant. Upon closer inspection, Wen Yin recognized her. She was the same girl who had made a disparaging remark about her during her first encounter with Chiyu. Wen Yin brushed her hair from her forehead, her gaze turning icy. She had no prior acquaintance with this girl and certainly had not anticipated being drenched in filthy water without warning. The unpleasant scent, reminiscent of soiled rags, churned her stomach, nearly inducing nausea, which she fought valiantly to suppress, uncertain if her phone had been damaged in her pocket. Are you pleased with yourself? Wen Yin inquired. Lin Jingheng scoffed. Seeing you like this brings me joy. Last time you embarrassed me, and now you've got what you deserve. A few girls stood nearby, bewildered by Lin Jingheng's sudden act of aggression. Is that so? Wen Yin lowered her gaze, her tone calm. I too wish to find joy. With that, she picked up the bucket at her feet and, with a firm grip, hurled it forcefully at Lin Jingheng, striking her squarely on the head, causing her to stagger backward. Lin Jingheng fell to the ground, momentarily stunned by the blow, a sharp pain coursing through her head, igniting a fear that she might be disfigured. In a fit of rage, she sprang to her feet and lunged toward Wen Yin. Wen Yin, unwilling to engage in conflict, sidestepped as she was lunged at, and without uttering a word, exited the room. Upon encountering Pei Ji, she resolved to have him find someone to handle the situation. as she found the prospect of physical confrontation too cumbersome. Lin Jingheng, having missed her target, furiously chased after, only to find Wen Yin standing in the corridor with her back turned. "Wen Yin, you scoundrel!" she shouted, recklessly dashing forward. As Wen Yin turned to face her, she forcefully pushed, completely oblivious to the group of impeccably dressed individuals advancing toward her. Wen Yin collided heavily with the ground, a grimace of pain crossing her features. This time, she could no longer endure the discomfort. As she braced herself to rise and retaliate, a large hand grasped her arm, assisting her to her feet. Before she could lift her gaze, a familiar scented suit jacket draped over her shoulders. Chapter 45. Pei Ji, your actions frighten me. Wen Yin lifted her gaze, astonished by the sight before her. The oversized suit jacket enveloped her, warm yet imbued with the cold, assertive fragrance of a man's cologne, wrapping around her chilled form. Soaked and carrying an unpleasant odor, her hair clung to her cheeks, presenting a disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, her bright, captivating eyes pained Pei Ji's heart. "What brings you here?" Wen Yin, her cheeks damp, with trembling lashes, gazed at Pei Ji, surprised to see him at school. "Didn't you say you'd wait outside?" Pei Ji stood before her, his gaze sharp and frigid, before turning to Lin Jingheng. The tension in his hand was palpable, barely restrained. He could easily surmise what had transpired in the restroom. Being splashed with water and pushed down was a grave matter of bullying. Lin Jingheng looked at the imposing man before her, immediately recognizing his formidable presence, especially with Qiyu, her idol, accompanying him. Panic gripped her as she feared for her image in front of her idol, worrying that she might ruin it. At that moment, Qiyu hurried over, alarmed to see Wen Yin soaked and in distress, the faint, acrid scent of a rag lingering about her. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Pei Ji take 2 steps forward, gripping the neck of the girl who had pushed Wen Yin, his expression a storm of fury, a deep growl of anger escaping his throat. Bullying? The corridor was bustling with onlookers, and the trio of Qiyu, Wen Yin, and their assistant were taken aback. Noticing Lin Jingheng's face flush crimson, struggling to breathe as she clawed at the prominent veins of Pei Ji's hand. "I didn't mean to," Lin Jingheng gasped, feeling the pain in her neck and the difficulty in breathing. "Let go, little uncle. This could escalate." Qiyu rushed forward, only to be pushed aside by Pei Ji's other hand. Pei Ji appeared genuinely enraged, his eyes cold and crimson, his grip tightening as he glared at Lin Jingheng. "Who gave you the right to bully her?" The memory of Wen Yin being pushed down struck him, recalling the time she had been kidnapped, drenched and lying on the ground, bound with ropes that left purple marks around her neck and wrists, her face pale and smeared with blood. That was when Wen Yin had successfully escaped the villa to seek help from Chu Li and her daughter, only to be beaten to the brink of death, on the verge of being sold to Southeast Asia. To keep someone close was his way of protecting them. His love manifested in the confinement of those dear to him. The moment she was shoved down, the look of surprise on the perpetrator's face mirrored that day's astonishment, sending tremors through his soul that he could not bear. Pei Ji, Wen Yin called out, momentarily stunned by his fury. She had never witnessed such rage, the tempest in his eyes intensifying. As it seemed he might truly strangle her, his strength began to wane, and she rushed forward, embracing him tightly. "Iem me fine. Iem me fine. Don't do this. There are so many people watching, I'm not hurt at all." Aside from being splashed with water and pushed down, she truly had sustained no injuries. Even if Pei Ji had not arrived, she would have risen from the ground to retaliate, unaware that he would resort to violence against the girl. "Please, don't do this. It's enough to just push her back. Let's not escalate this further." Wen Yin clutched tightly to the man's slender waist. Reaching out to tug at his arm, her eyes brimmed with tears, likely startled by his alarming reaction. "Pei Yi, I'm so frightened by this." Her expression of fear snapped Pei Ji back to reality, making him aware of his own moment of distress. He released his grip, yet the lingering aggression within him diminished. Lowering his gaze to the girl who clung to him, he extended his arm and pulled her into his embrace, as if wishing to crush her into his very being. The hostility dissipated, akin to a ferocious beast soothed. His voice was tinged with sorrow. "Fortunately, it's not too late." Wen Yin, held in his arms, widened her eyes. Recognizing that despite the unpleasant scent that clung to her, he still dared to hold her, although she had embraced him as well. She failed to comprehend the significance of his words. Lin Jingheng had collapsed to the ground, coughing, with distinct marks of strangulation on his pale neck. His eyes filled with terror, as if he had just returned from the depths of hell. A few passing students glanced over, and although there were only a handful, such incidents would inevitably spread through the school forum. In a hushed tone that only they could hear, she murmured, "Husband, I'm so cold. Let us leave quickly." She wished to avoid being photographed and ridiculed on the school forum, recalling the last time when whispers about Ji Chenyu's girlfriend echoed through the halls. Aware that she was the victim of having her boyfriend taken by her sister, she resented the lack of empathy from those who thrived on gossip, relishing only the sensational and amusing tales behind closed doors. Pei Ji instructed his assistant to remain and handle the ensuing matters, arranging for the expulsion of those involved and investigating the identities of the perpetrators, for such matters in this school required at least a semblance of status. The ample fabric of his suit jacket enveloped her as she lay on the ground, her white clothing soaked and muddied from the recent rain. The chill in the air somewhat abetted by the warmth of his coat. They would encounter familiar faces upon leaving the school. She covered her head with the jacket, revealing only her eyes, a rather comical sight. "Xiaohan is still waiting for me in the classroom. We should take her home with us." "No need," Pei Ji replied, guiding her away. "I will have Qi Yu take her home." Although people would see them upon exiting the school, none would recognize her. It was only once they returned to the car that she removed the jacket, Pei Ji also having acquired the scent of the rag. Pei Ji did not take her back to the Su residence. Instead, he brought her to his private villa, a place she had visited once before. He had purchased this villa merely for its proximity to his company, preferring not to stay at home. Previously, he had kept others confined within these walls, escaping only to avoid the gaze of passers-by. Thus, since the day of his rebirth, he had invested in constructing an even more luxurious villa atop a secluded hillside, which had been under construction for 2.5 years. The furnishings were nearly complete, situated at the heart of the suburban hills where no one would ever stumble upon it. He desired Wen Yan. He craved her love. If he could not attain it, he would not hesitate to continue imprisoning her, allowing them to mutually torment and erode one another in their entangled existence. Wen Yan found herself at the villa for the second time since her rebirth. This time, however, she was devoid of the previous panic, reassured by the knowledge that Pei Ji had no intention of confining her, especially since she had behaved herself today. Upon arriving at the villa, Pei Ji instructed her to take a shower, advising her to avoid catching cold. After bathing, she emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and discovered the bedroom was empty. Perhaps due to the habits formed over her long life, she wandered into the walk-in closet to select her attire. Unlike her previous visit, where she had not opened every cabinet, this time she whimsically decided to explore the contents of each one. Aside from the garments prepared for her, all she found were suits. As she approached the final cabinet, she was greeted by a singular, exquisite sight. There hung a wedding gown, resplendent in its white lace adorned with delicate crystals. The gown, opulent in its design, captivated her, leaving her momentarily spellbound as she reached out to touch it. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, jolting her back to reality as she withdrew her hand. Just as she turned, a warm body enveloped her from behind, and she could feel the heat of Pei Ji's breath against her ear. He tightened his embrace, playfully nibbling on her earlobe, his voice a husky whisper. "Do you like it?" Chapter 46. How would you like me to treat you? Every girl, regardless of her marital aspirations, is undoubtedly captivated by a beautiful wedding gown. When Yin found herself entranced by the exquisite, pure white dress, momentarily disregarding the reason it resided in the villa. Perhaps it was a genuine desire for marriage on his part. "Why not try it on?" Pei Ji suggested, his arm wrapped around her waist. Every girl has a dream of wearing a wedding gown. It does not matter whether you wish to marry me. This gown is a gift for you. Deep down, Pei Ji understood that when Yin was destined to be his bride in this lifetime, in their previous existence, they had merely registered their marriage without ever donning a wedding dress or experiencing a ceremony, and after being coerced into matrimony. All their freedoms had been confined within the walls of this villa. The gown was stunning, truly breathtaking. Wen Yin had always adored dresses, which filled her wardrobe, and this wedding dress occupied an entire closet on its own. It had been meticulously cared for, the hem adorned with sparkling diamonds, each one hand-sewn, featuring a fishtail and a corset, resembling a princess from a dream, designed in a simple yet elegant shoulder-bearing style. Wen Yin remained silent, unwilling to allow the gown to ensnare her. Pei Ji did not pressure her. Instead, he tenderly kissed her cheek and said, "It's all right. If you don't wish to wear it now, we can wait until the day you are ready to marry me." He offered her space, and as he left, Wen Yin was taken aback that he had not insisted she wear it. Once she heard the door to the changing room close, she slowly approached and locked it, her gaze darkening. It was not that she did not want to wear the gown. Rather, she did not wish to wear it for Pei Ji. She envisioned donning the dress in front of the one she truly loved. Although Pei Ji treated her well, his unhinged nature remained unchanged. The human heart is inscrutable and difficult to alter. After securing the door, Wen Yin returned to the wedding gown, carefully taking it from the hanger. Under the light, the gown shimmered even more, and she adored its design. It was truly beautiful. With a sense of anticipation, she eagerly slipped into the gown, accessorizing with the garments and high heels from the cabinet, which clearly formed a complete ensemble. The heels were particularly stunning, fitting her perfectly. This entire outfit must be worth at least a fortune. Pei Ji was indeed foolishly generous, always transferring her money whenever she expressed a need, and had even given her a black card for exclusive use. Standing before the mirror in the changing room, she admired her reflection in the wedding gown, straightening her back and turning to examine the lacing at her lower back. In her heels, she lifted the hem of the gown with a radiant smile, twirling around. The wedding dress felt entirely different from her usual dresses. Wen Yin stood tall, lifting her face as she carefully admired her appearance in the mirror, completely unaware of the faint red flickering in the corner of the changing room. Pei Ji leaned against the wall by the entrance of the changing room, watching the monitor footage on his phone. His eyes were inscrutable. This gown had been custom-made, something he had longed for Wen Yin to wear in their past life. But alas, the opportunity had been lost. The gown, with its intricate design and layers, blossomed like a beautiful night blooming cereus as she twirled, her enchanting features illuminated as she spun before the mirror. Wen Yin could not escape. She was fated to be his. After admiring the wedding gown, she removed it and hung it back up, taking a moment to tidy herself before donning a casual long-sleeved nightgown. With a light heart, she made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the lower level, she found Pei Ji clad in a black shirt, seemingly preparing ginger tea for her. As she descended slowly, the sight of his broad, powerful back, busy in the kitchen, filled her with a sense of warmth akin to home. Deeply moved, she softly approached him. Perhaps the sound of her footsteps had already captured Pei Ji's attention. Even before she drew close, she heard him inquire, "Are you down?" Without even seeing him turn, she was taken aback by his sharp vigilance and softly replied, "Yes, I am." Only then did Pei Ji turn around, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. With a slight furrow in his brow, he approached her and gently cradled her cheek. Wen Yin bore a noticeable red abrasion on her forehead, a remnant from a fall she had taken earlier, which she had not fully registered at the time. Although she felt no pain, she instinctively raised her hand to touch it, only to have it captured by him, leading her into the living room. "You have some abrasions. Let me apply some medicine for you," he said, guiding her to sit on the sofa. He retrieved a first aid kit from beneath the television cabinet, extracting cotton swabs and antiseptic solution. "It's just a minor scrape. I don't feel any pain," Wen Yin protested, feeling that he was overreacting. "It's merely a small injury. I'm not that delicate." However, her words fell on deaf ears. Pei Ji pulled her close, sitting beside her on the sofa. He gently swept aside the hair from her forehead, revealing her pure and unadorned face, and delicately dabbed the cotton swab on her wound. His hand firmly held her cheek, compelling her face to tilt slightly upward, while the other hand carefully applied the antiseptic. His movements were tender, and his gaze serious. Wen Yin instinctively tightened her grip on her nightgown, frozen in place, their breaths intertwining in close proximity. She could see the earnest gentleness in his eyes as he tended to her injury, his voice inquiring if it hurt. accustomed to his dominant and fervent demeanor. This softness felt akin to seduction, creating an alluring illusion. She dared not move, the intimate atmosphere causing her cheeks to flush, her heart racing furiously, and her fingers nervously clutching. Yin Yin, Pei Ji called her. This name had been uttered by many, yet when it fell from Pei Ji's lips, it sent a shiver down her spine. Initially, when he referred to her as Little Darling, she found it unappealing and somewhat embarrassing. Later, he remarked that upon first seeing her, she had struck him as a beautiful, gentle, and obedient little cat. Yet, in reality, even the most docile cat can possess a fierce spirit. Why do you call me that? Wen Yin turned her face away, but his hand gently redirected her back, making it impossible to escape this time. What would you like me to call you? Pei Ji remarked, if you desire me to treat you in a certain way, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Is this truth or folly? Can this madman truly heed her thoughts? Wen Yin, with a tone laden with uncertainty, questioned, will everything I say truly be regarded as gospel? My dear husband, could you not depart this world? Just as the words escaped her lips, she felt a firm grip on her cheek, followed by a low, resonant chuckle. The hand on her chin tightened, and the figure before her leaned in, playfully punishing her by gently biting her lip. Pei Ji intoned solemnly, you must not speak ill of your husband. Is this truly considered an insult? Chapter 47. Pei Ji's true nature. This is not merely an insult. It is a curse. In her previous life, she wished for his demise, and in this life, she only hopes to sever all ties with him after her departure. Pei Ji, a titan of the business realm and a paragon of excellence, could have any woman he desires. Why then does he choose her? The grip of his hand on her cheek is firm, the coarse pads of his fingers grazing her skin, sending a tingling sensation through her. His palm is warm, the heel of his hand pressed against her chin. She cannot meet his gaze, nor does she wish for him to alter anything about himself. After all, her proximity to him is purely transactional. The young woman furrows her brow slightly, her voice soft yet laden with complaint. Darling, you're hurting me. She finds that voicing her discomfort yields results. Indeed, in the next moment, Pei Ji releases her. She wonders just how far he is willing to go. He professes affection for her, but can he truly endure such boldness? Pei Ji, my foot hurts terribly. What does it hurt? He asks, taking her foot and placing on his thigh. Did you twist your ankle? His warm, broad foot envelopes her ankle, and even through the fabric of his trousers, she can feel the strength of his thigh muscles. She is acutely aware of his well-defined physique beneath his shirt. With her legs resting upon his, he gently massages her ankle, cradling her delicate foot in his hand. Wen Yin refrains from specifying where the pain lingers. Sitting on the sofa, she slightly withdraws her right foot, placing it against his abdomen through the shirt, pressing down with considerable force. She expected him to react, but instead, he remains still, a heavy groan escaping his lips, and soon enough, one hand grasps her foot firmly. Wen Yin is momentarily taken aback, leaning back in an attempt to withdraw, only to find his grip tightening. When she meets his gaze, she sees a profound intensity in his eyes, fixed upon her, his complexion slightly flushed, and the warmth of his palm is startling. His voice, when he speaks, is husky. Don't tease. The tenderness in his tone is both intoxicating and disorienting, sending shivers through her. Suddenly, she feels a pang of anxiety. Pei Ji, you're hurting me. This time, he does not release her, his predatory gaze unwavering, as if poised to pounce and consume her completely. She merely wished to test his limits, but to her surprise, he is not angered. Rather, he seems to revel in the moment. Pei Ji is not merely unhinged. It appears he is also somewhat deranged. At this point, Wen Yin feels genuine fear, as if she has ventured too far, dreading that he might act inappropriately, akin to a husband regretting his commitment. Darling, she exclaims, attempting to retract her foot with a gentle tug. The stove, it's still on. Hearing her words, he takes a deep breath, his eyes reflecting restraint and forbearance, before finally releasing her and rising. The veins on the back of his hand are visibly pronounced. My dear, go check the stove. I have some matters to attend to. Wen Yin is left momentarily speechless, unable to respond as he ascends the stairs and departs. After he leaves, her foot, resting on the sofa, seems to retain the lingering warmth of his hand, an intensity that leaves her heart in disarray. Is it possible that someone has found pleasure in this? Wen Yin privately conferred upon a certain individual the rather peculiar title of pervert, sensing that he possessed some unique attributes. Rising to tend to the stove, she glanced at the pot of brown sugar ginger tea, beside which lay a mobile phone, seemingly used while preparing the drink. As she moved to the refrigerator, she noted the sparse ingredients inside, indicating that Pei Ji seldom resided at home. According to Pei Ji's assistant, he was perpetually busy at the company, rarely returning home, and often engaged in business trips, social gatherings, and meetings. In high society, the more powerful the elite, the busier they became. Unlike those affluent youths who frequently indulged in entertainment at bars and KTV venues. Stirring the pot of ginger tea with a spoon, she pondered. The situation concerning Chu Li and her daughter had nearly resolved itself, far more smoothly than she had anticipated. Ji Chenyu alone could hardly stir up any significant turmoil. Initially, she had intended to secretly trip him up, yet to her surprise, he had proactively sought out his benefactor, appearing utterly despondent. And she had heard he even withdrew from school. The ease with which everything unfolded perplexed her. She could not comprehend how the paparazzi that had once lurked in the hotel had suddenly located Wen Tian's room. It was only after a moment of clarity that she realized the depth of Pei Ji's influence. Could he truly possess such power to uncover even her relatives' affairs? Men of great power were indeed formidable, as they could often wield their knowledge to control and comprehend all. It felt as though an enormous net had descended upon her, ensnaring her with no means of escape, leaving her to watch helplessly as the hunter revealed a satisfied expression. Wen Yin waited in vain for him to descend, and when he did not, she took it upon herself to sip the soup, finishing it just as he appeared at the staircase. This time he had donned pajamas, seemingly having bathed anew. They were both adults, fully aware of what had transpired, even if unspoken. "Have you finished?" he inquired, and she nodded in response. Before serving herself, she ladled him a bowl, the contents perfectly tempered, neither too hot nor too cold. After finishing her soup, she prepared to ascend, stating her intention to rest. Just as she stood to leave, she felt her wrist grasped firmly by Pei Ji. "What is it?" Wen Yin questioned, somewhat bewildered. Pei Ji, tall and imposing, his damp hair brushing against his face, pulled her to a chair beside him, settling her in his embrace. He positioned her on his lap, as one would a doll, his arms encircling her waist like iron clamps, making her acutely aware of the warmth radiating through the fabric. Hesitant to move, she found herself entranced by his husky voice. "Feed me," he commanded. She attempted to decline, but before she could utter a word, he lowered his voice. "One spoonful is 50,000. It was measured by the spoon, not the bowl. No one would dare to refuse money. With his strong arms tightly encircling her waist, she felt trapped yet aware that the discomfort lay not with her. Reaching for the bowl, she settled into his embrace, feeding him mouthfuls while counting the price in her mind with each spoonful. Engrossed in counting his wealth, he remained utterly oblivious to the throbbing veins in the arm wrapped around his waist. The man's ears flushed crimson as he restrained himself. Sipping the ginger tea she offered with a mixture of desire and possessiveness, the gaze of a mature man fixated on his beloved, infused with profound longing. Observing her feed him, he quietly counted each spoonful, revealing his penchant for riches. How had he never noticed this before? Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Wen Yin was simply enamored by his wealth. Fortunately, he was a man of considerable means. As she continued to feed him, she eventually set the bowl down with a sense of satisfaction. True to his nature, Pei Ji immediately transferred money into her bank account. After their meal, he insisted on holding her close as they drifted off to sleep. Though he refrained from any further advances, he clung to her like a needy child, planting soft kisses on her cheeks and neck. No one turns away from wealth. Soothing the whims of a madman was merely a means to an end. However, soon enough, there would be no need for such disingenuous flattery. "My dear, I must dedicate my time to practicing the piano for the upcoming competition in the next few days, and I fear I won't be able to join you for dinner," she conveyed, her intent unmistakable. She would be unavailable to accompany Pei Ji from this day until the competition concluded. Pei Ji had anticipated her response, yet he awaited her words after the competition with bated breath, his tone warm and steady. I look forward to your reply, regardless of its nature, but you must promise me that you will not leave my side. In the enveloping darkness, he tightened his embrace, and when Yin turned away from him, sensed that he wished to hold her so tightly that she might shatter within his grasp. She reached back to pat the hand resting on her waist, a gesture of reassurance and loyalty. I love you dearly, my husband. I will never leave you in this lifetime. Chapter 48. The countdown to escape in this world. Promises are the most unreliable. Mere words devoid of substance offer no assurance. Unable to find solace in sleep, when Yin lay still, allowing him to hold her close, her bright eyes wide open in the darkness. His arms encircled her waist tightly, her back pressed against him, and she found a sense of security in the rhythm of his steady breathing. She understood that this tenderness was fleeting. The memories of her past life were vivid. Pei Ji had forced her to take medicine that rendered her hands useless, robbing her of the ability to play the piano. That act was prompted solely by her playing a melody of longing in the villa, a piece she had often shared with Ji Chenyu. Pei Ji dismissed her explanations, insisting on his own interpretation, offering her no respect, believing she was merely indulging in nostalgia. Pei Ji had once vowed to avenge her, and he did fulfill that promise. She had seen the tragic fate of Chu Li and her daughter on her phone, but it came at the cost of her 4 years of captivity. Fate had granted her rebirth, not merely to save her parents, but to salvage herself as well. In this lifetime, Pei Ji had transformed significantly, treating her with care and gentleness. Especially during the last kidnapping, the moment he arrived filled her with an inexplicable sense of relief. Tonight would be her final night beside Pei Ji, after which they would part ways forever. She was determined to escape him completely, and the answers he sought would remain unvoiced. In her heart, the countdown to her escape had already begun. As her eyes slowly closed, she drifted into a deep sleep, awakening to find Pei Ji had prepared breakfast for her downstairs. On the table lay a new phone. The previous one had succumbed to water damage during an incident yesterday. Pei Ji had even taken note to procure a replacement for her. After breakfast, she would return to school, seizing the opportunity to practice the piano, dedicating herself entirely to her craft in the coming days, spending every moment with her instructor in the practice room. Her piano skills were commendable, yet she aspired to excel further. This was her dream, and she was resolved to pursue it with fervor. When Su-Han arrived at school, Wen Yin had already practiced for the entire morning, seated by the piano, video calling her parents. "Darling, we believe you will surely secure first place." "Of course," Wen Yin replied with unwavering confidence. "Mommy, how are you doing over there?" Her mother, lounging in their garden under the sun, was accompanied by a swimming pool and a newly acquired Samoyed puppy, having decided to adopt a pet upon her arrival. "All is well. I've been experimenting with new recipes. When you come, I shall prepare a grand feast for you." After a brief conversation, they ended the call just as Su-Han knocked and entered the room. Wen Yin had not disclosed to her that her parents were abroad, believing that the fewer who knew of their departure, the better. She would only confide in Su-Han about the truth when the time was right, and it would be a private revelation. "Yin Yin, I heard that Lin Jingheng bullied you last night. Are you hurt?" At that moment, she had been playing games in the classroom, and upon hearing the commotion, she had stepped out to find Lin Jingheng crying on the ground, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Chiyu had come to inform her of the incident and escorted her home. "I'm fine." When Yin closed the sheet music, having received assistance in her practice, Su-Han noticed the smile and softness on the girl's face and jested. "Oh, your husband helped you with that, didn't he?" Wen Yin's silence was an implicit acknowledgement. Both of them were music majors, spending most of their time in the practice room aside from a few required courses. Wen Yin was preparing for an upcoming international piano competition, while Su-Han, a violinist, casually practiced in the room and engaged in conversation. The piano competition was set to span 3 days, with the pieces to be performed by the judges released on the official website a week prior, allowing participants to prepare for the first round. On the first day, all contestants would perform a piece chosen at random by professional instructors, with high scores advancing to the next round. The second day would see those advancing selected again by both the instructors and judges present, with the highest scores moving forward. By the third day, most contestants would have been eliminated, leaving the remaining competitors to perform their pre-prepared pieces, judged by instructors, judges, and the public via live streaming, culminating in the crowning of a champion. The event was to take place in their city, recognized for its vibrant economy and gathering of prominent figures. Participants included not only locals, but also foreign enthusiasts who had arrived early, as the competition occurred every 4 years. The previous champion was the currently renowned William Ching. With less than 2 weeks remaining before the competition, Wen Yin dedicated most of her time to the school as practice room, knowing William Ching would be among the judges, and she needed to maintain distance to avoid any appearance of favoritism. The official selection of nearly 20 pieces had been released, and no one knew which piece the judges would draw during the competition, necessitating practice of all the pieces within the limited time frame. Witnessing Wen Yin's intense dedication to mastering over 20 pieces was a formidable challenge, especially considering the high number of participants likely to be eliminated in the initial rounds. Over the past few days, Wen Yin practiced diligently, squeezing in time to play the piano right after meals and between classes, often returning home around 9 in the evening. On this particular day, having just finished her practice, she saw a message on her phone as she prepared to leave. W, I'm at the school gate. W, it's raining outside, waiting for you downstairs. Rain? Wen Yin stood up to open the window, and upon doing so, she noticed the streetlights illuminating the rain-soaked pavement, with few people braving the weather. Wen Yin, I'll wait for you downstairs. Wen Yin, a little cat wagging its tail JPG. After tidying up, she descended, phone in hand, and found several others taking shelter from the rain beneath the teaching building. The night was cool, the rain falling like a predatory beast. Half the time before the competition had already elapsed, and her nerves were frayed from the relentless practice. She rubbed her temples, feeling the weight of the days ahead. A warm male voice resonated behind her, followed by a gentle tap on her shoulder. Startled, Wen Yin turned, clutching her phone, only to find a handsome stranger, tall and clad in the same school uniform as hers, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Upon meeting her gaze, he appeared somewhat bashful, his face flushing a deep scarlet as he lowered his head and presented her with a love letter and a box of chocolates. Senior, I am Shenqi, a freshman in the computer science department, and I have feelings for you. Behind Wen Yin loomed the vast night, while a few students nearby were immediately drawn to the confession. In the twilight, a tall man in a suit, holding a black umbrella, stood on a path. Catching sight of the scene, his well-defined hand, adorned with a watch, gripped the black umbrella tightly, the veins on the back of his hand prominent, his gaze shrouded in an enigmatic depth. Chapter 49. Do you think I'm easily deceived? The young man, a year her junior, stood tall and slender, exuding a youthful charm. If Ji Chenyu were the school heartthrob, this boy surpassed him in looks, radiating a captivating, sunny aura. When he confessed, his ears flushed crimson, embodying a sweet innocence. Stammering as he spoke, she had never encountered him before. Perhaps he was a new transfer student. Such naive boys failed to pique her interest. Surrounded by onlookers, she politely pushed aside the love letter and chocolate he had offered. Wen Yin, with her raven hair and ruby lips, possessed a fair and cool visage, her faint dimples appearing when she smiled, though not prominently. She looked both obedient and delicate, resembling a beautifully crafted doll amidst the crowd. The girl gently declined his affections, expressing gratitude, but revealing her heart already belonged to another, wishing him luck in finding someone who cherished him in return. Shenqi was taken aback to learn she had an admirer. Undeterred, he had been visiting the music room to deliver materials and inadvertently passed by a classroom where he heard her playing the piano. He never saw her, but was enchanted by the music, and thus, he clandestinely listened every day thereafter. He learned her name was Wen Yin, and it seemed that she was beloved by many, both boys and girls alike. Shenqi bit his lip, aware that she would not accept his letter or chocolate. Yet, he found joy in merely speaking with her. He quickly retrieved an umbrella from his backpack and thrust it into the girl's arms before dashing away. Wen Yin found herself with a foldable umbrella, about to call after him, only to see him retreating into the distance. Glancing at the umbrella in her hand, she pondered whether to venture outside the school with it. She opened the umbrella, its canopy expanding as she prepared to step into the rain. In the next moment, she raised her gaze and spotted a tall, dark figure standing beneath the street lamp, holding an umbrella. The man stood with a commanding presence, clad in a suit that accentuated his superior demeanor, his silhouette merging with the shadows, rendering him nearly invisible. She was in the light, he in the dark. Though his features were obscured, she could sense his piercing gaze upon her. Reminded of the earlier confession, her heart raced with apprehension, fearing he might have witnessed the exchange. Peiji harbored a possessive nature, unable to tolerate any male proximity to her. When Yin felt her hand tremble as she instinctively passed the umbrella to a nearby stranger, saying, "Here, take this umbrella," she dared not linger, raising her hand to shield her forehead and hurriedly sprinting into the rain. Just as she dashed into the downpour, the man moved, striding toward her and securely wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her close. "Husband, I missed you so much," the girl cooed, embracing him tightly. As she looked up, she saw Peiji holding the umbrella with one hand, his gaze cold and penetrating, his dark eyes resembling those of a predatory creature. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down her spine, as if he could see straight through her. Peiji narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Who was that boy?" His expression was ominously dark, the grip around her waist tightening. The campus was quiet at night, the rain drumming against the umbrella's surface, creating a somber sound. "Husband," Wen Yin tentatively asked, "when did you arrive?" "Just now." Upon hearing the remarks, Wen Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her, for she believed that Peiji had merely glimpsed the boy handing her the umbrella. She was reluctant to disclose the confession she had received, fearing it might evoke in Peiji a protective instinct, a desire to prevent her from wandering in school, lest she attract unwanted attention. "I don't know him. The umbrella was given to the wrong person. Look, I just handed it to that girl over there." She spoke without hesitation, her words devoid of any hint of guilt. Standing a distance away, it was impossible for him to overhear the boy's words. The truth or falsehood of the situation was inconsequential to Wen Yin. Peiji seemed to find humor in his anger, a chill emanating from him as he tightened his embrace around her waist, choosing silence as they exited the campus. Wen Yin, interpreting his silence as a sign that the matter had passed, was unprepared for what awaited them in the car. Once inside, she quickly realized that the issue was far from resolved. She was thrust into the back seat, pinned down by a man whose fury resembled that of a roaring lion, the air heavy with tension. Husband?" As she was pressed against the seat, utterly disregarding the presence of the driver, a large hand grasped her chin. Wen Yin struggled, pushing against his shoulder, yet he showed no inclination to budge, his grip firm against her cheek, the pads of his fingers brushing against her soft skin. Was he not aware of the boys who would covet her wherever she went? Did he truly think that he hadn't noticed the love letter being passed to her? Just because he hadn't seen it doesn't mean she could lie. A deceiver speaks not a single truth. When he had seen the boy offering her a love letter, he had envisioned Wen Yin reacting as she did with her previous scoundrel of an ex-boyfriend, delivering a sharp slap to dispel any inappropriate thoughts, instead of uttering words that only caused the boy to grow more bashful, kindly returning the umbrella into his arms. "Husband, you're hurting me. What do you want from me?" Peiji's voice was low and menacing. "Is it necessary for me to silence you, to prevent you from uttering sweet lies?" Wen Yin could hardly believe her ears, her vision blurring with fear as she gazed up at him, sensing that he was not jesting. The cramped confines of the vehicle, especially with the driver present, heightened her anxiety. Peiji noticed her apprehensive gaze and commanded the driver, "Raise the partition." In the next moment, the partition rose, and the driver, perceptive to the atmosphere, donned his headset and drove slowly toward their destination. She had not anticipated his sudden fury, questioning what madness had overtaken him. Did he truly believe her, so easily deceived? Peiji narrowed his eyes. Wen Yin felt the perilous nature of the situation, a chill creeping down her spine, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she found herself unable to push him away. In a desperate act, she bit down hard on the fingers that gripped her cheek. She exerted all her strength, Yet he did not withdraw his hand. Instead, the depth of his gaze intensified. Bite harder. What? When Yin heard the command, and obediently applied more pressure, her eyes reddening, resembling a pitiful rabbit driven to desperation. Peiji was a madman, a true psychopath. In her previous life, it was always the same. Whenever she witnessed him conversing with another male or vice versa, an uncontrollable fury would seize him, and he would force her into the confines of his car. She was on the verge of escape. She was about to leave the country. She truly wished to be free from the burden of catering to this capricious madman. His hand gripped her face, subduing her, and she tasted the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. Soon, she felt a scorching hand resting upon her thigh, its warmth pressing against her skin. Panic-stricken, Wen Yin glanced down, noting she was clad in her school uniform. She struggled violently, exclaiming, "Remove your hand, you lunatic beast!" Yet, as the last two words escaped her lips, she suddenly realized the weight of her insult. Those words had been her frequent utterances in her past life, and no one wished to be labeled a beast. In her attempt to placate the volatile man, she had lost her composure and uttered the very insult she had vowed to avoid. It was over. She was doomed. Chapter 50. Do not cease to say you love me. Peiji naturally overheard those words. The veins on his forehead bulged as he gazed at the girl's beautiful, icy visage, her tear-streaked eyes red from weeping. The intensity of his gaze deepened, burning with fervor. Had it been in the past, he would have stripped her of her clothes in an instant. Yet now, having been reborn, he intended to take his time, indulging and pampering her. But today, he was genuinely furious. He was selfish, possessive, unable to tolerate any male proximity to her, nor could he bear to witness any man, aside from himself, casting such glances upon Wen Yin. His voice, low and resonant, articulated each word with deliberate weight. Even knowing her husband was angry, instead of softening or appeasing him, she dared to chastise him, calling him a beast deserving of punishment. The moment her words fell, his hand, which had been grasping her chin, shifted to the nape of her neck, tightening its hold to lift her closer as he bent down to kiss her fiercely. Wen Yin was terrified. She cried and struggled, the hand at her neck preventing her escape, especially with Peiji's other hand inciting dread within her, far too excessive. Unable to endure any longer, she bit down on his lip, the metallic taste of blood intensifying the pain. And as he recoiled in surprise, a strong urge to flee surged within her. She yanked open the car door, intent on jumping out, but his powerful frame pursued her, once again subduing her. Peiji was on the brink of madness. He could scarcely restrain himself. Since the day of his rebirth, he had fought against the urge to confine her. She often claimed she did not love him, attributing his feelings to mere possessiveness. Yet he had bestowed upon her love, time, and his very being, even transferring all his inheritance to Wen Yin. Still, she presented a visage of indifference, as if she were teetering on the brink of despair, refusing to love him. Pressed against the car window, she caught sight of a figure walking along the roadside, holding an umbrella, the very same junior who had just given her the umbrella. A shiver of fear coursed through Wen Yin as her back pressed against his formidable physique, and in the next moment, she heard his voice. "How about we invite him into the car and give him a ride? Let us ask him whether that umbrella was meant for another girl or for you." His large hand gripped hers, pinning it down, an overwhelming force from which she could not escape. Desperately, Wen Yin shook her head, her cries spilling forth. "Husband, I was wrong. Please tell me what my mistakes are. I will change. I won't deceive you again. I promise to speak the truth. I will no longer lie. Please don't let anyone else in the car hearing the girl in his arms weep." Peiji leaned in closer, his cheek brushing against hers, feeling the warmth of her tears. She looked so pitiful, evoking a deeper sense of wrongdoing within him. Peiji was aware of her escape plan, knowing she had even purchased a plane ticket to flee, yet he still yearned to hear her confess this hidden secret. He sought to entice her into revealing what he wished to hear. "My dear, tell me, do you harbor any more secret for me? I wish to hear the truth." Wen Yin's breath caught. Had she not just failed to speak the truth? She had no more secrets, she sobbed. "Ugh, none, except that umbrella was for me. I have no secret for my husband." Yet she still refused to speak the truth. Peiji, his expression devoid of emotion. pulled her closer to face him, his voice chilling slightly as he shifted the line of questioning. On the evening following the conclusion of the international competition, I yearn to hear your response. I shall await your arrival, for it is imperative that you come to see me. Wen Yin was seized by the shoulders, immobilized, her tears flowing like pearls strung on a broken thread, as she sniffled, nodding rapidly, her voice murky with emotion. I will provide you with an answer. I shall be obedient. Dear husband, please do not be angry. She had not anticipated his lingering ferocity. Despite her fear, she bravely reached out and embraced the man, tilting her delicate face to bestow a pleasing kiss upon him. Please do not be angry. You prefer the obedient. I will be good. Her youthful voice, soft and sticky with the remnants of tears, clung to his neck in a plea for forgiveness. Her lips stained with a hint of crimson, full and lush. Upon hearing her vow of obedience, he acknowledged that this was her final opportunity. Should she fail to comply, she too would suffer the consequences. With his arms encircling her waist, the previous forcefulness dissipated as Pei Ji leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers, wiping away the teardrops that cascaded from her eyes. In a low, commanding tone, he intoned, "Say you love me." Wen Yin's eyes brimmed with tears. She dared not defy him, acutely aware of her perpetual vulnerability in his presence. I love you. Upon hearing her declaration, Pei Ji gently elevated her chin, pressing his soft lips against hers in a tender caress, then lowered his head, parting the collar of his shirt to bury his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply as he ordered, "Say you will love me forever." I will love you forever. He insisted that her affirmations must continue until they reached home. Terrified, she found herself at a loss for words, her eyes reddened, her grip on the fabric of his suit tightening until her knuckles turned white, her heart a tumult of anger and fear. Indeed, fleeing had been the right choice. She had no desire to remain with this madman. Rather than merely a madman, he was akin to someone suffering from severe mental instability. I love you. I love you. I will love you forever. After repeating this mantra throughout their journey, they finally arrived home. Wen Yin, in a frantic rush, flung open the car door and dashed into the courtyard. At around 9 o'clock, the hall was deserted, and she scurried back to her room, shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she slid down to the floor, her lips swollen and red. Stubbornly, she adjusted her clothing, raised her hand to wipe away her tears. The room remaining dimly lit, her chest rose and fell with labored breaths, her thoughts drifting back to the events in the car. Murmuring angrily, she cursed him, "Pei Ji, may you meet a wretched fate. You beast, you lunatic, go perish." Pei Ji was excessively domineering. Initially, she believed he had changed, only to realize that nothing had altered. His possessiveness and need for control remained intensely extreme. How could one possibly find happiness married to such an extreme individual? Furthermore, she had only just turned 20. Her life still held the promise of greater joys. Moreover, Pei Ji was fervently fixated on intimacy. His moods dictated his actions, and he would seize her at any moment, as if he had been deprived for far too long. After spending considerable time on the ground drying her tears, she finally ventured to the bathroom to prepare for a shower, resolutely deciding to escape. She needed to contact a vehicle, arranging for a driver to wait for her at the rear entrance of the international competition venue. Nothing was more deserving of her love than herself. The following morning, she proceeded to practice the piano as usual, attending school with Su Han, sharing meals together. And in the evening, Pei Ji was assigned to pick her up. The previous encounter served as a lesson for her. Now, as she traverses the campus, she finds herself utterly reluctant to engage with any male students, fearing that Pei Ji might materialize behind her like a specter. As the competition approached its penultimate day, Wen Yin made her way to the venue from the first day. True to her expectations, a significant number of participants had been eliminated, yet she successfully advanced to the next round. The same occurred on the following day, and by that evening, Wen Yin had begun to pack her belongings. Stealthily, she extracted her suitcase from the closet and dialed the driver. He answered promptly. "Sir, I would like to place my belongings in the car ahead of time. Could you wait for me at the back entrance at 7 o'clock? Once I send you the location?" There was a brief silence on the line. lasting 2 seconds before he replied, "Certainly." Chapter 51. Finally free on the final day of the competition. The square in front of the building was ablaze with flickering neon lights and thronged with people, particularly noteworthy figures from the music industry who were serving as judges. The event commenced at 3 in the afternoon, and since Wenyan's ranking was relatively low, she needed to arrive early. As they arrived amidst the bustling crowd, Wenyan contemplated waiting until after they had departed to share the news of her imminent departure, but she had already disclosed this information during their car ride. Suhan was taken aback by the suddenness of Wenyan's impending move, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Had she known the past few days would be their last together, she would have cherished the time more. "When are you leaving?" she inquired. "I'll be leaving after the event at 9:20 p.m. Wenyan reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll come back to visit you." Suhan's eyes glistened with tears. "You should have told me sooner. This feels too rushed. Make sure to message me once you arrive. Rest assured, I can keep a secret." "Thank you, Suhan. I will let you know as soon as I land safely. Now let us head inside." Wenyan felt a sense of urgency. It would be even more distressing to inform Suhan right before her departure, especially when they were about to enter the venue. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. "Miss Wen." They turned to see a delivery man in a yellow vest, breathlessly approaching with a large bouquet of roses. "Miss Wen, I have a delivery for you. Please sign for it." With one arm cradling the flowers, he extended a rolled-up delivery slip and a pen towards Wenyan. "This bouquet is for Mr. Pei. There's also a truckload of them, and you need to sign and provide a thumbprint here." "A truckload?" Suhan exclaimed in astonishment. The bouquet was magnificent, vibrant blooms exuding a rich, intoxicating fragrance, each flower meticulously chosen for its beauty. Wenyan, already feeling rushed, quickly signed the delivery slip with one hand while balancing the bouquet with the other. After the delivery man departed, she placed the flowers at the reception desk before entering the venue, as she had no intention of bringing them inside. Upon entering the hall, the two parted ways. Wenyan needed to head backstage to await her ranking while Suhan sought out a seat. The seating in the auditorium was limited, primarily accessible through connections, and as judges and audience members filtered in, the seats quickly filled up. Spotting a vacant seat, Suhan was surprised to find Su Chung there. "Second brother? What brings you here?" she asked, taking her seat. Su Chung glanced at her and replied, "It's quite simple, really. I'm here to accompany Pei Ji." "Pei Yi?" Suhan looked around, noticing only one empty seat and no sign of the man, with only 10 minutes remaining until the competition began. Cameras were all set up for a live broadcast, allowing the public to participate in the voting process. Each audience member had 3 votes to cast, and the contestant with the highest tally would be declared the winner. At this moment, Pei Ji stood outside, accompanied by the delivery man. The man, seated in the back, glanced at the pressed fingerprints and names before handing the document back to the delivery man with a cold command. "Proceed with it." The man bent down to accept the paper, replying, "Understood, young master." With only 5 minutes remaining in the competition countdown, the audience's gaze was fixed upon the stage. Someone passed in front of Suhan, and a tall figure settled beside Su Sheng. Su Sheng looked at Pei Ji and chuckled. "I thought you wouldn't show up." Pei Ji replied nonchalantly, "I will certainly be here for her competition." In the previous 2 rounds, many participants had already been eliminated. Among those remaining, each would perform a piece lasting approximately 3 to 4 minutes, likely concluding around 6:30 p.m. As the host stepped onto the stage to announce the commencement of the competition, participants were called forth to showcase their chosen pieces. To ensure fairness, the pianos were standardized. There were no sheet music, and performers simply began playing, saving precious time. In the audience, Lord William observed as the live broadcast commenced. The host, seated nearby, began reading names from the list. Each contestant played beautifully, their prolonged practice evident. A decade's worth of effort was condensed into a single minute on stage. Suhan gripped her phone tightly, having also borrowed her brother's device, eagerly waiting to vote for her dear friend Wenyan. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, the host called out a familiar name. A young woman emerged from backstage, her high heels clicking against the floor, clad in a light blue, high-fashion custom-made princess gown. Her striking beauty exuded an ethereal grace. With each step, she moved like a flower in bloom, her hair styled in a bun adorned with delicate accessories, her swan-like neck and angular shoulders radiating elegance. It was evident that she was youthful, embodying a sweet innocence. Her lovely face graced with a gentle smile as she took her place at the piano. This was the realization of a dream from her past life, a divine opportunity granted to her to stand upon the stage and fulfill her aspirations. When Yin placed her hands on the black and white keys, and a dreamlike, crystalline melody flowed from her fingertips, enveloping the entire hall and captivating all in attendance with its exquisite beauty. This piece, composed by Lord William, was renowned as the most challenging to perform. He had once thought she was merely jesting when she mentioned playing it, yet here she was truly executing that very composition. The melody was rich in layers and vibrancy, effortlessly navigating both the high and low notes, mastering both rapid and slow passages with ease. Pei Ji sat in the audience, entranced by the radiant figure on stage, who appeared as enchanting as a dreamlike princess. His gaze softened, revealing a deep fascination. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her, captivated by everything about her, whether in the past or present. Wen Yin seemed destined to ensnare him, holding him firmly in her grasp. Upon completing her performance, Wen Yin rose from the piano, instinctively placing a hand across her chest to maintain modesty, and graciously bowed in thanks before departing. The host resumed reading names from a list. As the entire roster was announced, it became clear that amidst the multitude of compositions, one would ultimately resonate profoundly. As all contestants successfully showcased their talents, the host returned to the stage, glancing at the tablet in hand. A piece of music is akin to a story, resonating within each individual's heart. Remember the order and names of your favorite contestants as we commence the voting. Upon the host's announcement, the audience eagerly retrieved their smartphones to cast their votes online. Although many were unable to attend the event in person, they were able to enjoy the melodies they longed to hear through the live broadcast. The 10-minute intermission served not only as a respite for the contestants, but also as an opportunity for ranking and voting. Throughout this period, there were no underhanded dealings, as the event was organized by professionals adept in international competitions. Far away, Wen's parents also watched the live stream and cast their votes, with her father swelling with pride, proclaiming, "Indeed, she is my daughter." Wen Yin awaited the rankings, knowing she could only reclaim her phone after the competition concluded, as electronic devices were prohibited within the venue. Once the event was over, she would call for her driver and promptly head to the airport. After 10 minutes, the host's voice resonated from outside. Seated in the resting area, Wen Yin felt a surge of anxiety, surrounded by exceptionally talented individuals from around the globe. This day was of paramount importance. She clutched the hem of her skirt, her heart racing with anticipation. During this tense moment, she suddenly heard her name announced outside. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she sprang to her feet, her eyes glistening with tears. She had done it. When the first-place winner was declared, competitors from all corners rose to applaud her, offering their admiration and encouragement. The thunderous cheers and applause from the audience could be distinctly heard backstage. After regaining her composure, Wen Yin ascended the stage to receive her award, gazing at the sea of faces below, with the previous year's winner entrusted with the presentation. Lord William stepped forward, medal and trophy in hand, and, turning away from the camera, draped the medal around her neck, exclaiming, "Remarkable! Thank you." Once the ceremony concluded, she hurried backstage to retrieve her phone, the first thing on her agenda being a phone call. Without pausing, she clutched her trophy and dashed towards a fire escape at the back of the building. When the call connected, the driver greeted her. "Have you arrived?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied. Wen Yin exhaled deeply, recalling that she had spotted Xiao Han seated a few rows back, noticing Pei Ji in that same vicinity. Now was her chance to escape. She was on the brink of freedom. Finally, she could break free from that lunatic. Chapter 52. Can you escape? She fled through the fire escape's back door, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor, reminiscent of a ferocious beast pursuing her. In the cloak of night, she spotted the taxi parked by the roadside and swiftly opened the door, exclaiming urgently, "Driver, please start the car." The male driver locked the door behind him as he embarked, igniting the engine and setting course for the airport. Wen Yin, having escaped, leaned against the seat, breathless and panting, her gaze fixated on the trophy in her hands. Today marked the pinnacle of her happiness. She retrieved her phone to inform her parents of her safety, only to discover a series of messages from Peiji, the most recent sent a mere minute ago, with more still pouring in. W, where are you? W, I'm coming to pick you up. W, today was fantastic. W, let me know your response. W, don't forget your promise to me. Unable to suppress a laugh at his messages, she thought of her imminent departure from this place and the futility of providing any response to this madman. She texted back, I know, darling. I'm feeling a bit unwell and will let you know my answer once I'm out of the restroom. After sending the message, she promptly powered down her phone, hoping to buy herself some time. Let him wait. In the vehicle, she had stowed away another newly purchased phone, complete with a fresh number, ready to embark on her new life. With ample funds at her disposal, even if they were to languish idly abroad, the interest alone would sustain her for a lifetime. Had it not been for the competition, she would have fled long ago. There was no reason to still be here, plotting her escape at this moment. On the day of her rebirth, she had mistaken Peiji for someone else. Her father had been quite the handsome man in his youth, and even as he entered middle age, he stood tall at 6 feet, robust and healthy. In her haste to embrace him, she realized her error only too late. It had proven wise to placate him. Had she not, she might have already found herself imprisoned. She had booked a first-class ticket, and upon arrival, it would be around 9 o'clock. Throughout the journey, she was fraught with trepidation, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, her emotions a tumultuous blend of relief and anxiety. In the car, she had a backpack, from which she extracted a pair of flat shoes she had prepared in advance, as navigating in high heels was impractical. Every step was crucial at this critical juncture. Now, she possessed but a single suitcase and a backpack, and she needed to reach her destination promptly to check in, with only a short distance left to the airport. Even if Peiji discovered her absence and sent someone to pursue her, she would already be aboard the plane. Moreover, how could he possibly uncover her escape? She had even enlisted Xiao Han's help to delay anyone who might hinder her progress. A moment's reprieve was all she needed. The vehicle sped along the highway. The road to the airport relatively devoid of traffic, illuminated solely by the streetlights cutting through the darkness. If all went smoothly, as soon as the plane took off, she would be free from Peiji's grasp. As fate would have it, they arrived at the airport precisely around 9 o'clock, having already prepared her backpack. She reached for the car door, only to discover it was firmly locked. A step down awaited her outside, leading up to the departure hall, yet the door would not budge. She widened her eyes, staring intently at the driver. The driver sat in the driver's seat, meeting her gaze through the rearview mirror. With a sigh, he expressed his apologies, saying, Miss, I realize this is not right, but I am left with no choice. What does that mean? As Wen Yin listened to this peculiar statement, her heart raced, feeling as though it were suspended in her chest. She quickly noticed several black cars trailing behind them. Eyes wide with realization, she frantically attempted to pry open the car door, desperately trying to escape, the hope of fleeing so close before her. The rear door of the leading black car swung open from the inside, and soon after, several individuals clad in black emerged from the other vehicles, approaching to open the trunk and retrieve her suitcase. The driver, remaining silent, opened the car door, exiting and leaving Wen Yin alone in the confined space. She watched in disbelief as the occupants of the black car disembarked, dressed impeccably in suits, their expressions calm, yet foreboding, their eyes glimmering like demons in the darkness, terrifying, dangerous, and frigid. Peiji could not have possibly caught up so swiftly. The only plausible explanation was that since her escape began, Peiji and his associates had maintained a safe distance, trailing her vehicle. The jewelry had been sold by someone else. Her parents had claimed they were going on a honeymoon, and the driver had been a stranger from whom she had taken a card. She had confided in no one, not even Xiao Han, who had simply informed her of her departure without revealing any plans. Wen Yin's breath quickened, instinctively yearning to flee, but the car door was locked tight, and her attempts to pound on it proved futile. She could only watch helplessly as the group of black-clad figures surrounded her vehicle. In terror, she observed Peiji approaching step by step, ultimately pulling open her car door and forcefully grasping her wrist, yanking her out with a cold glare. Peiji's voice was icy as he asked, "Is this your response?" The grip on her wrist was strong, as if he were exerting immense restraint. The veins on the back of her hand were protruding, and she felt as if this madman might crush her wrist. Overwhelmed with fear, she broke into a cold sweat, her heart racing even faster, teetering on the brink of collapse. She struggled to contain her emotions, but it proved futile. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she began to thrash violently. "I will not marry you. Not now, not ever." Peiji's dark, heavy gaze resembled the ominous calm before a storm, narrowing as he observed the redness around her eyes. Finally, he reached out to grip her cheek, compelling her to meet his gaze. His voice grew even colder. "Are you truly so unwilling to marry me? I remember stating my disdain for fleeing. You deceived my affections, thinking you could simply walk away. Wenyin, I have given you a chance." Peiji did not afford her a moment to respond, seizing her wrist and forcefully pulling her toward his vehicle, shoving her inside. Once thrust into the car, her instinct screamed at her to escape. If she missed this opportunity, she would never have another chance to run. She swiftly scrambled up from her seat to reach for the opposite door, but before she could grasp it, a solid figure pressed down upon her, a large hand firmly pinning hers against the car door. The voice from behind sent chills down her spine. "Run? Do you truly believe you can escape?" Wenyin's body trembled, her heart engulfed in an abyss of despair. Why? She was on the verge of escape. Success was within her grasp. How could she still be captured after arriving at this place? Did he learn of her predicament only recently, or had he known all along? With fury, she struggled against her restraints, the black car having already roared to life, its destination unknown. A tempest of anger and fear surged within her, tears cascading down her cheeks, having slipped from her eyes without her notice. When confronted by her captor, she had previously managed to find something to defend herself, to retaliate. Yet now she was devoid of any means of protection, firmly pinned down by the person behind her, utterly denied even the slightest chance to fight back. "Pei." Wenyin cried out, "Please, let me go. You desire someone unattainable. I'm not worth your trouble. We are incompatible. I am merely 20. I'm still so young." Chapter 53. He has reincarnated too. Peiji listened to her scoff at the age of 20. Since his own rebirth, he had longed to take the 18-year-old girl back with him, enduring for 2 years until the hotel rendezvous, only to find himself fleeing again. Hearing her weep, he reached out to wipe away her tears, burying his face in the crook of her neck and inhaling deeply. "Why are you crying? Did I hurt you?" Wenyin trembled in fear, never imagining that it would culminate in this outcome. The cramped confines of the vehicle constrained her, leaving her without the means to retaliate. She refused to believe that Peiji would persist in pinning her down in the car. With her head bowed in silence, the vehicle entered the villa district. Once again, it was the very villa that had imprisoned her for 4 long years. As soon as the car stopped, she was lifted and thrown over his shoulder, carried towards the villa. Infuriated, Wenyin struggled fiercely, her fists clenched as they pounded against his back. Previously, she had been coaxing him. Now, she was genuinely ensnared, and as she was carried step by step up the stairs, she could no longer contain her fury, shouting at him, "Let me go. You lunatic. No one could ever love someone like you." Peiji bore the blows she rained upon him, the pent-up anger within him reaching its zenith. He had been so kind to her, allowing her to climb over him, showering her with money and benefits. What more could he possibly do? Once inside, he tossed her onto the bed, and Wenyin furrowed her brow, letting out a muffled grunt before instantly springing up, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. She dashed towards the door, but was swiftly grabbed from behind and pulled back, then pinned against the wall. Peiji gazed at her with a heavy voice. "Little one, you should not attempt to escape. In this new life, your escape route remains unchanged." With her hands pressed above her head against the wall, Wenyin's breath quickened as she realized the gravity of the situation. Her pupils widened, her body covered in goosebumps, until the weight of his words sank in. Peiji had also been reborn. This revelation sent a deeper wave of terror coursing through her than being captured. Reflecting on certain details from long ago, she had often wondered if he, too, had experienced a rebirth. Now, it was all too clear. Her suspicions had been entirely accurate. Stunned, she remained rooted in place, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and fear, feeling her heart turn cold. Pei Ji, like her, had returned to life. When had he done so? Had he reincarnated before her, or after? Did her actions appear to him as mere child's play? As he watched her stare blankly in his embrace, Pei Ji slowly leaned down, using one hand to smooth the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead. His gaze was sharp and cold, fixated on the trembling figure before him. Is it your youth that makes you so prone to deceit? You remain so innocent, even now, attempting to escape me. This trait has not changed with your rebirth. Do you truly believe such clumsy tricks can escape my notice? Wen Yin struggled to stabilize her breath and emotions, the impact of this revelation overwhelming her. Her voice hoarse, she questioned him. How did you know my plan? Have you been investigating and monitoring me from the very beginning? She had considered that someone might be surveilling her, yet she had devised so many strategies, even arranging for someone else to purchase her tickets, fearful of being discovered. She had expended a considerable amount of money hiring individuals to purchase tickets, employing drivers, and meticulously planning for so long. Yet the other party had been aware of it all along. Since the conclusion of the match, he had trailed behind her, waiting for her response in the shadows of the car. Pei Ji sat concealed, offering her one final chance. Surveillance? What of it? His dark eyes bore into her, dropping any pretense. He extended his finger, aware that once the truth was revealed, she would no longer desire anything from him. The necklace would inevitably be removed. He hooked his finger around the delicate pink diamond necklace, exerting a slight force to pull it away, displaying it to her. Is the listening device necklace beautiful? A flurry of madness ensued. Wen Yin's expression darkened, overwhelmed by the situation, resembling a cornered fawn, her tear-filled eyes widened as she attempted to kick him, unleashing her fury. Bei Yi, you will meet a terrible fate. You imprisoned me for 4 years. Why won't you let me go? Desperately, she raised her foot to strike. Yet he restrained her knee with his leg, the stark difference in their sizes rendering her like an irate little lamb before the towering man. The terror of her confinement had become an addiction, deeply ingrained in her very bones. She could not comprehend why, even after living a second life, he would not release her. What kind of woman did he desire that he could not have? Why was it specifically her that he fixated upon? His extreme possessiveness, his overwhelming desire for control, relentlessly pushed her toward a path of despair. Emotion is meant to be shared between two, yet within their connection, there existed only coercion, as one party was excessively extreme, so extreme that their feelings turned to scattered sand. The harder one clutched, the quicker it vanished. In her previous life, she had not been devoid of feelings for Pei Ji, but when those feelings stirred, his extreme actions became unbearable, and love gradually morphed into hatred. Tears began to pool, slowly transforming into snowflakes replacing the sand. The tighter she squeezed, the more tears flowed, until all emotions evaporated, melting away, leaving no trace in her palms. Wen Yin glared at him, realizing that no amount of coaxing would suffice at this moment. In a fit of desperation, she questioned him. It has been 4 years. You confined me for 4 whole years and rendered my hand useless, turning me into a doll devoid of freedom. What now? Do you intend to cripple my hand further, locking me away to dance and play the piano solely for your amusement? Pei Ji recalled events from their past life, recognizing that his actions had been extreme, yet it was all precipitated by Wen Yin, who had been blinded by hatred. She was like a small bird, determined to break through the window to escape, oblivious to the dangers lurking outside. His way of loving was to keep her by his side. Upon hearing her accusations, he did not shy away. The two had rarely taken the time to discuss their issues. He pondered deeply. These past 4 years, you have lacked freedom, yet I have remained by your side. In confining you, I have confined myself as well. I have professed my fondness for you, urging you to be obedient. The outside world is perilous, but so is the environment surrounding me. Why should she, at the age of 20, submit herself to a man older and so extreme? Wealth mattered little if it could not be spent. She would eternally lose her freedom, confined within this dark villa. In her past life, she was her protector. Is she destined to fulfill the same role in this life? Wang Yin found herself immobilized, her hair disheveled, her gaze exuding defiance and resentment. If one prefers the compliant, let them seek out the obedient. Do not impose obedience upon me. Chapter 54. I want you one should seek companionship with obedient girls if they prefer such qualities, rather than imposing their desires upon someone who is not. Wen Yin was acutely aware of his reincarnation. Her escape had led to yet another capture, and she dared not contemplate what her fate might entail. Her wrists were firmly held above her head by a single hand, leaving her with no choice but to glare furiously at the man before her. The fury in the girl's eyes was unmistakable to Pei Ji, whose gaze darkened momentarily as he coldly declared, "I like you obedient. You are what I desire. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I yearned to possess you, to hold you down. I've been enduring this longing, and now I still do." "What?" When Nian's voice trembled, Pei Ji, controlling her with one hand, grasped the delicate hem of her blue dress with the other, his palms searing against her thigh. His tone was chilling. "I wish to have you, just as in our past life." Such brazen words flowed from his lips, and yet, given his nature, it was hardly surprising. After all, Pei Ji had an insatiable craving. Enduring for so long had indeed been a trial. In her previous life, escape had proven futile. Would she be doomed to repeat the same fate in this one? When Yin's chest heaved as tears welled in her eyes, her voice quivering with vulnerability. "What do you truly want? Can you not let me go? Or, if not, I could introduce you to someone." The heat of his palm was unmistakably intense, like a branding iron searing her skin, an undeniable reminder of danger and desire. She understood the seriousness of his intent. The gaze of a mature man imbued with longing for his beloved. Having restrained himself for so long, even during moments of intimacy, she dared not fathom the extent of his restraint. Her beautiful, pale visage was streaked with tears, a portrait of fragility that stirred dark thoughts in the hearts of onlookers. Her sobs carried the unique timbre of youth, both delicate and soft. "Please, don't move your hand further. I beg you, I am only 20. We are simply not suited for one another. We are not of the same world. Is rebirth not meant for us to live our own lives? If you desire to indulge, then let us complete this and allow me to leave," she implored. Pei Ji showed no inclination to relent. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he absorbed her final plea, his gaze deepening. "Very well, you may come to me. If you can appease me, I shall release you." With that, he relinquished his grip, stepping back to sit on the edge of the bed. His tall and imposing figure, with hands marked by sharp angles, patted his thigh while his dark gaze remained fixed upon her. "Come closer." Initially, he had held her captive, rendering her unable to retaliate or flee. Yet now he sat at the bed's edge, leaving the bedroom door ajar. She had been brought here against her will, and after living in this villa for 4 years, she was quite familiar with its layout. Her heart raced as she discerned the danger lurking beneath his trousers, knowing that yielding would lead to dire consequences. After enduring such prolonged restraint, she remembered the frequency of their encounters in her past life. Tears blurred her vision, but sensing his anticipation, Wen Yin wiped her tears away. Regaining clarity, she took a step forward before resolutely turning and bolting towards the bedroom door. Unable to endure the situation, it was as if Wen Yin recalled Su Han's previous words. Deception would lead to dire consequences. She had already discarded her high heels and was sprinting down the stairs. Her hair disheveled, breath uneven, and her mind taut with anxiety as she raced towards the living room door, knowing the code to unlock it. Reaching the door in haste, she grasped the handle, twisting it desperately, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her entire being trembling violently, tears streaming down her face. Frantically twisting the handle, she found herself unable to open the door. Why wouldn't it budge? All exits had been secured. At this point, was she still contemplating escape? When Yin heard a voice behind her and turned, breath caught in her throat. There stood Pei Ji at the second-floor railing, leaning casually with his arm propped up, gazing down at her with an inscrutable expression. His coat had been shed, leaving only his shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal a strong forearm, even his tie loosened, presenting a striking image of languid elegance. Yet, more prevalent was an overwhelming sense of oppression and danger, akin to a fierce beast that had broken free from its cage. staring down at a pitiful little cat trying to flee. Pei Ji's voice was icy as he spoke. I saved you from being drugged at the hotel. Otherwise, do you think you would still be standing here unscathed? Wen Yin trembled uncontrollably, her back pressed against the door as she fixed her gaze on a man above her, feeling as though she were being stalked by a cold, venomous serpent. It was true that Pei Ji had rescued her from the hotel incident, and her rebirth had come too late, whether in this life or the last. Without him, her fate would be all too clear. She felt her sanity teetering on the edge, unable to comprehend what charm she possessed to attract the attention of such formidable figures in her circle. Pei Yi, what do you truly want from me? I desire everything that belongs to you. Pei Ji replied in a low, resonant voice as he descended the stairs, his gaze piercing as he observed the young woman cornered with nowhere to run. He had already granted her ample time under the guise of restraint. His possessiveness and desire for control were exceedingly intense, and his cravings extended to other aspects as well. That night at the hotel, you were with me. Did you think it was for naught? As danger closed in, Wen Yin could no longer withstand the pressure. She yearned for something to defend herself, unwilling to allow this madman to truly confine her. She dashed to the kitchen in search of a knife. Upon entering, she opened the cabinets only to find them utterly bare. The kitchen was as pristine as if it had just been remodeled, devoid of any tools or utensils. Realizing she needed to escape, she turned to leave the kitchen, only to find the tall, brooding man advancing toward her step by step, forcing her back. The panic within her intensified as she retreated, only to be caught by his hand, her right arm pinned against the cabinet's edge. He leaned down, his lips capturing hers with an overwhelming force, their breaths mingling, leaving her no room to break free. One of her hands was restrained, but with her left, she clenched her fist, desperately pushing against Pei Ji, even pressing her lips tightly together. Little one, open up, Pei Ji commanded coldly. She had no intention of yielding to his demands. The facade had already been shattered, and she felt no need to hold back her words, regardless of how harsh they might be. Don't call me little one, it's disgusting. Wen Yin glared at him, tears streaming down her cheeks from fear, yet her words remained defiant, a testament to her desperation. Just as wicked as you. Suddenly, a kiss came crashing upon her, silencing her protest. A firm grip held her chin, rendering her unable to close her mouth or struggle. The palm of his hand cradled her jaw, his fingertips sinking into her cheek, leaving her with no escape as she was compelled to tilt her head back and endure that furious kiss. In her frustration, she instinctively bit down, but that hand held her firmly, preventing her from closing her mouth to retaliate. You beast, let go. Chapter 55. Can I change what you like about me? Wen Yin fiercely pushed him with one hand, striking him with fists and kicking like a madwoman. As she tilted her head, unable to bear it any longer, the man before her bent down and swiftly lifted her legs, throwing her over his shoulder as he ascended the stairs. There was no need for guessing. She knew all too well what he intended to do. Tears streamed down Wen Yin's face as she pounded her fists against Pei Ji's back. You lunatic, I will fight you to the end. In a fit of desperation, she not only struck with her fists but also cried out in anguish. What have I done wrong? What do you like about me? Can I change it? If you desire my body, will you let me go after it's done? Having just attempted to flee, she found herself at the door, unable to open it, and sought a knife for self-defense, only to discover that the kitchen was devoid of any weapon. Once again, she was swept back into the bedroom, and she even heard the sound of the lock clicking shut. In the next moment, she was forcefully thrown onto the bed, her head spinning from the impact. And from the corner of her eye, she saw him standing at the bedside, gazing intently at her. I said I would let you go after calming you down, Pei Ji said, unbuttoning his shirt, his expression darkening. However, since you just attempted to escape, I retract that statement. As he approached her, Wen Yin realized she could not evade this time, yet a fierce instinct for survival surged within her. Turning to flee once more, she pressed deeper into the room, only to have her ankle seized and pulled back. She heard a tearing sound and felt a chill on her back, her eyes widening in shock as she turned to look. The back of her dress was being violently ripped, exposing her spine and shoulders, especially in this particular gown. Tears as large as peas rolled down her cheeks, and she sobbed harder, choking on her words. This is my favorite dress. It was so expensive. When she purchased this dress, she had invested considerable effort. Among all her garments, this was the one she cherished most. A light blue floral princess gown adorned with delicate sparkles. The only one of its kind in her wardrobe. She had saved diligently for months to afford this luxurious dress, well before the incident at the hotel. Peiji narrowed his eyes at the torn fabric, then pulled her up from the bed, leaning against the headboard as he positioned her atop him, raising a hand to wipe her tears. This time, he was not as rough. The previous tear had already ruined the entire dress, and it would be effortless to remove the remaining pieces. Her fair, translucent skin resembled exquisite jade, evoking a sensation that made one's throat itch, while the glistening tears cascaded down, disappearing into the hollow of her collarbone. "Do not cry," he reassured her. "I will buy you a new dress." Observing him continue to tug at her clothing, Wenyan desperately shielded herself, fearful of exposure, her eyes reddening in genuine fright. She realized she truly could not escape this time. "Peiji, will you let me go after we? Please, I beg you." "Beg me?" Peiji retorted. "Are you implying that you wish to break up with me?" He had once offered her the choice between marriage or a romantic relationship. Currently, they were still in the latter phase. Now that they both acknowledged their rebirth, they were, in truth, genuinely wed. Wenyan attempted to detach herself from him, but his grip around her waist was unyielding, rendering her immobile. "You are acutely aware that engaging in a romantic relationship is merely to placate you. I harbor no affection for you. Can we not part amicably?" Peiji's arm encircled her waist as he gazed upon her tear-streaked cheeks. The young girl clutched her dress tightly, striving to avert any exposure. Should she relax her grip, the fabric would gradually slip away. An impish thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to release her. "Thus, if you can soothe me, assuaging my anger over your escape, I shall treat this as though nothing transpired and grant you your freedom." For a full 26 years, he had never imagined he would develop feelings for a girl 6 years his junior. He had always shunned the idea of younger partners, believing it would be troublesome, filled with generational gaps in conversation. This was his conviction. Yet, everything changed when he laid eyes on Wenyan at the hotel. The little girl who once tugged at his sleeve during a birthday celebration had blossomed into an exquisite young woman, graceful and elegant. Her presence ignited a flutter in his heart, awakening feelings he had never known, revealing that age was merely a number, devoid of any true divide. All he desired was Wenyan's love, and he would go to any lengths to keep her by his side for eternity. "Darling, ponder what truly benefits you." Wenyan had anticipated today to be a day of joy, yet it unfolded as a trial. Through tear-filled eyes, she looked at the man beneath her, seemingly coming to terms with the reality that escape was futile. The only way to gain her freedom was to placate him. Was it truly so? Of course. Peiji anticipated her inquiry, his handsome, chiseled features curling into a slight smirk as his gaze fell upon her crimson lips. "So, my dear, are you willing to appease me?" The 4 years of their previous life had imparted knowledge of Peiji's preferences, the things that delighted him, and she understood how to console him. It was evening now, and despite their numerous encounters in the past, she felt an aversion to revealing herself to him, sniffing back tears as her gaze fixated on the bedside lamp. "Please turn off the light." Although she longed for a glimpse, she refrained from pushing him too far. Peiji reached out and extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness, where visibility was utterly obscured. Only after acclimatizing to the familiar shadows could she faintly discern his silhouette. Something slipped from her grasp, presumably that blue dress. Wenyan let go, allowing the garment to cascade down, and in the enveloping darkness, she leaned in and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her lips against his. After years spent by his side, her kissing technique remained unrefined. Though inexperienced, it was enough to captivate him. As their lips met, she could still taste the remnants of her tears. Peiji clenched his fists in the dark, the veins in his arms protruding, as the softness in his embrace tantalized his heart. In that impenetrable darkness, their disordered breaths ignited a heady passion. The young woman bit down gently on the man's shoulder. Her hair caught in his grasp, while a husky whisper, filled with restrained yearning, drifted to her ears, asking, throughout all these years, Have you ever harbored even a modicum of love for me? Even if there had been, it had been extinguished. Love was never about possession. It was built on mutual respect and understanding, not the selfish desire to confine another. With tear-filled eyes, Wen Yin's hands rested on his back, her silence answering his question. Faintly, he heard a sigh, and in the next moment, he was turned over and pressed down, his searing body enveloping hers completely. His arm encircled her waist tightly, as if he yearned to crush her within his embrace. The moon receded, casting a tighter grip upon the scene. With her face buried in the blanket, she heard Pei Ji's words and felt a sense of bewilderment. Do you not desire my body? Chapter 56. The secret chamber desire may be a constant companion of the body, yet what he yearned for most was the affection of the other. Wen Yin, let us continue our romance, he implored. Pei Ji's large hand tightened around her waist, as he declared, I do not wish to hear the words break up uttered from your lips again. Deep within his gaze lay a tempest of emotions, though he fought valiantly to maintain his composure. The fragile thread of reason could snap in an instant, yet he still afforded her the respect she deserved, refraining from crossing that final boundary. At her tender age, filled with playful whims, there was a real possibility that her tears could drown him. Wen Yin's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I do not want to be with you. That is not for you to decide. I do not wish to be in a relationship with you. And, as I mentioned earlier, would a peaceful separation after our encounter suffice? Wen Yin, he intoned, his voice husky. Have you considered this carefully? I have. If it means freedom, I would be willing to do anything to leave this place, especially since we have engaged in such affairs numerous times before. Very well, you propose this. Do not regret it. Her unfinished words lodged in her throat, as Wen Yin clutched the bed sheets, her face pressed against the pillow, engulfed in the room's charged atmosphere. Her hair gradually unfurled, cascading down her shoulders as he nibbled at the back of her neck, his heated breath enveloping her, leaving her with no escape. In the darkness, muffled sounds emerged, her intermittent pleas for Pei Ji to pause. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gripped his arm, her voice faltering, Pei Ji, I am here. You must keep your promise. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon the bed, where a flushed figure lay supine. Her body ached, as if she had been struck mercilessly, and the gown strewn across the floor was now unwearable. Clad in fresh sleepwear, she found herself alone. From the moment she awoke, a throbbing headache besieged her. Pei Ji had behaved like a frenzied beast. She had finally comprehended his warning against regret, yet she would gladly endure any pain to escape. Yesterday, when thirst and hunger beckoned, he had offered her water and sustenance, but the rest of the time had been spent ensconced in bed, with no one beside her. It seemed he had acquiesced to her departure. His suitcase and phone lay at the bedside, and upon unlocking the device, she discovered several missed calls and messages. They were from Xiaohan and her parents, to whom she had promised to send a message of reassurance before boarding her flight. However, as she perused the responses, she realized that the words indicating unfinished business and a need to remain in the country were not her own. They had been sent by Pei Ji. The message to her parents stated that he had matters to attend to and would need to stay for a while. The communication to Xiaohan indicated that she had already made her connecting flight and urged her not to worry. Why had he taken it upon himself to send messages in her name? Desperately, she attempted to reach out for help, but her phone died just then, the screen abruptly darkening. Why is this happening? She exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, the blanket slipping from her shoulders, revealing her silky nightgown and the long, fair legs that peeked from beneath the covers. The discomfort in her body caused her to frown, and she inwardly cursed Pei Ji. Rising from her bed, she hastily made her way to the dressing area to select her attire. In a race against time, she changed her clothes and quietly descended the stairs, dragging her suitcase behind her. Without Pei Ji in sight, she stood downstairs, noticing no one else apart from herself, and speculated that he indeed kept his word. Upon reaching the hall, she grasped the doorknob, intent on leaving, but soon felt her body tense as she discovered the door remained obstinately locked. Why? Wasn't he supposed to let her go after she finished sleeping? The door was still impenetrable, likely secured from within, with the key possibly in Pei Ji's possession. Memories from the previous day flooded her mind. Two solitary figures, scattered clothing, and the heavy breaths of the man beside her, each image sending shivers down her spine. Her phone was dead, and there was no landline in the villa. Where had Pei Ji gone? She exerted herself once more to open the door. But her efforts were in vain. Setting down her suitcase, she searched for alternative exits, all of which were similarly locked. Reluctantly, she ascended the stairs to seek out Pei Ji in each room. Calling his name yielded no response, and the study was deserted. Enduring her discomfort, she approached the room at the end of the corridor, which bore a keypad lock. Ever since her last discovery, her curiosity about what lay within had intensified. If only she could unlock this door, perhaps she would uncover the secrets of Pei Ji's rebirth. Incorrect password. She reached out to input the code, once more, her own, and is both failing to yield success. What could the true password be? She rifled through her mind for significant dates until, quite suddenly, she recalled the time from their night at the hotel. With a mix of skepticism and hope, she entered the digits. Password correct. The door emitted a confirming beep and swung open, revealing a scene she had never anticipated. This room, at the corridor's end, appeared to function primarily as a storage area, not nearly as spacious as the main bedroom. The moment she opened the door, lights flickered on, illuminating the windowless chamber. The walls were plastered with photographs, an overwhelming array of images centered around a long computer desk flanked by several cabinets, reminiscent of a chilling underground laboratory. As she stepped inside, she scrutinized the photos that adorned the walls, each depicting her. There were images from her school days, her fingers dancing over piano keys, resting at her desk, dining in the cafeteria, and enjoying cola at a fast food joint. The photographs were clearly taken surreptitiously, showcasing her at various ages, including one from her childhood ballet lessons. One photograph, prominently positioned in the center, captured a moment of her at 8 years old, standing beside a boy significantly taller than herself. The two stood close together, her clad in a princess dress, cradling a cat in her arms, her smile radiant. Wen Yin found it hard to believe when these photographs were taken. Why did they possess pictures from her childhood? Furthermore, a computer on the table displayed a blinking red that indicating a location. On the table rested a picture frame, within which lay a young girl sweetly asleep on a pink, oversized bed. Her sleepwear was slightly disheveled, revealing a hint of her neckline, while her hair cascaded around her like a princess ensnared in a dream. A distinctly masculine hand was gently caressing her cheek. Tension coursed through Wen Yin as she picked up the frame. The background appeared to be the princess-themed bedroom that Xiao Han had prepared for her. The large hand, with its pronounced knuckles, was unmistakably that of Pei Ji. When was this taken? It was utterly terrifying. Chapter 57. A long-standing conspiracy. Pei Ji is a pervert. Not only did he secretly film and stalk her, but he even recorded moments from her childhood, and more disturbingly, he captured her while she slept. When did this madman actually experience his rebirth? Could have been even earlier? Wen Yin never anticipated that in this lifetime, Pei Ji would exhibit such madness. Upon seeing these photographs, her heart felt as though it were being gripped by an unseen hand. Struggling to breathe, she found herself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items and images surrounding her, alongside the surveillance and tracking devices. Surveillance. In a state of shock, Wen Yin took a few steps towards a computer and magnified one of the images, which happened to depict her own bedroom. As she drew closer, she discovered that the drawer could also be opened. Inside were photographs taken from covert angles, and she was not alone in them. There were images of her and Ji Chenyu during their budding romance, where they had merely held hands. Yet the photos showed the two of them seated on a bench beside the school, engrossed in the same storybook. Every angle was captured surreptitiously, documenting her moments with Ji Chenyu, whose face appeared to have been violently slashed, leaving only her visage intact. She could not remain there any longer. It was entirely accurate to label him a lunatic. She needed to report Pei Ji, this deviant, to the authorities. Her breath hitched as she released the photographs and stumbled backward, feeling her legs weaken, and she turned to flee, only to be met by the sight of the man leaning against the doorframe, his gaze fixed upon her. His arms were crossed before him, casually propped against the door, and it was unclear how long he had been observing her. Cold sweat broke out across Wen Yin's forehead, fear gripping her as Pei Ji loomed behind her. His eyes dark and profound, akin to a serpent poised to strike, fixated on his prey. In such a hurry to leave this morning? Pei Ji's voice rumbled, devoid of emotion. He was not at all surprised by her intrusion into this room. The secret of his rebirth had been exposed, and there was no need for pretense. When did you actually experience your rebirth? When Yin was desperate to ascertain how long he had been stalking her, she could surmise that he had been reborn before her. Yet the extent of that advantage remained unknown. Her beautiful eyes, now filled with fear, confusion, and terror, could see nothing but him. As she felt cornered like a small beast trapped in a cage, he noticed her slight tremors, perceiving both the intent to kill and loathing within her. I was reborn on the day we first met. Pei Ji approached her, gently caressing her cheek with his fingertip, his touch lingering on the red mark on her neck, a mark left by him. His voice was low and soft. That was when you declared that you would marry no one but me. Impossible, Wen Yin retorted, pushing him away, feeling stifled in the dimly lit room, her body growing cold. Our first meeting was at the hotel that day. Not quite. Pei Ji remained rooted in place, observing her as she attempted to push him away, correcting her. Our first meeting was when you were 8 years old. It was then that he had just returned to the country, celebrating his first birthday in the homeland, where his parents had arranged a birthday party and instructed the butler to distribute invitations to various business associates. That year, he had just returned from the United States. As the sole heir of the family, he felt no inclination towards his birthday celebration, instead gazing out of the window onto the backyard. There, a lost little girl inadvertently wandered in, clutching a cat, frightened to tears by the Doberman that the family kept. Dressed in a lovely pink princess gown, she held a Maine Coon, one that he owned, which typically allowed no one but him to touch it. The girl appeared quite young, not of his age, resembling a child who had strayed from home. He descended the stairs to shoo the dog away, casting a glance at the girl who clung tightly to the cat, and called for the butler to escort her out of the yard. Just as he turned away, the girl grasped the hem of his shirt, and he looked down in confusion to see her beautiful little face, tear-streaked, yet her eyes remarkably bright, her small hand gripping his clothing. That marked their first encounter. At that moment, you claimed to have fallen for me at first sight, declaring that you would marry me when you grew up. Pei Ji advanced towards her, asserting that if she doubted him, she could call her parents. The involved parties could not fabricate falsehoods, nor could the photographs lie. Wen Yin had never considered this to be the case. As a child, she adored fairy tales, yearning for the gentle prince depicted in those stories. In her memories, it seemed she had encountered an exceedingly handsome older brother who would cradle her in his arms, kneel to help her put on her shoes, and let her hold the cat he had raised. If that person were Pei Ji, it would have been an eternity ago, with no paths left to retreat. She realized that their encounter at the hotel was not mere serendipity, but rather a carefully orchestrated plan. Pei Ji, you promised you would let me go after all. They had already been intimate. He had vowed to himself that once they had consummated their relationship, they would part ways, allowing her to leave this place. Pei Ji smiled knowingly. First, accompany me for dinner. She had no desire for dinner. Meals could be consumed at any time and in any place. Yet she did not wish to dine with Pei Ji. As he finished speaking, he attempted to step back, but his collar was suddenly grasped tightly. The girl in his arms clearly did not wish to share a meal with him, her voice trembling as she loudly reproached him. We had an agreement to break up after sleeping together. You cannot go back on your word. Open the door now, I can eat by myself. In her youth, her innocent words were not to be taken seriously. She scrutinized his expression, hoping Pei Ji would release her at that moment. She truly could not bear to remain under the same roof with such an extreme and deranged individual. Disturbing photographs. Who knew what other grotesque things he might have hidden? Innocent words. Pei Ji repeated this phrase, finally laughing as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing, mocking her naivety, her indifference, her absurdity. Wen Yin felt her entire being freeze, perplexed by his laughter. What is so amusing? Pei Ji retrieved his phone from his pocket, swiping through something, and the computer behind him emitted a sound, automatically playing a video. The footage depicted that night at the hotel. It showed a scene in the corridor where a dazed girl was trying to reach the restroom, but collided with a group of people, the leader among them being Pei Ji. The effects of traditional Chinese medicine can render one senseless. The young woman felt a flush of heat at the corners of her eyes, and in that moment when she collided into a man's embrace, her legs turned to jelly, nearly causing her to collapse. His strong arm encircled her waist, preventing her from falling. Clearly, she had lost all rationality. Her fair arms, akin to tendrils, clung to his shoulders, entwining around his neck. How uncomfortable. Please, help me. The video captured someone attempting to pull her away, yet she clung to Pei Ji, refusing to let go, tugging at his suit jacket, her hands wandering inappropriately. Wen Yin had nearly forgotten the events of that day. After consuming alcohol, she attributed her state to inebriation and sought the restroom to wash her face and get some fresh air. Little did she know, her drink had been spiked, and someone was already lying in wait for her at the restroom entrance. What transpired next was a memory she wished to erase. So many men. Yet she found herself in the arms of the leading Pei Ji. I saved you that day, but I had no intention of touching you. It was you who, in a fit of madness, pinned me against the wall and kissed me forcefully, weeping and pleading that you felt unwell, claiming you wouldn't regret it once you regained your senses. I have a hotel footage too. Would you like to see it? Seeing the earnestness in Pei Ji's gaze, she believed him, convinced that the effects of the traditional medicine had driven her to pin someone against the wall and kiss them, for she seemed to hold a faint recollection of the event. Chapter 58. I'll be a good husband Wen Yin. I shall provide you with wealth, a villa, a mansion, and all the limited edition handbags and dresses. Remaining by my side presents no disadvantages. Indeed, you once loved me, yet your hatred for my extremities has stripped you of your freedom. It is merely a matter of time. If you obediently choose to stay, I can change. The man approached her relentlessly, and Wen Yin, overwhelmed with fear, recoiled until her back pressed against the table, leaving her no avenue of escape. In a state of panic, she felt cornered. Consumed by a mix of anger and terror, she raised her hand and struck him. It was as if she had been driven to desperation. Only after the slap did she comprehend her actions, witnessing Pei Ji's face turn askew, a crimson mark blooming on his pale skin. Her palm tingled and burned, her strength unrestrained. Pei Ji furrowed his brow, gingerly touching his face. Gradually, he turned his head, veins prominent on his forehead, exhaling heavily. Wen Yin realized she had not held back. Pei Ji had likely never been struck by anyone before. She cast her gaze downward at her tingling hand, tears of fright welling in her eyes, as if she had glimpsed her own demise. Yet, she could not deny the catharsis the slap had provided. Should he dare to encroach upon her personal space again, she would repeat the act. She expected him to erupt in fury, but instead, Pei Ji grasped her hand, tenderly caressing her reddened palm, asking if it hurt. He lifted her, placing her atop the table, shifting from a position of dominance to one of vulnerability. His hands pressed against the edges of the table. I keep my promises. I will let you go. I grant you 2 days to reflect and reassess our relationship, to decide once more whether you will marry me, as previously chosen. 2 days? Wen Yin gasped. You explicitly stated that after our night together, you would let me go. He leaned in close, his laughter a low, melodic sound, seemingly unfazed by her slap, even reveling in it, showing no intent to release her. He earnestly conveyed his thoughts. I can elevate you, provide you with everything you desire, wealth, power, glory, things no other man can offer. That night at the hotel, I did not coerce you. You compelled me. You were the one who shared my bed, and thus, you ought to be responsible and marry me. There is no escaping this reality. To sleep with another and then seek to flee, such a fortune does not exist. Since your rebirth, I have afforded you time to fall in love with me. Yet you persist in your attempts to escape. The fact that I am your man is immutable. Wen Yin never anticipated that he would engage in such verbal games, promising her freedom while merely granting her 2 days of respite for contemplation. If she truly wished to depart, would Pei Ji not resort to extreme measures, once again unlawfully imprisoning her? Such a prominent figure, wealthy, influential, and powerful, could obtain whatever he desired. This is precisely why so many covet power, even disregarding the law. Without freedom, what purpose do wealth, bags, and clothing serve? Is it merely for her own admiration, or is it an extreme possessiveness that can only be displayed to him? Wen Yin took a deep breath, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of disdain, and fiercely clasped Pei Ji's neck, her hands squeezing with a fervor that seemed to wish for his immediate demise. "You bastard!" It was his provocations that drove her to such extremes. In the next moment, she noticed that Pei Ji not only did not push her away, but slightly tilted his head, allowing her to tighten her grip. The man's cold, sharp features were illuminated by the dim light, revealing an inscrutable emotion and a perverse distortion as he murmured, "Squeeze a little harder, my dear." Wen Yin froze, clearly seeing the obsession and excitement gleaming in his eyes, his expression imbued with a tender smile, unconcerned about the possibility of being truly suffocated by her grasp. She was an adult. Her hands could indeed convey the sensation of asphyxiation. Soon, Wen Yin abruptly released her grip, realizing the gravity of her actions. She could not genuinely kill Pei Ji. If she were alone, she could have fought him to the death, but she had family to consider. If anything were to happen, the Pei family would not let her off easily, and her parents could be dragged into the turmoil as well. Moreover, she seriously doubted whether she had derived any satisfaction from her actions. Wen Yin found herself at a loss against him, but she would no longer indulge him with pleasant expressions as she had before. During their meal, a table was set with food prepared by dedicated staff, and she cast a cold glance at it before turning away. Pei Ji followed her leisurely, his voice low and hoarse. "Once you finish eating, I will open the door to let you out." Of course, he paused. Escaping is not an option. Wen Yin cursed him inwardly. Did his word mean she could not escape? There was nothing worthwhile to discuss with such an extreme lunatic. All she could do was devise a plan to leave this place. She pondered carefully, considering that if she agreed to be with him and attempt to love him, he would not confine her. She knew she could provide him with what he desired, and she would be a good wife. He had contemplated the worst-case scenario. If she refused to love him, he might lose control over his extreme possessiveness, and the surging emotions of control, possession, and destruction could overwhelm his reason. He might resort to chaining her, locking her in a cage, gradually claiming her as his own. In time, the dark world would hold only him. Perhaps she would learn to love herself. Both harbored their own thoughts as Wen Yin consumed her porridge, contemplating how to escape within the next 2 days. The necklace had been removed. Once she left the villa, she would purchase a new phone. She resolved to take none of her belongings from the suitcase, only sending the trophy ahead, ensuring she carried no traceable items. As she was about to leave the villa, Pei Ji suddenly grasped her hand, his palm warm, as he pressed something into her grasp. "I don't mind playing this little game of escape with you, but I hope no other men appear in this game. I am serious about you, and I will respect you." Chapter 59. Escaping the watchful eye. What? You were captured by Pei Ji again? He only gave you 2 days? Su Han exclaimed, incredulity lacing her voice as she bit the straw of her cup, stunned by the unfolding tale. "Su Han, your voice is too loud." Wen Yin chided softly, tugging at her sleeve. "This is why I hope you can lend me some advice." Su Han had once believed that their feelings were mutual. It turned out that Pei Ji was the one pursuing her, intercepting her at the airport as she attempted to leave. She had previously warned that deception would inevitably be uncovered. There would be dire consequences. Wen Yin refrained from disclosing the truth of her rebirth, only sharing her aversion to Pei Ji's extremities and possessiveness, the pressure of being captured after attempting to break free, and the looming threat of an impending marriage. The 2-day ultimatum was ostensibly a choice, but in reality, it was merely a respite, a means to ensure her compliance. He claimed he would come for her when the time was up, but this period was merely to allow her to ponder, to make her more docile. This predicament was quite troubling. Su Han had never encountered such a situation before. She had heard her elder brother speak of Pei Ji, who had resided in Los Angeles prior to returning home, a true scion born with a silver spoon. Even in America, he held significant influence, let alone within the country. Escaping was akin to scaling the heavens. "Do you like him?" Su Han inquired. "I only cherish myself," Wen Yin replied. She believed that love was a superfluous sentiment. It was often said that love and hate were merely a thought apart. In the course of her previous life, she had indeed felt a flicker of affection for Pei Ji, yet his extremism left her scarred. The fear lingered that any misstep in their relationship could provoke his uncontrollable nature, leading to further transgressions against her. Peiji's rebirth had occurred even earlier. He had been quietly observing the movements of her foes, always a step behind in her endeavors. Aware of her thirst for revenge, he had meticulously gathered information, opting not to intervene immediately, but allowing her to experience the thrill of vengeance herself. He managed everything in the background, ensuring that when she was kidnapped, he swiftly located her and sealed off information regarding the abduction to prevent any adverse impacts. Pei Ji was privy to everything, silently orchestrating her affairs, even granting her a semblance of choice. Yet, for her, this choice held but one resolute answer, a firm rejection. Unconsciously, she touched the side of her neck, the marks concealed beneath foundation. Dressed in a high-neck shirt, she still felt a profound sense of insecurity, the remnants of pain from his bite lingering. Nian Nian, to be honest, I have no ideas to help you escape. I genuinely believe you cannot elude him, Su-Han admitted, scratching her head. He is so extreme. The necklace he gifted you is undoubtedly equipped with a tracker, and there are likely eyes watching you even now. Wen Yin had suspected the presence of spies, which was why she sought Su-Han's counsel for potential strategies. Glancing around the CAF, she recalled the unsettling sensation of being followed on her way here. Perhaps there truly were eyes on her. The CAF bustled with patrons, and on the table lay the gift bag Pei Ji had thrust into her hands before her departure, containing a familiar high-end logo, a reminder of the exquisite dress that had been torn to shreds the night before. The dress was exorbitantly priced, exceedingly difficult to procure, and was a limited edition. Yet, Pei Ji unexpectedly gifted her a new set. She harbored a disdain for those who present dresses, yet found no aversion to the delicate garment itself. She had also contacted her parents to assure them of her safety. Currently, traveling abroad was indeed out of the question. Pei Ji was undoubtedly aware of her plans, as well as her parents' every move overseas. How vexatious. Wen Yin recalled the words Pei Ji had spoken that morning before her departure. He had vowed to respect her and promised to heed her wishes. Su-Han, pondering with a straw clenched between her teeth, suddenly had a bright idea. What if you randomly find someone to register a marriage, a sham marriage to secure a quota? That way, Pei Ji cannot compel you to obtain a marriage certificate. Wen Yin twitched her lips. Isn't that akin to self-sabotage? Su-Han seized her arm, leaning in conspiratorially to whisper, obtain a fake certificate and throw it in Pei Ji's face. If he continues to harass you, he'll appear as the third party. Pei Ji as a third party? Wen Yin had not considered this approach. With sufficient funds, anything could be arranged, even a counterfeit marriage certificate. If he persisted in his harassment, she could brandish the fake marriage certificate before him, declaring her union, and should he remain obstinate, she would report him for harassment. Xiaohan, we must first rid ourselves of the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. How do we accomplish that? Su-Han paused momentarily, noticing veien nian lin closer. Her ears perked up to listen as they exchanged hushed words. They were in perfect accord, perhaps aware of the unseen observers. Su-Han discreetly made a call from the ladies' room to arrange for the documents, but in the process of acquiring the counterfeit certificate, they would also need photographs of other men. Wen Yin suggested she could simply generate a digital image using AI. AI? Is it not a bit hasty? During this time, the two ventured to a nearby tavern, awaiting the completion of the documents, seated in a booth watching the throng of people in the dance floor. The small tavern was imbued with a vibrant atmosphere, buzzing during the day and imbued with an air of intimacy at night. Su-Han ordered 2 newly crafted cocktails, and as they sat in their corner booth observing the dance floor, they were suddenly drawn to the commotion emanating from the adjacent booth. Are you seeking death? A coarse male voice caught their attention, and they beheld a male server doused with alcohol, his head bowed as the liquid cascaded down his face. Wen Yin's eyelashes fluttered as she recognized the young man, Shun Qi, the student who had offered her a love letter and an umbrella on that rainy day. She silently set down her glass, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Shun Qi stood before the brutish man with a tray in hand, a female collie clad in server attire trembling behind him. I told that girl to pour my drink. What are you doing here? Shun Qi's expression darkened, his white shirt stained with wine, the red liquid trickling down his neck, creating a hauntingly beautiful spectacle. In a calm voice, he asserted, "Your harassment of the server has been captured on surveillance. I will be notifying the authorities." The man froze, then, in a fit of rage, rose to confront Shun-Chi. Grasping his collar with a clenched fist, yet Shun-Chi's demeanor betrayed no fear. As the fist was about to descend, the arriving manager's reprimand effectively halted the impending violence. When Yin, clutching her wine glass, suddenly met Shun-Chi's gaze, and for a fleeting moment, they were both taken aback, as if transported to another realm. Shun-Chi was the first to recognize her, his lips parting slightly. "Senior." "Yin, do you know him?" Xu-Han, slightly perplexed, remarked, "It seems he is looking at you." They had crossed paths once before. She sometimes found the world astonishingly small, encountering him in such a manner. "Senior." The melodious, magnetic voice resonated, and she looked up to see Shun-Chi, tall and striking, his youthful demeanor radiating charm. Wen Yin greeted him. What a coincidence! Water still glistened on his cheeks. Upon hearing her salutation, the shadow of gloom that had lingered around him vanished, and a faint blush crept onto his ears. Observing his bashful demeanor, Wen Yin was surprised by his innocent allure. The damp strands of hair on his forehead and his bright, evasive eyes stirred an unusual emotion within her. She suddenly fancied splashing wine across his face. The scene would surely be captivating. "Classmate, may I pour you some wine?" A familiar voice rang out, causing Wen Yin to think someone had voiced her own thoughts. Xu-Han, with her carefree disposition, spoke candidly. She placed money on the table, pointing to the cocktail before them, priced at 2,000 yuan. "Let us each pour you a drink." Chapter 60. Truly foolish Shun-Chi paused, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Yin. "Senior, do you wish to?" he inquired. "I do not seek your money." She was about to respond with a negative, but Shun-Chi had already knelt before her, taking her hand and placing it against his cheek, lifting his eyes to meet hers. Wen Yin looked down, her lashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze, then lightly slapped his face, only to see him turn away, slowly pivot, and suddenly smile even more brightly. "Senior, your hand smells delightful." Around them, music played, and the skin of his palm felt exquisitely smooth. Observing him in that manner, it was evident that he was genuinely enjoying himself. Beneath the guise of innocence lay a rather peculiar scene. Amidst the enchanting lights, the visage before her inexplicably morphed into Pei Ji's face, and the man knelt before him, his cheeks flushed, his eyes filled with fervent adoration. Startled, she widened her eyes, momentarily recalling Pei Yi. Gazing at Shun-Chi, she mused that if Pei Ji were in such a position, with that intensely aggressive countenance, the scenario would undoubtedly be exhilarating and thrilling. Just then, someone arrived to disrupt this moment, and when Yin withdrew her hand, urging him to attend to his own affairs. Shun-Chi had intended to ask for her contact information, but at that moment, the manager called him away, compelling him to depart. Xu-Han, observing from the side, clicked her tongue knowingly. The marriage certificate was a forgery, indistinguishable from a genuine one, merely lacking registration in the National Marriage Database. The person delivering the certificate was a young man who placed the document on the table for them to inspect. Upon a fleeting glance, Wen Yin was taken aback, realizing the certificate appeared strikingly authentic. Even the AI-generated images resembled Pei Ji. She lifted her gaze to Xu-Han, who was already watching her. Perhaps sensing her scrutiny, Xu-Han explained, "AI also requires photographs for secondary generation. I simply overlaid Pei Ji's image with those of other celebrities found online. It's not that discernible." Wen Yin remained silent as she tucked the marriage certificate into her bag. Under close inspection, it bore a resemblance, but a hurried glance would not reveal much. The two returned to the Su residence, where Wen Yin entrusted her belongings to Xu-Han for mailing, meticulously checking herself for any electronic devices, ensuring there were no hidden trackers. As 2 days elapsed, at 5 a.m. on the second day, the sound of an engine reverberated outside. Every 3 days, a delivery truck would arrive at the Su household in the early morning to bring fresh vegetables, seafood, and meats. Xu-Han leaned against the kitchen door, inquiring of the unloading driver, "Sir, did you happen to see any suspicious individuals on your way here?" The driver pondered before responding. There was a black car parked by the roadside near the villa. It even exchanged words with us. Wen Yin and Su Han exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions of an undercover observer. Originally intending to disguise herself as a driver in the passenger seat, it appeared that such a plan was no longer feasible. Yin, perhaps we should consider alternative methods to shake off our tail. Having assured herself that there were no tracking devices on her person, not even her phone, which was the latest model with a SIM card borrowed from Su Han, her primary objective now was to elude the hidden surveillance. Her gaze fell upon the crates of vegetables on the ground, and an idea began to take shape in her mind. After greeting the driver, she stood at the truck's door during a brief pause in unloading the goods. The cool air from within caused her to sneeze unexpectedly. Although the refrigeration system had been turned off, a lingering chill remained inside. Anyone would know that the temperature within a freezer is perpetually low, especially during the early morning hours dedicated to vegetable deliveries, making it unbearable to stay inside for even a few minutes. Once all the goods were unloaded, the vehicle gradually exited the villa. A black car remained stationed at the intersection, and upon seeing the truck emerge, it immediately intercepted it, ensuring no one else was concealed inside. Upon opening the freezer, they found nothing but a heap of vegetables and a few small boxes, after which they allowed the vehicle to proceed. They continued to shadow the area as per President Pei's instructions, vigilantly monitoring every corner from dawn until dusk. Yet no one had emerged from the villa. A full day passed, leading into the night and subsequently the early hours. When Pei Ji received the report that no one had left the villa and the 2-day deadline had elapsed, he instructed his assistant to drive to the Su residence to retrieve someone. Upon entering the living room, he found the television on, with Su Han seated on the sofa, applying a facial mask, while another young woman beside her was doing the same, nibbling on a cucumber slice. The assistant stood behind Pei Ji, exhaling a sigh of relief at the sight of someone still present, and stepped forward, addressing her as Miss Wen. "We are here to escort you." Su Han, chewing on her cucumber, mumbled in confusion, "Who is Miss Wen?" Pei Ji remained fixed in place, his gaze dark and intent on the girl, instructing the assistant to summon all the bodyguards stationed outside to search the villa for signs of life. Su Sheng, awakened from sleep on the second floor, learned that they were looking for Wen Yin. He had seen her just the night before and pointed towards a girl in the pink nightgown with a mask beside Su Han. "Isn't Wen Yin still here? I even texted you last night." Pei Ji's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "She is not Wen Yin." Su Sheng, skeptical, stepped closer to the girl, removing her mask, only to discover that she was indeed not Wen Yin, but rather a small maid from their household, her similar physique and masked face rendering any distinction impossible. Su Sheng took the initiative to lead the maid in the search, yet they found no trace of Wen Yin. Upon learning that only one refrigerated truck had left the villa the previous day, a frigid glint flickered in Pei Ji's eyes as he promptly stepped out, ordering an investigation into the truck's route. Realizing that someone had fled as he witnessed the man's icy demeanor, Su Sheng's heart raced, and he turned to Su Han, suspecting the truth. "Did you help her escape?" "No, I didn't, second brother," Su Han replied innocently. "I truly know nothing. Yin kept it from me as well." Su Sheng hurried upstairs to change clothes, anxious to assist in the search for the refrigerated truck, fearing for the well-being of anyone trapped inside. Should anything happen, Pei Ji would surely descend into madness. As he hastily donned a jacket and rushed out, Su Han called after him, "Second brother, I'll help look around the school nearby." The room fell into silence as the maids dispersed to prepare meals and tidy up. In the living room, an antique vase rested atop a cabinet, a fixture that anyone traversing the hall would inevitably pass. The cabinet was slightly ajar, allowing Wen Yin's petite figure to curl up and hide within. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often prove to be the safest. Wen Yin emerged, brushing off the dust from her attire, contemplating how Pei Ji was likely anxiously pursuing that refrigerated truck. A cold smile played on her lips as she scolded him in her heart, deeming him rather foolish. Chapter 61. Should I return alone or come to fetch you? The route of the refrigerated truck often serves multiple destinations. Since departing from the Su residence yesterday morning, it made a stop in the city center before heading to various surrounding villa districts. A day has passed, and if someone is hiding inside, Their small stature may lead to fainting, especially if the driver remains unaware of their presence. Such a situation could result in grave consequences. Pei Ji called his assistant, instructing him to contact the police to trace the truck's license plate, ensuring they ascertain its current location and to intercept the driver's phone call. They needed to confirm the truck's route and stopping points, retrieving surveillance footage from those locations to ascertain whether anyone had disembarked. Since no one had left the Sioux residence, and the only vehicle that departed was the refrigerated truck, the bodyguard had mentioned that only a few small boxes and a heap of vegetables were inside. This indicated that someone was concealed deep within the refrigerated compartment, camouflaged by the boxes and vegetables. When the truck delivers produce, not all items are necessarily unloaded. If the driver returns to the headquarters to reload, it is quite possible that a person could be trapped within. Pei Ji, filled with urgency and dread, knew that with Wen Yin's temperament, she could indeed be hiding there, willing to risk everything to escape him. Regardless of the truth, he had to confirm whether she was truly concealed within the refrigerated unit. The personnel dispatched had located the truck's position and contacted the driver, who, upon inquiry, revealed that he had not inspected the vehicle or checked the cargo. He merely loaded several large boxes of seafood. Currently, the truck was stationed at a seafood factory by the dock. Given the low temperature of the refrigerated truck, it was improbable that anyone would seek to hide inside. Su Chung also tracked the truck's location and reviewed the surveillance at each stop, finding no one had exited the vehicle, which suggested that the person remained inside. Certainly, something had gone awry. Pei Ji hurried to the dock, enveloped in a chill, his dark eyes scanning the nearby bodyguards. The truck doors had already been opened, and individuals were unloading the seafood. Once all the cargo was removed, the interior was utterly empty. Nothing remained. The assistant and Su Chung arrived shortly thereafter, having reviewed the surveillance footage from the truck's unloading area, confirming that no one had emerged from the refrigerated compartment. Pei Ji stood immobile, fixated on the empty unit, his expression darkening. He felt a flicker of relief that no one was inside the truck, slowly withdrawing a cigarette from his coat pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. When it became evident that no one was inside, a moment of dread coursed through the assistant, Su Chung, and everyone present. They turned to Pei Ji, a tall figure clad in a tailored dark suit paired with an overcoat, exuding an air of sophistication. His long limbs and defined features were accentuated as he held the cigarette, sharply exhaling the smoke. The adage worry leads to chaos rang true in this moment. Wen Yin possessed a remarkable ability to manipulate emotions and demonstrated great intelligence, which explained his initial choice to procure the forbidden drug. Prolonged use of such medication could lead to weakness in the limbs, resulting in Wen Yin's subsequent despondency as he languished in the villa, his fingers too feeble to play the piano. At that time, his temper was as volatile as a spark, with his most frequent exclamation being, "Bei Yi, there will come a day when I will mercilessly trample you underfoot, forcing you to beg for your life like a dog before me." Su Seng ap do jek. And in his absence, I mentioned that I had seen her yesterday and even captured a photograph for you. Since he had given the other party 2 days' time, there was no positioning, yet he had informants shadowing her, documenting her every movement and sending photographs and videos to him. Bei Yi stood quietly, conjecturing that the person was likely reveling in plans for escape. The entirety of the capital was his. She had nowhere to flee. Meanwhile, Wen Yin discovered a grave situation. Any online transactions for purchasing vehicles or tickets in her name were failing, confirming that this was Pei Ji's handiwork. Nowadays, every mode of transportation required personal facial recognition, be it airplane, cruise, train, or bus. The only exception was the roadside taxi drivers. As long as the fare was generous, she could still escape to distant places and rebook her travel. She contemplated using a false identity, but that would make her more susceptible to discovery, especially during ticket checks where facial scans could lead to failure, possibly resulting in her being apprehended by the police as a suspect. The web was inescapable, and she was but a canary ensnared, yearning to break free from her shackles and embrace the sky. Wen Yin exchanged cash, evaded her tail, and opted to take a private taxi, instructing the driver to take her far away from the city. However, she was slow, Pei quickly realized and preemptively arranged for the exits to be sealed. At the city limits, she encountered traffic police inspecting every vehicle. Even the buses were not spared. Clutched in their hands was a photograph, hers. Pei wielded his influence with impunity, treating her as a fugitive. Wen Yin urged the driver to turn around. Feeling the city was now a prison she could not escape. En route back, she received a call from Su Han, sliding to answer. "What is it, Xiao Han?" The line was disturbingly silent. She heard a faint sound of something tapping against the table, followed by a familiar, magnetic voice. "Darling." The man addressed her. "You played the game of misdirection quite well." She recognized that voice. He had indeed caught on, though she had temporarily shaken off her surveillance. She knew it was only a matter of time before the monitoring systems would locate her. Those with power and privilege could be utterly unreasonable, obtaining whatever they desired. Wen Yin understood he was demanding an answer from her, whether she would marry him or not. Her fingers clenched tightly around the phone, so forcefully that her knuckles turned pale. "Pei, I could never marry you." A soft, low chuckle reverberated through the line, laced with a languid, indulgent tone, as if he were certain she could never escape his grasp. "No worries, I will marry you." Both choices bore the same weight of coercion, being forced into marriage. She had even requested an extended leave from school, intending to escape and finalize her transfer. Now, all her plans lay in disarray, captured before they could come to fruition. At this moment, she could conceive no means of escape. Her mind wandered to the marriage certificate she had obtained the previous day. She spoke, "I acquired it yesterday, with another man." The girl's voice resonated clearly through the phone, earnestly informing him of her union with someone else. Pei sat on the sofa in the living room, glancing up to see Su Han sitting upright like an elementary school student, her head bowed, too timid to utter a word. He was acutely aware that the marriage certificate was a mere fabrication, for Wen Yin could no longer wed anyone else. Their fates were irrevocably entwined for this lifetime, bound together in a relentless struggle. Pei let out a soft scoff and inquired, "Will you return on your own, or shall I come fetch you?" Chapter 62. "I'll kiss you when the anger subsides." Such a domineering declaration intensified her fury. She could not fathom why, after entangling themselves for an entire lifetime, he still clung to her with such tenacity. A surge of wrath welled up within her, mingled with a sense of helpless indignation. When she heard his inquiry about whether he had returned by himself or had come to fetch her, she recognized her position. Pei was already fully aware of her predicament. He had even taken Xiao Han's phone, and his plans had long been exposed. Wen Yin abruptly ended the call, unwilling to utter another word. Acknowledging that she had no retreat, she resolved to embrace the chaos. Upon returning to her villa, she possessed the key, allowing her access. She made her way to the kitchen in search of a knife and discovered a slender dagger that she had previously used to peel fruit. Her gaze was fraught with a morbid gloom. Her long hair fell loosely around her shoulders, and she wore a fitted, apricot-colored gown that accentuated her grace. She appeared gentle and demure, akin to a beautiful doll, yet within her lay the venomous heart of a bindweed. She understood all too well that the back-and-forth torment between the two of them served no purpose. Should he push her to the brink, she would not hesitate to bring Pei down with her. Embracing a reckless mindset, she even sought out the pinhole cameras hidden around her room, for in total, discreetly placed in various corners. It was evident that the deranged individual had installed them during his last visit to deliver clothes. She hurled the cameras to the ground, trampling them with vigor, yet found no solace in the act. Instead, she envisioned Pei beneath her feet. As she stood in the villa, she heard the distant rumble of an engine outside. A vehicle had arrived. The assistant drove up to the entrance and glanced at the man in the rearview mirror. "Young master, shall I call Miss Wen out?" Pei responded with a low voice, "No need. I will go myself. She might scratch you." "Scratch?" The assistant was momentarily puzzled as he watched his master exit the car and approach the villa. He pressed the doorbell twice, but it was evident no one answered. Slowly, he retrieved a key from his pocket. Inserting the key into the lock, he heard a click as the door swung open. The villa was silent, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. He refrained from calling out, fully aware that she was hiding within. Standing at the threshold, he remained still for a moment, chuckling softly to himself before stepping inside. Just as he entered, Wen Yin, who had been lurking behind the door, lunged at him with a knife. The blade glinted coldly under the light, merciless in its intent. Pei Ji's eyes flickered, as if he had anticipated her move. He sidestepped effortlessly, then spun around, swiftly gripping her hand that held the knife, forcing her to relinquish it with ease. Wen Yin's hand was ensnared, her palm crushed in his grasp, causing her to instinctively loosen her hold due to the pain. Before she could comprehend her situation, he pulled her waist, pinning her against the door, and shut it to shield them from the outside world. The knife clattered to the floor, muted by the weight of his polished black shoes, which firmly pressed it down. In that moment, pinned against the door, his large hand cradled the back of her head, his overwhelming presence enveloping her with an aggressive aura. The art of ambush had evidently not changed at all. Pei Ji cast a sidelong glance at her, admonishing, "How many times must I say it? Children should not wield knives." There was a distinct disparity in their physiques, heights, and even ages. In her past life, she had wielded a knife on numerous occasions, attempting to bring about their mutual demise. Yet he effortlessly thwarted her efforts, teasing her instead by likening her to a puffed-up cat. Wen Yin, frustrated and pressed against the door, glared at him with reddened eyes, exclaiming, "You better be cautious while you sleep, preferably keeping one eye open." Bei Yi, a fitness enthusiast who had studied martial arts and combat during his time in the United States, maintained a rigorous daily exercise routine, possessing an unparalleled reflex and alertness. He recognized that her anger manifested in such a manner. What a pity it was that she believed she could escape so easily. Upon hearing his teasing tone, Wen Yin, infuriated, attempted to kick him, but he countered by firmly pressing her leg down, drawing their bodies closer together. Unable to endure the proximity, she protested with a blend of anger and resistance. "Keep your distance. You are insufferable." Hearing her express disdain was not a novelty. Each time she declared her dislike for him, he felt as though Wen Yin was playfully indulging him. Pei Ji leaned in closer, bowing his head to meet hers, their foreheads touching as he replied, "Well, I love you too." Wen Yin was left speechless. When had she ever professed her love for him? How could someone possess such audacity? Shouldn't a mature and composed man prefer a partner of equal stature? She found the current ambiguous and awkward position unbearable, especially as his leg persistently brushed against her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled vigorously, attempting to withdraw her hand. "Let go of me. I swear I'll kill you." The remaining youthful visage was strikingly beautiful, her angry expression akin to a puffed-up feline, her delicate skin resembling a vine entwined around him. Though she claimed to despise him and threatened his life, each time they embraced, she clung tightly, relishing the closeness and even tugging at his hair. Bei Yi, undeteret, gazed deeply into her eyes, his voice low and tense as he leaned in closer, intent on kissing her. He acted on this thought until the girl in his arms cried out in pain. Though their kiss had barely begun, he did not perceive himself as particularly fierce. Observing the redness in her eyes and the slight parting of her lips as two words escaped her throat, spoiled, Wen Yin paused, locking her gaze onto his dark, profound eyes, unable to endure the situation any longer as she continued to struggle. Sensing her fierce resistance, he loosened his grip. As soon as he did, Wen Yin seized the opportunity, forcefully pushing him away and bending down to retrieve the knife from the floor. With both hands gripping the handle, she pointed the blade toward him, resolute in her intent not to relinquish it this time. "You lunatic! If you touch me again, I will truly kill you." Her eyes were red-rimmed, her beauty astonishing, akin to a cornered beast ready to retaliate with her only weapon. Others might cower in fear, but he was no ordinary man. Pei Ji narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, grasping her hand that held the knife, the blade pressing against his chest. Trapped in a corner with no retreat, she found herself in a precarious situation as he tightened his grip, advancing further toward her. Wen Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend how fearless Pei Ji could be. The tip of the knife had already pierced through the fabric of his suit and into his chest. His grip was so tight that it was impossible to withdraw. In a state of panic, Wen Yin exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" She attempted to retract her hand, but the man before her continued to press the blade deeper into his own flesh. Her hand trembled violently, feeling as if it had plunged into the very sinews of his chest. Peiji soothed her. Are you calmed down now? If not, I can go deeper. Once your anger subsides, I shall kiss you. Chapter 63. Neil, the strength of a girl is inherently less than that of a man. Peiji tightened his grip on her hand as he drew the knife, its tip already stained with crimson. In the next moment, he pressed the blade against her neck, making it easier for her to see. Kill me, and I shall haunt you as a ghost for eternity. The notion of becoming a spirit and clinging to him through countless lifetimes echoed the present moment, where neither was willing to yield, both stubbornly entangled like unyielding steel bars. The rigidity of the steel had forged their current stalemate. The disparity in their physical forms rendered her incapable of overpowering him or inflicting harm with a knife. For he was reckless, willing to risk everything to provoke her wrath. After a prolonged standoff, when Yin's eyelashes fluttered as she lowered her gaze, seemingly conceding, "Very well, I shall go with you." It was an act of surrender. His voice was hoarse, laced with concern. "Do you still care for me?" When Yin's expression remained stoic, save for the redness around her eyes, her fair, exquisite face betrayed no additional emotion. Gripped tightly by his hand, she found herself devoid of the strength to retaliate or flee. Care? She could never harbor such feelings for Peiji. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had glided effortlessly through life, born in Rome, a figure beyond reach, never deserving of sympathy. The blade was sharp, and Peiji, observing her, understood that whether she conceded or not, she could not escape. Gradually, he loosened his grip. While she held the knife, he remained the dominant force, reckless to the point of self-endangerment, rendering her powerless against him. If only she possessed a weakness to exploit. It seemed she was aware of what that weakness might be. As soon as he relaxed his grip, Wen Yin swiftly withdrew the knife and pressed it against her own neck. There was an element of gamble in her action. She believed that threatening a man with her own life was an unwise trade. Why should she risk everything for a man, especially when life itself was so arduous? The only ones who held dominion over her life and death were her parents. Yet in this moment, she sought to gauge her worth in Peiji's eyes. With a firm grip on the knife's hilt pressed against her neck, she noticed him about to reach for her, and with a sudden force, blood began to seep out, causing him to freeze. Seeing his hesitation to approach, she suddenly smiled, her eyes glinting with mockery and jest. "Peiji, it seems you love me dearly. It appears that harming myself poses a greater threat to you than harming you. As the saying goes, one cannot have it all. Life does not allow for both love and coercion. Love should be a willing surrender, not a compromise." They exchanged silent glances. Peiji fixated on the faint crimson at her neck, his pupils dark and heavy, brimming with primal intensity, like a beast poised to pounce and consume her whole. He had once remarked that although Wen Yin was young, she had a remarkable talent for manipulating emotions. From his elevated stance, he regarded her with disdain, his lips parting slightly. "You threaten me by inflicting harm upon yourself, fully aware that it would provoke my ire, yet you persist in this method to incite me. What do you intend to do?" Wen Yin, resolved to abandon all restraint, retorted, "So kill me then?" She understood that her only recourse was to threaten her captor in order to secure her release. The thought of remaining trapped was too dreadful to contemplate. After 4 long years in that villa, she had reached her limit. Despite her defiance, Peiji remained unperturbed, his voice calm and measured as he asked, "What do you desire?" Peiji was an exceedingly patient and emotionally stable individual, capable of maintaining composure in crises. However, when matters slipped from his grasp, particularly those concerning Wen Yin's life, he became anxious, such as in the case of the frozen vehicle. Yet at present, it seemed Wen Yin had forgotten about her parents and friends. "I want you to stop pursuing me. Let us go our separate ways. I have no desire to enter into any marriage with you." "Separate ways?" The man's voice was cold and cutting, and he noted the tremor in her hand as she wielded the knife. "You slept with me, and now you wish to act as if nothing occurred?" Why did she persist in bringing up that incident at the hotel? One might think she used him and then turn her back. "I simply do not wish to marry you," Wen Yin frowned. "Besides, did you not sleep with me just 2 days ago?" Peiji stood rooted to the spot, observing her self-destructive actions. This was an unwise choice. She was well aware of his concern, yet she resorted to such threats to force his compliance. A cat only becomes docile after losing its claws, allowing itself to be cradled like a domesticated pet. He had softened upon seeing her tears that day, granting her 2 days to play her game. Even if she managed to escape the city, he was confident in his ability to retrieve her. If you do not wish to marry, I will grant you time. I suggested we first engage in a relationship and marry after graduation. It is you who chose deception. One should not harbor such malice. I can indulge your game of escape, but self-harm is unacceptable. If you were to accidentally injure yourself, I would bring your body back and preserve it as a specimen. A specimen cannot argue with me. If you cannot bear to part from your parents upon your death, I would invest in a high-priced cosmetic transformation to present a counterfeit version to them. They would possess a false you, while I would retain the true you. Pei Ji's audacity to use her parents as a threat was astounding. His words betrayed a complete understanding of her psyche. When Yin inhaled deeply, yet as she listened, her breath quickened, unable to steady itself against his cunning. Be compliant. Pei Ji coaxed her softly, his voice gentle yet chilling, revealing the darkness lurking beneath. Let us first cultivate our bond. I will be a devoted husband. I will acquiesce to your every wish, except for your departure from me. Acquiesce to her every whim, even to death. Then go die. Wen Yin retorted mercilessly. If I were to perish, the Pei family would not easily forgive your precious life. One must always consider those around them. Each word was laden with menace. Hurting him was futile. Threatening her own life would yield no results. Alone, she could have defied him entirely, but she was not alone now. Once again, the same line about cultivating feelings was reiterated. Those who reside high above seem perpetually composed, their emotions unwavering, as if nothing could provoke a noticeable disturbance in their demeanor. Whatever is uttered, it is as she wishes. When Yin lifted her eyelids, her beautiful, light-colored eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, gazing intently at the man before her, her thick lashes fluttering like delicate butterflies. Her red lips parted slightly. Then kneel. Did you not vow to obey my every word? She scrutinized the man's expression, her tone laced with a blend of mischief and authority. Upon hearing her command, Pei Ji remained silent, merely fixing his gaze deeply upon the young woman. His eyes seemed to penetrate her exterior, seeking to unravel her current emotions and thoughts. Shifting from her eyes to the dagger resting against her neck. Despite the weight of his gaze and the fear that gripped her heart, Wen Yin displayed no trace of retreat, perhaps a testament to her youth and the audacity of the uninitiated. You were the one who professed a desire to cultivate our bond. Thus, you ought to heed my words. Should you falter, refrain from professing your love. Chapter 64. Two calls money can indeed command the most obstinate of spirits, while love holds a price that is often elusive. Wealth can compel the tall and handsome to kneel, willing to serve as mere companions. However, such submission lacks allure, leaving her profoundly dissatisfied, threatened, and trapped. She faces a man whose predatory gaze promises to cultivate a bond with her. She yearns to discern the authenticity of the affections professed by the influential figures of Shengjing's elite, questioning whether they would bow and yield before their beloved. After all, he had claimed that everything would yield to her whims. Pei Ji's dominance was overwhelming, and she felt uncertain about her ability to compel him to kneel before her. Yet in the next moment, her gaze shifted as she witnessed Pei Ji slowly bending down, one knee touching the ground, his imposing figure lowering itself before her. The shift from gazing up at him to looking down upon him was a sensation unlike any other. She desired to tread upon his boundaries, to reveal her rebellious spirit, ensuring he understood that she was never the obedient pet he could easily manipulate. Continue, she urged. Loud a couple of barks. Pei Ji looked up at her, lowering the knife. She had no intention of relinquishing it, feeling no pain from the slight pressure on her neck. The blood staining the blade was his own. She refused to yield. Taking a step forward, she placed her foot upon his kneeling knee, leaving a mark on the impeccably pressed fabric of his trousers. Those who kneel must do so with both knees. Suddenly, the door behind her was pushed open, an unexpected force causing her to stumble forward. The man who had just been kneeling swiftly rose, grasping the blade. The edge was sharp, and as he held it firmly, he securely enveloped her in his arms. The door swung wide, nearly causing Wen Yin to lose her balance, while the dagger pressed against her throat threatened to slice through her skin. A hand reached out, gripping the blade that kissed her flesh, the pressure causing no pain, only a sense of warmth. Su Cheng, upon opening the door, realized someone was behind it. His head cautiously peeked through the gap. To his astonishment, he found them there. "What are you two doing behind the door?" Knowing his sister was assisting someone in evading capture, he had hoped to prevent any harm, hence his visit. His assistant had mentioned someone was inside, yet he found both individuals concealed behind the hall's entrance. What startled him further was the sight of blood streaming from Pei Ji's hand. Wen Yin, shaken by the sudden opening of the door, had yet to regain her composure, narrowly escaping a grave injury. Cradled tightly, her eyes still reflected lingering panic as she heard the voice above her. "Are you hurt?" She was unharmed, thanks to Pei Ji's swift reflexes and decisive actions. The moment the door handle turned, he instinctively rose to grasp the knife. Gradually releasing his grip on the handle, the weapon was wrenched from her, tossed to the floor, sliding a distance across the smooth surface, stained not only with blood, but with his as well. Wen Yin, despite being on her knees, instinctively sought to protect herself, overwhelmed by a complex surge of emotions. Beside her, Su Cheng remained utterly oblivious to the fact that it was his action that had caused the injury. As he clamored for a trip to the hospital, she swiftly wriggled free from his grasp around her waist, retreating 2 steps in an attempt to escape, only to find herself drawn back by a steady hand, which effortlessly encircled her legs in a single-arm embrace. "Why are you holding me? Let go." Initially seeking an opportunity to flee, she was caught off guard when that hand seized her. Wen Yin could hardly fathom the strength of a man's grip. Was it due to his rigorous training or merely a reflection of her own diminutive stature? How absurd. "Can you please set me down?" She kicked her legs in protest, unwilling to be cradled like a fledgling chick, feeling as though Pei Ji lifted her slightly, holding her in a manner reminiscent of carrying a burden. Su Cheng scratched his head in confusion, wondering what was transpiring behind the door. Su Han was still in the car, initially insisting on getting out, but he had prevented her from doing so. "To the hospital." "No need." Pei Ji, still clutching her, strode away with an unwavering demeanor. "I'm returning to the villa. You need not concern yourselves." Since the moment she was placed in the vehicle, he had not released her, and his right hand, injured, had briefly stopped at a pharmacy to procure bandages for the bleeding. The knife had not inflicted a grave wound, as he would tend to it himself. What mattered most was ensuring her compliance. Wen Yin mused about the man's ruthless heart, despite having a gash on his hand. He showed no inclination to address his injury. Inwardly, she harbored a wish for him to neglect his wound entirely, allowing it to bleed out, leading to infection, and ultimately, decay. Within the car, she had berated him profusely, yet he remained steadfast, resolutely binding her in his embrace, recalling the earlier humiliation he had forced upon her. She retorted, "You claim to obey me. I command you to kneel. Why just one knee? Why not bark like a dog?" Pei Ji had never knelt before anyone, having been the only son burdened with familial responsibilities since childhood, which instilled in him a sense of superiority that forbade submission to anyone. Yet, he found himself yielding to Wen Yin, allowing her to tread upon his knee. The woman in his arms continued to mock him, her complexion ethereal and porcelain-like, held tightly as though she were a cherished doll, accompanied by the sweet scent of blossoms that wafted from her. Hearing her taunt, "Pei Ji, do you know how many men in this world wish to be my dog?" He replied, "I do not." His voice, slightly hoarse, hinted at his desire to hear her command him to bark. Wen Yin was taken aback by his response, initially believing he might actually comply. However, as he forcefully carried her to the villa, and upon being set down, a wave of overwhelming force pushed her against the wall behind the door. The kiss that followed was both fierce and dominant. His injured hand gently grasped her chin, compelling her to tilt her head back, rendering her unable to resist with all her might, especially as the metallic scent of blood filled the air. Wen Yin bit down, the taste of blood overwhelming, and he showed no sign of retreating, only growing more fervent. With both hands pushing against the man's powerful shoulders, she finally managed to shove him away, delivering a stinging slap that drew tears from her eyes, creating enticing ripples. She scolded him vehemently, "Disgusting. Your blood is utterly repulsive. Peiji turned his face away from the blow, feeling battered all over today, undeniably in a state of disarray. Yet the sense of oppression still lingered as he pulled her and pushed her to the edge of the bed. He pinned her down, his knees sinking into the bedding, his gaze intense and penetrating. "Are you on your knees now?" Peiji inquired, when Yin lay on the bed, raising her hand once more to strike him, only to have it seized and pressed against his lips, feeling the warmth of his palm. The man's eyes, sharp and direct, pierced through the gaps between his fingers as he looked at her. "Other men may wish to be your dog, but can they be a loyal hound like me? To kiss you, to possess you?" Chapter 65. If you dare, call me master. Just moments ago, Peiji seemed to have acknowledged before her that he was akin to a dog. Although his words were quite explicit, he indeed confessed in her presence. It was unimaginable that a prominent figure from Shengjing would refer to himself in such a manner before a young girl. Wen Yin's lips throbbed with pain, slightly parted and swollen, her long, thick eyelashes framing her eyes, while her cascading dark hair spilled like a waterfall across the bed. Her flushed cheeks added a hint of allure to her innocent visage. He appeared to be infatuated with her. The mere sight of him stirred a desire to hold her close. Peiji's gaze darkened as he grasped her hand tightly. Peering through the gaps to behold the face that haunted his dreams, his voice roughened. "You said you didn't want to hear me call you little darling. So how would you prefer I address you? Over time, our bond will deepen, and time shall alter everything. If you dare, call me master." Wen Yin struggled to retract her hand, her attempt to lift her foot thwarted by his restraint, leaving her helplessly reclined. She narrowed her eyes at him. "Is your method of nurturing feelings merely to pin someone down on a bed? That is merely one way to cultivate affection," Peiji retorted, his hand now gripping her waist. "Moreover, only I am privy to all your vulnerabilities." Wen Yin understood his insinuation. Her face flushed crimson as she squirmed. Yet her smaller stature rendered her powerless against him, who only seemed to revel in her plight. "Peiji, how shameless can you be?" she chastised. "Why must you cling to me like a lovesick pup when you could have anyone you desire?" "Peiji, you are truly pitiable," she thought, reflecting on the absurdity of a man of his stature trailing a mere girl, willingly deceived out of substantial sums of money, and spending years in pursuit, stalking and photographing her. She was unable to escape, yet he too would never gain her affection. They were like two twisted steel bars, neither willing to concede nor compromise, each steadfast in their obstinacy, akin to a certain breed of individuals. However, Peiji was the most extreme of them all. How pitiable it was. She once would not have resorted to such harsh words, nor displayed such malice. It was only due to the prolonged association with Peiji that she had become this way, her sharp tongue sharpened by their exchanges and the wicked thoughts that had begun to fester. Though others labeled her as hypocritical, materialistic, and adept in disguise, Peiji consistently insisted she was charming. Unfazed by her rebukes, he extended his other hand, nonchalantly withdrawing his tie to bind her struggling hands. His eyes held a depth of obscurity, his attire already taut against his form. "How pitiable I am," he mused. "Get off me. Don't tug at my skirt." Wen Yin shrieked in indignation. The binding of her hands had already left her feeling humiliated, and the evident disparity in strength rendered her utterly dominated. Yet, his hand lingered near her thigh, brushing against the hem of her skirt. Is nurturing feelings merely about such acts? "Leave me be." On that day at the hotel, you begged me not to leave. Referring back to that day at the hotel, she could hardly bear it. Young people resolving issues through herbal remedies, and yet she, as a girl, had not demanded he take responsibility. Why was Peiji so fixated on it? The large, warm palm pressed against her skin felt as if it were searing her, leaving her quite uncomfortable. The belt of her skirt had been undone. She realized the other party was serious, recalling that she had already succumbed to slumber days prior. What more did he desire? Moreover, she had long forgotten. She had not truly returned to sleep. Peiji's fingers tangled in the hem of her skirt, reminding her of that occasion when he had requested 2 days to contemplate as a form of equivalent exchange, a proposal he had initiated and one he could not forget. When Nien understood there was no escaping, and she had not anticipated his perverse determination, shamelessness, or audacity. With a slight frown, She chose to close her eyes and feign death, leaving everything to him. At worst, it could be likened to a dog bite. She could not afford to cry. Tears would not soften his heart, but rather incite further excitement. The only man she had ever encountered in her life was Pei. The more she resisted, the more it provoked his challenge. Her only recourse was to lie still with her eyes shut, hoping to diminish his interest. With her eyes closed, she heard a muffled chuckle from above. The atmosphere quieted for a brief moment. The pressure on her body dissipated, as if he had momentarily detached himself from her. Indeed, resistance only served to provoke a man's competitive spirit. Once she ceased to resist, he seemed to lose interest. A surge of satisfaction filled Wenyan's heart. She slightly opened her eyes and attempted to turn away, only to have a hand suddenly grasp her cheek, shoving something in her mouth before she could react. The moment the substance entered, it was bitter, and her tongue instinctively sought to expel the tablet, but he held her face steady, forcing her to swallow. The bitterness spread rapidly, nearly inducing a gag reflex, and in their struggle, she was compelled to swallow it down. With all her might, she pushed Pei away and collapsed beside her, the bitterness overwhelming her desire to retch. "What did you make me swallow?" Wenyan's eyes brimmed with tears, her restrained hands covering her mouth, uncertain of the significance behind the tablet he had forced into her. Trembling violently, she attempted to rise to rinse her mouth, only to have her ankle seized and yanked back. In that moment, the figure behind her pressed down, kissing her again, prying her lips apart, refusing to answer her inquiries. One hand slowly traversed her leg upwards, his voice coaxing, eliciting a whimper from her. Once more, Wenyan bit his lip, the taste of bitterness flooding her senses. Her voice quavering. "What did you make me swallow? Poison?" "No." Pei raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, his atoms apple-bobbing, fingers entwining in her hair. He parted his lips to utter 2 words. "Medicine." "What?" Upon hearing those 2 words, Wenyan froze. Realizing the tablet had already settled in her stomach, her rationality evaporating in an instant. She looked at Pei, trembling in disbelief that she had allowed herself to ingest such a substance. She was acutely aware of Pei's stamina. The last time had ended with her weeping uncontrollably, leading him to soften. "And what of this occasion?" No, I don't want to be bitten by a dog. Not at all." You're insane. You're insane." Wenyan's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, captured and pressed against his chiseled abdomen. In a swift motion, she retaliated with a forceful kick, acutely aware of the impact it had on him. Even in her restrained state, she continued to kick with fervor. Hearing Pei emit a muffled groan, his gaze darkening, veins pulsing at his temples. "You may stir up trouble, but once you're done, I shall retaliate." Her hands were bound, and her feet were captured, resembling a mermaid stranded upon the shore, yearning for the ocean's embrace. The effects of the drug began to take hold, rendering her oblivious to the bitterness lingering in her mouth. Wenyan gazed up at the overhead light, her eyes clouded with confusion, her body aflame with heat. This time, she truly believed Pei was not jesting. Her neck and cheeks flushed a deep crimson, even her breath felt warm, and her lashes were dampened. She tugged at her clothing, her rationality waning under the drug's influence. In her dazed state, she noticed that Pei had, at some point, discarded his shirt. His powerful physique, honed from years of fitness, exuded the allure of a mature man. A striking tattoo adorned his broad back, and a small wound near his heart was carelessly treated with medicine and bandaged. Pei reached out to free her hands, observing her in a haze as she clumsily tugged at her dress. He leaned in closer, his thumb pressing against her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Can you recognize me?" Wenyan felt the coolness of his hand against her face as she opened her mouth, her reason teetering on the brink of collapse, cursing him. "You wretched creature, I have taken the drug as well." Pei lowered his head to kiss her, whispering, "My dear." Chapter 66. You love me, but refuse to acknowledge it. In a state of bewilderment, the air was thick with ambiguity. "Relax. Settle yourself. Do you love me? My master, you love me, yet refuse to confess it." Within the room, breaths came in rapid succession, laden with innuendo. Wenyan had never felt so disheveled in her life. Lying supine on the bed, her fingers entwined in the thick, dark tresses of the other. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she murmured incoherently, "It hurts, bad dog." The girl's arms bore the marks of bites, the effects of the medication still not entirely worn off. Unconsciously, she tightened her embrace around his head, tugging at his hair with fervor. Pei offered only comfort, merely soothing her. He bent down, allowing her to clutch his hair. His robust physique and sturdy arms were evident, while his back bore the marks of her fervent grasp. The veins in his forearms were prominent as he pulled her closer, securing her porcelain-like, flushed shoulders, and gently placing a pillow beneath her head to prevent her from hurting herself. One person on drugs is led astray, yet two entwined in their haze are determined to remain bound together. Gradually, Wen Yin found herself unable to endure any longer. She felt as though she were on the brink of death. As he rose to tear open another package, driven by instinct, she slowly turned and crawled. Strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her face. Just as she rolled over, his heated form enveloped her, a large hand reaching out to capture hers, holding it securely. The man cradled her in his embrace, soothing her, reverently kissing away her tears. "Wen Yin, who am I?" Her eyes, blurred with tears, could not focus. Her face buried in the crook of his neck. Her voice, interspersed with sobs, faltered, unable to form coherent words. Only Pei Ji's voice could be heard, calling her name softly in her ear. The girl's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Within her heart, a tempest brewed, akin to a torrential downpour pounding against an umbrella, heavy and relentless, gradually escalating to a downpour that showed no signs of abating, leaving her thoroughly drenched. Ultimately, she was swept into the depths of emotional turmoil, unable to escape. As the day waned into night, and then into the early light of dawn, Pei Ji was the first to carry her to the washroom, dressing her in fresh clothes. The figure on the bed showed no signs of awakening. Her inky hair splayed about, her beautiful, flushed face nestled deep in the bedding, lost in slumber. He sat by her side for a long while, her visage unchanged from his memories, radiant, pure, and beautiful. He recalled her, adorned in elegance, her smile illuminating the room as she played melodies on the piano, resembling a noble swan princess, destined to bask in love and sunlight. Yet, the tragedies of her past haunted him. She had been ensnared by deceit. Even though he had rushed to aid her, he could not prevent the most heartbreaking of outcomes. In that moment, she had been driven to madness, yearning to escape the villa for revenge, oblivious to the fact that she was ill-equipped to confront her enemies alone. That time, when Wen Yin had fled, she had narrowly avoided being sold to Southeast Asia, just a hair's breadth away from that fate. Blinded by hatred, her temperament had grown volatile, and her mental state had deteriorated significantly. To pacify her, they had administered medication, rendering her limbs weak, allowing her to remain in bed and preventing her from resorting to even more extreme measures in her desperate quest for vengeance. Moreover, she had already shown signs of affection towards him, which ultimately led to her developing a disdain for him after he administered the drug. He also sought vengeance on her behalf, capturing Chu Li and her daughter and imprisoning them in the dungeon, subjecting them to daily torment, rendering them unable to live or die, compelling them to take responsibility for their actions. In both her past life and this one, as long as Wen Yin uttered a single word, even if she remained silent, he would assist her, resolving everything on her behalf. Wen Yin had once harbored feelings for him, yet when it came to love versus self-preservation, she cherished herself more. Meanwhile, he loved her even more. Wen Yin awakened the following night, feeling as though her body had endured a severe beating, the memories of that day replaying in her mind like a cinematic reel. As her eyelashes fluttered, she lay in bed reflecting, her mind still clouded upon awakening, her body aching all over. That scoundrel Pei Ji had actually dared to administer such substances to her. During that time, the words she heard most frequently were his repeated demands, his incessant inquiries, urging her to voice the answers he longed to hear. "Do you love me? You love me, don't you? Say that you love me. Say you cannot live without me." Those declarations of love echoed in her mind, as Pei Ji seemed intent on extracting a confession of love from her lips. Her head felt heavy, and Wen Yin lacked the strength even to raise her hand. She had been changed into clean garments, but as she lifted her hand, she noticed marks on her wrist and the inner side of her arm. Particularly at her wrist, the imprints were a result of being grasped tightly by that madman. Bei Yi. In the stillness of the night, Pei Ji's presence had vanished from her side, and most importantly, she realized that the bedroom in which she lay was unlike the one in the villa. This room was more spacious and exquisite, resembling the style of a luxurious European villa. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of bed curtains, and the room was illuminated, seemingly anticipating her awakening. Where am I? She lacked the strength to ponder much, and when she turned slightly, the ache in her body caused her to frown. The nightgown she wore was a white, ice silk dress with lace trim, feeling rather empty. As she lay on her side, the neckline gaped open, and when she looked down, she saw her skin red and swollen. A wave of indignation surged within her, her eyes tinged with fury, her ears flushed red. Recalling the events of the previous day made her wish to strangle him. Was cultivating their relationship really meant to occur in bed? When Yin felt her head throbbing intensely and, in a dazed state, painfully attempted to rise from the bed. She bit her lip, slowly propping herself up, the blanket slipping from her body. As she prepared to move, she sensed something cool and heavy on her foot, causing her to freeze and retract her foot. Cautiously lifting the blanket, she discovered a shimmering golden chain clasped around her right ankle, slender and long, emitting a golden glow under the light. It was fastened at her ankle, and above her fair ankle and calf were bite marks. Why is there a chain? Her breath caught in her throat as she reached down to tug at it, only to find that it required a key to unlock the clasp. The unfamiliar surroundings made her acutely aware that the situation was far from straightforward. What was Pei Ji up to? Wen Yin gritted her teeth and reluctantly rose from her bed, her feet touching the plush carpet. Just as she attempted to stand, her legs suddenly buckled beneath her, causing her to tumble onto the carpet. Weaker than her opponent, the ache in her limbs rendered her trembling, and the impact brought tears to her eyes. Her long strands of hair cascaded down from her shoulders as she heard the sound of a door creaking open. Moments later, the distinct sound of footsteps approached her, and a pair of pristine leather shoes appeared before her. Lifting her gaze, she found herself staring into a pair of sharp, dark, elongated eyes. Pei Ji stood before her, impeccably dressed, as though he had just returned from an outing. At that moment, he had removed his suit jacket and was adjusting his wristwatch. From her vantage point, she could see the contours of her nightgown, which hung loosely at the neckline, providing an unobstructed view from his angle. Bei spoke softly. You should refrain from getting out of bed for the next few days. Ample rest is essential. She lifted her face to meet his gaze, but soon turned away to examine her ankle, compounded by the unfamiliar surroundings. When she finally spoke, her voice was hoarse and her eyes were tinged with red. Where am I? And why am I locked in here? Chapter 67. Imprisonment. This hilltop is entirely his domain, adorned in a style reminiscent of the old residence, both embodying the grandeur of European royalty. It is a villa he commissioned, a European-style mansion perched atop the mountain, boasting splendid views, fresh air, and a location that is not remote. Pei Ji unfastened his watch, casually tossing it onto the bedside table before bending down to lift the person who had fallen to the ground. The golden object clattered with the movement. This is their new home. Pei Ji carried her back to the bed, stating that she had taken an extended leave from school to cultivate their relationship during her stay here. With high emotional intelligence, he framed it as nurturing their bond. With low emotional intelligence, it could be interpreted as confining her. Wen Yin surveyed the unfamiliar bedroom, noting that the decor and embellishments could not have been constructed in a short span of time. Realizing the other party's earlier rebirth provided a plausible explanation. She had hoped to escape imprisonment, yet here she was, ensnared once more. The only difference now was her thirst for vengeance, while her parents remained blissfully settled abroad, seemingly on an endless honeymoon, even winning awards and competitions. To nurture our feelings, must one be locked away? Wen Yin inquired, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Do you intend to keep me confined here for 4 years? Upon hearing her words, Pei Ji suddenly chuckled, his large hand gripping her thigh as he positioned himself closer to her on the edge of the bed, their lips mere inches apart, their noses brushing lightly. In the midst of their shared breath, perhaps due to a stray strand of hair, she felt an itch and turned her face away, only to be gently redirected by his hand. He remarked, "4 years is impossible. I have ample time and patience for you." "How long, then? Could it be for years or more?" Wen Yin gazed into his profound eyes, resembling a dark whirlpool of the deep sea, drawing her in, deep into their depths. Observing Pei Ji's earnest expression, she recalled the time of her previous imprisonment, when sedatives rendered her utterly powerless, leaving her to languish in a daze upon the bed. Yet, she was unwilling to resign herself to fate. She yearned to exact revenge with her own hands. "If I were not captivated by you, would you still have fed me the kind of drug?" "Certainly not," Pei Ji replied, cradling her face, his tone gentle, as this was precisely what he wished to convey. "In your past life, your hatred for me stemmed from my administering the medication. Back then, you were like a fledgling bird yearning for freedom, eager to avenge yourself. I promised multiple times to assist you, yet you were unable to heed my words. Due to my lax supervision, after your escape, you sought vengeance but were met with violence, nearly sold into Southeast Asia. Upon awakening, you did not relinquish your desire for revenge. Rather, it intensified. You surely recall the predicament you faced during that time, and it was then that I provided you with those sedatives, allowing you a brief respite. Do you remember?" When Yin's breath hitched, her thoughts slowing as she recalled the moment she learned of her parents' demise, even enduring their scornful taunts. At that time, her hatred surged uncontrollably. All she wished for was their death to bring her father and mother back. She had always been troubled by the matter of the medication, perceiving the other party as an extreme lunatic for administering such substances, rendering her a mere doll reliant on others. Thus, even after her rebirth, she remained fearful of provoking him, leading to her imprisonment and the administration of that drug once more. Why did Pei Ji suddenly wish to discuss these matters? Her state of mind then was vastly different from her current one. "What do you want to say?" When Yin inquired, reaching out to push his shoulder. Yet unable to budge him, she frowned. "Unfasten this for me. Nurturing feelings does not necessitate confinement." The shackles around her ankles were heavy, impossible to remove without a key, and long enough to allow her some freedom within the room, yet she could not touch the door. "The restraints are to prevent your escape and to keep you from wandering about the villa. Outside lies a wilderness filled with mountains and trees, and wolves roam at night," Pei Ji explained, pulling the blanket up to cover her legs. From his pocket, he produced a small box, adorned in red velvet, which he opened while seated at the edge of the bed. Inside lay a custom-designed diamond ring, one he had wished to gift her in a previous life. But she had rejected all his offerings. He could have chosen, from the very beginning, to confine her at home while simultaneously protecting her parents, thus averting the tragedy that had unfolded. Love is reciprocal. He cherished Wen Yin and desired for her to harbor feelings for him as well. The custom ring sparkled brilliantly under the light, crafted from exquisite aurora diamonds, with her initials engraved on the inner band, a token he had never had the chance to present. He envisioned proposing with this ring once she completed her competition and offered her agreement to marry him. "I refuse. Do not think to use this ring to bind me. What difference is there from the wedding dress you gifted me last time? Is it not merely an attempt to ensnare a girl in marriage?" Wen Yin exclaimed, her emotions surging as she seized the ring and hurled it to the ground. It tumbled from the box, landing quietly on the floor, much like her rejection of his heartfelt intentions, shattering it into pieces. She anticipated that Pei Ji would be angered, yet he was not. It seemed he had foreseen her actions, his gaze deep and tranquil. "I forgot to mention, I have ordered many such rings. Every time you discard one, I shall simply place another upon your finger," he stated, his tone as if it were a matter of course, assertive rather than pleading. Wen Yin grasped his meaning. If the ring were to be lost, he would merely replace it until she relinquished the notion of discarding it altogether. Rising to retrieve the ring, Pei Ji firmly grasped her hand, his fingers strong and defined, as he forcibly placed the ring upon her fourth finger. It fit perfectly, neither too large nor too small. The ring glimmered on her fair hand, the light refracting beautifully. Pei Ji lowered his head to kiss the back of her hand, yet his gaze remained intensely fixed upon her. His eyes, resolute and filled with an aggressive tenderness, resembled the stare of a predatory creature. Wen Yin's heart raced, and a chill ran down her spine. Suddenly, she jerked her hand back, her beautiful, elongated eyelashes fluttering twice. As she withdrew her hand, she raised it slightly to remove the ring, discarding it before his eyes. Her gaze, clear and glistening, held steady on Pei Ji, the sound of the ring clattering to the floor resonating in her ears. When the ring was placed back on her finger, Wen Yin hurled it even farther away. A light chuckle escaped her lips. "Go fetch it, little dog." From the very beginning, Pei Ji discerned the playful glint in her eyes. Fully aware that she regarded him as her pet. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he watched the ring lying in the distance, his voice low and somber. "Be careful how you train. Even a desperate dog may turn and bite its master." Chapter 68. The essence of malady, the act of nurturing emotions, is, in essence, akin to imprisoning one's heart for personal possession. The intrinsic nature of this malady remains unaltered. She believes that Pei Ji is still the same deranged individual, as extreme as ever. Otherwise, he would not have taken so many photographs in her room and of her, even including images from her childhood. Lacking the inclination to confront him, she realizes that even if she did, it would be futile. He would never allow her to escape. The chains around her ankles cannot be undone, and her room is cluttered with gifts from Pei Ji. The jewelry once sold under the guise of friendship having been repurchased and now amassed within these confines. Beautiful garments fill the wardrobe, their European style reminiscent of a princess living within the pages of a fairy tale. Wen Yin sits quietly at the edge of the bed, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, her lashes delicate and lengthy. A faint mark, a remnant of someone's touch, lingers on the nape of her neck as she gazes through the balcony at the outside world. The weather is overcast. It is a gloomy day. Pei Ji forbids her from stepping outside, having gifted her numerous possessions to alleviate her boredom, even placing a grand piano in the spacious room. He promises to take her out regularly, to visit supermarkets or travel, even to see her parents abroad, provided he accompanies her. Her phone has been confiscated, leaving her with a new device devoid of a SIM card, rendering it a mere source of monotony for watching videos. Today marks the third day since she last awoke to find herself confined. The ring on her finger has not been removed. After throwing it away several times and even casting it from the balcony, Pei Ji always presents her with a new one. The vast expanse of forest outside is daunting, a dark mass that appears endless. The villa is not occupied by just the two of them. There are maids and hired chefs as well. Whenever the maid comes to tidy up and converse with her, she extols Pei Ji's wealth and power, praising the multitude of gifts he has showered upon her. Such a man is rare to find, especially if one does not consider locking their beloved away as a means of affection. Even the maid acknowledges the wrongness of such confinement. Why does Pei Ji fail to grasp that she might indeed escape into the woods? She certainly would. It was on that fateful day at the hotel when she encountered Pei Ji, unwittingly drugged and spending a night with him, who professed his love at first sight and proposed marriage. In her naivete, she failed to perceive the true nature of Ji Chenyu and, already in a relationship, rejected him. After a period of fervent pursuit, the endeavor became well known throughout the school. Eventually, he forced her to break up with her boyfriend, resorting to coercive measures. In her innocence, she believed that reporting to the police would suffice, only to discover that those in power could evade even law enforcement, an evident testament to the darkness of the upper echelons of society. Later, when troubles arose at home, Pei Ji continued his relentless pursuit. They tormented one another, compelling each other into marriage, and thus spent 4 years ensnared in mutual suffering within this villa, only to be reincarnated and find themselves together again. How many years of torment await them? How long will she be trapped in this grand estate? Wen Yin sits vacantly at the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed upon the chains at her feet, which clink softly with her gentle movements, a sound echoing the futility of reaching the door or the balcony. The door seems to be a barrier, preventing her from stepping outside. The balcony, perhaps, is a place she might contemplate leaping from in despair. The sound of a door creaking open echoed behind her. Even without turning to look, she knew someone had entered. The only person who had come in without knocking was Pei Ji. He strode into the bedroom, loosened his tie, and approached, settling beside her on the bed. His strong arm encircled Wen Yin's waist, pulling her snugly against him, and he leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Did you miss me?" Pei Ji's voice was magnetic and steady, reminiscent of a husband returning home from work, embracing his wife and inquiring tenderly whether she had thought of him in his absence. The question hung in the air unanswered. Pei Ji did not take offense. He understood that retaining her in this manner was not entirely right. Yet he felt that without such measures, she would vanish without a trace, forever eluding his grasp. He had more extreme methods at his disposal, but he preferred to believe that time would alter her feelings, that eventually she would learn to accept him. "My dear, a cold war will not nurture affection. After dinner, wouldn't you like to have a chat with your parents?" The thought jolted Wen Yin momentarily. Her phone had been taken from her, and conversing with her parents required his approval. She felt somewhat speechless. She had no intention of engaging with him, her hand quietly gripping the fabric of her nightgown, contemplating the fact that even stepping outside necessitated his consent. It felt as though she were retracing the steps of a past life where nothing had changed. Some claimed that Pei Ji's wealth, power, and influence rendered a compromise worthwhile. Marrying such a man promised an endless supply of riches and a life free from want. Yet, she yearned for freedom, desiring a partner who was inherently good and respected the wishes of both parties. Then, Pei Ji softly inquired, "Did you miss me?" Wen Yin pressed her lips together, determined to say as little as possible. "Yes," she admitted. Pei Ji effortlessly gathered her into his embrace. She felt small and soft against him, a comforting presence that carried a delicate floral scent reminiscent of faint roses. It was akin to the sweetness of crushed rose petals exuding their essence. "I miss you too." Being carried downstairs for dinner was a privilege reserved for his return. Only then would the constraints of her situation be momentarily loosened, for she could never outpace him. The meal prepared today consisted largely of her favorites. As she sat in the dining area, observing a maid tidying up across the room and a chef busy in the kitchen, Wen Yin grasped her chopsticks with little appetite. Instead, her attention was drawn to her unfamiliar surroundings, contemplating how to familiarize herself with potential escape routes. Even on the mountain, there should be a path leading down. However, even if she managed to flee from this place, would she truly escape the city? Exiting the city would require time, and her parents' every move was under his meticulous surveillance, ensnaring her in an intricate web with no means of escape. Her body had yet to fully recover. Her legs felt weak as she walked, and she had been conserving her strength, relying on Pei Ji to carry her downstairs. "Don't look around," he warned. "You cannot escape from here." A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts, followed closely by the clattering of ribs placed in her bowl, a gesture urging her to partake in the meal. "I had stated that as long as you embraced your affection for me, I would not confine you. We would engage in a relationship akin to that of ordinary individuals. And subsequently, after your graduation, we could discuss marriage." Chapter 69. The consequences of control. She had clearly expressed her reluctance to marry and her aversion to motherhood, harboring a fear of both commitment and childbirth, believing that having children would cause her physical discomfort and distort her appearance. Wen Yin held her chopsticks, her hair loosely styled in a casual bun, with strands cascading on her face and neck, imparting a sense of gentle playfulness and innocence. As she selected the carrots from her bowl, she remained silent, methodically segregating the vegetables she disliked onto a separate plate. Pei Ji sat across from her, observing her as she discarded the carrots and green peppers, aware that individuals often have the proclivity to be picky eaters, yet the carefully curated meal included these very vegetables. He furrowed his brow imperceptibly, urging her to eat without being finicky. The warm yellow light of the room illuminated him, accentuating his handsome features and the slight displeasure in his eyes as he watched her reject her food. Wen Yin, unwilling to partake, set her chopsticks down defiantly. Pei Ji narrowed his eyes dangerously. Children must not be picky eaters during their growth. Do not sulk. At 20 years of age, she was hardly a child, although in comparison to Pei Ji, she felt small. Wen Yin pressed her lips together. "I am not a child. Stop treating me as such." Why should she consume vegetables she did not like? She simply did not wish to eat them, after being constrained for so long. Did they now have to control her diet as well? The extreme desire for control was suffocating her. Being picky was indeed an undesirable habit. Peiji also set down his chopsticks. If you disobey, I shall be displeased. She had already taken a few bites, yet the thought of eating something unappetizing was unthinkable. When Yin, filled with rebellious spirit, gazed at the displeasure etched on his face and opened her mouth, "It's too salty. I'll fetch you some juice." Peiji replied, rising from his chair to head to the kitchen. As Wen Yin watched him retreat into the kitchen, she seized the opportunity and sprang from her seat, bolting outside. Although her body felt unwell, she managed to make her way outside. However, upon stepping into the yard, she was momentarily stunned by the sight before her. The yard, adorned with an array of flowers, was modest in size, yet boasted a variety of difficult-to-maintain flora, a fountain, and a fish pond, complete with a pavilion. The low wall was elegantly designed in a European style, constructed from stone bricks, with only the gate being wrought iron. Wen Yin had no desire to remain there. She dashed toward the iron gate. The overcast sky bore no sun, and the gate was unguarded. Upon pulling open the gate, she was met with a winding, oil-paved road flanked by dense woodland. In the early morning gloom, the trees loomed like ferocious beasts capable of devouring a person, as if something sinister lay in wait within the thickets. Constrained here, she longed for freedom, and with a rush of adrenaline, she dashed through the gate. As she neared the road, she glanced back to find Peiji standing at the entrance, his expression dark and forbidding, silently watching her retreating figure. If it is true that fierce beasts lurk within the pitch-black jungle, then it is Peiji, standing behind and fixated on her escape, who embodies the greater ferocity. Over the past few days, she has reached her breaking point. The most she has done is sit by the edge of her bed, lost in thought, for she is utterly unable to unfasten the chain that binds her, rendering any attempt to flee impossible. If she remains confined any longer, she fears she will suffocate. She longs to venture outside, to stroll with friends, to meet her parents, rather than being relegated to gazing at the dark expanse of the jungle. She has contemplated the idea of feigning acceptance of their relationship, believing that once she pretended to embrace it, it would be no different from her earlier attempts to deceive him into thinking she had feelings for him. Not only would she be betraying her conscience, but she would also remain tightly ensnared in his grasp, unable to escape. At 20 years of age, with Peiji being 26, the 6-year age difference in their romance holds little promise for her future. At this vibrant age, her aspirations transcend selfishness. She yearns not to be shackled by romantic entanglements. Her life's blueprint entails mastering the piano, winning accolades, achieving her dreams, and traversing the globe. Perhaps, when she has had her fill of adventures, she might consider marrying and starting a family with someone she truly loves, but that time is not now. She acknowledges that she once harbored feelings for Peiji, captivated by his exclusive affection and steadfast demeanor. Yet that was in the past. One must always look ahead. Wen Yin, however, dares not glance back. Clad in slippers, she finds herself unable to run swiftly. Her instincts scream to flee, even as regret comes too late. The overcast sky carries a chilling wind. The rustling leaves of the surrounding woods create an eerie and fearsome sound that sends shivers down her spine. As she races down the path, a vehicle unexpectedly approaches, halting not far ahead, from which emerges a figure clad in black, blocking her passage. He does not advance, but stands silently, effectively barring her way. Wen Yin freezes in place, only to realize someone is closing in behind her. The cold breeze stirs her hair, clouding her vision with apprehension. Without a moment's thought, she darts towards the jungle. Just as she steps into the thicket, a dark shadow, its eyes glinting with a fierce red light, advances menacingly toward her. A large gray wolf, lurking in the woods, suddenly emerges from behind the trees, its formidable jaws dripping with saliva. Her heart races wildly, her mind grows foggy, and she is paralyzed with fear at the reality of wolves in this jungle. As she cautiously retreats, the wolf inches closer. In a sudden turn of events, she finds herself crashing into the embrace of a person behind her. The arms encircle her tightly, and the words whispered into her ear are chilling and unsettling. There are approximately 27 wolves on the mountain. They will kill any intruders. Fear not. My dear, stay by my side, and the wolves will not harm you. The wolf, which had been advancing, suddenly cowers upon seeing the imposing figure of the man, retreating back into the jungle until he is swallowed by the shadows. When Yin trembles involuntarily. Let's return home. Pei Ji removes his coat and drapes it around her shoulders, preparing to lift her into his arms. No, I do not wish to return with you. When Yin retreated, resisting him, her eyes reddened. What do you truly desire? I cannot possibly love someone with such an extreme and frenzied temperament. Your possessiveness and controlling nature are unbearable. What you feel is not love. It is mere possession, the manifestation of your desire for control. How can I ever grow fond of you when you confine me within a villa, stripping away my freedom? Pei Ji observed her as she cried and protested, even biting his hand, refusing to return home with him, resembling a petulant little cat. He understood her turmoil all too well, his voice steady and calm. What must I do for you to rekindle your affection for me? Should I let you go? Allow you to pursue your own desires? At that point, would you truly wish to return to my side? Chapter 70. Seeking recognition, releasing her to pursue her own desires. She meticulously outlined all her plans, yet he was conspicuously absent from her aspirations, and her ultimate destination might not even include him. Pei Ji was acutely aware that he was not her first choice. He could not bear the thought of Wen Yin not loving him, particularly if she were involved with another man. Jealousy and anger would inevitably ensue, and once those emotions took hold, his extreme thoughts would swiftly dominate his mind, leading him to confine her by his side, yearning for her affection and a formal acknowledgement of their relationship. He craved a title, a guarantee. Do you understand, Pei Ji? I'm only 20 years old. I refuse to squander my youth on marriage. My dreams should revolve around winning awards and traveling the world. The person I love must be emotionally stable and inherently good, not someone like you who unlawfully confines me. The surrounding bodyguards, upon hearing the girl's anguished cries, averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. Everyone knew that when a person of power falls for someone indifferent, they will resort to any means necessary to keep that person close. Pei Ji watched her weep, reminiscing about the time he celebrated her birthday at the villa. He had been scheduled for a business trip that winter, yet he braved a snowstorm, flying back to surprise her after 2 days of work. Upon his return, he found her intoxicated and sprawled on the sofa, covered with his coat. His attempt to carry her to the bedroom startled her awake. It was winter. She always felt cold, her feet like ice, no matter how much warmth she sought. She, intoxicated and compliant, nestled beneath the blankets, grasping his hand and posing a poignant question. Pei Ji, do you truly like me? Or do you see me as a pet? He had professed his love to her countless times, revealing his feelings with sincerity. As the elder, he understood emotions deeply and recognized her insecurities, repeatedly laying his heart bare for her. At times, she was compliant. At others, she resisted. She would declare love one moment and hatred the next. He had taken 99 strides toward her, yet she remained rooted, unwilling to take even a single step toward him. Was her heart made of iron? Wen Yin fiercely bit his hand, leaving marks on his skin, resolutely refusing to return home, convinced that doing so would reduce her to a mere puppet, sitting idly in a room. They say we should cultivate our feelings, but in truth, you just want to possess me. We are truly incompatible. What kind of person do you desire that you cannot attain? Let me go. You are too extreme. How can someone who truly loves confine their beloved? A forced union bears no sweetness, especially considering. Wen Yin, Pei Ji suddenly interrupted her words, his voice chilling and terrifying, imbued with a frenzied obsession. He gripped her wrist tightly, showing no intention of letting go. His tone sharp as an ice-forged blade. You only push me away. You keep insisting we are not suited for one another. Yet even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, I would find you. Engage with me normally, cultivate our relationship. I do not wish for you to feign affection. I want you to interact with me as a normal person would. If, given time, you remain indifferent to me, then I shall let you go. Pei Ji reached out to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, gazing at the overcast sky. The dark clouds loomed ominously, as if heralding an impending storm, resembling the end of days. In a low voice, he said, Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have no desire to resort to the coercive methods of the past to ensure your compliance, nor to strip you of the option of freedom. The somber weather swept through, the wind tousling her hair as it brushed against her face, her gaze fixated on the handsome, shadowy figure before her. When Yin appeared pale, her body chilled, her lips biting down to the point of whiteness. His fingers forced their way in, prying her mouth open to prevent her from biting. The oppressive dominance of her superior left her with no means of escape. Even with her status, she could never outmaneuver this cunning and fervent man before her. She could not acquiesce to a normal relationship with him. Her previous demeanor had been an act, one that had become tiresome, but now she found it impossible to maintain. Engaging in a romance would inevitably lead to unwanted physical contact. He claimed that if she professed her indifference, he would release her. Yet, after years of entanglement, he had shown no intention of letting her go. Did he truly expect her to believe such words? Should she agree to a relationship, she would only face a more extreme form of control and possession. The weather to the west grew darker, a low rumbling thunder echoing in the distance, like a spider's web of cracks etched across the horizon. Rain was imminent, and Peiji furrowed his brow slightly, draping his coat around her and tightening it, before bending down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. She still resisted, pounding her fists against his shoulder. With a resigned sigh, he adjusted his hold, ensuring she would not slip from his grasp, and carried her back along the familiar path. This was his territory. Escape was impossible, and no vehicle would come to this place without his permission. "Let me go, you lunatic beast! I will kill you one day," she shouted, as he carried her back to the villa and up the stairs. He showed no sign of stopping until he placed her in the room. As she fell onto the soft bed, she attempted to rise, only to be firmly held back by his hand on her shoulder, pushing her down once more. The weight of his presence restrained her, silencing any further unkind word she might have uttered. Their breaths intertwined, a forceful barrier between them. Heat enveloped her as he seized her leg, the sound of their collision echoing through the room. His powerful physique and overwhelming warmth engulfed her, constraining her completely, the aggressive aura making her head spin. Only when Peiji released her did the chain that had been undone snap back into place. Wen Yin lay on the bed, her eyes hazy, lips swollen, tears still glistening in her eyes, her lashes dampened. The earlier encounter had starkly illustrated her vulnerability before a nearly 6-foot-tall man, whose mere arm could easily encircle her waist. For the past transgressions regarding the forbidden medication, I offer my apologies. You were grappling with severe emotional turmoil at the time, and I had no choice but to administer that treatment. If you consider me extreme because of this and refuse to love me, even harboring hatred, I can allow you to return. Chapter 71. Write me a love letter. The implication of his return was that he had once administered to Wen Yin a drug that rendered her limbs weak. Now, he could make her feed him that very same potion. The girl on the bed sniffled, her chest heaving with suppressed sobs, appearing unwilling to engage with him. Her vulnerable and pitiable demeanor tugged at one's heartstrings. Within their circle, it was not uncommon for love to drive individuals to extreme actions, including confining loved ones within their homes, or even locking them in basements, employing harsh words, insults, violence, and coercion to impose compliance. He had no desire to resort to such measures, nor would he ever. To imprison someone in a basement, stripping them of their dignity, and subjecting them to abuse and threats bore no distinction from criminality. Could one truly love her while allowing her to endure such humiliation? What he yearned for now was to keep her close, to invest time in winning her affection, and to seek a legitimate bond. The room was adorned with the exquisite jewelry, shoes, bags, and numerous beautiful limited edition dresses he had gifted Wen Yin, all meant to enchant her. He delighted in the sight of her joyfully sprinting towards him in a lovely dress, embracing him with bright eyes and a radiant smile, playfully seeking his affection. This was the essence of his desires across 2 lifetimes. Peiji lay beside her, clasping her hand and bringing it to his lips for a tender kiss. His gaze fervent and sincere. He held the hand adorned with a ring, while his own bore a matching pair of men's rings. Date me. Engage in a normal relationship with me. I promise, if you truly do not love me, I will never intrude upon your life again. I do not believe you. Wen Yin lay there, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. I do not trust anything you say. She believed that men could be terribly deceived. Pei Ji's words echoed from their previous life. He had tried to persuade her to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate, asserting that love would follow marriage, and if, after a prolonged period, she still did not develop feelings for him, he would grant her a divorce, allowing her to leave. At that time, she had believed him, yet eventually found herself ensnared, their marital status protected by law. Not to mention the subsequent introduction of a divorce cooling-off period, which, in her view, was designed more to safeguard men than women. Pei Ji observed her disbelief. Girls were often enigmatic, and being older, he resolved to indulge her. You haven't eaten much. Allow me to fetch some congee to feed you. Noticing her attempt to change the subject and escape, Wen Yin angrily sat up on the bed. Standing on the floor, gripping Pei Ji's sleeve tightly. Her eyes were red from crying, and she clutched his garment with desperation. Give me my phone. I want to call my parents. Pei Ji looked at her tear-streaked, beautiful face and narrowed his eyes, recalling her refusal to eat and her pickiness. In a low voice, he stated, You must finish your meal before I allow you to make that call. At that moment, she had no appetite, desiring nothing more than to contact her parents to ascertain their well-being abroad and to check her own location. Using food as a means to coerce her only fueled Wen Yin's fury. Are you threatening me? In all endeavors, your sympathy must be sought. Is there any distinction from a pet? And yet, you wish for me to fall in love with you. Perhaps in another lifetime. How coincidental. Pei Ji's demeanor remained calm, yet somber. He firmly believed that despite the entanglement of their current existence, they would be bound together in the next, an unbreakable cycle. Wen Yin gazed into the man's shadowed eyes, biting her lip, her entire being trembling. She could scarcely endure this veiled confinement for even 2 days, let alone for a longer duration. Suddenly, she was compelled to provoke Pei Ji, eager to discern the limits of his patience. You are mistaken. I shall not be with you. I will marry and bear children with another man, sharing a bed with someone else, anyone but you. The thoughts of a young girl are easily deciphered. Her intent was evidently to incite anger. Pei Ji exhibited little reaction, merely offering a gentle reminder. Such words will not lead me to lose control. Now, return to bed. As Wen Yin perceived him preparing to embrace her again, she stepped back, refusing contact, especially in response to his mention of losing control. A man of his composure rarely succumbed to such a state. She suddenly declared, Even if I reconcile with Ji Chenyu, I shall not be with you. What? Pei Ji's eyes darkened, his brow furrowing imperceptibly at her words. He was acutely aware that she was intentionally provoking him, attempting to elicit his ire, yet he deemed it unacceptable to even utter that man's name. Merely a Na'vi child, after all. Yet, Wen Yin had exchanged love letters with that individual, something she had never done with him. Every time they were caught together in candid moments at school, jealousy consumed him. Since his rebirth, he had dispatched someone to follow Wen Yin, fully aware that the two had merely held hands, never having shared a kiss. This thought ignited a surge of jealousy within Pei Ji. He fell silent, suddenly striding toward Wen Yin, squatting down to unfasten the restraints around her ankles. In the next moment, he enveloped her legs in his arms, lifting her effortlessly. Are you out of your mind? Carrying me around like an object? She could not comprehend what had provoked Pei Ji, and before she could react to being taken to the study, she found herself trapped between his embrace and the desk, her back pressed against his firm, unyielding form, inseparably close. Before her lay a desk adorned with paper and pens, and she heard Pei Ji whisper in her ear, Right. Right what? Wen Yin was perplexed by his request, feeling uncomfortable in their close proximity. As she resisted, he suddenly wrapped an arm around her waist, gripping her through her clothing. You. The room was brightly lit. Pei Ji's left hand pressed against the edge of the desk while his right arm maneuvered beneath hers, securing her tightly. His large hand, distinct in its knuckles, tightened its hold, a hint of irritation in his voice. Write a love letter. Pin me a love letter. Let go. Wen Yin found herself unable to straighten against the pressure of his embrace, and after uttering his command, he playfully nibbled at her ear, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. Though she would never consent to write a love letter, she might be willing to assist with a farewell note instead. Release me. Get away. I refuse to write. Upon hearing her refusal, Pei Ji's intense jealousy surged, and his insatiable desire became nearly unbearable. He tightened his hold on her delicate form, his hand moving upward to grasp her cheek, forcing her face to turn towards him. He bit her lip, a mixture of urgency and dominance. He finally understood why Wen Yin deemed him extreme. The mere thought of another boy interacting with her drove him nearly to madness, overwhelming him with jealousy. Wen Yin, unyielding in her defiance, felt tears welling in her eyes from the pain of the kiss. What the hell is wrong with you? Frustration made her curse. Unable to turn away, crushed beneath his weight, she collapsed onto the table. It seemed he was intent on pinning her down. Write me a love letter, or you shan't leave this place tonight. Feeling a hand teasing the hem of her nightgown, her flushed face pressed against the paper, she protested. Are you threatening me? Threatening? Pei Ji buried his face in the nape of her neck, his eyes filled with restraint and possessiveness, his gaze burning, his lips barely parting. Please, I implore you, write me a love letter. Chapter 72. You will love me. A love letter only holds significance when penned willingly. Wen Yin was already deeply dissatisfied with his coercion, let alone his desire for her to write him a love letter. Such expectations were utterly unreasonable. Would she refuse to write? Pei pressed closer, asserting that if she could write for others, she ought to do the same for him. She pressed her cheek against the paper in silence, resolutely unwilling to compose even a single word for him, regardless of his advances. Pei Ji felt a swell of frustration and agitation at her indifference. He possessed numerous methods to compel someone to write for him, through force, threats, or manipulation, but he knew she would despise such tactics. You still refuse to write even if I call you master? With his arm wrapped around her waist, he nibbled gently at her ear, his palm savoring the delicate texture of her youthful skin, soft and smooth. Over the past days, he had showered her with gifts, items she cherished, hoping that his affection and material offerings would sway her heart. Yet, no matter how much he endeavored to please her, she remained obstinate. It was perplexing. Although he had imprisoned Wen Yin and held dominion over her, it felt as though she had ensnared him, subtly controlling him. Wen Yin's stubbornness manifested in her refusal to write or speak, her heart still harboring resentment from her recent failed escape. Angered by his sudden insistence on her writing a love letter, she declared, Pei Ji, if you push me further, I shall show you my resolve. Her tone was serious, recalling her previous failed attempt to threaten him with death. This verbal defiance bore no weight either. I have told you that, even as a specimen, I would cherish you, and I will care for your parents. Such threats revealed his brutish nature. Wen Yin parted her lips slightly and declared, I will not write you a love letter. Pei Ji did not wish to resort to any excessive coercion to keep her. He only desired to nurture their relationship, hoping to win her over with things she adored. As the one in power, the captor, he found himself inexplicably at her mercy, yearning for a fragment of her affection. The girl beneath him had long, fluttering eyelashes, and everything she wore, including the rings adorning her fingers, belonged to him. Her body was his, yet her heart remained unattainable. The man's throat constricted, his body tense. Desperate to understand the reasons behind her withdrawal, like a tortured soul, he craved her, knowing that a mere word or gesture from her could sway his emotions entirely. His voice, deep and tinged with pain, questioned, Wen Yin, you once loved me. Why have you ceased? You do love me, don't you? If so, why won't you write? Pei Ji's hand, veins prominent and tense, betrayed his urgency as he gazed at her, unable to maintain his composure. You love me. You truly do. Why have you stopped loving me? Is loving me so difficult? Hearing his voice, teetering on the edge of hysteria, Wen Yin was taken aback by the intensity of his emotions. It was as though his inability to secure her affection had driven him to madness, compelling him to extract a confession of love from her while simultaneously grappling with his own delusions. Deep down, Wen Yin understood. She had indeed loved Pei Ji once. Love was a sentiment challenging to feign, difficult to conceal, yet it was a love that had faded. It is akin to a couple who once shared a profound love, only to find themselves weary and emotionally distanced over time, leading to their separation. Yet, one party clings tenaciously, refusing to relinquish their hold. Even resorting to coercive means to rekindle affection. She concedes to this madman, admitting, "I once cherished you, I was moved by you, but that belongs to a past life. I liked you then, but now I do not, and I shall not in the future." The past affection has faded, and she has no intention of reviving it. Pagey, listening to her words, at least takes solace in her admission of having once liked him. Convincing himself otherwise, he murmurs, "It matters not." He buries his face in the curve of her shoulder, softly declaring, "We have ample time to nurture our feelings. If, after this long span, you still do not love me again, I shall let you go. Our relationship can develop gradually." After all this, he still insists on cultivating feelings with her. Proposing a courtship. A sudden clap of thunder reverberates outside, illuminating the room momentarily with a flash of lightning before darkness envelopes once more. The rain begins to pour heavily, and the oppressive downpour exacerbates the tension in the air. When Yin scoffs at him, "I will never love someone as extreme as you." "You will." Pei breathes in her scent with a deep sense of longing. He releases her hand, drawing her up from the table and enveloping her in his embrace as they settle onto a nearby chair, cradling her like a cherished doll. Startled, she exclaims, "Do you intend to hold my hand while writing? If you want tea, write a love letter. Do you really plan to force it?" Frustration surges within her, especially as he continues to call her name while planting fervent kisses along her neck. It is a plea. Pei frees one hand to grasp a pen from the table, forcibly placing it in her hand. "If you refuse to write a love letter, will you write a last testament instead?" "What?" When Yin questions her own ears, trapped in his embrace, with his strong form pressed against her back. Their bodies inseparable, his chin resting on her shoulder. Moreover, the pressure of his belt against her is quite uncomfortable. She hears him say, "If you are unwilling to pen a love letter, then write me a farewell letter. Whatever you inscribe shall be valid." Overwhelmed with jealousy upon learning she has written love letters to others, when Yin has never gifted him anything, not even a hasty note, he thinks that even a farewell letter, as long as it is from her, would hold profound sentimental value. When Yin queries, "Does that mean your legacy will also be valid?" Indeed, Pei tightens his grip on her hand, guiding her to hold the pen, its tip poised above the pristine sheet of paper. Regardless of what Wen Yin chooses to write or desire, he vows to grant her every wish. Wen Yin lowers her gaze, pursing her lips as her hand remains clasped in his, both adorned with rings, the diamonds sparkling brilliantly under the light. In the midst of the oppressive darkness and torrential rain, the study exudes an unexpected tranquility. She is certain she will not write a love letter, and understands that the notion of a farewell letter was merely a whimsical expression. Once completed, "I will give you my phone, so you can call your parents." Pei coaxed her. "There is no need for you to pen insincere love letters for the farewell note." When Yin, contemplating a phone call, recognized that prolonging the situation would yield no benefit to herself. Gripping the pen in reluctant submission, she conceded. She wished to distance herself from the belt, twisting away mischievously, only to hear a muffled groan from the person holding her. Unperturbed, she continued to evade the belt while inscribing words following that statement. The hastily written words were far from neat, and in that moment, Pei's audacity was vividly displayed as he dictated a phrase in his name, adding the date and his signature. "All my assets after my death shall belong to Wen Yin." Upon completing this line, she set down the pen. Was that it? Pei lifted the paper, questioning if there was only that single line. Growing impatient, Wen Yin began to struggle, asserting that one line was sufficient, demanding her phone. As she released her hold, the person within her embrace rose, and Pei ceased his pressure, opening the safe beneath the desk. He entered his fingerprint to unlock it and retrieve the phone, handing it to her. The moment she received the phone, she huffed in indignation, turning sharply to exit and make the call. Once she departed the study, Pei carefully scrutinized the solitary line on the paper. This required his signature and fingerprint to become legally binding. He reached for the fountain pen on the desk, laid the paper flat, and added a few more words. "All my assets, including but not limited to monetary wealth, shall wholly belong to my beloved wife, Wen Yin." After completing his additions, he crossed out her hastily scribbled name with a flourish and inscribed his own neat signature, pressing his seal and fingerprint beside it. He intended to have his lawyer collect it the following day. How could this not be considered a unique love letter from Wen Yin, at least in her singular devotion to him? Meanwhile, Wen Yin stood at the stairway, clutching her phone, attempting to locate her position, only to discover that there were no available coordinates in the vicinity. The nearest identifiable location was several kilometers away. Stunned, she remained frozen in place, contemplating her next move, realizing that she might indeed be unable to escape his grasp. Chapter 73. Are you not upset? This time, he coaxed her into believing that dating was about nurturing feelings. Next time, would he persuade her to obtain a marriage certificate and embrace love after tying the knot? This villa, perched on a hillside at the edge of the city, not too remote, is situated in a private back mountain, surrounded by barren terrain, devoid of any recognizable landmarks. Her heart plummeted into despair. She never anticipated being truly locked away in such a desolate place, where wolves roamed the mountain, making escape impossible for her alone. Was she truly meant to remain here and cultivate feelings with him? Her dreams had barely begun to materialize when Pei Ji, that mad dog, clamped down on them. Each time she reflected on it, she felt an overwhelming sense of loss, particularly acute given her youth. While Pei Ji was nearly a man approaching 30, she believed that misfortune would accompany a man throughout his life. Now, he proclaimed that he wouldn't force her to endure, but once their relationship was confirmed, who knew if he might not pin her to the bed, for he was undeniably dominant in that regard. Wen Yin stood at the end of the corridor, video calling her parents. Their faces appeared on her phone, the weather on their side bright and sunny, seemingly in the kitchen. She inquired about her childhood, memories of which had become hazy over time. Mom, did I ever visit the Pei family when I was young? Pei Ji had claimed that he was reborn the first time they met, when she was 8 and he was 14. You did, her mother recalled vividly. Your father had just started to find success in his business and accompanied his company leaders to celebrate at the Pei residence. Hearing this revelation, she was taken aback, an ominous feeling creeping into her heart. She pressed on, and Pei Ji, you two met as children. You were so enamored with him that you insisted he hold you, declaring you would marry the handsome older brother when you grew up. Her mother reminisced fondly, a smile brightening her face. Back then, you were the most adorable child among your peers. So, he had not lied. It was indeed true. Had Pei Ji begun to track and surveil her since his rebirth at the age of 14? This thought conjured images of the photographs in the secret room. A madman, a pervert, a neurotic. He was an amalgamation of extremes. How could she possibly be with someone so disturbingly abnormal? It was terrifying. She stood no chance against him. Just as the call ended, Pei Ji emerged from his study, approaching her with a coat in hand, draping it over her shoulders and enveloping her in his embrace. You hardly ate anything. I had someone prepare blueberry cake for you. Wen Yin remained still, recalling how her mother would always bake her favorite cakes to cheer her up when she was unhappy. So, Pei Ji, having learned this, attempted to do the same. However, during her emotional turmoil, even the sweetest cakes had failed to soothe her, and she had thrown every cake he sent right back at him. Resigned, she no longer resisted, allowing him to guide her downstairs. They settled back at the dining table, which held an array of desserts, each one a delightful flavor she adored. These are nutritious meals prepared for you. Next time, I will ensure they are adjusted to exclude any foods you dislike. Pei Ji gently pushed a cake adorned with blueberry jam towards her, saying, I have a meeting tonight and cannot accompany you to sleep, but I shall return as soon as possible. He was interrupted by Wen Yin's sudden outburst. Pei Ji looked up to see her beautiful, light-colored eyes fixed upon him, her delicate features radiating innocence as she held a small spoon, her gaze intense and unwavering. Then, unexpectedly, she declared, I agree to date you and cultivate our feelings. The smile in the girl's eyes did not reach their depths, glimmering with a mischievous light, hinting at some mischievous thoughts. Yet, her willingness to pursue a relationship with him was a significant step forward. He understood that Wen Yin indeed harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have suggested dating. His feelings were not one-sided after all. Pei Ji's gaze deepened as he observed her nibbling on the spoon, his throat involuntarily tightening as cream lingered on her lips. However, I have conditions, Wen Yin began. You cannot keep me on a leash, I need my phone, and I require my freedom. Aware that allowing someone to escape was impossible, She feigned compromise to obtain what she desired. Fine, Pei Ji acquiesced. But you cannot kiss me, hug me, or touch me. That is unacceptable. He firmly rejected that stipulation. His affections for Wen Yin encompassed not only emotional, but also physical desires. He longed to embrace her, to kiss her, and the mere thought of her proximity ignited an overwhelming urge to be close. Such conditions, if adhered to, might even prevent him from holding her at night. As a mature man, he possessed strong needs in certain aspects, yet he would not force her to comply. The prospect of not being able to touch her would be far too torturous. I will take you out if you wish, Pei Ji stated, each word deliberate. But I forbid you from mentioning other men in my presence, from running away, from flirting with anyone else, and especially from touching other men's faces as you did the last time at the bar. How dare he impose such restrictions, just after agreeing to cultivate their feelings? He laid down a series of prohibitions. Wen Yin, incensed, retorted, why not? Can't I mention my father? Is it a crime to glance at someone else? And regarding that last time at the bar, can you make me feel as good as others do? Her words were far from pleasant, particularly the last remark. Pei Ji's expression darkened instantly, shadows cast by the light beneath his lashes. His voice dropped to a low murmur. Are you not satisfied? Recalling the time they both indulged, he fixed his gaze upon Wen Yin, stating, you adore Yu Chi Chung. You relish burying your head in my embrace. You enjoy tugging at my hair, causing me pain. And you also like. Shut up. Wen Yin's face flushed crimson as she could no longer bear his words, fully aware of the memories etched in her mind. She never anticipated he could so expressionlessly voice such sentiments, his eyes darkly scrutinizing her as he soberly articulated her desires. I can fulfill all your needs, Pei Ji asserted, unwavering in his gaze. I simply do not wish for you to have any relations with men other than your father and me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions I may take. Wen Yin's cheeks flushed crimson at his recent words, and she glared at him with a mix of fury and indignation, retorting, what would you possibly do? His gaze darkened ominously as he replied, just like last time, consumed by jealousy and losing his composure. He reasoned that as long as she did not overstep, he would refrain from succumbing to madness. You lunatic! Wen Yin exclaimed in exasperation, choosing to ignore him as she took a few bites before ascending the stairs, while Pei Ji did not follow. Upon reaching the landing and turning the corner, she paused, her gaze sweeping over the layout of the living room below, noting that the only exit was the front door. Pei Ji had mentioned he had a meeting that evening, indicating his absence. With the chain on her ankle unfastened, she pondered the possibility of escaping once more if he were not home and the door remained unlocked. Would she be captured again? Chapter 74, terrifying the rain outside, showed no signs of abating. Pei Ji departed at 7:30, promising to accompany her for dinner before leaving. He assured her that since they were in a relationship, he would not lock her up before he left, and he would return her phone as well. Do not run away, darling, he coaxed, gently pushing a fruit drink towards her. I will return as soon as the meeting concludes. Understood, Wen Yin replied, absently sipping the drink while internally critiquing him. He claimed that since they had agreed to nurture their feelings, thoughts of escape were unwarranted. If she wished to go out for leisure, he would take her once the rain ceased. Otherwise, he would be displeased upon his return. Who among us does not possess a temper? She was not one to easily comply. Her rebellious nature thrived on the desire for freedom and the wish for her phone. Logically, being cared for by someone should render her existence blissful, yet she felt differently. Had she not been confined, she might have been abroad making new acquaintances, indulging in a lavish lifestyle of wealth and excess. She was financially secure. Pei Ji had bestowed upon her a considerable sum, and even without his generosity, her family was affluent. Thus, the material possessions that money could procure would not be sufficient to hold her captive. After their meal, Pei Ji tucked her in, urging her to sleep early, fearing she might fall ill after being caught in the rain earlier that day. I know, you're so annoying, Wen Yin grumbled as she pulled the quilt over herself. Exasperated by his incessant reminders about sleeping without kicking off the covers and turning off the air conditioning if it became too cold, she was not a fool. Pei Ji sat beside the bed, gazing at her intently before leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, his expression softening. Wait for me to come home. His words were tender and lingering, imbued with a sense of reluctance. Feigning sleep, she closed her eyes, wishing for him to depart quickly so that she could sneak out and gauge the situation. She yearned to test whether she could catch a taxi from there. Only when she heard the sound of the lights being turned off did she realize he had left, leaving behind a warm, yellow night light. She remained still, eyes shut, waiting for him to go. When she next awoke, her eyes were heavy with fatigue, and upon checking her phone, she discovered it was already past 11 p.m. Something is amiss, she thought. She had merely pretended to sleep. How had so much time passed? Her eyelids felt heavy, and she longed to drift off again. Sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze for a few seconds, she quickly surmised that something must be wrong with the fruit drink she had consumed. Rising carefully, she sat upright. The curtains in her bedroom were tightly drawn, and the rain continued to pour outside, now slightly less intense than before. The villa was eerily quiet in the dead of night, with only the sound of the rain breaking the silence. It was late, and she assumed that he had not yet returned, likely leaving the maids fast asleep. In contemplation, her thoughts propelled her body into action as she cautiously pulled on her nightgown and made her way downstairs, using her phone's screen to navigate the darkness. The rain continued to pelt down, the sound resonating heavily in her chest, instilling a sense of anxiety and guilt within her. Opening the door led her into the courtyard. Beyond the main gate lay a solitary path leading down the mountain, ensuring she would not get lost. The road ahead lay shrouded in darkness, perhaps concealing lurking wolves. While a torrential rain poured down, the screen of her phone displayed notifications about nearby taxis seeking drivers. She had already identified someone who could assist her. Pei Jichuan, a figure of considerable influence, was beyond anyone's control. However, Pei Laozhong, the elderly patriarch of the Pei family, was a different matter altogether. Even his mother had remarked that Pei Ji treated her poorly and suggested seeking her aid. As a woman herself, Pei's mother would likely understand her plight. During a previous dinner, Pei's mother had mentioned that Pei Ji should pass her contact information to the other party. Yet Pei Ji had taken no action. The living room was enveloped in silence, the darkness so profound that she could not see her hand in front of her. She descended the stairs and approached the door, twisting the doorknob and attempting to disengage the deadbolt. Yet despite her efforts, the door remained obstinately shut. Suddenly, the sound of message notifications startled her, causing her to tremble momentarily in the darkness. It was Pei Ji who had sent the messages. W. Behave and return to your room. W. Were you startled awake by the thunder? W. Wait for me to come home and comfort you. As she gazed at those two messages on her phone, she immediately speculated that the villa's surveillance cameras were involved, believing that the madman had seen her awaken and sent the messages accordingly. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and her heart was filled with anxiety and impatience, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, exacerbating her distress. She was bewildered by the intensity of her own unease. Knowing that someone was watching her on the surveillance footage was a form of violation she could hardly endure. It transcended mere confinement. Why would the door open? A chill ran down her spine as she felt her tension mounting towards a breaking point when, suddenly, the door swung open. Gripping the doorknob with urgency, she was about to step outside when her eyes widened in shock, her body frozen in place as she beheld a tall, dark silhouette illuminated by flashes of lightning at the threshold. It was not she who had opened the door, but rather the figure outside who had done so. A wave of cold washed over her. Pei Ji stood there, lips pressed together, his expression grim and inscrutable. The lightning cast a fleeting glow upon him, blending his mood with the surrounding darkness, his demeanor ominous and fierce, akin to a specter lurking in the shadows, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Yin, who clutched her phone tightly. In his hand, he held a phone, and at his feet lay her extinguished cigarette, still smoldering with a faint crimson glow. You still wish to flee. Pei Ji had arrived home long ago, but had lingered at the door to smoke. Just as he lit the cigarette, his phone vibrated. Upon checking the surveillance, he discovered she was awake. Noticing she had come downstairs without a coat in the pouring rain, he knew she might catch a chill. He had sent her messages urging her to return, but instead of complying, she had only twisted the doorknob with increasing fervor. Realizing her desperate desire to escape whenever the opportunity arose troubled him deeply. Now, her beautiful eyes glistened with tears of fear, her face paling in fright as she stood there, frozen upon seeing him, and in that moment his heart softened. Wen Yin had never anticipated that a person could evoke more fear than a ghost. His low, resonant voice shattered her already frayed nerves. Seeing him felt akin to encountering a specter. In the dead of night, after much effort to unlock the door, I found a figure standing outside. Is there anything more chilling than this? Chapter 75, morbid and extreme, terrifying. What distinguishes it from a ghost? The hall was shrouded in darkness, while rain poured incessantly outside. The collar of the girl's nightgown slipped to the side, revealing her fair shoulder and the lingering marks from that day. Wen Yin resisted his embrace, frightened by the scene, struggling in his arms. Yet he held her too tightly, compelling her to bite down on his shoulder. Pei Ji, despite the pain, tightened his grip around her shoulders and waist, attempting to console her. Do not be afraid. It was my fault for scaring you. Although he stood vigil outside, he sent messages that created the illusion of monitoring her through surveillance, while in reality, he loomed like a specter at her door, waiting for her to open it. In the pitch-black night, when the door creaked open to reveal a shadowy figure watching from outside, anyone would feel a chill of dread in their heart. She was nearly terrified to death, pushing against Pei Ji. Get away, you lunatic. Are you a ghost? Initially, she thought that being with a madman and a pervert was already extreme enough to instill fear, but now she genuinely believed Pei Ji was a malevolent spirit, one who consumed and entangled those around him. Wen Yin struggled against him, unwilling to be held, when suddenly her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She attempted to hang up, fearing it might be a driver from a ride-sharing platform. Having just tried to book a ride, she assumed this call was from the driver confirming her location, but now it seemed she was unable to answer. As she reached to end the call, Pei Ji seized the phone and answered. Hello, I'm a driver from the platform. Could you provide a contact number for an accurate location? Your position seems quite remote, and I wanted to verify if the location is incorrect. There were no identifiable points within a 4 to 5 kilometer radius, leading her to believe she couldn't get a ride. But with sufficient payment, the platform would intensify its search for nearby vehicles, increasing her chances of securing one. Indeed, it was a driver. Wen Yin reached to reclaim her phone, only to see Pei Ji power it off, his dangerous and shadowy demeanor concealed in the darkness. Yet she could feel his piercing gaze fixed upon her. He knew Wen Yin would be disobedient, having slipped a sleep aid into her juice to ensure she would rest well. As soon as she woke, she was eager to contact the driver, desperate to escape this place. Even though she had promised to develop feelings for him, it still sought ways to flee. My dear, Pei Ji cast the phone aside onto the shoe cabinet. Is your notion of nurturing feelings merely a means to obtain your phone and avoid being locked away by me? He understood that her agreement to cultivate a relationship was insincere. From the very beginning, she never intended to grant him any opportunity. Regardless of how he tried to convince himself otherwise, the current reality was painful and disheartening. Observing Wen Yin's silence, Pei Ji grasped her shoulders tightly, desperately seeking an answer, unable to bear her repeated attempts to escape him, as though he were some fearsome beast inciting her terror. Do you truly wish to be with me? Do you love me? Once again, she is questioned about her feelings of love. At this moment, she refrains from embracing love, wishing to avoid the confusion it brings. How can one nurture affection through the means of confinement? Should she fall in love with Pei Ji while imprisoned, it would likely be a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome. An unfair predicament for all involved. Only those afflicted by such a syndrome could develop feelings for their captor. It is not love, but rather an unconscious attachment arising from the soul interaction with that individual due to their circumstances. Pei Ji is inherently a figure of authority, having received everything he desired since childhood and has never experienced a romantic relationship, maintaining a domineering and extreme approach to love, a method both abnormal and pathological. All love. Wen Yin stands firm, gazing at the shadow before her, striving to calm her emotions. It is precisely because of love that she engages in this relationship to cultivate their feelings. The logic of a madman has always diverged from that of a rational person. Repeatedly seeking love, she cannot continue to resist. As opposing him would only add fuel to the fire. It is best to yield to him, for confronting him head-on would only lead to her own detriment. You deceive me, Pei Ji states, if you love me, why attempt to escape? In that fleeting moment when the door opens, she feels a pang of sorrow. He is pained, while she plots her departure. As a businessman, how could he be oblivious to Wen Yin's subtle thoughts? He merely perceives her youth, wishing to indulge and pamper her, even to the extent of self-manipulation. Yet, this approach merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue. Why do you want to escape? Wen Yin murmurs, and finally, unable to contain herself, she exclaims in anger when a distant thunder rumbles. Because you are a madman, a pervert. You profess love, yet love confines me within this dark, desolate villa. Do you believe that after a long enough time, with only you around, I would inevitably develop dependence and affection for you? You control my freedom, and I cherish freedom dearly. Your methods are misguided. What then should I do? Bei inquires. His voice, gravelly, carries an undeniable bitterness and gloom, as if the very air pressure had plummeted to zero, scrutinizing his prey in the darkness like a beast. Wen Yin is taken aback by the calm, yet shadowy tone of his voice, acutely aware of the shift in his demeanor. She then hears him continue. I will entice you with what you adore, seeking to understand your interests. I disregard what other girls cherish, because I am at a loss as to how to keep you. Your heart drifts far away, so I can only retain your presence. After Pei Ji speaks, he forcibly carries her back to his room, ascending the stairs and placing her gently in the dressing room, where the lights flicker on. The dressing room is adorned like a princess's chamber, complete with a sofa and a full-length mirror. Let me go. Put me down. Wen Yin struggles until he gently sets her upon the sofa. This is her first visit to this dressing room, filled with an array of dresses, jewels, countless ornaments, high heels, and handbags, decorated like a display in a boutique, embodying an elegant European princess style. Without a moment's thought, and devoid of curiosity regarding the purpose of his sudden embrace, she rose from the sofa, suppressing her tears, and delivered a sharp slap to Pei Ji, who remained crouched and unyielding, his gaze dark and brooding. As she instinctively attempted to flee, breaking free from his grasp, she was swiftly captured from behind, tightly held around the waist and shoulders, allowing her to see both of them reflected in the full-length mirror before her. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, while the handsome, muscular man embraced her from behind, their gazes locking through the mirror. The room was illuminated, revealing not only a flush on Pei Ji's face, but also a wound on the back of his hand, a testament to the injury sustained when he had tried to comfort her at the door, mistakenly believing she was frightened. In the dimness, the injury had gone unnoticed, but now was all too clear. She offered a bitter smile through the mirror, her eyes clouded with emotion as she whispered, "Your approach to pursuing me is misguided, Pei Ji. My life cannot revolve solely around you. I have parents, friends, and others who matter. I deserve to be free no matter how much you give me. It is of no consequence." Seeing her tears, Pei Ji tightened his embrace, his unhealthy obsession rendering him incapable of letting go. It was a fervent, chaotic love tinged with pain. Love cannot be taught. From the very beginning, he had sought to win her over with gifts that every woman desires, striving to make her happy, taking her out to dinner, buying clothes, presenting gifts, transferring money. This was his interpretation of love, yet despite his numerous gestures, Wen Yin remained indifferent to him. He held her tighter, his eyes growing increasingly dark and desperate, his voice tinged with a plea. "Please, teach me how to love you. Tell me what you desire, I implore you." Wen Yin, expressionless, caught sight of a book on the counter beside the sofa amidst the scattered gift boxes. It bore the title guide to the production of medical human specimens. The madness of his love was indeed both pathological and extreme. Chapter 76. A crime. How pitifully humble it is to beseech her to love him, his tone pleading, hoping that over time she might soften. Of course, had she not encountered that book, she might have believed him. Why would Pei Ji indulge in such literature? Previously, he had ominously remarked that if she were to die, he would preserve her as a specimen, even going so far as to arrange for a costly surgery to create a false likeness to honor her parents. Having been raised in a loving and indulgent family, she had always been the cherished one, Love, to her, was a mere accessory. Did Pei Ji truly grapple with psychological issues? It is not uncommon for individuals from prestigious families, raised under strict scrutiny, to develop such afflictions. She suspected he might be one of them. This pathological and extreme love was terrifying, filled with deceit. Upon hearing his desperate declaration of love, Wen Yin tightened her grip on her nightgown, mockingly inquired, "Are you jesting?" Pei Ji's eyes were dark, reflecting in the mirror as they locked gazes, his depth profound. She continued, "Does your morbid affection compel your mind to desire to turn me into a specimen, ensuring my eternal company in this manner? What kind of extreme mindset must one possess to conceive of such a notion?" It was overwhelmingly grotesque. "No," Pei Ji replied, "if I intended that, you would not be standing here, unharmed. If such drastic thoughts truly took root, why go through the elaborate process of gifting and constructing a villa to confine her? Wouldn't direct action be more expedient?" This villa had been completed long ago, meticulously maintained by dedicated staff. Everything had been arranged according to Wen Yin's preferences from her past life. Pei Ji then embraced her tighter, murmuring, "Teach me how to proceed. My love for you drives me to madness. Even in your past life, when you resisted me so vehemently, I never considered turning you into a specimen. A specimen is devoid of warmth, particularly cold. Most importantly, it lacks emotion. He would never again witness her smile. My dear, it was you who first enticed me, who grasped my hand and cradled my cat, declaring you would marry me when we grew up. You consulted your parents. I did not deceive you. I have committed numerous extreme acts, but all stem from my love for you. My love is genuine. I speak no falsehoods." Wen Yin keenly caught a few words and instantly realized he must have eavesdropped on her phone conversation with her parents. Was it mere eavesdropping or surveillance? How brazenly he had given her the phone, embedding a tracking device within the necklace, even invading her bedroom. She pondered the possibility that he had tampered with her phone as well. A sense of dread and anxiety enveloped her, fear of his extreme behavior and trepidation about her uncertain future, as her worldview seemed to be continuously reshaped. He had reincarnated before her, engaging in years of covert surveillance, even possessing a secret room dedicated to her. And now she had stumbled upon literature concerning the preservation of specimens. She had underestimated the depths of Pei Ji's twisted madness. She felt a chilling intimacy as he brushed against her neck, prompting her to shake her head in distress and struggle vehemently, shouting for him to leave her alone. "Let go, you lunatic. You belong in a mental institution. You have no understanding of love. Love is not about extreme possession." Anger and frustration surged within her, tears streaming down her face as she turned away, attempting to evade his kisses. The fright she experienced at the door, coupled with the sight of those books, made her feel not as though a venomous snake had fixated on her, but rather as if she were ensnared by a malevolent spirit. A snake, being cold-blooded, could be easily killed with a tool, yet a ghost is intangible, suffocating her like an oppressive atmosphere that left her gasping for breath. "What do you truly desire? What is it that you cannot obtain? I cannot endure you for even a single day." Her emotions flared as she struggled to break free from his embrace. But perhaps her resistance was too vigorous, for he tightened his hold around her waist and pulled her back onto the sofa. In an instant, she was toppled, one hand grasping her striking fist while the other seized the nape of her neck, gently constricting and lifting to silence her angry retorts. He forcefully sealed her lips with his own, greedily drawing her in. With each attempt she made to break free, he responded with even greater fervor. His imposing figure engulfed her, radiating an aggressive aura. Wen Yin, with great effort, managed to free one hand and clenched it into a fist, but no matter how forcefully she struck, it was futile. Ultimately, driven to desperation, she bit down. She had anticipated that a moment of pain would halt his frenzied actions. However, he continued until she bit again, and Pei Ji was reluctantly compelled to release her. In that fleeting moment, blood welled from the corner of his lip. He wiped the crimson droplets from his mouth with his fingertip, observing the girl sprawled on the sofa, her eyes reddened, lips swollen as she glared at him. One of her hands gripped his neck, and Pei Ji narrowed his eyes, relinquishing his other hand, allowing her to tighten her grasp around him while she spoke. Forcible kissing is a crime. Pei Ji was on the brink of madness, leaning down to press his forehead against hers. Close enough that he smeared the blood from his fingertip onto her lips. "We are in a relationship now," he asserted, locking his gaze onto hers. "Is kissing your girlfriend a crime?" Fragmented light danced across the room, illuminating them both. The girl's dark hair cascaded around her, her eyes glistening with defiance and disdain, despite the tears that threatened to spill. Her nightgown slipped slightly, revealing a red mark on her neck, a kiss left by Pei Ji. Her beautiful eyes bore a delicate shade of pink at the corners, and though tears threatened to surface, her pale, cool complexion flushed a shade of red, a blend of rage and the aftermath of being kissed. Wen Yin remained silent, her hands gripping the man before her with fierce determination. The pressure on his neck was not insignificant. She could sense a hint of suffocation, yet he appeared unperturbed. Ultimately, a girl's strength is limited. Even if she exerted all her might against a man of considerable stature, it would require finesse, especially since he would resist. But Pei Ji did not struggle. He allowed her to clutch him, even reaching out to grasp her wrists. The fervent palm pressed against the delicate skin of the wrist, eyes both sickly and gentle, radiating an intensity and obsession that seemed almost ready to overflow, accompanied by a hoarse voice. "Does pinching me bring you solace and a sense of delight?" Bei Yi, unperturbed by her grasp, instead found pleasure in it, his palm firmly enveloping her slightly trembling wrist. His gaze was both covetous and morbid. He inquired once more. Chapter 77. "I do not agree to the breakup. Does squeezing me bring you solace and delight?" Wen Yin, with her slender and fragile frame, trembled slightly, whether from fear or anger, as she gazed into those hauntingly dark eyes. She did not experience any sense of joy, despite her exertions. The man showed no signs of suffocation, his complexion merely tinged with a hint of red. Rather, his eyes brimmed with fervor and exhilaration, his chest heaving heavily. It appeared that the one reveling in this was not she, but Pei Ji. She was acutely aware of her own helplessness. To him, her every action was akin to a kitten playfully scratching. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue washed over Wen Yin. After all the entanglements, even after her rebirth, she found herself still ensnared in this web. She had once loved, but now dared not to. Such morbid and extreme affection often harbored tendencies toward submission and masochism, tinged with a hint of sickness, an inclination for choking kisses, and, in extreme moments, forcibly embraced, repeatedly questioning the existence of love. This was a toxic romance. When Yin parted her lips, "Break up. I suddenly no longer wish to be with you." As she spoke, she could not even bear to meet his gaze, unable to pretend that peace could exist between them. It was too terrifying, especially as she could not forget the moment of opening the door. The thought of truly being with him, facing the endless scrutiny and control, was unbearable. Pei Ji feigned ignorance, releasing her wrist that he had clasped around her neck, gently removing her hand from her throat, and said nonchalantly, "What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that, darling. Could you repeat it?" His dark eyes sparkled with a different emotion, resembling a poised predator, ready to pounce, baring its fangs to seize its prey until nothing remained but bones. The metallic scent of blood lingered between their lips, a taste akin to rust, sweet and sickly. His gaze was utterly terrifying, so much so that uttering the word "breakup" again might lead to dire consequences. When Yin was frightened, her hands firmly held at bay. With the resolve of one facing death, she closed her eyes and forcibly turned her face away. "Your actions are criminal. I truly cannot tolerate you. I fear being with you, hence I cannot cultivate any feelings. Please let me go. Seek someone who genuinely adores you." The atmosphere suddenly grew ominously silent. Then Pei Ji laughed, a light chuckle as if he had heard a delightful jest, and countered her. "Darling, are you joking? You are indeed young and playful." The man effortlessly subdued her, burying his face in her neck and planting a kiss at her collarbone. "You were the one who stirred my interest. Do you think you can simply walk away?" When Yin could not fathom that her childhood encounter with Pei Ji would lead to such an obsessive entanglement. She would never have approached him had she known. She cursed her own reckless words and her inability to discern character in her youth. What do you truly want from me? She finally broke down, her voice cracking. I simply do not wish to be in a relationship with you. Do you not understand? You want me to date you, to cultivate feelings. I can no longer even pretend. Let me go, I beg you. His voice was cold and low as he slowly began to speak, and stopped pretending. This is indeed exhausting. What? When Yin thought he had acquiesced, and just as she was about to inquire whether he was serious, whether he meant to release her, she noticed an overwhelming aura of chilling darkness enveloping him. He reached out and grasped her delicate face, as if intent on devouring her whole, fiercely rolling and sucking. Her mind momentarily dulled. She felt an intense possessiveness enveloping her, and the hand on her cheek rendered her helpless to bite him. Whimpering softly in protest, her brain was nearing a state of oxygen deprivation. The man's body radiated a heat that was both oppressive and commanding, making her realize he seemed genuinely unhinged. The disparity in their sizes made her acutely aware that if Pei Ji wished to impose himself upon her, she was utterly powerless to resist. There was no room for counterattack. The kiss was too forceful to escape. She believed she had provoked his ire, and the consequences were all too clear. Pei Ji, you cannot do this. Speaking was laborious, her objections muffled, until he abruptly tightened his grip, his strong arms encircling her waist, effortlessly lifting her from the sofa. He carried her outside and tossed her onto the bed, her entire being sinking into the bedding. Dazed from the impact, she attempted to rise, but her ankle was firmly grasped, as if she had been caught by a wolf driven to madness. The weather tonight was already dismal. Having awakened and rushed downstairs without a coat, when Yin sought to flee, but Pei Ji, unwilling for her to become agitated, refrained from arguing with her while she was in this state. He should have been accommodating towards her. It was his pathological love that made it impossible for him to let go. With both her hands pinned to her sides, she gazed up at him with a chilling expression, her defiance and stubbornness evident as she muttered, "Are you trying to force me? Please do not think of me like that." Her rebellious yet determined gaze struck him deeply. At times she appeared frightened, yet more often she exuded defiance. Her frail yet unyielding demeanor stirring something within him. Pei Ji had no intention of coercing her. If he had wished to do so, he would have acted long ago. After all, being only in his 20s, he released her hands, drawing her into his embrace and covering her with a blanket. The faint light from the bedside lamp illuminating the room. "Let us sleep. I know you feel wronged, and I understand your fear of me, but I do not wish to act against your will. Rest assured." He tucked her in gently, soothing her to sleep, refraining from any excessive advances. "I do not agree to a breakup. Sleep well, and do not think of anything else. If you grow bored, I will take you out to play." When Yin shut her eyes wearily, the night had indeed been quite unpleasant. Just hours before, they had discussed nurturing their feelings, only to have him speak of separation that evening, which wounded her pride and became unbearable. What she longed for, what tugged at her heart, was the tenderness, the adoration, the singular affection Pei Ji once bestowed upon her. Beneath his gentleness lay a twisted and pathological love, and having realized this, she felt a twinge of fear, reluctant to embrace her feelings. "I wish to go out tomorrow." "All right," Pei Ji murmured softly as he closed his eyes. "Wherever you wish to go. I shall accompany you. I yearn to savor the exquisite libation crafted by your chef during my last visit." Wen Yin is acutely aware that only Pei Ji's parents and grandfather possessed the means to remedy the situation. As the saying goes, the devil climbs a foot, while the Tao rises a mile. She must meet with Madame Pei. At this moment, no one else can assist her, apart from Pei Ji's family. Pei Ji opened his eyes. "Do you wish for my parents to aid your escape?"